Chapter 1. The Failed Apprentice. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The cauldron exploded for the 14th time that month. Shun Yaozu threw himself backward as a geyser of acrid smoke erupted from the cracked bronze vessel, coating the ceiling of his tiny workstation in a layer of greenite soot. Fragments of half-formed medicinal paste splattered across the stone walls, sizzling where they landed. The smell hit him a second later, burnt sweetgrass and something that reminded him uncomfortably of singed hair. He lay on his back, staring up at the ruined ceiling, and let out a long, slow breath. 14, he whispered to himself. That's a new record. From beyond the thin partition wall, laughter erupted. Not the polite, barely suppressed kind. The full-throated, gut-deep kind that only came from someone who'd been waiting for exactly this moment. Yaozu's at it again. That was Wei Peng, the broad-shouldered apprentice 2 stations down. His voice carried like a temple bell struck by a sledgehammer. Someone check if he still has eyebrows. More laughter. Shin Yaozu touched his face. His eyebrows were intact. Mostly. He pulled himself to his feet and surveyed the damage. The bronze cauldron, third hand, dented, with a hairline crack running along its western rim that he'd patched with clay 6 times, sat in the center of his workstation like a defeated warrior. Its lid had launched itself into the far corner. The spiritual herbs he'd spent 3 days gathering from the pavilion's garden were now an unrecognizable paste decorating every surface. Another failure. Another wasted set of ingredients. Another mark against his already abysmal record. Shin Yaozu was 17 years old, an orphan, and quite possibly the worst alchemy apprentice the Azure Crane Pavilion had seen in its 400-year history. He'd been told this many times, by many people, in varying degrees of kindness. Most recently by Elder Fong Jiren, who dispensed with kindness entirely. You have the spiritual sensitivity of a stone, the elder had told him at last week's evaluation, not bothering to lower his voice. No, that's unfair to stones. Stones at least have the decency to remain inert. You actively make things worse. The other apprentices had laughed at that too. They always laughed. In the hierarchy of the Azure Crane Pavilion, Shun Yaozu occupied the bottom rung with such consistency that it had become a kind of landmark. New apprentices were oriented using him as a reference point. See that boy? Don't be like him. He began cleaning his station, scraping metasite paste off the walls with a flat wooden spatula. The motions were practiced. He'd done this more times than he'd successfully completed a refinement. Scrape, wipe, scrape, wipe. The paste came off in thick, gummy strips that clung to his fingers. Through the partition, he could hear the other apprentices discussing their progress. Wei Peng had successfully refined a batch of minor chi restoration pills. 24 pills, 18 usable, a respectable yield for a second-year apprentice. Lu Meihua had attempted a spiritual clarity elixir and gotten 3 viable doses. Even Fatty Zhao, who'd started 6 months after Shin Yaozu, had managed a passable set of wound-sealing pills. And Shin Yaozu had produced an explosion and a mess. He knew the theory. He could recite the Azure Crane Pavilion's foundational alchemy manual from memory, all 412 pages of it. He understood herb classification, spiritual energy flow patterns, cauldron temperature regulation, and the 17 standard refinement techniques. On written examinations, he scored in the top 5. But the moment he sat before a cauldron and began channeling his spiritual energy into the herbs, something went wrong. Always. Without fail, the energy wouldn't flow smoothly. It stuttered, lurched, came in uneven pulses that destabilized the medicinal compounds. His spiritual root, that innate connection to the natural energies of heaven and earth that every cultivator possessed, seemed to operate on a frequency that no standard technique could accommodate. He'd been tested when he first arrived at the pavilion, a scrawny 12-year-old clutching a letter of introduction from the village elder who'd taken him in after his parents' death. The examining elder had frowned at the results. Unusual root, she'd muttered, making a note. Doesn't conform to any standard classification. Power output is erratic. Possibly defective. Possibly defective. Those 2 words had followed him for 5 years. Shun Yaozu finished cleaning and sat heavily on his meditation cushion. The workstation was small, barely large enough for the cauldron, a preparation table, and the cushion. A single spirit lamp provided flickering illumination. On the wall, he'd pinned a sketch of his parents. Not a real portrait, just a drawing he'd made from memory when he was 13. 2 figures standing before a grand cauldron, smiling. His mother had been an alchemist too. His father had been her assistant. They died together when their cauldron exploded during a complex refinement. An explosion, just like the 14 he'd produced this month. The irony was not lost on him. "I'll try again tonight," he told the sketch. He always told the sketch. It never answered, but the ritual mattered. One more time. The evening bell rang, signaling the end of the formal practice period. Shen Yaozu heard the other apprentices filing out, their chatter fading as they headed toward the dining hall. He should join them. He should eat, rest, prepare for tomorrow. That was the sensible thing. Instead, he pulled his herb pouch from beneath the preparation table and counted what remained. 3 stalks of silver thread grass, a pinch of ground moonstone, 2 dried fire lotus petals, his last ones, traded for a week's worth of dining hall desserts. Enough for one more attempt at the simplest pill in the Azure Crane curriculum, the basic vitality pill. A pill so elementary that most apprentices mastered it within their first month. Shen Yaozu had been trying for 5 years. He arranged the ingredients on the preparation table with meticulous care. Silver thread grass in the center, shredded to precise 1-inch lengths. Ground moonstone in a small jade dish to the left. Fire lotus petals in a porcelain cup to the right, soaking in purified water to release their volatile essence. The cauldron still bore scorch marks from the afternoon's disaster, but structurally it held. He ran his fingers along the hairline crack. The clay patch was holding. Good enough. He settled into his cross-legged position before the cauldron, closed his eyes, and began cycling his spiritual energy. This was where things always fell apart. His energy, instead of flowing in the smooth, circular patterns described in every manual he'd ever read, moved in unpredictable spirals. It branched and forked, sending tendrils in directions he hadn't intended. Controlling it was like trying to direct a river by shouting at it. But tonight, something felt different. He couldn't have said what, exactly. The energy was still erratic, still branching in unexpected ways. But there was a warmth to it that he hadn't noticed before, a quality that felt less like power and more like presence. As if his spiritual energy wasn't just energy, but something alive. He shook off the strange sensation and began the refinement. Silver thread grass into the cauldron first. A gentle pulse of spiritual energy to begin the breakdown. The grass dissolved into a luminous green vapor that swirled within the bronze vessel. Good. Normal. This part always worked. Ground moonstone next, sprinkled in a clockwise pattern while maintaining steady energy flow. The vapor shifted from green to silver blue, thickening as the moonstone bonded with the plant essence. Still stable. Now the critical phase, the fire lotus petals. This was where precision mattered most. The petals had to be introduced at exactly the right temperature, with exactly the right amount of spiritual energy, or the volatile compounds would destabilize the entire mixture. Shen Yaozu lifted the porcelain cup. His hands were steady. His energy was still warm, still feeling oddly alive. He poured the fire lotus water into the cauldron and simultaneously pushed a concentrated burst of spiritual energy into the mixture. The cauldron shuddered. Here it comes, he thought with resigned familiarity. Another explosion. But the shudder wasn't violent. It was almost gentle, like a heartbeat. The mixture inside the cauldron pulsed once, twice, 3 times, each pulse accompanied by a soft golden glow that leaked through the seams of the lid. Shen Yaozu held his breath. The pulsing settled into a steady rhythm. The golden glow intensified. He could feel the medicinal compounds bonding, fusing, crystallizing into solid form. It was actually working. For the first time in 5 years, the refinement was actually. The cauldron went still. The glow faded to a single, steady point of light within the vessel. With trembling hands, Shen Yaozu lifted the lid. Inside, resting at the bottom of the cauldron, was a single pill. It was perfectly round, about the size of his thumbnail, and it glowed with a soft crimson light that pulsed in that same heartbeat rhythm. A basic vitality pill. His first successful pill in 5 years. He reached for it with shaking fingers, and the pill moved. It rolled away from his hand, circling the bottom of the cauldron in a tight spiral. Shen Yaozu froze. Pills didn't move on their own. That wasn't a thing that happened. In 400 years of Azure Crane Pavilion records, pills had never. The pill stopped its circling and tilted upward. If a pill could be said to look at someone, this one was looking directly at Shen Yaozu. And then, impossibly, a tiny voice spoke inside his mind. Master. The word was faint, barely more than a whisper, like hearing someone speak from the far end of a very long corridor. But it was unmistakably a voice. And it was unmistakably coming from the pill. Shen Yaozu stared at the glowing crimson pill. The pill stared back. Master, it asked again, with a touch more confidence. The mental voice had a quality to it. Eager, curious, like a puppy encountering the world for the first time. Shen Yaozu did the only reasonable thing. He passed out. When he came to, the pill was hovering 2 inches above his nose. Chapter 2. Little Crimson. The pill was watching him sleep. That was Shun Yaozu's first coherent thought upon regaining consciousness, and it was immediately followed by a cascade of less coherent ones. Pills don't hover. Pills don't watch. Pills don't speak. I am losing my mind. My cauldron must have leaked psychotropic fumes. I need to see a physician. I need to. Master is awake. The tiny voice chirped in his mind. The pill bobbed excitedly, doing a small loop in the air before returning to its position above his face. Its crimson glow pulsed with what Shun Yaozu could only interpret as happiness. Master was asleep for a long time. Little Crimson was worried. Little Crimson? Shun Yaozu croaked. That's me. I named myself. Because I'm little and I'm crimson. Do you like it? Shun Yaozu sat up slowly. The pill drifted backward to maintain its distance, hovering at chest height. He looked around his workstation. Everything was as he'd left it. The cauldron, the empty ingredient containers, the spirit lamp burning low. Through the narrow window, he could see stars. He'd been unconscious for hours. You're a pill, he said, as if saying it out loud would somehow clarify the situation. Yes. Little Crimson agreed enthusiastically. I'm a pill. Your pill. You made me, Master. I remember being made. It was warm, and then it was bright, and then I was me and you were there, and I knew you were my master. Pills don't talk. This pill does. Pills don't fly. Little Crimson wobbled in the air, as if considering this point. I don't know about other pills, but I can fly. Watch. It zoomed in a quick circle around Shun Yaozu's head, leaving a faint trail of crimson light. See? Shun Yaozu reached out and caught the pill mid-flight. It felt warm in his palm, warmer than any pill should be. He could feel it thrumming with energy, like holding a tiny, contented heart. That tickles, Little Crimson said. He opened his hand and stared at the pill. It was, by every observable metric, a basic vitality pill. The size was right. The color was right. Well, slightly more luminous than standard, but within acceptable range. The medicinal aura was correct. If he'd presented this to an examiner, they'd mark it as a barely passable basic vitality pill. Except for the flying and the talking. Am I dreaming? He asked. You're not dreaming. I can tell. Your spiritual energy tastes different when you're dreaming. My spiritual energy has a taste. Oh yes. Right now it tastes like confusion and fear. Earlier, when you were making me, it tasted like hope and sadness and something sweet that I don't have a word for yet. I think it might be called love. I'm not sure. I was just born. Shun Yaozu set the pill gently on his preparation table and stood up. He needed to think. He needed to approach this rationally. He was an alchemist. A bad alchemist, but an alchemist nonetheless. Observation, hypothesis, testing. That was the way. Observation. He had refined a pill that was alive. It could speak telepathically, fly, and apparently perceive his emotional state through his spiritual energy. Hypothesis. He was hallucinating due to stress, malnutrition, and 5 years of failure. Testing. He pinched himself. Hard. Ow, he said. Why did you hurt yourself? Little Crimson asked, concerned. Here, let me. The pill flew to his hand where he'd pinched and pressed itself against the reddened skin. A warm sensation spread from the point of contact, and Shun Yaozu watched in astonishment as the tiny red mark faded and disappeared. There, Little Crimson said smugly. All better. That's what I do. I'm a vitality pill. I make things better. Shun Yaozu sank back onto his meditation cushion. Not a hallucination, then. Unless the hallucination was particularly thorough. Over the next hour, he conducted a series of quiet experiments. Little Crimson was happy to cooperate. The pill seemed to view everything as a game. The results were astonishing. Little Crimson could fly at speeds up to roughly 10 feet per second. It could hover indefinitely without apparent energy expenditure. It could communicate telepathically with Shun Yaozu at distances of up to about 50 feet. Beyond that, the mental voice grew faint and eventually cut out entirely. It could heal minor injuries by direct contact, scrapes, bruises, small cuts, but seemed to have no effect on anything more serious. And it could only heal Shun Yaozu. He discovered this by accident. When Little Crimson pressed against the preparation table to heal a scratch in the wood, nothing happened. When it tried to warm a cup of cold tea, an experiment suggested by its own curiosity, nothing happened. I don't understand, Little Crimson said, its mental voice tinged with frustration. I want to help the tea. Why won't the tea accept my help? Because you're bonded to me, Shun Yaozu murmured, a theory forming. You were made from my spiritual energy. My specific spiritual energy. You respond to me, and only me. Well, of course, Little Crimson said, as if this were obvious. You're my master. Why would I want to help tea? Shun Yaozu leaned back against the wall and tried to process the implications. He had created a living pill. A pill with awareness, personality, and a bond to its creator that made it useless to anyone else. Any alchemist in the Azure Crane Pavilion, any alchemist in the world, would give decades of their life to understand how this had happened. And simultaneously, any alchemist who discovered it would want to use it, study it, or destroy it. Little Crimson, he said carefully, I need you to stay hidden. Hidden? Why? Because if anyone finds out about you, they'll take you away from me. They'll want to study you. Maybe take you apart. The pill's glow dimmed slightly. Take me apart? But I'd stop being me. Exactly. So you need to stay in my robes, and you can't talk to anyone else, and you absolutely cannot fly around where people can see you. Can you do that? Little Crimson was quiet for a moment. When it spoke again, its voice was smaller. I can do that, master. I'll be very quiet. Like a regular pill. Good. Shen Yaozu opened his outer robe, and Little Crimson nestled into the inner pocket, its glow dimming to near invisibility. He could still feel its warmth against his chest, and the faintest whisper of its consciousness touching his. He looked at the sketch of his parents on the wall. His mother had been an alchemist. She died when her cauldron exploded. His father with her. What if their cauldron hadn't simply failed? What if something had happened, something like this, and someone had noticed? The thought chilled him more than the late-night air seeping through his workstation's thin walls. He gathered the remains of his ingredients, cleaned his cauldron one final time, and headed for the apprentice dormitory. The halls of the Azure Crane Pavilion were silent at this hour, pale moonlight streaming through paper screen windows, the distant scent of medicinal herbs drifting from the storerooms. His footsteps echoed on the wooden floor. In his pocket, Little Crimson pulsed with quiet warmth. Master, the pill whispered. What? Thank you for making me. Shen Yaozu paused in the empty hallway. He pressed his hand against the pocket where the pill rested. Thank you for choosing me, he whispered back. In his dormitory room, little more than a closet with a sleeping mat, he placed Little Crimson on the small shelf beside his pillow. The pill's glow served as a nightlight, painting the ceiling in soft crimson. Shen Yaozu lay on his mat and stared at the light, his mind churning with questions and theories, and something that felt dangerously like hope. 5 years of failure. 14 explosions this month alone. The worst apprentice in 4 centuries. But tonight, he'd created something that no one else in the history of alchemy had ever made. A pill that was alive. A pill that had looked at its creator and said, Master? Shen Yaozu fell asleep with a smile on his face for the first time in years. Above him, Little Crimson kept watch, its crimson light pulsing steadily through the night like a tiny, faithful heart. Chapter 3. The memorial morning arrived with the sharp clang of the wake-up gong and the muffled groans of apprentices who'd stayed up too late practicing. Shen Yaozu opened his eyes to find Little Crimson hovering an inch from his nose, its glow bright and eager. Master, the sun is up. There are sounds. I think those are birds. What are birds? Can I meet one? Shen Yaozu gently pushed the pill back toward the shelf. You need to stay hidden, remember? Oh, right. Little Crimson's glow dimmed in what Shen Yaozu was learning to recognize as its version of a pout. Hidden, like a regular pill. I remember. He tucked the pill into his inner robe pocket and headed for the communal washroom. The Azure Crane Pavilion's apprentice quarters were a long, low building at the eastern edge of the compound, connected to the practice halls and kitchens by covered walkways. This time of year, late spring in the Qingyun Mountains, the walkways were draped in flowering jasmine that perfumed the morning air. Shen Yaozu had learned to navigate the morning routine with practiced invisibility. Head down, eyes forward, moving along the edges of hallways where he was less likely to attract attention. It didn't always work. Hey, explosion boy. Wei Peng's voice boomed from the washroom doorway. The big apprentice was shirtless, a towel slung over one shoulder, his broad face split in a grin. Heard you were back in the lab last night. What did you blow up this time? Nothing, Shen Yaozu said, which was technically true. Just cleaning up. Sure. Wei Peng clapped him on the shoulder with enough force to make him stagger. Keep at it, buddy. Maybe by year 10 you'll manage a pill. The other apprentices in the washroom chuckled. Shen Yaozu smiled thinly and found an empty basin. In his pocket, he felt Little Crimson vibrate with what he could only describe as indignation. That large one is rude, Little Crimson whispered. I don't like him. Shen Yaozu gave the pocket a gentle squeeze, quiet, and began washing his face. The morning schedule was mercifully light. Theory class with Elder Su, the pavilion's kindest instructor, who taught herbal classification with the gentle enthusiasm of someone who genuinely loved plants. Shen Yaozu excelled in theory. He answered 3 questions correctly, earned a rare approving nod from Elder Su, and almost forgot about the impossibility hiding in his pocket. Almost. During the midday break, instead of heading to the dining hall, Shen Yaozu slipped away from the main compound and took the winding path up the mountainside to the memorial garden. The Azure Crane Pavilion maintained a small garden for those who'd died in service to the alchemical arts, cultivators who'd perished in cauldron explosions, herb-gathering accidents, or failed breakthroughs. It was a quiet place, shaded by ancient cypress trees, with rows of stone tablets bearing names and dates. Shen Yaozu knelt before 2 tablets near the garden's edge. Shen Wuji, Alchemist, 3rd rank. Born in the year of the Azure Dragon. Departed in fire and light. Lin Meifan, Alchemist, 4th rank. Born in the year of the Golden Serpent. Departed alongside her beloved. His parents, dead for 12 years now. He'd been 5 when it happened, too young to understand, old enough to remember. The village elder who'd taken him in had told him the story in careful, gentle pieces over the years. His parents had been independent alchemists, not affiliated with any sect, running a small apothecary in a mountain village. They'd been attempting an advanced refinement, something beyond their usual scope, when the cauldron had exploded with enough force to level their workshop and damage 3 neighboring buildings. No one knew what they'd been trying to make. The cauldron had been destroyed beyond analysis. The village elder, who'd known Lin Meifan since childhood, had found the letter of introduction to the Azure Crane Pavilion among their belongings, along with enough savings to cover Shen Yaozu's initial apprentice fees. I made a pill, Shen Yaozu told the stone tablets. A real one, not an explosion. He paused, then added more quietly, it talks. The tablets said nothing. Stone never did. I don't know how. I don't know why. But it's alive, and it chose me, and I think. He swallowed hard. I think maybe whatever you were trying to make that night, this is connected. I can feel it. Little Crimson stirred in his pocket. Master, you're sad. Your energy tastes like rain. I'm okay, he murmured. Who are you talking to? My parents. Little Crimson was quiet for a moment. Then, very softly, I wish I could have met them. Shen Yaozu pressed his hand against the cold stone of his mother's tablet. For a moment, he could almost hear her voice, faint and warm, like Little Crimson's, but deeper, older, a memory rather than a presence. He stayed in the garden until the afternoon bell called him back to practice. The afternoon session was supervised by Elder Fong Jiren, which meant it would be unpleasant. Elder Fong was a tall, gaunt man with sharp cheekbones and eyes like chips of flint. He wore his gray hair pulled back in a severe topknot, and his robes were always immaculate. Among the Azure Crane Pavilion's 5 elders, he was responsible for the apprentice training program, a position he wielded like a weapon. Today's exercise, Fong announced, pacing before the assembled apprentices in the main practice hall, is a timed refinement of basic vitality pills. You have 1 hour. Quality and quantity will be assessed. Begin. 20 apprentices settled before 20 cauldrons. Shen Yaozu took his position at Station 17, the one furthest from the front, with the worst cauldron. He'd learned not to request a better one. The problem was immediate. He could make a pill now. He'd done it last night. But if he produced a living pill in front of 20 people and 5 supervising seniors, the secret was over. And if he tried to refine normally, the way he'd been failing for 5 years, he'd produce another explosion. He needed a middle ground. A pill that was real but not alive. A pill that wouldn't move or speak. Could he even do that? Little Crimson whispered from his pocket. Master, I can feel you thinking hard. What's wrong? I need to make pills that aren't like you. He thought back, hoping the mental communication worked both ways. Regular pills. Dead pills. That sounds boring. Why? Because I can't let anyone know about you. Oh, the hiding thing. Okay, I'll try to help. Shen Yaozu had no idea what that meant, but the clock was ticking. He arranged his provided ingredients, standard basic vitality pill components, and began the refinement. His spiritual energy flowed the same way it always had, erratic, branching, alive. But this time, instead of fighting it, he tried to dampen it, to hold back whatever quality had brought Little Crimson into being. He cycled his energy through the herbs with a kind of half-effort, pouring in the technical knowledge but withholding the warmth. The cauldron shuddered. The mixture destabilized. And 30 seconds later, a muffled thump sent a puff of smoke out through the lid's seal. Not a full explosion, but not a success either. Elder Fong appeared at his station within seconds, as if drawn by the scent of failure. Apprentice Shun. What a surprise. I apologize, Elder Fong. The mixture did exactly what it always does when you touch it. Fong peered into the cauldron with distaste. Formless sludge. 5 years, Apprentice Shun. 5 years, and you cannot produce the simplest pill in our curriculum. The other apprentices were watching. They always watched when Elder Fong visited Station 17. I'll try again, Elder, Shen Yaozu said, keeping his voice level. You'll try again. Yes, you always try again. And the result is always the same. Fong straightened and addressed the room. Let this serve as a lesson, apprentices. Talent cannot be manufactured. Some spiritual roots are simply inadequate. He swept away, robes billowing. Shin Yaozu stared at his ruined cauldron and felt little crimson vibrating with fury in his pocket. He's wrong, the pill hissed. He's wrong, master. You made me. I'm perfect. He's wrong. Shin Yaozu said nothing. He cleaned his station, recorded his failure in the practice log, and waited for the session to end. When the evening bell rang and the other apprentices filed out, he remained. Tomorrow was the weekly inspection. Every apprentice would present their best work from the week for Elder Fong's evaluation. Shin Yaozu typically presented nothing and accepted the corresponding punishment. Extra cleaning duties, reduced meal portions, public censure. But this week, for the first time, he actually had a pill. A pill that was alive, that could speak, that could fly, and that would only work for him. He had a very bad feeling about tomorrow. Chapter 4. Defective. The weekly inspection was held in the Grand Refinement Hall, the largest and most ornate building in the Azure Crane Pavilion. Its vaulted ceiling was painted with murals of legendary alchemists, ancient masters surrounded by clouds of shimmering pills, their cauldrons blazing with spiritual fire. The hall could seat 300 and was used for formal assessments, ceremonies, and the weekly ritual humiliation of apprentices who'd failed to meet expectations. Shin Yaozu stood in line with the other 19 apprentices, each holding a presentation tray bearing their week's work. The trays ranged from impressive, Li Wei's crystalline row of spiritual clarity elixirs, to adequate, Fatty Zhao's slightly lopsided wound-sealing pills, to empty. Shin Yaozu's tray held a single pill. He'd agonized over this decision all night. Presenting nothing meant punishment but safety. Presenting little crimson meant potential discovery and catastrophe. But he couldn't keep recording zero output forever. Eventually, the pavilion master would expel him, and he'd lose access to the resources, library, and training that were his only hope of understanding his abilities. So he'd compromised. He'd asked Little Crimson to stay absolutely still, suppress its glow, and under no circumstances speak, move, or do anything that a normal pill wouldn't do. Little Crimson had agreed with the grave seriousness of a soldier accepting a dangerous mission. I will be the most normal pill anyone has ever seen. It had promised. Nobody will suspect a thing. I am a regular pill. An ordinary, boring, dead pill. Watch me be dead. It had then dropped onto the tray with a soft clink and gone perfectly still. Now, standing in the inspection line, Shin Yaozu kept stealing glances at his tray. The pill sat motionless. Its crimson color was muted. Little Crimson was suppressing its glow admirably. It looked, to a casual eye, like a slightly unusual but otherwise unremarkable basic vitality pill. Elder Fong Jiren moved down the line, flanked by 2 senior apprentices who served as his recording clerks. He examined each tray with the precision of a surgeon and the warmth of a glacier. Adequate, he told Wei Peng, whose tray held 16 minor qi restoration pills. Your yield is improving, but your pill skin is still rough. Work on your temperature control. Excellent, he told Li Wei. 5 spiritual clarity elixirs, all grade 2 or above. You continue to honor your family's legacy. Li Wei bowed deeply, barely concealing her proud smile. He worked his way down the line, dispensing praise and criticism in unequal measure. When he reached Station 17, he paused. His eyes went to the tray, to the single, motionless pill sitting on its surface. Apprentice Shun, he said slowly. You have a pill. Yes, Elder Fong. The hall went quiet. 20 apprentices, 2 clerks, and 3 observing seniors all turned to stare. Shin Yaozu, the pavilion's greatest failure, had produced a pill. It was like watching a fish ride a bicycle, theoretically impossible and impossible to look away from. Elder Fong picked up the pill with practiced fingers, holding it between thumb and forefinger. He turned it slowly, examining it from every angle. His expression shifted from skepticism to grudging surprise. The shape is acceptable, he murmured. The medicinal aura is present. The color is unusual, more crimson than standard, but within tolerance. He brought the pill closer to his face and sniffed delicately. Herb integration appears complete. No detectable impurities. In Shun Yaozu's mind, he heard Little Crimson thinking very loudly. I am a normal pill. I am not alive. I am definitely not holding my breath. Do pills breathe? I don't think they breathe. I am not doing the thing I am not supposed to be doing. I'll test its efficacy, Elder Fong said, producing a small testing needle from his sleeve. He pricked his own finger, a standard procedure, using the pill to heal the minor wound as a basic functionality test. He pressed the pill against the drop of blood on his fingertip. Nothing happened. Fong pressed harder. Still nothing. The pill sat inert against his skin, doing absolutely nothing. It doesn't work, Fong said flatly. Elder, if I may, Shen Yaozu began. It doesn't work. Fong's voice hardened. You've produced a pill that looks correct, but has no function. A hollow shell. Decorative sludge in a pretty package. He dropped the pill back onto the tray with a dismissive clink. This is arguably worse than your usual explosions, Apprentice Shen. At least an explosion has energy. This is just nothing. Shen Yaozu's face burned. He could feel the other apprentices' stares, some pitying, most amused, a few outright gleeful. For presenting a defective pill and wasting this inspection's time, you are assigned to furnace cleaning duty for the next week, Fong declared. The deep furnaces. All 12 of them. The deep furnaces were massive, ancient cauldrons buried in the pavilion's sublevels, relics from an earlier era of large-scale pill production. They hadn't been used in decades, but still accumulated spiritual residue that had to be periodically scrubbed. The work was hot, exhausting, and miserable. It was the pavilion's most dreaded punishment. Yes, Elder Fong, Shen Yaozu said quietly. Fong moved on. Shen Yaozu stood in place, staring at little crimson on the tray. The pill's glow was still suppressed, but he could feel its distress through their bond. A sharp, aching sensation, like guilt. I'm sorry, Master, little crimson whispered. I tried to work for him. I really did. But his energy felt wrong. Cold. Like putting my hand in dirty water. I couldn't make myself heal him. It's not your fault, Shen Yaozu thought back. You can only work for me. I already knew that. But now you're being punished. Because of me. I've been punished before. This isn't new. It's not fair. No, Shen Yaozu thought, tucking the tray under his arm and joining the line of apprentices filing out. It's not fair. But at least no one suspects you're alive. That was the important thing. Elder Fong had examined Little Crimson directly, tested it, and concluded it was defective. Not alive. Not special. Just broken. Shen Yaozu could work with broken. The deep furnaces awaited him after lunch. He descended 3 levels beneath the main compound, passing through progressively older and more decrepit passages until he reached the cavernous chamber where the 12 ancient cauldrons stood like metal sentinels. Each was 10 feet tall, heavily corroded, and caked with decades of crystallized spiritual residue that had to be chipped away with a specialized chisel. The work was backbreaking. Shen Yaozu stripped to his undershirt and set to work on Furnace 1, chipping at blue-white crystals that clung to the inner walls like barnacles on a ship's hull. Each strike of the chisel sent vibrations up his arm and filled the air with sparkling dust that smelled of 1,000 different medicinal compounds. Little Crimson floated out of his pocket and hovered nearby, watching with fascination. What are these shiny things? It asked. Spiritual residue. Leftover compounds from old refinements. They taste interesting. Old. Like memories. Shen Yaozu paused mid-strike. You can taste them? Not taste exactly. But I can feel what they used to be. This one. Little Crimson drifted toward a large cluster of pale green crystals. Was part of a spirit awakening pill. A big batch. Made by someone who was very focused and very tired. Shen Yaozu stared at the pill. You can tell all that from the residue? Can't you? No, I definitely cannot. Little Crimson bobbed in what Shen Yaozu was learning to read as a shrug. Seems obvious to me. Shen Yaozu set down his chisel and looked at the walls of Furnace 1 with new eyes. If Little Crimson could read spiritual residue, could it learn from it? Could it absorb the traces of centuries-old refinements and gain knowledge of techniques long lost? The questions multiplied in his mind, but they'd have to wait. He had 11 more furnaces to clean. As he worked through the afternoon, chipping and scraping and sweating, Little Crimson explored the sublevels with barely contained excitement. It flitted from furnace to furnace, tasting residues, reporting its findings, and occasionally getting stuck in narrow crevices from which Shen Yaozu had to extract it with gentle fingers. It was during the cleaning of Furnace 7, the oldest and most heavily encrusted, that Shen Yaozu found the text. It was wedged behind a thick plate of crystallized residue near the furnace's base, preserved in a sealed leather pouch. The pouch was ancient, cracked, and brittle, but the preservation talisman woven into its clasp still held. Inside was a single sheet of rice paper, covered in faded brushwork. Shen Yaozu unfolded it carefully and began to read. The text was written in an archaic script, but he'd studied enough classical alchemy texts to parse it. The header read, On the Myriad Lives Refinement, a treatise on the animation of medicinal compounds. His heart began to pound. Chapter 5. The Myriad Lives Legacy. The text was incomplete, a single page torn from what had clearly been a much larger work. But even this fragment contained revelations that sent Shen Yaozu's mind racing. The author, who identified themselves only as a humble student of the living pill, described a refinement technique fundamentally different from standard alchemy. Where normal refinement treated spiritual energy as fuel, a force to be directed, controlled, and consumed, the myriad lives refinement treated spiritual energy as an extension of the alchemist's own consciousness. The pills we refine are not mere compounds, the text read. They are children of our souls. When the alchemist pours true intent, not mere energy, but the living essence of their being, into the cauldron, the resulting pill carries a fragment of that life. It breathes. It thinks. It chooses. It chooses. The same word Little Crimson had used. Master? The text went on to describe the requirements for the technique. The alchemist must possess a specific type of spiritual root, one classified in the ancient texts as a myriad lives root. This root type did not conform to standard elemental classifications. It was erratic, branching, unpredictable, qualities that made it appear defective by conventional standards. Shen Yaozu read that passage 3 times. Erratic, branching, unpredictable, appearing defective. That was his spiritual root. Exactly, precisely, unmistakably his spiritual root. The myriad lives root is not a deficiency, the text continued. It is the rarest and most profound root type in existence. Its branching nature allows the alchemist to fragment their consciousness without harm, distributing pieces of their awareness into each pill they refine. The pills thus created are not tools. They are extensions of the alchemist's own being, alive, aware, and bonded to their creator by bonds deeper than any loyalty oath or slave contract. Little Crimson hovered over his shoulder, reading along. That's us, it said simply. That's what we are. That's what we are, Shun Yaozu echoed. The rest of the page contained fragments of technique, incomplete instructions for refining specific types of conscious pills, hints at advanced applications, references to chapters of the full treatise that Shun Yaozu didn't have. The final legible passage was a warning. The myriad lives refinement is both gift and burden. The alchemist who walks this path will create pills of incomparable power, pills that cannot fail, for they choose their moments, pills that cannot be stolen, for they choose their masters. But the alchemist must understand, each pill carries a piece of their soul. To create is to give of oneself. To lose a pill is to lose a piece of one's own being. Walk this path with care, for the Tao of living pills is the Tao of sacrifice. Shun Yaozu folded the text carefully and placed it inside his robes, next to Little Crimson. His hands were shaking, not with fear, with the overwhelming, almost unbearable weight of understanding. He wasn't defective. He'd never been defective. His spiritual root, the root that every examiner had dismissed as trash, that Elder Fong had mocked as inadequate, was something ancient, something rare, something extraordinary. He just hadn't known how to use it. The remaining furnaces took on new significance as he worked through them over the following days. Little Crimson helped identify residues, and Shun Yaozu began to notice patterns. Some of the oldest residues had traces of something that felt different from standard refinements, a lingering warmth, a sense of presence, as if the pills that had left these traces had been more than mere compounds. Someone had used these furnaces to practice the myriad lives refinement. Long ago, before the technique was lost or forgotten. By the 5th day of his punishment, Shen Yaozu had finished cleaning all 12 furnaces and compiled a mental catalog of residue patterns. He'd also practiced channeling his spiritual energy in the branching, fragmented pattern described in the ancient text, not fighting his root's natural tendency, but embracing it. The results were promising. His energy flowed more smoothly when he stopped trying to force it into standard patterns. The warmth intensified. The sense of living presence in his spiritual power grew stronger. He wasn't ready to attempt another refinement yet, not without proper ingredients and privacy, but he could feel the potential building. On the 6th day, he returned to his workstation to find a visitor waiting. She was tall for a woman, with sharp features and dark eyes that seemed to evaluate everything they touched. Her robes were pale jade green, the colors of the jade lotus sect, and she wore her black hair in a complex arrangement held in place by silver pins that, to a trained eye, were actually concealed throwing needles. A thin scar ran along her jawline, partially hidden by powder. She was examining his workstation with open curiosity, picking up his tools and studying them with the casual confidence of someone who handled delicate instruments every day. "This cauldron is terrible," she said without looking up. "The crack alone would destabilize any refinement above grade 2. How do you work with this?" "I manage," Shen Yaozu said from the doorway. "Can I help you?" She finally turned to face him. Her gaze was direct, appraising, and entirely unimpressed. "I need an antidote. The Azure Crane Pavilion's reputation for custom formulations is what brought me here. though this workstation is making me reconsider. You'd want to speak with one of the elders. I'm just an apprentice. I've spoken with your elders. They're competent, but conventional. The poison I'm dealing with isn't conventional. She produced a small jade vial from her sleeve and set it on his preparation table. This is a sample of the toxin. I've been to 4 sects in 3 months. No one can identify it. Shen Yaozu frowned. If 4 sects couldn't identify it, what makes you think an apprentice with a cracked cauldron can help? I don't. But your elder Su mentioned you have an unusual understanding of medicinal theory, even if your practical skills are, she paused delicately, developing. A diplomatic way to say catastrophic. I'm Luo Qingyan, she added, inner disciple of the Jade Lotus sect, specializing in the poison Dao. She extended the jade vial toward him. Will you at least look at it? He shouldn't. Getting involved with a poison specialist from another sect was exactly the kind of complication he didn't need right now. Not with little crimson hidden in his pocket and a revolutionary discovery rattling around in his head. But Luo Qingyan's eyes held something beneath the cool confidence. A desperation she was working hard to conceal. This wasn't an academic exercise. The poison was personal. Let me see, he said, taking the vial. He uncapped it and held it to the light. The liquid inside was colorless, almost invisible, but it carried a faint spiritual signature that made his instincts flare. He couldn't identify it through sight or smell. She was right. It wasn't conventional. But in his pocket, little crimson stirred. Master, the pill whispered urgently. I know what that is. Chapter 6. Azure Dream. Shen Yaozu's composure cracked for just a fraction of a second. He covered it by tilting the vial at a different angle, pretending to study the refraction of light through the liquid. Interesting, he murmured, buying time. In his mind, he thought urgently, what is it? It's a layered toxin, Little Crimson replied. 3 poisons woven together. The outer layer is common, silver vein extract. The middle layer is more rare, essence of night orchid. But the core. The pill paused, its mental voice tinged with unease. The core is something old. Something that feels like the residues in those deep furnaces. Whatever made this core poison was made with intent. Living intent. A poison with a living component. Created by someone who could imbue their work with consciousness, or at least a fragment of it. Shen Yaozu capped the vial and set it down carefully. Luo Qingyan was watching him with sharp eyes. You noticed something, she said. It wasn't a question. The toxin is layered. At least 3 components, possibly more. The outermost layer is silver vein extract, common enough, used as a carrier. The middle layer appears to be night orchid essence. Qingyan's eyebrows rose. You identified night orchid from a visual inspection? That took the Crimson Peak sect's lead alchemist 2 days and a full spectral analysis. I have good instincts, Shen Yaozu said, which was less accurate than my sentient pill told me. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. The core compound. I can't identify it from this sample alone. But it's unusual. It has properties I've never encountered in standard toxicology texts. Properties like what? It feels alive. The words hung in the air between them. Qingyan's expression shifted, the controlled mask slipped, and for a moment, Shen Yaozu saw raw fear beneath it. You feel it too, she whispered. Everyone else said I was imagining it. That poisons don't have intent. But this one does. It's not just killing, it's choosing how to kill. It adapts, changes its attack patterns. Every antidote I've tried works for a day, maybe 2, and then the poison learns and changes. Who was poisoned? Shen Yaozu asked quietly. Me. She pulled back her left sleeve. The skin of her forearm was marked with a web of faint black lines, like lightning frozen in flesh. As Shen Yaozu watched, the lines pulsed, slowly, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. 3 months ago, during a mission, I was investigating a rogue alchemist who'd been selling tainted pills. He dosed me before I could take him down. The external symptoms are manageable, but the poison is migrating. My sect's physicians estimate I have 4 to 6 months before it reaches my spiritual channels, and then, she pulled her sleeve down. Then I stopped cultivating. Then I stopped breathing. Shen Yaozu stared at the covered arm. A living poison, adapting and evolving. A poison with intent. He thought of the ancient text description of conscious pills. Pills with awareness, pills that chose. If someone could create pills with consciousness, could they create poisons the same way? I'll need time, he said, and access to better equipment than this. He gestured at his battered workstation. How much time? I don't know yet. Let me study the sample overnight. I'll have a better answer tomorrow. Qingyan studied him for a long moment, as if weighing whether this failed apprentice with his cracked cauldron was worth her time. Whatever she saw must have satisfied her, because she nodded once. Tomorrow, then. I'm staying at the guest pavilion. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. Apprentice Shen, why did you agree to help? You know my reputation. Jade Lotus cultivators aren't popular outside our own sect. Because your poison has a living component, and I'm the only person in this pavilion, possibly the only person you'll find anywhere, who might understand what that means. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You know more than you're letting on. Don't we all? She left. Shin Yaozu waited until her footsteps faded, then let out a long breath. She's interesting, Little Crimson said. Her energy tastes like green fire and thorns. And underneath, like someone who's very tired of being brave. You could read all that. She was standing right next to me. Hard not to. Shin Yaozu placed the jade vial in the center of his preparation table and sat before it in meditation posture. He needed to understand this poison, and to do that, he needed better tools than his own limited senses. He needed another pill. A different kind of pill. Something designed not for healing but for analysis, for understanding, for seeing the invisible. He checked his herb supplies. After the disastrous week, his stocks were nearly depleted. But hidden at the very back of his storage cabinet, behind a stack of failed refinement notes, he had a small reserve of rare ingredients he'd been hoarding for years. Gifts from Elder Su, who occasionally slipped promising herbs to struggling apprentices when Elder Fong wasn't looking. Blue lotus petal, dreamweave moss, clarity stone powder. The components for a spiritual analysis elixir, a mid-grade diagnostic tool used by experienced alchemists to examine complex compounds. Shin Yaozu had never successfully refined one, but he'd never successfully refined anything before last week. He locked his workstation door, arranged the ingredients, and settled before his cauldron. Little Crimson hovered nearby, its crimson glow steady and warm. Ready? Shin Yaozu asked. Ready, Little Crimson confirmed. And Master? Don't hold back this time. Don't try to make it dead. Let it be alive. Shin Yaozu nodded. He closed his eyes and reached for his spiritual energy, not fighting it, not dampening it, but letting it flow in its natural branching pattern. The warmth surged through him, and he felt the connection to Little Crimson pulse stronger. He began the refinement. Blue lotus petal first. His energy flowed into the herb, and it dissolved into a shimmering azure mist that filled the cauldron. But this time, instead of the formless vapor produced by standard techniques, the mist had structure, delicate, branching patterns like frost on a window. Dreamweave moss next, its silvery threads unraveling into the azure mist and weaving themselves into an intricate lattice. The temperature in the workstation dropped as the calming properties of the moss suffused the air. Clarity stone powder last, sprinkled in a pattern that felt right, not the textbook spiral, but a branching distribution that matched his spiritual roots' natural flow. The powder merged with the lattice, and the entire mixture began to glow with a soft, dreamy blue light. The cauldron pulsed. Once, twice, 3 times. Shin Yaozu opened his eyes and lifted the lid. A pill sat at the bottom of the cauldron, slightly smaller than Little Crimson, glowing with a gentle azure radiance. It pulsed slowly, dreamily, like breathing in sleep. Hello, Shin Yaozu said, both aloud and mentally. The pill's glow brightened. A voice drifted into his mind, softer than Little Crimson's, with a languid, contemplative quality, like someone speaking from a pleasant dream. Hello? You are my creator. Yes, I feel that. You made me from blue things and calm things and seeing things. A pause. The world is very detailed. I can see so many layers. Is it always this detailed? You can see layers? Shin Yaozu asked. Everything has layers. You have layers. The air has layers. That little red one floating over there has layers. Oh, hello? You're like me. That's Little Crimson, Shin Yaozu said. My first pill. Your first? Then I'm your second. I should have a name too. The azure pill pondered dreamily. Azure Dream. Because I'm azure and everything feels like a dream. Is that too on the nose? Little Crimson darted closer, circling Azure Dream with obvious curiosity. You're blue, it observed. You're red, Azure Dream replied serenely. We're both small and round and alive. How fascinating. I was first, Little Crimson said, with just a hint of possessiveness. That's nice for you. I'm calmer. I'm faster. Speed isn't everything. It is when something's trying to eat you. Has something tried to eat you? Not yet, but I'm prepared. Shin Yaozu watched his 2 pills bicker with a strange mix of affection and alarm. He had 2 conscious pills now, 2 fragments of his soul, walking, well, floating, and talking in the world. According to the ancient text, each one carried a piece of his being. He could feel it, if he concentrated. 2 warm points of light in his awareness, each with its own distinct flavor. Little Crimson, bright, eager, fierce. Azure Dream, calm, perceptive, contemplative. Different aspects of himself, given independent form. Azure Dream, he said, gently interrupting the pill's escalating argument about whether speed or observation was more important. I need your help. Of course. What do you need? He held up the jade vial. Can you analyze this? Tell me everything you can see. Every layer, every component, every trace of intent. Azure Dream floated closer to the vial. Its glow intensified, and Shun Yaozu felt a pulse of focused attention through their bond. The pill circled the vial slowly, its light shifting through subtle shades of blue as it worked. Oh, Azure Dream said after a long moment. Oh, this is complex and cruel. Whoever made this was very skilled and very angry. The pill's voice grew more focused, losing its dreamy quality. 3 layers, as your red friend detected. Silver vein carrier, night orchid suppressant, and at the core. The pill paused. Its glow flickered. The core is alive, Azure Dream whispered. It's aware. Not like us, not sentient, but aware, like an animal. A predator. It's been designed to adapt, to learn from each attempt to neutralize it, and to grow stronger from the resistance it encounters. Can it be killed? Shin Yaozu asked. Everything that lives can die. But this would require something living to fight it. A dead antidote can't outthink a living poison. You'd need a pill with consciousness. A pill that can adapt faster than the poison can, learn its patterns, and attack its core. Shin Yaozu looked at the vial, then at Azure Dream, then at Little Crimson. I need to make a new kind of pill, he said quietly. Yes, Azure Dream agreed. You do, but not tonight. Tonight, you need to rest. Your soul is strained. 2 of us in one day is a lot. I can feel the thin places in your energy. Little Crimson immediately pressed against Shun Yaozu's neck, its warmth spreading through his tired muscles. Master, you need to sleep. He wanted to argue. Qingyan's poison wouldn't wait. But Azure Dream was right. He could feel the strain, a subtle hollowness in his core where pieces of his spiritual energy had been given form and sent out into the world. 2 conscious pills in 24 hours. His soul needed to recover. Tomorrow, he told the vial. I'll figure this out tomorrow. He tucked both pills into his inner robes, Little Crimson on the left, Azure Dream on the right, and headed for the dormitory. In his pockets, 2 tiny hearts beat in gentle counterpoint to his own. As sleep claimed him, he heard Azure Dream murmuring dreamily. The stars are particularly layered tonight. Did you know each star has its own spiritual frequency? I can hear them singing. And Little Crimson, loyally. Go to sleep, Blue One. Master needs quiet. I am being quiet. This is my quiet voice. It's not very quiet. Quieter than yours. Shin Yaozu fell asleep smiling. Chapter 7. The secret revealed. 3 days passed. Shin Yaozu spent them in a careful rhythm. Morning theory classes, afternoon practice sessions, still producing failures under Elder Fong's contemptuous gaze, and late-night research in his workstation with his 2 conscious pills. Azure Dream analyzed the poison sample in exhaustive detail, while Little Crimson stood guard, monitoring the hallway for approaching footsteps. The pills developed distinct habits. Little Crimson was a morning pill, energetic at dawn, restless by midday, and protective at all hours. It had taken to patrolling a small perimeter around Shin Yaozu's person, darting into his pocket whenever someone approached and emerging the moment they were alone. Azure Dream was a night pill, drowsy during daylight, brilliant after dark, and prone to philosophical observations at inconvenient moments. Did you know, Azure Dream used at 3 in the morning, while Shun Yaozu was trying to cross-reference poison antidote formulas, that the concept of self is essentially arbitrary? Where do you end and we begin? We're made from your soul. Are we you? Are we separate? What does later? Shin Yaozu muttered, turning a page. You always say later. Existence is happening now. It was on the 4th night that things went wrong. Shin Yaozu was deep in study. Azure Dream analyzing a new variation of antidote, while Little Crimson hovered near the ceiling, keeping watch. He didn't hear the footsteps until they were right outside his door. Little Crimson, he started. Too late. The door slid open. Chunbai stood in the doorway. Senior brother Chunbai was 2 years older than Shun Yaozu, a 3rd-year apprentice with a competent but unremarkable record. He was tall, thin, and had the perpetually earnest expression of someone who genuinely wanted to be liked. He and Shun Yaozu had an uneasy acquaintanceship. Chunbai was one of the few apprentices who didn't actively mock him, which in the Azure Crane Pavilion's social hierarchy qualified as friendship. Now Chunbai stood frozen in the doorway, eyes wide, staring at the scene before him. Shun Yaozu seated at his preparation table, surrounded by open books, Azure Dream floating above a jade vial, emitting a soft diagnostic glow, and Little Crimson hovering near the ceiling in the exact posture of a guard caught in a spotlight. For 3 very long seconds, no one moved. Then Little Crimson broke the silence by dropping straight down and hiding behind Xin Yaozu's ear. Azure Dream, with slightly more dignity, dimmed its glow and settled gently onto the preparation table, adopting the stillness of a normal pill. Shinbai blinked rapidly. I heard. I was passing by and I thought I heard voices, so were those? He pointed at the ceiling where Little Crimson had been, then at the table where Azure Dream sat, then back at the ceiling. Shinbai, Xin Yaozu said carefully. I can explain. Were those pills? Floating? In the air? Yes. And talking? Yes. Shinbai took a step into the workstation. Then another. He moved like a man approaching a wild animal, slow, deliberate, ready to bolt. He peered at Azure Dream on the table. Hello, Azure Dream said politely, abandoning its pretense. Your spiritual energy tastes like curiosity and mild panic. Both very understandable under the circumstances. Shinbai sat down heavily on the floor. I think I need to sit down. You're already sitting, Little Crimson observed from behind Xin Yaozu's ear. I think I need to sit down more. Over the next hour, Xin Yaozu told Shinbai everything. The first successful pill, the discovery in the deep furnaces, the myriad lives root, Azure Dream's creation. He left out only the details about Qingyin's poison, which wasn't his secret to share. Shinbai listened with the wide-eyed intensity of someone whose understanding of reality was being actively remodeled. So your spiritual root isn't defective, Shinbai said when Xin Yaozu finished. It's actually some legendary type that lets you put your soul into pills. Essentially. And the pills are alive. They think and talk and have personalities. I'm quite witty, actually, Azure Dream offered. And no one else knows about this. Just you. Xin Yaozu held Shinbai's gaze. And I needed to stay that way. If Elder Fong finds out, he'd exploit it, Shinbai finished, his expression darkening. Or worse. I've seen how he operates, Yaozu. The man doesn't care about advancing alchemy. He cares about advancing himself. He paused, then squared his shoulders. I won't tell anyone. You have my word. Thank you, Shinbai. But you have to let me see the refinement process at least once. For my own sanity. I need to know this is real, and I haven't been breathing cauldron fumes. Xin Yaozu considered this. Having an ally, even a limited one, could be valuable. And Shinbai's earnestness seemed genuine. One observation, he agreed. But we do it on my schedule, in a secure location. Deal. Shinbai stood, dusted himself off, and headed for the door. He paused with his hand on the frame. Yaozu. Yes. For what it's worth, this changes everything. You know that, right? This isn't just about you making pills. If your root type really works the way that text described, this could change the entire field of alchemy. After Shinbai left, Little Crimson emerged from behind Xin Yaozu's ear and settled on his shoulder. I don't trust him, the pill said flatly. Why not? His energy tasted odd when he was promising to keep quiet. Like sweetness with something sour underneath. He's nervous. Anyone would be nervous after seeing what he just saw. Maybe. Little Crimson was unconvinced. Just be careful, Master. Azure Dream. From the table, I concur with the red one. For once. For once. Little Crimson huffed. Your track record of nuanced emotional assessment has been, shall we say, limited. I'll show you limited, both of you enough. Xin Yaozu rubbed his temples. The strain of maintaining 2 conscious pills was cumulative. He could feel it as a low, constant hum of fatigue in his spiritual channels. He needed to pace himself. 2 pills were manageable. More would require significantly more soul strength than he currently possessed. But the poison in Xingyin's arm wasn't going to wait for him to build up reserves. He looked at the jade vial on his table. Azure Dream's analysis notes spread before him and began to plan. Chapter 8. The poison specialist Luo Qingyin was not a patient woman. She'd spent 3 months traveling between sects, enduring condescending explanations from alchemists who couldn't identify the poison, and watching the black lines on her arm spread another millimeter each day. By the time she returned to Xin Yaozu's workstation the following morning, her patience had compressed to a fine, volatile point. Well, she said from the doorway, have you made any progress? Or should I move on to the 5th sect on my list? Xin Yaozu, who'd been up since before dawn organizing his notes, looked up. Sit down. I have a lot to tell you. What he told her was a carefully edited version of the truth. He'd identified all 3 layers of the poison through detailed analysis. True, he just omitted that Azure Dream had done the actual analyzing. The outer 2 layers could be neutralized with conventional antidotes. Also true. But the core component was something unprecedented. A poison with adaptive properties that responded to treatment by evolving its attack patterns. Very true. And the part that mattered most. To neutralize the core, I'll need to create something equally adaptive, he said. A compound that can match the poison's ability to learn and change. Standard static antidotes won't work. The poison will analyze and overcome them within days. Qingyan leaned back in her chair. You're describing an intelligent antidote. That's theoretical. No one's ever created one. I have some ideas about how it might be done. Ideas. She studied him with those sharp dark eyes. You're a failed apprentice with a cracked cauldron, and you're telling me you can do what 4 secs worth of masters couldn't. Yes. Why should I believe you? Because my pills are alive, and one of them already understands your poison better than any master you've consulted, Shen Yaozu thought. What he said was, because I identified the core component in one night when others couldn't in months. And because you're running out of options. Silence stretched between them. Qingyan's jaw tightened. The black lines on her arm, visible at the edge of her sleeve, pulsed. What do you need? She asked. Ingredients. High-quality ones that I can't get from apprentice rations. A better cauldron would help, but I can work around that. And time, at least a week of dedicated work. I have ingredients. Jade Lotus cultivators don't travel unprepared. She produced a storage ring from her finger and placed it on the table. 7th-grade medicinal herbs, spiritual compounds, and rare earth elements. Take what you need. Shen Yaozu picked up the ring and probed its contents with his spiritual sense. His eyes widened. The storage ring contained a treasure trove, herbs and compounds that he'd only ever read about in advanced texts. Many of them were specifically suited to poison antidote formulation. You came prepared for this, he said. I came prepared for the possibility that someone might actually be able to help. Her voice softened, just slightly. 3 months, Apprentice Shun. I've been living with this thing for 3 months. Some nights I can feel it moving through my meridians, exploring, mapping my spiritual channels. Like a spider walking through a web it's building. I'll need to examine you directly, Shen Yaozu said. The sample in the vial is useful, but to create a targeted antidote, I need to understand how the poison has adapted to your specific physiology. Qingyan hesitated. Direct spiritual examination was an intimate process. The examiner's energy would need to interface with the patient's meridian system, which meant lowering spiritual defenses. For a cultivator, particularly a poison specialist who lived in a world of betrayal and counteragents, that was an enormous act of trust. Fine, she said. But if your energy does anything unexpected, I'll spike it with paralysis toxin before you can blink. Noted. She extended her left arm, palm up, exposing the web of black lines. Shen Yaozu placed 2 fingers on her wrist and gently extended his spiritual energy into her meridian system. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming. Qingyan's spiritual channels were a labyrinth, far more complex than his own, shaped by years of cultivating alongside poisons. Her energy was sharp, layered, flavored with the hundreds of toxins she'd handled and built immunity to. It was like stepping into a garden of beautiful, deadly flowers. And threading through it all, like a parasite woven into the roots of a great tree, was the living poison. He could feel it react to his presence, a subtle shift in the black lines, a pulse of malicious awareness. It knew he was there. It was watching him the way a predator watches an approaching threat, deciding whether to flee or attack. I can feel it tasting your energy, Qingyan murmured. It's done that with every healer who's examined me. It learns from each one. Then I'll give it something to think about, Shen Yaozu said. He shifted the quality of his spiritual energy, from diagnostic to creative, from analyzing to alive. The branching, erratic warmth of his myriad lives root pulsed through his fingertips and into Qingyan's meridians. The poison recoiled. It was subtle, a millimeter of retreat in the black lines, a momentary dimming of their pulse. But it was unmistakable. The living poison had encountered his living energy and pulled back, startled. Qingyan gasped. What did you do? It moved. It actually retreated. Interesting, Shen Yaozu murmured, more to himself than to her. The living poison recognized the living energy as a threat, or at least as something it couldn't predict. That was useful. That was very useful. He withdrew his energy and released her wrist. I have what I need. Give me a week. 5 days, she countered. The poison accelerated after your examination. It doesn't like being poked. I can feel it digging in deeper. 5 days then. Qingyan stood, tucking her sleeve down. At the door, she turned back. Apprentice Shun, you're not what you seem, are you? Nobody is. Some more than others. She paused. Thank you. For trying. After she left, Little Crimson emerged from inside the cauldron where it had been hiding. I like her, it announced. You said you didn't trust Chunbai, but you like her? Chunbai was sweet on the surface and sour underneath. She's thorny on the surface and warm underneath. That's more honest. Azure Dream, from the shelf where it had been pretending to be a decorative stone. The red one has a point. Her energy was remarkably transparent for a poison cultivator. She's not accustomed to deception. Fine, you both like her. Can we focus? I have 5 days to create something that's never existed. His 2 pills bobbed in agreement. Shen Yaozu turned to the storage ring and began selecting ingredients for the most important refinement of his life. Chapter 9. The living antidote. Over the next 4 days, Shen Yaozu barely slept. The refinement he was attempting had no precedent. He was trying to create a conscious pill specifically designed to hunt and destroy a living poison. A pill with enough awareness to adapt in real time, enough aggression to pursue the poison through Qingyin's meridians, and enough precision to destroy the toxic compound without damaging the host. Azure Dream served as his primary research assistant, analyzing ingredients and modeling molecular interactions with a depth of perception that made Shen Yaozu's own analysis look like a child's finger painting. Little Crimson served as a living battery, feeding small amounts of healing energy to Shen Yaozu to keep him functional through the sleepless nights. His first 3 attempts failed. Not explosively. His energy control had improved dramatically since he'd stopped fighting his spiritual root, but subtly. The pills formed but lacked awareness. They were complex, well-crafted antidotes, but they were dead. Conventional. You're holding back, Little Crimson told him after the 3rd failure. You're afraid of making something too alive. You're trying to control the consciousness instead of letting it be born naturally. If I don't control it, it could be unpredictable. Dangerous. We're unpredictable, Azure Dream pointed out. Are we dangerous? You're different. You're part of me. Exactly, Little Crimson said. And so will this pill be. Trust yourself, Master. Trust your soul. The 4th attempt was different. Shen Yaozu abandoned his careful plans and let instinct guide him. He selected herbs not by formula but by feel, reaching for the ones that resonated with his living energy, that seemed to warm under his touch. Jade Serpent Vine for adaptability. Crimson Lotus Root for aggression. Moon Pearl Dust for precision. And, from Qingyin's collection, a single drop of distilled shadow orchid, the same family as the night orchid in the poison, turned against its own kind. He arranged the ingredients in a branching pattern, not the standard circle or spiral, but a shape that mirrored his spiritual root's natural flow. Then he closed his eyes and poured everything into the cauldron. Not just energy, himself. His intent to heal Qingyin, his anger at the unknown alchemist who'd created the poison, his determination to prove that living pills were not abominations but miracles. He felt pieces of his soul detach and flow into the mixture like seeds carried by a river. The strain was immediate and intense, a hollowness in his chest that made him gasp. The cauldron blazed with light, not crimson like Little Crimson or azure like Azure Dream, but a shifting jade green that pulsed with predatory intensity. When he opened the lid, the pill inside was unlike anything he'd created before. It was jade-colored, sleek, and slightly elongated, less perfectly round than his other pills, more like a fawn. Its glow was sharp and focused, like a blade catching light. And when it spoke, its voice was different too. Not eager like Little Crimson or dreamy like Azure Dream. This voice was smooth, calculating, and faintly amused. Well, it said, testing each mental syllable with careful precision. I appear to exist. How interesting. I feel purposeful. There's something I'm meant to do. Something I'm meant to hunt. A pause. Where is the prey? Not yet, Shen Yaozu said, slightly unnerved by the pill's intensity. First, we need to talk about how this is going to work. Jade Serpent, the pill said. What? My name. I'm jade-colored and I feel serpentine. Quick, precise, and very good at finding vulnerable spots. Jade Serpent. Is that acceptable? Aye, sure. Jade Serpent it is. The new pill circled the workstation once, its flight pattern smoother and more controlled than Little Crimson's darting zips or Azure Dream's gentle drifts. It moved like a snake through water, efficient, fluid, purposeful. The poison, Jade Serpent said, settling near the jade vial. I can smell it. Layered, adaptive, alive. It's well made. A pause. I'll enjoy dismantling it. Little Crimson drifted protectively in front of Shen Yaozu. You're intense, it said, and you're adorable. We all have our roles. Azure Dream observed from the shelf with quiet interest. 3 of us now. Master, how are you feeling? Tired, Shen Yaozu admitted. 3 conscious pills. 3 fragments of his soul walking the world. The hollowness in his chest was deeper now, a constant low ache, like hunger that food couldn't satisfy. But functional. On the 5th day, Qingyan returned. She looked worse than before. The black lines had spread from her forearm past her elbow, and her skin had taken on a grayish pallor. She moved with careful precision, conserving energy. Tell me you have something, she said. Shen Yaozu held up the jade green pill. This is a targeted antidote, but it's not like anything you've encountered before. It's adaptive, like the poison itself. It will need to enter your meridian system and actively hunt the toxic compound. Qingyan took the pill and examined it. It feels warm, she murmured. And she brought it closer to her ear, frowning. Is it vibrating? Yes, that's normal. He did not elaborate on why it was vibrating, which was that Jade Serpent was currently running a preliminary analysis of Qingyan's spiritual signature and quietly commenting, "Ah, yes, I see. The poison has established primary nodes at the elbow junction and is branching toward the shoulder meridian. Clever, but predictable. How do I take it? Standard ingestion. Place it on your tongue and push it into your meridian system with spiritual energy." Qingyan hesitated. Trust was not in a poison cultivator's nature, but the black lines pulsed, and she placed the pill on her tongue. The effect was immediate. Her eyes widened. Color flooded her cheeks. The black lines on her arm shuddered and began to writhe. "It's fighting," she gasped. "The antidote. I can feel it moving through my channels." Her expression shifted from alarm to wonder. "It's talking to the poison, provoking it, drawing it out of the deep channels into." She broke off as the black lines on her arm began to converge, pulling back from the extremities toward a single point near her inner elbow. The mass of dark energy concentrated, pulsed, and then, with a sound like a tiny thunderclap, dispersed. Qingyan stared at her arm. The black lines were gone. Not faded, not suppressed. Gone. "It's over," she whispered. "It's actually over." She touched her arm, turning it back and forth. Clean skin, clear meridians. 3 months of living nightmare ended in 30 seconds. In Shun Yaozu's mind, Jade Serpent's voice came through, satisfied and slightly out of breath. Target eliminated. The core compound attempted 4 adaptations before I cornered it. It was good, but I'm better. A pause. Returning to dormant state now. That was exhilarating. The pill in Qingyan's system went quiet, settling into her meridian network like a guardian taking up a permanent post. Qingyan looked at Shun Yaozu with an expression he'd never seen directed at him before. Not pity, not amusement, not contempt. Something between awe and gratitude and the dawning realization that the world was significantly stranger than she believed. "How?" she asked simply. "It's a long story. I have time. For the first time in 3 months, I have time." He told her. Not everything. Not about the myriad lives route, not about the ancient text, not about his other pills, but enough that he'd developed a technique for creating antidotes with adaptive properties, that it was experimental and he was still learning. Qingyan studied him throughout the explanation, her sharp eyes missing nothing. When he finished, she said, "You're lying about something. Not the important parts. I can tell those are true. But you're leaving out the mechanism. How you actually make a pill that can think." "I am. Will you tell me someday?" "Maybe." She nodded, accepting this with a grace that surprised him. Then she did something even more surprising. She reached into her robes and produced a jade token, oval-shaped, engraved with the Jade Lotus Sect's serpent and flower emblem. "This is my personal contact token. Channel spiritual energy into it, and I'll know. If you ever need help with anything, use it." She placed it on his preparation table. "You saved my life, Shun Yaozu. I don't forget debts." He held the token carefully. "I thought Jade Lotus cultivators didn't give these to outsiders." "We don't." She moved toward the door. "You're an unusual case." She glanced back with the faintest smile. "A failed apprentice who can create pills that think. The world is going to find you very interesting." After she left, Shun Yaozu sat in the quiet workstation, turning the jade token in his fingers. Little Crimson settled on his shoulder. "She'll be back," the pill said confidently. "You think so? I know so. She looked at you the way I look at you. You don't have eyes. I don't need them." Chapter 10. Betrayal. Seed. The morning after Qingyan's departure, Shun Yaozu was summoned to Elder Fong's office. The summons came via a junior clerk, a nervous girl who delivered the message with the careful phrasing of someone who'd been told to sound casual. "Elder Fong requests your presence at your earliest convenience." In the Azure Crane Pavilion's hierarchy, your earliest convenience meant immediately, and you should already be there. Shun Yaozu tucked Little Crimson deep into his inner robe. The pill's glow was now instinctively suppressed whenever anyone other than Shun Yaozu was nearby, a skill it had learned out of self-preservation. Azure Dream, slower and less combat-ready, he left hidden in a sealed compartment in his workstation. Elder Fong's office was on the 3rd floor of the administrative building, a large room decorated with displays of the Elder's achievements, rare pill samples under glass, certificates of mastery, and a wall-mounted trophy case containing competition medals. The desk was polished darkwood, obsessively neat. Fong was seated behind it, and beside him, standing with his eyes on the floor and his hands clasped behind his back, was Chun Bai. Shun Yaozu's stomach dropped. "Apprentice Shun," Fong said pleasantly. "Please sit." He gestured to a chair before the desk. His voice was smooth, almost warm, a radical departure from his usual contempt. That warmth was more frightening than any threat. Shen Yaozu sat. He looked at Chun Bai, who wouldn't meet his eyes. The sour taste that little Crimson had detected beneath Chun Bai's sweetness suddenly made terrible sense. Senior brother Chun has brought something interesting to my attention, Fong continued. He tells me you've made a breakthrough in your refinement technique. Something quite extraordinary. Silence. Shen Yaozu's mind raced. How much had Chun Bai told him? Everything. Just the basics? Did Fong know about the myriad lives root, the ancient text, the specific pills? I've been experimenting with some modifications to the standard technique, Shen Yaozu said carefully. Nothing groundbreaking. Modest. Fong smiled. It was the smile of a fox regarding a henhouse. Chun Bai tells a different story. He speaks of pills that float, pills that respond to commands, pills that appear to have independent awareness. The elder leaned forward. Is this true? Chun Bai may have misinterpreted what he saw. My workstation is poorly lit, and I saw them, Yaozu. Chun Bai's voice was miserable, strangled. He still wouldn't look up. I told Elder Fong everything. I'm sorry. I had to. This is too important to keep secret. Too important for an apprentice to hoard. Fong corrected smoothly. The Azure Crane Pavilion has a duty to advance the alchemical arts. If you've truly developed a method for creating responsive pills, this technique belongs to the sect. To withhold it would be selfish. Shen Yaozu felt little Crimson vibrating with rage in his pocket. Through their bond, the pill's fury burned like a live coal. I want to tell him. Little Crimson snarled in his mind. I want to show him what I think of his sect duty and his greedy eyes and his... Not now, Shen Yaozu thought firmly. Stay hidden, no matter what. He looked at Elder Fong and chose his words with the precision of a man defusing a bomb. I appreciate the sect's interest, Elder Fong, but the technique is still in early experimental stages. I don't fully understand it myself. Sharing incomplete knowledge could be dangerous. Then you'll complete your understanding under my direct supervision. Starting tomorrow, you'll be transferred from regular apprentice duties to a special research project. My research project. Fong steepled his fingers. You'll have access to the sect's best ingredients, a private laboratory, and my personal guidance. All I ask in return is a detailed accounting of your methods and regular demonstrations of results. It sounded reasonable. It was designed to sound reasonable, but Shen Yaozu heard what lay beneath. Fong wanted to own the technique, to patent it, profit from it, and present it to the wider cultivation world as his own discovery, with Shen Yaozu reduced to a footnote at best and a test subject at worst. May I have time to consider the offer? Shen Yaozu asked. You may have until morning. Fong's warm tone didn't waver, but his eyes hardened. This isn't optional, Apprentice Shun. You are a member of this sect. Your discoveries are the sect's property. I'm offering you a partnership when I could simply demand compliance. The implied threat was clear: comply willingly or be compelled. Until morning, then, Shen Yaozu said. He stood, bowed, and left. He made it halfway down the corridor before the trembling started. In his pocket, Little Crimson pressed warm against his chest. I knew it, the pill whispered. I knew Chun Bai couldn't be trusted. His energy, I told you, master. Sweet with something sour underneath. You were right. Shen Yaozu's voice was flat, controlled, but his hands shook at his sides. You were right, and I should have listened. He found Chun Bai waiting for him outside the administrative building. The older apprentice's face was a mask of guilt. Yaozu, I can explain, you sold me out. Shen Yaozu didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. You promised to keep my secret, and you went straight to Fong. He already suspected something. After the incident with the Jade visitor, Luo Qingyan, people noticed you'd been working late, using ingredients above your level. Fong was going to investigate. I thought if I told him first, I could control the narrative, make sure you got credit for the discovery too. Chun Bai flinched. He offered you something, Shen Yaozu continued. Fong doesn't inspire loyalty, he purchases it. What did he offer? A long pause. Then, quietly, promotion to inner disciple, and recommendation to the Heavenly Cauldron Academy. The Heavenly Cauldron Academy, the most prestigious alchemy institution in the region. A recommendation from an Azure Crane elder would guarantee admission. For an unremarkable apprentice like Chun Bai, it was the difference between a mediocre career and a golden one. Shen Yaozu looked at the man who'd been his closest thing to a friend and felt something close inside him. Not anger, something quieter. A door closing. I hope it's worth it, he said, and walked away. Behind him, Chun Bai said nothing. Chapter 11. The prisoner's cauldron. Shen Yaozu did not go to Elder Fong's office the next morning. Instead, he went to the Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master Gu Wenshan was a formidable woman in her 70s, her white hair cropped short, her frame still sturdy with the vitality of a foundation establishment cultivator. She oversaw the Azure Crane Pavilion with a blend of strict tradition and genuine care for her students, though the size of the institution meant many problems slipped through her notice. Shen Yaozu's request for a meeting was granted within the hour. His record of 0 disciplinary complaints beyond Elder Fong's routine punishments apparently qualified him for expedited access. He sat in Pavilion Master Gu's wood-paneled office and told a partial truth, that he'd recently made a breakthrough in his refinement technique, that Elder Fong had learned of it and was pressuring him to turn over his methods exclusively, and that he felt the arrangement was coercive. He did not mention conscious pills, floating medication, or talking pharmaceuticals. Pavilion Master Gu listened with her hands folded on her desk, expression neutral. When he finished, she said, Elder Fong has already filed paperwork transferring you to his personal research division. He cited concerns about an unstable apprentice conducting unauthorized experiments. Shen Yaozu's heart sank. Unauthorized, your late-night workstation usage. Your contact with the Jade Lotus cultivator without elder approval. Your acquisition of non-standard ingredients. Gu's eyes were unreadable. Elder Fong is within his authority to reassign you. Unless you can demonstrate that the reassignment would be harmful to your development, I cannot override it. Pavilion Master, he wants to take credit for. I've heard similar concerns from other apprentices over the years. Her voice carried the weight of someone who'd navigated sect politics for decades. Some were justified, some were not. Without evidence of misconduct, I can counsel but not command. She paused. My advice, Apprentice Shun, is to cooperate with Elder Fong in the short term while documenting everything. Build your case with facts, not feelings. It was practical advice. It was also useless. By the time Shen Yaozu built a case, Fong would have extracted everything he needed. He returned to his workstation to find the door sealed with a spiritual lock bearing Elder Fong's sigil. His personal belongings, books, tools, the precious ancient text hidden behind a loose brick, were inaccessible. Azure Dream was still inside. Master. Little Crimson's voice was urgent, strained. I can't feel Azure Dream. The lock is blocking our connection. Shen Yaozu pressed his hand against the lock. It was a standard elder-grade seal, well beyond an apprentice's ability to break. His workstation, his research, and one of his conscious pills were trapped behind it. A junior clerk appeared at the end of the hallway, carrying a sealed envelope. Apprentice Shen? Message from Elder Fong. Your new assignment begins immediately. Please report to the Restricted Research Wing, Sublevel 2. The Restricted Research Wing. The most secured area of the pavilion, accessible only with elder-grade clearance. Whatever Fong had planned, it was happening behind locked doors. Shen Yaozu had a choice. Cooperate and hope for an opportunity to escape, or run now and lose everything. His position at the pavilion, his access to resources, and Azure Dream. He thought of Qingyan's Jade token in his pocket. He could call for help. But involving a Jade Lotus cultivator in an internal sect dispute would be seen as an act of betrayal. Confirmation of Fong's narrative that Shen Yaozu was a rogue element. We go, he told Little Crimson silently. We cooperate, and we wait. The Restricted Research Wing was a series of underground chambers reinforced with spiritual dampening arrays. Shen Yaozu was escorted by 2 stone-faced inner disciples to a room that was either a laboratory or a cell, depending on one's perspective. It had a high-grade cauldron, a preparation table stocked with excellent ingredients, and a door that locked from the outside. Elder Fong arrived an hour later, his demeanor still wrapped in that predatory warmth. Welcome to your new workspace, Apprentice Shun. As you can see, I've provided everything you'll need, far superior to that closet you were working in. He settled into a chair by the door, the only exit. Now, show me what you can do. My technique requires specific conditions. I can't simply perform on command. Then take whatever time you need to establish those conditions. I'll wait. Fong crossed his legs. I'm a patient man. He wasn't, and they both knew it. But the implication was clear. Shen Yaozu wasn't leaving until he demonstrated the technique. Little Crimson whispered, Master, I could distract him. Fly out, create a diversion. No. If he sees you, he'll know for certain what I can do. Right now, he has Chunbai's testimony, but no proof. We keep it that way. Shen Yaozu settled before the cauldron and went through the motions of a standard refinement. Without engaging his myriad lives root, without pouring his living intent into the process, the result was predictable. A formless mass of sludge that glopped pathetically in the bottom of the cauldron. The same failure as always, Fong observed. Interesting. Chunbai was very specific about what he saw. Are you deliberately underperforming, Apprentice Shen? I told you the technique requires specific conditions. Pressure is not one of them. Then I'll remove the pressure. Fong stood. You have the room, the ingredients, and all the time you need. I'll return tomorrow. And the day after. And the day after that. Until you show me what Chunbai described. He left. The door locked behind him with a heavy spiritual seal. Shun Yaozu was alone in an underground laboratory with no exit, a cauldron full of sludge, and a tiny sentient pill hiding in his pocket. Master, Little Crimson said quietly. We need to get out of here. I know. But first, we need to get Azure Dream. How? Your workstation is sealed too. Shun Yaozu looked at the cauldron before him, at the high-quality ingredients stocked on the shelves, at the spiritual dampening arrays woven into the walls, designed to contain explosions, not to prevent refinement. Fong gave me the best ingredients he has, Shun Yaozu murmured. He wanted me to refine conscious pills under his observation. He's given me everything I need, everything except freedom. So I'm going to make something that can get us out. He reached for the ingredients. This time, he didn't hold back. Chapter 12. The jailbreak. The pill Shun Yaozu created that night was not like his others. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't refined. It was a brute force creation born from desperation and fury, and it reflected those qualities. He called it Iron Gut, not because it was an iron pill or a gut pill, but because when it spoke for the first time, its voice was as rough and unyielding as iron, and it immediately complained about the conditions of its birth. What is this place? Iron Gut demanded, its voice a gravelly rumble in Shun Yaozu's mind. Dark, cramped, smells like old chemicals and bad decisions. Who locked someone in a basement? This is ridiculous. Iron Gut was a body-tempering pill. Shun Yaozu had used ingredients designed for physical reinforcement, and the result was a pill that was, for lack of a better term, tough. Larger than his other pills, a dull metallic gray, and with a glow that didn't so much shine as glower. If Little Crimson was a spark and Azure Dream was a candle flame, Iron Gut was a smoldering coal. Can you get through that door? Shun Yaozu asked. Iron Gut floated to the sealed door and examined it. Then it rammed itself against the lock. The impact was surprisingly loud, a solid crack that echoed through the chamber. The lock held, but a visible fracture appeared in the spiritual seal. Again, Iron Gut grunted and hit the lock a second time. A third. On the fourth impact, the seal shattered. Not bad for a newborn, Little Crimson said from Shun Yaozu's pocket, sounding impressed despite itself. I'm tough, Iron Gut stated. It's my entire personality. Let's go. The corridor beyond the laboratory was empty. The restricted research wing was minimally staffed at night. Fong relied on spiritual locks rather than guards, a reasonable decision under normal circumstances. These were not normal circumstances. Shun Yaozu moved quickly through the sub-level corridors, guided by his memory of the pavilion's layout. Iron Gut flew ahead as a scout, its gray bulk nearly invisible in the dim passageway. Little Crimson stayed pressed against Shun Yaozu's chest, feeding gentle warmth into his muscles to counteract the fatigue of creating 3 conscious pills in less than a week. They reached the upper levels without incident. The workstation corridor was deserted, no guards, just the sealed door with Fong's sigil. Iron Gut, Shun Yaozu said. Already on it. 3 impacts. The lock crumbled. Shun Yaozu pushed open the door and felt a wave of relief as Azure Dream's consciousness touched his. The connection re-establishing like a string pulled taut finally released. Master. Azure Dream's voice was urgent but calm. There are things you need to know. While I was sealed in here, I analyzed the spiritual residue on Elder Fong's lock. His energy signature carries traces of multiple unauthorized compounds, stimulants, cognitive enhancers, and something that matches the profile of embezzlement-grade spiritual currency conversion. He's been stealing from the sect? Extensively. The residue patterns suggest years of diversion. I believe your sealed workstation contains secondary evidence in the form of ingredient logs that don't match the pavilion's official inventory records. Shun Yaozu's mind clicked into tactical mode. Fong had imprisoned him to extract his technique. But if Shun Yaozu could prove Fong's embezzlement, the power dynamic reversed. The evidence he needed was right here. In the records, Fong had been too arrogant to move before sealing the room. How long do we have? He asked. The night shift change is in approximately 2 hours, Azure Dream estimated. After that, the corridors will be patrolled. Shun Yaozu went to work. Azure Dream guided him to specific shelves and drawers, identifying records that showed discrepancies. Ingredient orders that exceeded the apprentice program's needs. Expense reports with inflated figures. Personal accounts that received transfers in amounts matching the overages. The evidence was damning and, once you knew what to look for, embarrassingly obvious. He compiled everything into a neat package, wrapped it in a sealed cloth, and headed for the exit. His 4 pills, Little Crimson, Azure Dream, Iron Gut, and the dormant jade serpent still inside Qingyin's meridians, were all accounted for. At the pavilion's main gate, a problem emerged. The gate was spiritually warded at night, requiring elder authorization to open. Shen Yaozu wasn't leaving the compound. He needed to reach Pavilion Master Gu's quarters, which were in a separate building across the central courtyard. But the courtyard was open, patrolled, and illuminated by spirit lanterns. I can handle the lanterns, Azure Dream offered. Their arrays are simple. I can temporarily suppress their luminescence. And I can distract any guards, Little Crimson said eagerly. I'll zoom past their field of vision fast enough to register as a spiritual anomaly. They'll investigate the wrong direction. And if anyone gets physical, I'll hit them, Iron Gut added simply. Shen Yaozu looked at his 3 pills, tiny, glowing, and absolutely serious about their rescue mission. Something swelled in his chest that had nothing to do with spiritual energy. Let's go, he said. Chapter 13, Breakthrough. Azure Dream dimmed the lanterns. Little Crimson drew the single patrolling guard toward the eastern wall with a perfectly timed crimson streak that the guard mistook for a spiritual anomaly. Iron Gut floated stoically beside Shen Yaozu as he crossed the dark courtyard. He made it to the Pavilion Master's quarters without incident. The building was smaller than the administrative block, a 2-story structure surrounded by a garden of night-blooming medicinal flowers. The scent of silver jasmine hung heavy in the air. Shen Yaozu hesitated at the door. Waking the Pavilion Master in the middle of the night with accusations against her senior elder was a significant act. If the evidence wasn't convincing, or if Gu was somehow in Fang's pocket, this could end very badly. But the alternative was returning to that underground cell and eventually having his technique stolen, his pills confiscated, and his soul fragments treated as experimental subjects. He knocked. It took several minutes, but the door opened. Pavilion Master Gu stood in a sleeping robe, her cropped white hair disheveled, her expression the specific blend of alert and annoyed that only came from being woken by a subordinate at an unreasonable hour. Apprentice Shun. Her voice was flat. You have 10 seconds to explain why I shouldn't assign you to furnace duty for the rest of your natural life. Shen Yaozu held out the sealed cloth package. Elder Fang has been embezzling from the pavilion for years. I have the records. He also imprisoned me in the restricted research wing tonight to coerce cooperation with an unauthorized project. Gu's expression didn't change. She took the package, broke the seal, and examined the contents. 30 seconds passed. A minute. 2 minutes. Her expression changed. What followed was swift and methodical. Pavilion Master Gu summoned her 2 most trusted elders, verified the records against the sect's master accounts, and confirmed the embezzlement within the hour. The scale was staggering. Fang had diverted enough resources over 6 years to outfit a small sect. At dawn, Elder Fang was summoned to the main hall. He arrived confident, immaculate as always, clearly expecting a routine meeting. He saw Shen Yaozu standing beside the Pavilion Master, and his confident stride faltered by exactly 1 step before he recovered. Pavilion Master. Apprentice Shun. What is the meaning of, sit down, Elder Fang? Gu's voice could have frozen a lava flow. She placed the evidence on the table before him. Explain these discrepancies. What followed was not so much an interrogation as a dissection. Fang tried denial, then deflection, then outrage at the invasion of his private records. When none of these worked, he tried a final gambit, standing, summoning his spiritual power, and preparing to fight his way out. He was a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Pavilion Master Gu was mid-Foundation establishment, but had decades more experience. The 2 flanking elders were both at mid-Foundation establishment. The math was not in Fang's favor. Shen Yaozu watched the confrontation from behind the Pavilion Master, his heart hammering. Little Crimson was vibrating in his pocket with barely contained excitement. This was the man who'd humiliated Shen Yaozu for 5 years, who'd called his spiritual root defective, who tried to steal his life's work. Fang's attack came in a burst of concentrated spiritual energy, a needle-thin beam aimed at the evidence on the table, attempting to destroy it. The flanking elders blocked it with a combined shield. Gu stepped forward, her own energy flaring, and in 3 precise exchanges, Fang was on his knees with his spiritual channels sealed. You'll face the sect tribunal, Gu said coldly. Remove him. As the inner disciples dragged Fang toward the door, the elder turned his head and locked eyes with Shen Yaozu. His expression had shed its smooth warmth entirely, revealing something raw and venomous beneath. Your parents knew, Fang hissed. Shen Wuji and Lin Meifan. They knew about the myriad lives root. They tried to master the technique. That's why their cauldron exploded. His lips twisted into a smile. Or rather, that's why I made their cauldron explode. The world went white. Shen Yaozu heard the words, processed them, and felt something inside him crack. Not break. Crack, like the first fracture in a dam. His spiritual energy surged, wild and hot, and for a moment, every pill in his possession blazed with killing intent. Then the inner disciples pulled Fong through the door, and he was gone. Shen Yaozu stood in the main hall, shaking, his vision blurred with tears he refused to let fall. Little crimson pressed against his heart, its warmth almost painful with empathy. Master, the pill whispered. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Pavilion Master Gu touched his shoulder. We will investigate his claim. If it's true, he'll answer for it. It's true, Shen Yaozu said quietly. He didn't know how he knew, but he did. Fong's confession had the ring of something hoarded for years, a secret kept as insurance, and finally spent in a moment of spite. His parents had possessed the myriad lives root. They'd tried to master the technique, and Fong had killed them for it. The crack inside Shen Yaozu widened, and spiritual energy poured through it like water through a broken levee. He felt his cultivation base shudder, shift, and surge, not gradually, as breakthroughs usually occurred, but in a violent cascade that dropped him to his knees. He's breaking through, one of the flanking elders shouted. Clear the area. Energy swirled around Shen Yaozu in visible vortexes, his myriad lives root engaging at full power for the first time. The branching, erratic patterns that had always marked his spiritual energy exploded outward, touching everything in the hall, and where they touched, the world seemed to come alive. The wooden floor grain shifted. The incense smoke curled with intent. The spirit lanterns flickered in patterns that almost formed words. Mid-chi condensation. Late-chi condensation. Peak-chi condensation. The barrier shattered. Shen Yaozu rose to his feet, his eyes blazing with crimson and azure and jade light. The combined glow of his conscious pills reflected through his newly advanced spiritual channels. Foundation establishment, first stage. He'd broken through on rage, grief, and the devastating truth about his parents' murder. Pavilion Master Gu stared at him. The flanking elders stared at him. In his pockets and on his shoulder, his pills pulsed with fierce, loyal light. Interesting, Gu murmured, her eyes sharp with newfound assessment. Very interesting indeed. Chapter 14. The rescue. The days following Fong's arrest were a whirlwind. The sect tribunal convened within 48 hours. Fong's embezzlement was confirmed, quantified, and deemed sufficient for expulsion and spiritual crippling, the destruction of his cultivation base. The murder accusation regarding Shen Yaozu's parents was harder to prove, but Azure Dream, deployed secretly near the tribunal chamber, identified traces in Fong's spiritual residue that matched the sabotage signature of the cauldron explosion 12 years ago. Shen Yaozu didn't attend the tribunal. He didn't need to. Pavilion Master Gu handled the proceedings with the thorough efficiency of someone who took institutional betrayal personally. Instead, Shen Yaozu spent the days after his breakthrough adjusting to his new cultivation level. Foundation establishment was a fundamental shift. His spiritual channels had widened and solidified. His energy reserves had tripled, and his connection to his conscious pills had deepened dramatically. He could now maintain mental communication with all three of his active pills simultaneously without strain, and the range of their connection had extended from 50 feet to nearly 300. He also received a message from Qingyan. The jade token she'd given him vibrated at dawn on the third day, transmitting a short burst of spiritual communication. Trouble. Jade Lotus Sect. Need help. No details. No context. Just trouble and need. Shen Yaozu held the token and looked at Little Crimson, who hovered nearby with an expression that was somehow both smug and deeply concerned. I told you she'd need us, the pill said. You told me she'd be back. This is different. She needs help. We help. What's complicated? Shen Yaozu went to Pavilion Master Gu and requested leave to assist an allied cultivator. Gu, who'd become markedly more attentive to Shen Yaozu since his breakthrough and the exposure of her corrupt elder, approved the request with minimal questions. Don't start an inter-sect incident, was her only instruction. The Jade Lotus Sect's compound was 3 days' travel by foot through the Qingyun Mountains. Shen Yaozu, now at Foundation establishment, could cover the distance faster by channeling spiritual energy into his movement, a technique called cloud steps that he'd previously been too weak to use. He made the journey in a day and a half. The Jade Lotus Sect's compound occupied a valley between two mountain peaks, its buildings arranged in concentric rings around a central lake that glowed faintly green with cultivated spiritual algae. The architecture was elegant, organic, buildings that seemed to grow from the mountainside like living things, their walls covered in medicinal vines and poisonous flowers. At the outer gate, he presented Qingyan's jade token. The guard examined it, paled slightly, and admitted him without question. He found Qingyan in the sect's medical wing, semi-conscious on a treatment bed. The black lines were back on her arm. Not the same poison as before, but a different one. This was harsher, more aggressive. Her skin was gray, her breathing shallow. A jade lotus physician was tending to her, a middle-aged woman with worry lines etched deep. What happened? Xinyazu demanded. Poisoning. 2 days ago, she was sparring with a fellow inner disciple, Mei Shuang, when her water was contaminated. The physician's voice was tight with controlled anger. Mei Shuang claims it was an accident, but the compound used was highly specific. It targets the residual healing channels left by a previous cure. Xinyazu understood immediately. The poison was designed to attack the pathways that Jade Serpent, still living in Qingyan's meridian system, had created while destroying the previous toxin. Someone had studied the cure and engineered a poison specifically to exploit it. Where is Mei Shuang now? He asked. Confined to quarters pending investigation. The investigation is over. She did it deliberately. Xinyazu moved to Qingyan's bedside. I need to examine her. The physician hesitated, then nodded. Xinyazu placed his fingers on Qingyan's wrist and sent his spiritual energy into her meridian system. The landscape was different from before. Jade Serpent had established a network of protective channels, a living immune system within her spiritual body. But the new poison had infiltrated those channels, using them as pathways to attack deeper systems. Jade Serpent, Xinyazu called through his bond. The pill was distant. He could barely feel it, but it responded. Master. The voice was strained, exhausted. I've been fighting. 2 days. The new poison is targeting my pathways, using the cure network as a map to the host's core. I've been blocking, redirecting, but I'm losing ground. Hold on. I'm sending reinforcements. Little Crimson and Azure Dream were already deployed. Little Crimson pressed against Qingyan's arm at the site of the original poison mark, flooding healing energy into the damaged area. Azure Dream analyzed the new poison in real time, mapping its attack patterns and feeding the data to Jade Serpent. Xinyazu directed the operation from outside, coordinating his 3 pills through their mental bonds like a general commanding troops. Little Crimson healed the damage as fast as the poison caused it. Azure Dream predicted the poison's next adaptations and relayed countermeasures. Jade Serpent, armed with Azure Dream's intelligence, launched targeted strikes against the poison's most vulnerable nodes. The battle raged for 3 hours inside Qingyan's body. When it was over, she opened her eyes. You came, she whispered. You called. Her hand found his wrist and gripped it with surprising strength. Mei Shuang, she was trying to take my tournament spot. The Heavenly Cauldron Alchemy tournament in 3 months. She poisoned me to eliminate the competition. She won't be competing either. Not after this. Qingyan's grip tightened. Neither will I, if I can't recover in time. The poison damaged my spiritual channels. It'll take weeks to heal. Weeks without help. Xinyazu looked at her arm, where Little Crimson was still gently pulsing with healing light. With help, maybe less. Her eyes moved to the pill on her arm, then to Azure Dream, hovering near her head. For a long moment, she was silent. Your pills are alive, she said quietly. Xinyazu froze. He'd been so focused on the rescue that he'd forgotten about concealment. Both Little Crimson and Azure Dream were operating openly, in full view of the Jade Lotus physician. The physician, for her part, was standing against the far wall with her mouth slightly open, watching Azure Dream circle Qingyan's bed like a tiny blue satellite. I can explain, Xinyazu started. I know they're alive. I've known since Jade Serpent cured me the first time. No normal pill fights the way that one does. No normal pill adapts, learns, chooses. I felt it inside me. A presence, a consciousness. I've been waiting for you to tell me the truth. And now, Qingyan looked at him with dark eyes that held no fear, no judgment, only wonder. And now I want to know everything. So he told her. All of it, this time. The myriad lives root. The ancient text. How his pills were fragments of his soul, each carrying a piece of his consciousness into independent existence. How they could only work for him, bonded to their creator by connections deeper than any contract. When he finished, Qingyan was quiet for a long time. Your pills choose you, she said finally. And in choosing you, they become something more than pills. Something alive. Yes, that's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. Chapter 15. Escape through darkness. Qingyan's recovery took 4 days under the combined care of Little Crimson's healing and the Jade Lotus medical staff. During that time, Xinyazu learned more about the circumstances of the attack. Mei Shuang was not acting alone. Investigation by the Jade Lotus elders revealed that she'd obtained the specialized poison from an external source, a supplier whose trail went cold at the edges of sect territory. Someone outside the Jade Lotus sect had provided a poison specifically designed to exploit Jade Serpent's healing network. That means someone knows about your pills, Azure Dream observed during a late-night analysis session. Not necessarily the full picture, but someone knows that conscious, adaptive pills exist, and they're developing countermeasures. The implication was chilling. Shen Yaozu's secret was spreading, however incompletely. On the 5th day, Qingyan was strong enough to leave the medical wing. She found Shen Yaozu in the guest quarters, reviewing Azure Dream's analysis of the poison supplier's trail. "Come with me," she said. "There's something you need to see." She led him through the Jade Lotus compound to a restricted section, the sect's archive of dangerous knowledge. The building was carved into the mountainside, its entrance guarded by 2 Foundation establishment cultivators who admitted Qingyan without question. Inside, the archive was a labyrinth of stone shelves holding sealed scrolls, containment vessels, and artifacts too dangerous for general access. Qingyan navigated it with familiarity, leading Shen Yaozu deep into the mountain. "After you cured me the first time," she said as they walked, "I started researching. Living pills, conscious compounds, adaptive alchemy. Most of what I found was myth and legend. But I found one historical account that matched your abilities." She stopped before a sealed alcove. Inside, behind a layer of spiritual glass, was a scroll so old its edges had crystallized. "The Chronicle of the Pill War," Qingyan said. "Written 3,000 years ago. It describes an alchemist who could create pills with souls. Pills that fought for him, healed for him, and followed him into battle. He was called the Pill Father. Patriarch Su Mohan." Shen Yaozu murmured, remembering the ancient text fragments. "You've heard the name?" "In pieces. My fragment mentioned a humble student of the living pill. I assumed that was the technique's originator. The Chronicle says the Pill Father created thousands of conscious pills over his lifetime. But the technique drove him mad. The more of his soul he gave away, the less remained of him. Eventually, his pills were more alive than he was." She paused. "The Chronicle ends with the Pill War. The Father's conscious pills turned on the world, rampaging across the continent until the combined sects sealed them away." Shen Yaozu stared at the ancient scroll. 3,000 years. The technique was 3,000 years old, and its last practitioner had gone insane from fragmenting his soul. "You're not him," Qingyan said, reading his expression. "You're not going to go mad." "How can you be sure?" "Because he created pills for power. You create them for purpose. There's a difference." She touched his arm. "Your pills have names. They have personalities. They bicker and joke and worry about you. That's not madness, that's family." It was the kindest thing anyone had ever said to him. As they left the archive, Qingyan held out her hand. "The Heavenly Cauldron Alchemy Tournament is in 3 months. I'm entering the Poison Division. You should enter the Open Alchemy Division. I'm a failed apprentice from a mid-tier pavilion. You're the only living practitioner of a 3,000-year-old technique that creates conscious pills. I think the judges will be interested." She had a point. Shen Yaozu returned to the Azure Crane Pavilion with a tournament entry form, 3 conscious pills, a jade contact token, and the lingering warmth of Qingyan's hand in his. Chapter 16. Confrontation in the Hall. 3 weeks passed. Shen Yaozu threw himself into preparation with an intensity that surprised even himself. His promotion from apprentice to inner disciple, approved by Pavilion Master Gu in the wake of Fang's removal, gave him access to better resources, a private workstation, and most importantly, the freedom to work without surveillance. He didn't create new conscious pills. Azure Dream's warning about soul strain was always in the back of his mind. Instead, he deepened his bond with his existing 3, training with them the way a martial artist trained with weapons. Little Crimson became his combat medic, learning to heal mid-fight by pressing against wounds while Shen Yaozu dodged attacks. Azure Dream refined its analytical capabilities, developing the ability to read spiritual energy signatures at impressive distances. Iron Gut simply got tougher, practicing impacts against increasingly hard surfaces until it could dent spiritual steel. But Fang's trial, still ongoing, cast a long shadow. On the day the tribunal announced its verdict, expulsion and spiritual crippling, Fang escaped. Someone broke his seals during transport to the punishment chamber. The inner disciples guarding him were found unconscious, unmarked, with no memory of the attack. Fang had vanished into the mountains. Pavilion Master Gu ordered a search, but Fang was a resourceful man with 6 years of embezzled resources hidden in caches across the region. He wouldn't be found unless he wanted to be. "He'll come back," Little Crimson predicted. "Men like him always come back. He wants what you have, and now he wants revenge too." Shen Yaozu couldn't disagree. The shadow of Fang's escape darkened the weeks that followed, but Shen Yaozu refused to let it paralyze him. He trained, he refined, and he prepared for the tournament. On the morning of his departure, Pavilion Master Gu called him to her office one final time. The tournament is an opportunity, she said, but also a risk. Your technique will attract attention. Not all of it will be benign. I understand. Do you? She studied him with eyes that had seen 5 decades of sect politics. You're 17 years old, Shenyaozu. You've been an inner disciple for 3 weeks. In that time, you've demonstrated abilities that haven't been seen in 3 millennia. The world is going to want a piece of you. Let them try. Gu almost smiled. Go. Represent the Azure Crane Pavilion. And try not to start any wars. Chapter 17. The first trial. The journey to the Heavenly Cauldron tournament took 6 days, but that story, and the trials that awaited, belongs to the next chapter of Shun Yaozu's tale. For now, the road stretched before him, long and winding through the Qingyun Mountains, and at his side, 3 tiny hearts beat in rhythm with his own. He walked. His pills floated around him, Little Crimson scouting ahead, Azure Dream drifting above, Iron Gut holding steady at his left shoulder like a miniature bodyguard. The morning sun caught their combined glow, painting Shun Yaozu in shifting shades of crimson, azure, and steel. He was still the failed apprentice from Station 17. Still the orphan with the defective root. Still the boy who'd exploded 14 cauldrons in a single month. But now he was also something else. Something the world hadn't seen in 3,000 years. And the world was about to find out. Chapter 18. Fong's last strike, but the world would have to wait, because Fong found him first. The ambush came on the second day of travel, in a narrow mountain pass between 2 sheer cliff faces. The path was barely wide enough for a cart, hemmed in by ancient stone walls worn smooth by centuries of wind. A perfect kill box. Little Crimson detected the trap 3 seconds before it triggered. Master, spiritual energy signatures, multiple, above us. Shen Yaozu threw himself sideways as a column of concentrated fire qi slammed into the ground where he'd been standing. The stone path cracked and cratered. A second blast followed, then a third, raining down from above in a devastating barrage. He rolled behind a boulder and looked up. 3 figures stood on the cliff rim, their hands blazing with spiritual energy. 2 were unfamiliar, hired muscle, Foundation establishment cultivators with the blank expressions of people being paid not to ask questions. The third was Elder Fong Jiren. He looked different. His immaculate robes were gone, replaced by rough traveling clothes. His severe topknot had loosened into unkempt strands. But his eyes were the same, flint and fury, sharpened now by the whetstone of vengeance. Did you think I'd simply disappear, boy? Fong called down, his voice echoing off the cliff walls. You destroyed my career, my reputation, my cultivation standing. You took everything from me. You killed my parents. Shen Yaozu shouted back. You stole from the sect for years. Your parents were meddlers who stumbled onto a technique they couldn't control. I did them a mercy. Fong raised his hand, gathering another blast. A mercy I'll now extend to you. The fire qi descended. Shen Yaozu barely dodged, the heat scorching his robes and blistering his skin. He was outmatched. Foundation establishment first stage against a former elder at late Foundation establishment, backed by 2 additional combatants. Even without his spiritual channels sealed, the escape had apparently included restoring his cultivation. Fong was stronger, faster, and more experienced. But Fong was fighting alone. Shen Yaozu wasn't. Iron Gut, distraction pattern. Little Crimson, healing standby. Azure Dream, map their positions and find weak points. His pills deployed instantly. Iron Gut launched upward like a steel cannonball, slamming into the cliff face between the 2 hired cultivators. The impact cracked stone and sent fragments flying. Both mercenaries flinched, raising shields. And in that moment of distraction, Shen Yaozu leaped from cover and sprinted for the pass's exit. Don't let him run. Fong snarled. The mercenaries fired coordinated blasts at the narrow path. Shen Yaozu dodged the first, deflected the second with a hastily formed spiritual shield, and took the third in the shoulder. Pain erupted, white-hot, blinding. He stumbled. Little Crimson was there instantly, pressing against the wound, flooding healing energy into the damaged tissue. The pain receded from screaming to manageable in seconds. Azure Dream's voice. Fong's position, 12 o'clock, elevated 30 feet. His left channel is weakened from the seal removal. He can't sustain peak output for more than another 2 minutes. The mercenaries are both mid-Foundation establishment, but their coordination is poor. They're not used to working together. Options. Shen Yaozu gasped, still running. The cliff wall to your right has a stress fracture running vertically for approximately 20 feet. If Iron Gut strikes it at the correct point, it will cascade. Shen Yaozu looked at the cliff wall, then up at the 3 figures standing on its rim. Iron Gut, he called. Strike point. Azure Dream is sending coordinates. Iron Gut received the data and dove. The gray pill hit the cliff wall at full speed, striking the stress fracture's weak point with the precision of a chisel and the force of a battering ram. The mountain cracked. Not dramatically, no avalanche, no cinematic collapse. But a section of the rim, approximately 10 feet wide, gave way beneath the feet of the left side mercenary. The cultivator fell with a shocked scream, landing hard on the path below and crumpling. Fong and the remaining mercenary scrambled back from the unstable edge. Shen Yaozu seized the opening. He channeled spiritual energy into his legs and launched himself vertically, cloud steps at maximum power, a technique he'd barely practiced. He shot upward, cleared the cliff rim, and landed 3 paces from Fong. The elder's eyes widened, then narrowed. Face to face, then, as it should be. They fought. Fong was technically superior. His fire chi was devastating at close range, and his decades of combat experience showed in every precise strike. Shen Yaozu was pushed back, burned, battered. But his pills fought with him. Little Crimson healed every wound seconds after it was inflicted. Azure Dream predicted Fong's attack patterns and broadcast warnings. Iron Gut harassed the remaining mercenary, preventing him from joining the main fight. And Shen Yaozu's myriad lives root, fully awake and surging with breakthrough power, gave his strikes a quality that Fong couldn't match, living intent. Every blow carried not just force but consciousness, disrupting Fong's spiritual defenses at a fundamental level. The fight lasted 4 minutes. It felt like 4 hours. In the end, it was Little Crimson that made the difference. The pill, sensing an opening when Fong overextended on a fire blast, dove directly into the path of his spiritual energy and detonated its stored healing force in a burst of crimson light. The energy wasn't harmful. It was healing energy, but it disrupted Fong's fire chi at the moment of release, causing the blast to implode back into his own channels. Fong screamed. His left arm, already weakened from the seal damage, went limp. His concentration shattered. Shen Yaozu stepped forward and struck the elder in the center of his chest with a palm infused with every ounce of living intent he could muster. The blow didn't kill. He wasn't trying to kill. But it shattered Fong's spiritual channels beyond repair, completing the crippling that the tribunal had intended. Fong crumpled. The remaining mercenary, seeing his employer defeated and his partner unconscious on the path below, fled. Shen Yaozu stood over Fong, breathing hard, his robes singed, his body aching despite Little Crimson's constant healing. The former elder lay gasping on the cliff rim, his cultivation destroyed, his face a mask of disbelief. "My parents," Shen Yaozu said quietly. "You killed them because they had the myriad lives root. Because they were learning to create living pills. You saw the potential and you wanted it for yourself, and when they wouldn't give it to you, you sabotaged their cauldron." Fong's lips moved. No sound came out. "I'm not going to kill you," Shen Yaozu continued. "You're not worth the piece of my soul it would cost." He turned away. "But if you come near me or mine again, I won't hold back." He left Fong on the cliff rim and resumed his journey. Behind him, Little Crimson glowed with fierce satisfaction. Azure Dream hummed contemplatively. Iron Gut cracked what might have been metaphysical knuckles. Ahead, the road to the Heavenly Cauldron tournament stretched onward. Chapter 19. Promotion and Promise. Shen Yaozu arrived at the Azure Crane Pavilion 2 days later. He doubled back to report the attack, before continuing to the tournament. Pavilion Master Gu dispatched a recovery team for the mercenaries and the incapacitated Fong, who was found still lying on the cliff rim, stripped of cultivation and babbling about pills with eyes. The Pavilion Master upgraded Shen Yaozu's status from Inner Disciple to Core Disciple, the highest rank below Elder, typically reserved for cultivators at mid-foundation establishment or above. The promotion came with substantial benefits: a private cultivation chamber, access to the sect's full ingredient library, and a personal allowance of spiritual resources. "You're still at first stage foundation establishment," Gu noted during the promotion ceremony. "This rank is technically above your cultivation level. But given your unique abilities, I'm making an exception." "Thank you, Pavilion Master." "Don't thank me." When the tournament, the Azure Crane Pavilion hasn't placed in the top 10 in 15 years. Fix that. In his new cultivation chamber, a spacious underground room with temperature and humidity controls, a top-grade refinement cauldron, and enough ingredient shelves to make his old workstation weep, Shen Yaozu spent the evening in quiet reflection. He had 3 conscious pills. Each one carried a piece of his soul, and each had proven its worth in ways he couldn't have predicted. Little Crimson, loyal, fierce, healing. Azure Dream, wise, perceptive, analytical. Iron Gut, tough, straightforward, unstoppable. And somewhere in Xinyan's body, Jade Serpent stood guard, cunning, adaptive, and very good at killing things that needed killing. He needed to be stronger. The tournament would pit him against the best young alchemists in the region, and beyond the tournament, the world was becoming aware that conscious pills existed. The unknown supplier of Mei Shuang's poison, whoever had helped Feng escape, someone was watching, and they were already developing countermeasures. Tonight, though, he would rest. Tomorrow, he would prepare. And in 1 week, he would travel to the Heavenly Cauldron tournament and show the world what a defective spiritual root could do. He sat in his new chamber, surrounded by his pills. Little Crimson on his left shoulder, Azure Dream floating above his head, Iron Gut settled in his lap like a metallic cat. Their combined glow painted the room in layers of crimson, azure, and steel. Master, Little Crimson said, we're going to win. You sound very confident. I'm your first pill. It's my job to be confident. I'm your second pill, Azure Dream added. It's my job to calculate the odds. Current estimate. Variable, but favorable. I'm your third pill, Iron Gut rumbled. If anyone gets in our way, I'll hit them. Shen Yaozu laughed. It was a real laugh, warm, full, and completely genuine. The sound filled the chamber, and his pills glowed brighter in response. Then he reached into his robes and pulled out Qingyan's jade token. He channeled a brief pulse of spiritual energy into it. Not a message, just a presence. A way of saying, I'm here, I'm okay, I'm thinking of you. Seconds later, the token pulsed back. A single return beat, like a distant heartbeat. She was there too. Shen Yaozu tucked the token against his chest, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Chapter 20. The invitation arrived on the morning of his departure. It was delivered by a spiritual crane, a construct of pure white energy that materialized in Shen Yaozu's cultivation chamber, dropped a sealed envelope onto his preparation table, and dissolved in a shower of light. The envelope was heavy cream paper, sealed with gold wax bearing an emblem he'd never seen before, a cauldron surrounded by 9 stars. The Heavenly Cauldron Tournament, Azure Dream identified, reading the spiritual signature on the seal. Official correspondence. High priority. Shen Yaozu broke the seal and unfolded the letter. The script was formal, brushed in ink that shimmered with spiritual energy. To Shen Yaozu, core disciple of the Azure Crane Pavilion, you are hereby invited to compete in the 337th Heavenly Cauldron Alchemy Tournament, to be held at the City of 10,000 Fires. Your application has been reviewed and accepted with distinction. A private competitor's suite has been reserved in your name. Please present this letter at the city gates upon arrival. Transportation and accommodation will be provided. We look forward to witnessing your art. The 9-Star Council below the official text, in a different hand, smaller, more personal, someone had added a note. I've heard interesting things about your pills. Show me something I haven't seen in 400 years. Pill Saint Xian, Shen Yaozu stared at the note. A Pill Saint, the highest rank in alchemy, had personally annotated his invitation. Someone at the absolute pinnacle of the alchemical world was aware of him and wanted to see what he could do. Little Crimson peered at the letter from his shoulder. Is that good or bad? Both, Shen Yaozu said. The attention of a Pill Saint is an honor and a spotlight. Everything I do at the tournament will be watched, analyzed, and judged by the most powerful alchemists in the continent. Good, Iron Gut said from the doorway, where it had been practicing impacts against the reinforced frame. Let them watch. Shen Yaozu packed his things, ingredients, tools, the ancient text fragment, spare robes, and the jade token. His 3 pills took their customary positions. Little Crimson on his shoulder, Azure Dream above his head, Iron Gut at his hip. He sealed his cultivation chamber, bid farewell to Pavilion Master Gu, and set out for the City of 10,000 Fires. The morning was bright, the mountain air crisp with late spring. Shen Yaozu walked the pavilion's main road for the last time as the person he'd been, a failed apprentice, a nobody, a boy with a defective root. When he returned, he'd be something else. He didn't know what yet, but his pills knew. He'll be a legend. Little Crimson told Azure Dream, not bothering to keep the conversation private. I'm calling it now. Legend. Statistically improbable, Azure Dream replied. But not impossible. I don't care about statistics. I care about master. As do I. Which is why I calculate odds. And I hit things, Iron Gut contributed. Shen Yaozu shook his head and kept walking. Behind him, the Azure Crane Pavilion grew small on the mountainside. Ahead, the road descended into the wider world. The invitation bore a seal he recognized, the same seal branded into his parents' shattered cauldron. Chapter 21. The road to 10,000 Fires. The road descended from the Qingyun Mountains into the lowlands like a serpent uncoiling from its den. Pine forests gave way to bamboo groves, which gave way to terraced farmland, which eventually gave way to the sprawling outskirts of the largest city Xinyaozu had ever seen. The city of 10,000 fires earned its name from the alchemy furnaces that dotted its skyline like volcanic vents. Plumes of multicolored smoke rose from workshops, sect compounds, and private laboratories across the city, painting the sky in swirls of jade, crimson, gold, and violet. The air itself tasted of medicinal compounds, a permanent haze of spiritual residue that tingled against Shun Yaozu's skin and made his myriad lives root hum with recognition. This place is alive, Little Crimson whispered from inside his collar, where it had taken to hiding during travel. The whole city feels like a giant cauldron. Historically, that's somewhat accurate. Azure Dream noted from its customary position above Xinyaozu's head, currently disguised as an ornamental hairpin. The city of 10,000 fires was built on a convergence of 5 spiritual ley lines. The geomantic energy naturally accelerates alchemical reactions. That's why the tournament is held here. Iron Gut, tucked into a belt pouch, grunted. Lots of people. Don't like crowds. The journey from the Azure Crane Pavilion had taken 6 days, and Xinyaozu had used every one of them productively. His foundation establishment cultivation, freshly broken through from the emotional surge of learning about his parents' murder, needed stabilization. Each night, he'd meditated with his pills in formation, cycling his branching energy through the standard foundation channels while simultaneously maintaining the living bonds that connected him to his 3 conscious companions. The road itself had been eventful. On the second day, a trio of bandits had emerged from a ravine, brandishing spirit steel blades and demanding his travel funds. Little Crimson had resolved the situation before Shun Yaozu could even raise his hands. The pill had burst from his collar in a streak of crimson light, circled the leader's head at blinding speed, and discharged a concentrated pulse of healing energy directly into the man's pain receptors. The bandit had screamed, not in pain, but from the sudden, overwhelming sensation of every minor ache, strained muscle, and chronic injury in his body being simultaneously healed. It was like being hit by a wave of warm water after years of cold. The man had collapsed in confused relief while his companions fled. That was creative, Xinyaozu had told Little Crimson afterward. I'm a healing pill. I heal people. If they happen to be too startled by the healing to rob you, that's their problem. On the 4th day, they'd passed through a village where a child was crying in the street, her knee scraped from a fall. Azure Dream had slipped from its hairpin disguise without permission, drifted to the child, and hovered before her face. The child's tears had stopped mid-flow, replaced by wide-eyed wonder at the floating blue light. What is that? The child's mother had asked, emerging from a nearby house. A meditation focus, Xinyaozu had said quickly, plucking Azure Dream from the air and tucking it away. An alchemist's tool. Nothing unusual. The mother had looked dubious, but the child was already laughing, her scraped knee forgotten. You shouldn't have done that, Xinyaozu had scolded Azure Dream later. She was in distress. I'm analytically oriented, not heartless. Also, the scrape was minor but becoming infected. I neutralized the bacterial signature while distracting her. You healed her. I analyzed the wound and provided targeted disinfection through localized spiritual energy emission. That's different from healing. Technical distinction. It's healing. It's analysis with beneficial side effects. Now, approaching the city of 10,000 fires, Xinyaozu felt the weight of what he was about to do settle onto his shoulders like a physical burden. The tournament was the most prestigious alchemy competition on the continent. Hundreds of competitors from dozens of sects, judged by the 9-star council, the 9 most respected elder alchemists in the world. And he, Xinyaozu, the former failed apprentice of a mid-tier pavilion, was walking through its gates. They passed through the outer gates, massive structures of spirit-reinforced stone, carved with murals depicting the tournament's 300-year history. Guards checked his invitation, noted the 9-star council seal, and waved him through with noticeably more deference than they'd shown the previous entrants. The competitors' district was in the city's heart, a walled enclave of private suites surrounding a central arena that could seat 10,000 spectators. Xinyaozu found his assigned suite, a comfortable 2-room apartment with a private refinement station, ingredient storage, and a window overlooking the arena's eastern gate. He set down his pack, locked the door, and released his pills. Little Crimson immediately zoomed to the window. I can see everything. There are hundreds of cauldrons out there. And people. So many people. Master, look at that one's robes. They have actual fire weaving. And that one has a cauldron bigger than your old workstation. Azure Dream drifted to the ingredient storage and began cataloging its contents. Standard tournament provisions. High-quality base herbs, spiritual catalysts, and 3 sealed mystery ingredient boxes for the competitive rounds. Adequate, but not exceptional. Iron Gut settled on the windowsill and didn't move. Its gray glow pulsed once, a visual shrug. Walls are thin. Security is moderate. 3 exits. Door, window, and the ventilation duct behind the ingredient shelf. Are you casing the room? Shen Yaozu asked. Always. Shen Yaozu sat on the bed and opened his spiritual senses. The city thrummed with energy, thousands of cultivators in close proximity, their spiritual signatures blending into a complex tapestry. Among them, he could feel concentrations of power that made his teeth ache. Elders, masters, and at least 2 signatures so vast and deep they could only belong to cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above. The pill saint who'd annotated his invitation was somewhere in this city. Watching. A knock at the door. Shen Yaozu motioned his pills into hiding, and they complied with practiced smoothness. 3 tiny forms vanishing into robes, hair, and belt in under a second. He opened the door. Qing Yin stood in the hallway, wearing her jade lotus competition robes, dark green silk embroidered with silver lotus flowers, her hair pinned up with those deceptively deadly silver needles. She looked healthy, strong, and very beautiful. The color had returned to her skin since Jade Serpent's cure, and her dark eyes were bright with an energy that had nothing to do with spiritual cultivation. You made it, she said. You look recovered. Thanks to your Jade Serpent. It's been maintaining my channels like a very dedicated gardener. It pruned what it calls inefficient meridian branches last week. Apparently my own body's spiritual architecture doesn't meet its quality standards. She glanced past him into the suite. Can I come in? Of course. She entered and immediately produced a folded paper from her sleeve. Competitor brackets. The preliminary rounds start tomorrow. Open Alchemy Division. That's you. Has 48 entrants. Poison Division. That's me. Has 22. Cross Division Finals on the last day. Shen Yaozu scanned the brackets. His name was listed with the Azure Crane Pavilion's crest beside it. A small, unremarkable entry among competitors from major sects, prestigious academies, and renowned independent practitioners. One name caught his eye. Duan Hongwei, he read. Celestial Forge Academy. What do you know about him? Everything. Qing Yin's expression cooled. Duan Hongwei is the Celestial Forge Academy's top graduate. 20 years old, core formation cultivation, and the youngest journeyman-ranked alchemist in 30 years. His refinement technique is called the 1000 Perfections Method. He creates pills of such technical precision that they approach theoretical maximum efficacy. Each pill he refines is identical to the last, reproducible to within 0.1% variance. Sounds impressive. He's arrogant, cold, and utterly dismissive of any approach to alchemy that doesn't match his philosophy of mechanical perfection. He's also the tournament favorite. He won last year with a perfect score, and the year before with a near-perfect 3-time championship attempt. She paused. And he once publicly dismantled a senior alchemist's technique by pointing out 17 flaws in real time during a competition. The alchemist retired from public refinement permanently. Wonderful. He also doesn't seem to have any human relationships. No friends, no romantic connections, no rivals he respects. The Celestial Forge Academy calls him their greatest student. He calls himself their only student worth mentioning. Shen Yaozu looked at the name on the bracket. Neat, precise characters, printed with mechanical uniformity. What's his cultivation level? Core formation, 2nd stage. 2 full realms above you. Qing Yin's voice carried a warning. The tournament isn't a cultivation battle. It's about alchemical skill. But his cultivation gives him vastly more spiritual energy to work with. He can sustain refinement techniques that would exhaust you in minutes. Then I'd better make my minutes count. Chapter 22. The city breathes that evening. Shen Yaozu explored the competitor's district alone. The district was a small city within the city, dozens of suites arranged around the central arena, with communal spaces, training facilities, and an ingredient market that made the Azure Crane Pavilion supply room look like a child's herb garden. Stalls sold everything from common medicinal plants to rare spiritual compounds that Shen Yaozu could only dream of affording. He wandered the market with his senses open, absorbing the spiritual signatures of thousands of compounds. His myriad lives root responded to the diversity with something like hunger. Each new compound resonated differently with his branching energy, and he could feel the potential for creation in every ingredient he passed. Master, Little Crimson murmured from his collar. I can feel other pills in this city. Not alive, not like us. But some of them are warm, as if they almost woke up. Almost woke up. When alchemists care about their work, when they pour genuine feeling into the refinement, the pills come out warmer than ones made with pure technique. Most people can't tell the difference. But I can. It's like seeing someone who's almost awake but still dreaming. Shen Yaozu paused at a stall selling refinement tools, specialized tongs, measuring instruments, and cauldron accessories of remarkable quality. The vendor, a weathered old woman with herb-stained fingers, noticed his interest. Azure Crane Pavilion, she said, reading his robes. Don't see many of your lot at the tournament. Last time was, what, 15 years ago? Something like that. Your pavilion produces decent generalists. Not flashy, but reliable. She eyed him with the practiced assessment of someone who'd seen thousands of young alchemists come and go. You don't look like a generalist, though. What do I look like? Like someone who's trying very hard not to show how different he is. She handed him a small jade measuring spoon, a high-quality instrument for dispensing precise quantities of powdered ingredients. Take this. On the house. Consider it a bet on an interesting outcome. He thanked her and moved on, turning the spoon in his fingers. The jade was warm, as if it remembered the hands that had crafted it. She was perceptive, Azure Dream noted from the hairpin. Her spiritual signature indicates decades of close observation. Market vendors and alchemy districts develop a form of ambient sensitivity. They can read customers' spiritual patterns through years of exposure. Did she read anything dangerous? She read that you're suppressing something, which you are. The question is how many other people in this city can read the same thing. A valid concern. Shen Yaozu resolved to tighten his energy suppression during the tournament. The night fell over the city in layers of deepening blue, and the alchemy furnaces that gave the city its name began to glow more brightly. Emerald, ruby, sapphire flames licking the sky from chimneys and vents across the skyline. The spiritual energy in the air intensified, the 5 convergent ley lines pulsing with the rhythm of a vast, slow heartbeat. Shen Yaozu returned to his suite, meditated for 2 hours, and went to sleep. His pills took their customary positions. Little Crimson on the pillow beside his head, Azure Dream floating above in a slow, watchful orbit, Iron Gut wedged into the door crack as a makeshift alarm. In the deep hours of the night, the city's ley lines pulsed with particular intensity. Shen Yaozu's myriad lives root responded in his sleep, absorbing ambient energy at an accelerated rate. His cultivation base, already primed from months of diligent practice, reached a tipping point. The breakthrough came at dawn. His spiritual channels expanded, his energy reserves doubled, and the bonds connecting him to his pills blazed with renewed strength. The range of their telepathic connection extended from 300 feet to nearly 1,000. Master, Little Crimson exclaimed, jolting him awake. You're brighter. Everything is brighter. Mid-Foundation establishment, Azure Dream confirmed, its analytical glow pulsing with interest. The ambient energy here accelerated your accumulation by a factor of approximately 3.2. The myriad lives root appears to thrive in environments rich with diverse spiritual signatures. The convergent ley lines provided exactly the variety of energetic input that your root type processes most efficiently. Shen Yaozu sat up, flexing his spiritual channels experimentally. The energy flowed smoother, faster, more responsive than before. His branching pattern had grown denser, with new subsidiary channels that hadn't existed yesterday. The increased capacity will support your existing pill bonds more comfortably, Azure Dream continued. I estimate you could now sustain a 5th conscious pill without significant soul strain, though I'd recommend against doing so during the tournament. Noted. Iron Gut detached from the door crack and floated to eye level. The guards changed shift 20 minutes ago. Morning patrol is 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, circling clockwise. Window exit remains unmonitored. Thank you, Iron Gut. We're not escaping. We're competing. Same thing sometimes. Today, the tournament began. Shen Yaozu dressed in his Azure Crane competition robes, tucked his pills into their concealment positions, and headed for the arena. Chapter 23. Preliminary Round 1. The Heavenly Cauldron Tournament's opening ceremony was a spectacle. 10,000 spectators filled the circular arena, their seats arranged in ascending tiers around a central stage where 48 cauldrons stood in precise rows. Each cauldron was tournament standard, a high-grade refinement vessel of polished spiritual steel, identical in size, shape, and quality. No competitor could claim advantage from equipment. Shen Yaozu stood at Cauldron 31, near the arena's edge. He wore the Azure Crane Pavilion's competition robes, deep blue with white crane embroidery, and felt acutely aware of how modest they looked beside the elaborate uniforms of the major sect competitors. The competitor beside him, at Cauldron 32, was a young woman from the Golden Phoenix sect whose robes literally smoldered with embedded fire talismans. Her name badge read, Hua Lingfei, and she carried herself with the easy confidence of someone who'd been told she was talented since birth. Azure Crane, she said, reading his emblem. First time at the tournament? First time. Don't worry. The The prelims are survivable. Just don't explode your cauldron. She winked and turned to her station. The competitor at Cauldron 30, on his other side, represented the Deep Ocean Academy, a thin, serious young man with sea-blue robes that shifted through shades like a living sea. He didn't introduce himself. He didn't even look at Shen Yaozu. And at Cauldron 1, in the center of the front row, stood Duan Hongwei. He was taller than Shen Yaozu had expected, lean, sharp-featured, with black hair cut short in a severe style that emphasized his angular jawline. His robes were the Celestial Forge Academy's signature white and silver, and he wore them with the easy confidence of someone who'd stood in this arena twice before and won both times. His expression was neutral, almost bored, the face of a man who considered competition a formality. The 9-star council, 9 elder alchemists who governed the tournament, sat in an elevated box overlooking the arena. Their leader, a wizened man with a spiritual signature that made Shen Yaozu's newly enhanced channels ache, rose and addressed the crowd. Welcome to the 337th Heavenly Cauldron Alchemy Tournament. The rules are unchanged. 3 preliminary rounds, 2 semifinal rounds, and a final. Competitors will be judged on pill quality, refinement technique, innovation, and practical efficacy. The top 8 from the preliminaries advance to the semifinals. The top 2 from the semifinals compete in the final. He paused, and his eyes swept the competitors. For just a moment, so brief Shen Yaozu might have imagined it, they lingered on his position. Today's preliminary challenge: refine a spiritual harmony pill using the standard ingredients provided at your station. You have 3 hours. Quality determines ranking. Begin. The arena filled with the sound of 48 cauldrons igniting simultaneously. Shen Yaozu examined his provided ingredients. Spiritual harmony pill, a mid-grade medicinal pill used for stabilizing cultivation during breakthroughs. Not overly complex, but difficult to refine to high quality. The ingredients were standard: harmony root, spirit crystal dust, cloud mist essence, and a binding agent of purified stone lotus. Around him, competitors were already working. Hua Lingfei at Station 32 had her ingredients processing within the first minute, her fire aspect energy turning the cauldron's interior into a precisely controlled furnace. The Deep Ocean Cultivator at Station 30 was using a water-based technique that kept his ingredients in a state of fluid suspension, each compound floating in precisely controlled currents. And at Station 1, Duan Hongwei worked with mechanical precision. His movements were measured, exact, almost robotic in their consistency. Each ingredient was introduced at the mathematically optimal moment, at the mathematically optimal temperature, in the mathematically optimal sequence. His cauldron hummed with the cold efficiency of a well-oiled machine. There was no wasted motion, no hesitation, no variation. It was alchemy as engineering. Shen Yaozu took a breath. Prelims. Standard technique. No conscious pills. Just clean, competent alchemy, the best he could manage without engaging his myriad lives' root. The problem was immediate. Without the living intent of his root, his refinement was merely adequate. The erratic nature of his energy, which became a strength when channeled through the myriad lives technique, remained a liability in standard practice. His harmony root dissolved unevenly, his spirit crystal integration was slightly off-tempo, and the cloud mist essence vaporized at a rate that was technically acceptable but far from optimal. He worked methodically, compensating for his root's peculiarities with the knowledge he'd accumulated through 5 years of theoretical study and months of practical training. The pills that formed were solid, stable, and unremarkable. 2 hours and 40 minutes later, he lifted the lid. 3 pills sat in the cauldron. Not remarkable. Most competitors would produce 4 to 6 in 3 hours. But the pills were clean, properly formed, and emitted a steady medicinal aura. Grade 3 spiritual harmony pills. Perfectly adequate. Not exceptional. The judges circulated, examining each competitor's output with calibrated instruments and trained senses. When they reached Station 31, the lead judge, a stern woman with spectacles that could analyze pill composition at a molecular level, held Shen Yaozu's pills to the light. Grade 3. Adequate quality. Acceptable yield. She made a note on her evaluation tablet and moved on. In his collar, Little Crimson whispered, "That was painful to watch. You could have made those so much better. They were so close to waking up, I could feel them almost stirring. But you held back and they stayed dead." Patience, Shen Yaozu thought back. "We're not here to win the prelims. We're here to survive them. I know, but watching you make dead pills is like watching a bird refuse to fly. It's wrong." At Station 1, Duan Hongwei opened his cauldron to reveal 6 pills of such crystalline perfection that the lead judge actually gasped. Grade 5 spiritual harmony pills, near the theoretical maximum for the given ingredients. Each one was identical to the others, perfectly round, perfectly colored, perfectly balanced. His yield was maximum, his quality was peerless, and his expression hadn't changed from its default mild boredom. Now that, Azure Dream murmured from its hairpin position, is technically impressive. His energy control is flawless, every variable accounted for, every interaction predicted and managed. It's the most precise refinement I've ever observed. It's also dead, Little Crimson countered. Those pills are beautiful, but they're dead. Perfectly, completely dead. Like porcelain flowers, pretty to look at, but they'll never grow. Shen Yaozu watched Duan Hongwei accept the judge's praise with a minimal nod. The man was a machine, efficient, precise, and utterly devoid of the spark that made Shen Yaozu's pills breathe. They were opposites, he realized. Two extremes of the alchemical art. One who put his soul into every pill. One who removed his soul entirely, leaving only pure technique. The preliminary results were posted that evening on a large board in the competitor's common area. Shen Yaozu ranked 34th out of 48, safely in the middle, unremarkable, invisible. Duan Hongwei ranked first by a margin that wasn't close. Tomorrow's second round will separate the contenders from the tourists, Little Crimson predicted. Which are we? Shen Yaozu asked. Ask me after round 2. Chapter 24. The rivals meet. The second preliminary rounds challenge was announced at dawn. Meridian cleansing pills, a higher-grade compound requiring more complex techniques and finer energy control. The compound needed 7 distinct phases of refinement, each building on the last, with failure at any stage invalidating the entire batch. Shen Yaozu repeated his strategy from round 1, competent, adequate, unremarkable. But this time, maintaining that mediocrity required more effort, because his breakthrough to mid-foundation establishment had refined his energy control significantly. His spiritual channels were wider, his reserves deeper, and his branching pattern, the myriad lives root signature, flowed with a fluidity that made even standard techniques more effective. He had to deliberately introduce imperfections, a slight mistiming on the 4th phase, an energy fluctuation during the 6th that reduced the final purity by 3%. These controlled failures kept his output in the grade 3 range, unremarkable and invisible. It was, he reflected with dark humor, harder to fail strategically than it would have been to succeed genuinely. The arena around him was a symphony of alchemical effort. He observed his competitors as he worked, studying their techniques, cataloging their strengths and weaknesses, building a mental database that would serve him in the later rounds. The Golden Phoenix cultivator, Hua Lingfei, had exceptional fire control but rushed her integration phases. The Deep Ocean representative was technically precise but lacked creativity. His pills were correct but uninspired. A wildcard competitor from the Northern Wastes used an unconventional ice-based technique that produced unusually pure compounds, but at reduced yields. And Duan Hongwei, at Station 1, continued to produce perfection with the effortless consistency of a machine that had never known error. He doesn't even look tired, Little Crimson observed from the collar. His spiritual energy output hasn't fluctuated by more than 1% since the round started. That's inhuman. That's the 1,000 perfections method, Azure Dream replied. Total energy management. Every joule accounted for, every expenditure balanced against recovery. He could maintain that output for days. That's terrifying. It's impressive. Terrifying is a subjective assessment. But yes, also that. The round ended. 12 competitors failed. The increased complexity had exposed fundamental weaknesses in their techniques that simpler compounds had hidden. One competitor from a minor sect had a catastrophic failure that sent a geyser of volatile vapor into the air, triggering the arena's emergency containment arrays. The man was escorted out with second-degree spiritual burns and a look of mortified devastation. The remaining 36 advanced, with Shen Yaozu ranked 28th. Still invisible, still according to plan. Between rounds, Shen Yaozu found Qing Yan in the competitor's dining hall. She'd placed 3rd in her division's opening round, a remarkable showing for a cultivator who'd been fighting a living poison inside her body 3 months ago and was in high spirits. The Crimson Peak Sect's entrant tried a novel toxin synthesis technique and contaminated her own station. Qing Yan reported with barely concealed satisfaction. Backlash vaporized half her ingredients, and she spent 20 minutes coughing up violet smoke. She won't be competing tomorrow. That leaves me against the Serpent Valley representative and a freelancer from the Northern Wastes. You sound confident. I am confident. Jade Serpent has been feeding me real-time analysis of my opponent's techniques through our bond. It can detect the spiritual signatures of their compounds from across the arena and predict their synthesis pathways. She leaned closer, her voice dropping. It's incredibly useful having a sentient pill inside your body during a competition. like having a coach whispering in your ear, except the coach can see through walls and analyze molecular structures. That might be considered cheating. There's no rule against having a beneficial pill active during competition. The regulations were written assuming pills are inert objects. They don't account for pills with opinions. She grinned, a rare, unguarded expression that transformed her sharp features into something luminous. How are your rounds going? Strategically mediocre. Smart. Save it for when it counts. They ate together in comfortable silence, a companionship that had grown over months from grudging respect to genuine warmth. Shen Yaozu noticed other competitors watching them. A Jade Lotus inner disciple and an Azure Crane nobody made an unusual pair, and in the hothouse atmosphere of the tournament, every social connection was scrutinized for strategic significance. He also noticed Duan Hongwei across the hall, eating alone at a corner table. The Celestial Forge prodigy consumed his meal with the same mechanical precision he applied to everything. Each bite measured, each sip of tea taken at regular intervals, his posture perfect, his face expressionless. He was surrounded by empty seats, not because people avoided him, but because he projected an aura of self-containment so complete that it functioned as a social barrier. As if sensing the attention, Duan Hongwei looked up. His gaze locked onto Shen Yaozu's with the impersonal focus of a predator noting potential prey, though that wasn't quite right. It was more like a scientist observing an anomalous data point. No hostility, no interest in dominance. Just assessment. After a moment, he returned to his meal, apparently concluding that Shen Yaozu wasn't worth sustained attention. He dismissed you, Qingyan observed. Good. Let him. For now. But when you show what you can really do, he'll notice. And men like that don't handle being surprised well. That's what worries me. That evening, back in his suite, Shen Yaozu held a council of pills. The third preliminary round will be different, he told his assembled companions. Little Crimson hovered at eye level, Azure Dream floated above in its analytical orbit, and Iron Gut sat on the windowsill like a metal gargoyle. The first 2 rounds tested standard refinement. Round 3 will test practical application. The pills have to perform, not just exist. That's where I have an advantage. Because your pills do things, Little Crimson said. They don't just sit there being chemically correct. They respond, adapt, choose. Exactly. I can't create a fully conscious pill in the prelims, too public, too soon. But I can refine using the myriad lives techniques principles without crossing into full sentience. Living adjacent pills. Warm but not awake. A controlled demonstration, Azure Dream summarized. Enough to distinguish yourself from the pack without revealing your full capabilities. And enough to advance to the semifinals, Shen Yaozu confirmed. Once I'm in the top 8, I can decide how much to show. Iron Gut grunted. Show everything. Hit them hard. No point hiding. There's always a point to hiding, Azure Dream countered. Information is power. The less they know about our capabilities, the fewer countermeasures they can prepare. Countermeasures are for cowards. Hit them hard. Subtlety you brick. I am a brick. Bricks are effective. Both of you, Shen Yaozu intervened. We'll reveal enough to advance and no more. Save the full display for the final. If we make the final, Azure Dream noted pragmatically. We'll make the final, Little Crimson said, with the absolute conviction of a pill that believed in its master unconditionally. I'm not worried. You're never worried. That's because I believe in master. Belief doesn't substitute for statistical analysis. It does when your statistics don't account for miracles. Shen Yaozu smiled despite himself. His pills, his family, bickering like siblings. The warmth of their bond pulsed through his channels, steady and sure. Tomorrow, round 3. The real competition began. Chapter 25. The shield that lived the third preliminary rounds challenge was announced to a buzzing arena, a combat application pill. Specifically, a spiritual shield pill, a pill that, when consumed, would generate a temporary spiritual barrier around the user. Quality would be measured not just by composition analysis, but by practical testing. Each competitor's best pill would be given to a volunteer test subject and subjected to increasingly powerful attacks until the shield broke. This was different. This wasn't just about pill quality on a scale. It was about performance under real conditions. A technically perfect pill could still fail if its protective properties were poorly calibrated. And a lower-grade pill might outperform a higher one if its creator understood the practical application better. Shen Yaozu saw his opening. He couldn't create a conscious pill in public, not yet. But he could refine using the myriad lives techniques principles without creating full consciousness. He could pour intent into the pill, imbue it with purpose, make it alive adjacent without crossing the line into sentience. The ingredients were distributed: shield crystal, iron spirit dust, defensive root bark, and a stabilizing compound of white jade powder. Standard defensive pill components. Shen Yaozu arranged them on his station and settled into his refinement posture. Around the arena, 36 competitors began their refinements. The sound was like a symphony of controlled elemental reactions. Hissing, crackling, humming, each cauldron singing its own note as the alchemists within worked their art. Shen Yaozu began with a different approach than his first 2 rounds. Instead of suppressing his root's natural branching, he let it flow partially, enough to warm the ingredients, to give the pill direction. He thought about protection while he refined. Not abstract protection, specific protection. He thought about his parents' memorial tablets in the garden, about the night Fong had imprisoned him, about Qingyin's arm webbed with black poison lines, about every time he'd needed a shield and hadn't had one. The ingredients responded. The shield crystal dissolved not in a uniform cloud, but in a structured pattern, a matrix of interlocking planes, like a miniature fortress assembling itself within the cauldron. The iron spirit dust wove through the crystal matrix, reinforcing weak points, filling gaps. The defensive root bark provided a living scaffold, and the white jade powder sealed everything together with a binding that was less chemical bond and more architectural keystone. Little Crimson monitored from inside his collar, feeding encouragement through their bond. That's it, master. Give it purpose. Tell it what shields are for. The pill that formed was grade 4, a full grade above his previous outputs. It was slightly larger than his round 1 pills, denser, and it carried a faint inner luminescence that pulsed, not quite a heartbeat, but a distant cousin of one. The judges examined it with their standard instruments and noted the grade upgrade. Significant improvement from rounds 1 and 2, the lead judge murmured. Curious. But the real test was the practical evaluation. The test subject, a burly Foundation establishment volunteer from the tournament staff, consumed Shen Yaozu's pill. A shimmer of silver-gold energy wrapped around his body like a second skin. Standard so far, all shield pills produced a visible barrier. The attack panel, 3 judge-level cultivators, began their assault. The first attack was a concentrated spiritual bolt, equivalent to the strike of a peak qi condensation cultivator. Shen Yaozu's shield absorbed it without visible effect. The second attack was stronger, a Foundation establishment-level strike. The shield flickered, rippled, and held. Same as most surviving competitors' shields. The third attack was a combined dual assault, 2 Foundation establishment strikes from different angles. Other competitors' shields had shattered at this level. 3 of the remaining shields cracked visibly under the pressure. Shen Yaozu's shield flexed. The audience leaned forward collectively. The shield didn't crack or even strain. It bent inward at the points of impact, absorbing the force, redistributing it across the entire barrier surface, and then, as if breathing out, returned to its original shape. It adapted, the lead judge whispered, her spectacles flashing as she ran real-time analysis. The shield reconfigured its internal structure in response to the attack vector. The defensive matrix is self-optimizing. The fourth attack was a concentrated piercing strike, the kind designed to punch through barriers by focusing all energy into a single point. Most shield pills, regardless of grade, were vulnerable to piercing attacks because they distributed their defensive energy uniformly. Shen Yaozu's shield sensed the piercing intent before impact. The defensive matrix at the targeted point tripled in density, creating a hardened node that caught the piercing strike like a fist closing around a thrown needle. The attack stopped dead. The arena erupted in murmurs. The judges conferred urgently. I've seen this behavior in master-grade defensive pills, the lead judge told her colleagues, loud enough for the front rows to hear. Self-optimizing barrier matrices are documented in advanced defensive alchemy texts. But those techniques require master-level cultivation and years of specialized training. This competitor is at Foundation establishment. She turned to Shen Yaozu with sharp, assessing eyes. Your technique is unusual, competitor Shun. Can you describe your refinement approach? I focused on intent, Shen Yaozu said. I refined the pill with the specific intention of protection, and I tried to give it flexibility. The ability to respond to what it encounters. The judge's spectacles flickered again. She seemed to be debating whether to press further, then decided against it. Noted, your practical score is exceptional. Shen Yaozu advanced to the semifinals, ranked 9th out of 12 qualifiers. Just inside the cut line on paper, but his practical evaluation score was 3rd overall, behind only Duan Hongwei and a prodigy from the Emerald Mountain sect. More importantly, Duan Hongwei had noticed. The Celestial Forge prodigy appeared at Shen Yaozu's suite door that evening, without announcement or invitation. He stood in the hallway with his arms crossed, his expression shifting between the unreadable neutrality Shen Yaozu was starting to recognize as his default and something sharper, A crack in the mask. Your shield pill adapted, he said without preamble. Autonomous structural reconfiguration in response to external stimuli. That's not possible with any standard refinement technique in the current literature. It is with mine. Your technique is wrong. My technique works. Working and correct are not the same thing. Duan Hongwei's voice was cool, precise, each word selected with the same care he applied to his ingredients. A pill is a chemical compound. It follows laws. Physical laws, spiritual laws, thermodynamic laws. It does not decide, adapt, or choose. What you demonstrated today was either a remarkable coincidence, a novel application of an existing defensive formation that mimics autonomous behavior, or a fundamental error in refinement that happened to produce a beneficial side effect. Have you considered a third option? That your understanding of what a pill can be is incomplete. Something flickered in Duan Hongwei's eyes. Not anger, exactly. More like the discomfort of an equation that refused to balance. My understanding is based on the Thousand Perfections method, the most rigorous analytical framework in modern alchemy. It accounts for every variable, every interaction, every possible outcome within the known laws of spiritual chemistry. There is no room for pills that choose. Room and reality are different things. Then prove it. I plan to. In the semifinals. In front of 10,000 people. A long pause. Duan Hongwei studied Shen Yaozu with that same impersonal intensity, but something had shifted in his gaze. Not respect. Not yet. But the recognition of a puzzle that didn't fit his framework. And for a man whose entire identity was built on having a framework that fit everything, that recognition carried weight. If your pills truly adapt, he said finally, then either everything I know about alchemy is wrong, or you're practicing something that shouldn't exist. He turned to leave. I look forward to proving which it is. After he left, Iron Gut emerged from the belt pouch. I don't like him. You don't like anyone, Little Crimson pointed out. I like Master. And the blue one. And the green pointy one inside the lady. And the lady herself. That's enough people. Jade Serpent is a pill, not a person. Close enough. Chapter 26. The night before the semi-final matches were set, for head-to-head bouts, 2 competitors each, with the winners advancing to the final. Shen Yaozu's first match was against Ren Gaofeng of the Obsidian Furnace sect, a heavy-set man whose fire-based refinement technique was legendary for its raw power. But the final, if he got there, would be against Duan Hongwei. The bracket made it inevitable. The night before the semi-finals, Shen Yaozu sat in his suite with his pills arrayed around him, going over strategies, contingencies, and worst-case scenarios. Azure Dream provided analytical support, modeling different refinement approaches and their likely outcomes. Ren Gaofeng's technique relies on overwhelming thermal energy, Azure Dream reported. His cauldron temperatures regularly exceed 2,000 degrees, nearly double the standard operating range. This produces pills with exceptional raw potency, but reduced purity. His grade 4+ pills have a purity index of approximately 82%, compared to your grade 4 pills at 91%. So I win on purity, but lose on potency. In a standard evaluation, yes. His raw output is superior. But if the judging includes practical testing, which the semi-final format historically does, your pill's adaptive qualities will provide a significant advantage. A less potent pill that responds to the situation will outperform a more potent pill that doesn't. What about Duan Hongwei? Azure Dream's glow dimmed slightly, the pill's equivalent of a grimace. His Thousand Perfections method is essentially perfect within its own framework. In a standard head-to-head refinement, his pills will exceed yours in every measurable metric except duration of effect and adaptive response. The question is whether the judges will weight those qualities heavily enough to offset his advantages in purity, potency, and yield. So, I need to make the judges see what makes my pills different. You need to make the audience see it. The judges are experienced, they'll notice the technical details. But 10,000 spectators won't understand subtle analytical metrics. They need to see something extraordinary. I could use a conscious pill, Shen Yaozu said quietly. Refine one during the competition. Let the audience see it move, react, choose. That would certainly be extraordinary. It would also expose your technique to the entire alchemical world. Every alchemist, every sect, every organization with an interest in alchemy would know about conscious pills. The implications would be massive. I know. Irreversible. Azure Dream finished. You cannot unring that bell. I know that too. Little Crimson flew to his eye level. Master, are you sure? Once people know, you can't unknow them. Everyone will want your technique. Some will want to learn from you, and some will want to take it from you, and some will want to destroy it. The pill war. Iron Gut rumbled from the windowsill. The Chronicle Qingyan showed you. People are going to be afraid of conscious pills. People fear what they don't understand, Shun Yaozu replied. The solution isn't to hide, it's to help them understand. If I demonstrate conscious pills in a controlled, public setting, I control the narrative. If someone else exposes the secret, the consortium, the pill hunters, whoever, they control it. The consortium is already making moves, Azure Dream noted. The dispersal devices, the market manipulation. They know about conscious pills, and they're already positioning against them. Better to go public on our terms than theirs. Silence fell over the room. 3 pills floated in the lamplight, their combined glow painting the walls in layers of crimson, azure, and steel. I'm going to show them everything, Shun Yaozu said. In the final, not the semifinals. I'll handle Rin Galfeng with technique alone. But if I face Duan Hongwei in the final, I'm going to create a conscious pill in front of 10,000 people and let the world see what the myriad lives root can do. His pills glowed brighter. A knock at the door. Qingyan, still awake, still in her competition robes from her own semi-final preparation. Her division's final round was tomorrow as well. She'd qualified for the championship match against the Serpent Valley's representative. Can't sleep? She asked, leaning against the doorframe. Planning. For the final? For everything after the final. Win or lose, tomorrow changes things. She studied his face with dark eyes that saw more than they revealed. Then she stepped inside and closed the door. I won my semifinal today, she said. Swept the Serpent Valley girl in straight sets. Jade Serpent identified a weakness in her synthesis pattern that I exploited. The judges were impressed. Congratulations. Thank you. But that's not why I'm here. She sat on the edge of his bed with a comfort that spoke of growing trust. Whatever happens tomorrow, I'll be in the stands. And if anyone tries anything, sabotage, interference, anything, I have enough paralysis toxin on my person to drop 50 cultivators in under 30 seconds. That's reassuring and terrifying simultaneously. I aim for both. She touched his cheek, a brief, warm contact that lingered. You're going to be magnificent. I've known it since the first time your pill healed my arm. You see the world differently, Shun Yaozu. You see life where everyone else sees compounds. That's not a defect. It's a gift. She kissed his cheek and left before he could respond. In his pocket, Little Crimson sighed contentedly. She smells like conviction tonight. And something else. I think humans call it love. Quiet. You, Shun Yaozu murmured, but his cheek burned where her lips had been. Chapter 27. Mei Shuang's shadow dawn arrived with unseasonable rain. Fat droplets that drummed against Shun Yaozu's window and turned the arena's stone floor into a mirror of reflected lantern light. The tournament staff had erected a canopy over the competition stage, but the air was damp and heavy, lending the day an atmosphere of electric anticipation. Shun Yaozu was dressing when Azure Dream spoke urgently from the window ledge. Master, spiritual signature detected approaching from the south corridor. I'm cross-referencing against known patterns. A pause. Identity confirmed. Mei Shuang. Jade Lotus Sect, expelled. The cultivator who poisoned Qingyan. Shun Yaozu's hands paused on his robe's sash. Mei Shuang. Here, at the tournament, despite her expulsion and the charges against her. She shouldn't have been able to get within a mile of the competitor's district. She shouldn't be here, Little Crimson said, bristling with hostility. Its crimson glow intensified, and Shun Yaozu felt the pill's protective instincts surge through their bond. And yet she is. Azure Dream's glow pulsed analytically. Her spiritual signature carries new compounds, agents I don't recognize from any standard classification. She's been enhanced since her expulsion. Someone has equipped her with sophisticated tools. Shun Yaozu considered his options quickly. Confront Mei Shuang directly. Risky, might cause a scene that disrupted the tournament. Alert tournament security, slow, bureaucratic, might not act in time. Track her to discover what she was planning, subtle, informative, but required resources. Track, he decided. Iron Gut, follow her. Stay hidden, report her movements. Don't engage unless she's about to do something irreversible. Iron Gut detached from his belt without a word and slipped through the window's air vent. The pill was small enough to navigate the building's ventilation system with ease, and its gray coloring made it nearly invisible in the dim ducts. Shun Yaozu finished dressing and headed for the arena, one part of his attention always tuned to Iron Gut's reports. The reports came in terse fragments throughout the morning, delivered in Iron Gut's characteristically blunt style. South corridor. Moving fast. Checking over her shoulder. Met someone. Male, mid-foundation establishment. Unfamiliar signature. They exchanged containers. Small glass vials, spiritually sealed. Moving toward the arena basement. Service entrance, staff only. Her companion bribed the guard. In the ventilation hub. The main air distribution node for the competition stage. She's placing something on the intake manifold. Smells wrong. Chemical compound. Volatile. With a spiritual suppression signature. She's placing something in the arena's air system. Azure Dream translated, processing Iron Gut's raw observations into a coherent analysis. Based on the descriptions, they're dispersal agents, aerosolized compounds designed to be breathed in by competitors during the refinement phase. A mass poisoning at the tournament. Not necessarily lethal. More likely performance inhibitors, compounds that interfere with spiritual energy control, cause hand tremors, or disrupt concentration. At the concentrations possible through ventilation dispersal, the effect would be subtle, barely noticeable to most competitors, but potentially decisive in a close match. Targeted at specific competitors' weaknesses. Targeted at me? You, Qing Yan, or both. Given Mei Shuang's personal grudge against Qing Yan and the consortium's interest in suppressing your technique, the attack serves multiple agendas simultaneously. Efficient, if despicable. Iron Gut's next report. 3 devices total. 1 at the main intake. 2 at secondary nodes that service the eastern and western stage sections. Your station is in the eastern zone. Shen Yaozu found Qing Yan outside the arena's main entrance. She was stretching, a series of precise movements that doubled as poison resistance exercises, and looked up at his approach. Mei Shuang is here, he said without preamble. She's planted dispersal devices in the ventilation system. Aerosolized compounds, probably concentration inhibitors or spiritual suppressants. Qing Yan's expression went cold. Not angry, cold. In the way of someone trained in poisons who understood exactly how dangerous aerosolized compounds could be. Her hand went to the silver needles in her hair, not as weapons, but as tools. Several of the needles were actually miniaturized antidote dispensers, designed for exactly this kind of emergency. I'll handle it, she said. You focus on the semifinal. I'll find the devices and neutralize them before the match. Will you need help? I am a champion-level poison specialist confronting a disgraced junior practitioner's crude dispersal devices. Qing Yan cracked her knuckles with deliberate precision. I won't need help. I'll need restraint. The urge to also poison Mei Shuang is going to be considerable. She vanished into the arena's service corridors with the fluid efficiency of someone very comfortable operating in shadows. Iron Gut continued tracking Mei Shuang while Azure Dream coordinated with Qing Yan through Jade Serpent, relaying the exact locations and compositions of the dispersal devices. Within 40 minutes, Qing Yan had found and disabled all 3 devices, replacing the aerosolized suppressants with harmless colored vapor that would dissipate without effect. Mei Shuang was apprehended by tournament security after Qing Yan led them directly to her hiding spot in the basement. The disgraced cultivator went down fighting. She had 2 more vials of concentrated toxin on her person, which she threw at the security guards before being subdued. Qing Yan neutralized the thrown toxins midair with a precisely targeted counteragent delivered via throwing needle. Clean. Jade Serpent reported to Shen Yaozu through the chain of bonds. Qing Yan is unharmed. The saboteur is in custody. The arena is safe. But the question lingered. Who had equipped Mei Shuang after her expulsion? She didn't have the resources, connections, or technical knowledge to obtain advanced dispersal technology on her own. Someone had supplied her, directed her, and gotten her past tournament security. Someone with significant reach and a strong interest in disrupting the tournament. The Pill Refiners Consortium was the obvious suspect. But there might be others. Iron Gut, Shen Yaozu called through their bond. The man who met Mei Shuang. Did you get a good look at him? Average everything. Forgettable face. Jade brooch on his collar. A cauldron with a serpent. The consortium's sigil. Confirmation. The mystery would have to wait. The semifinals were starting in an hour, and Shen Yaozu needed his full concentration for what was ahead. Chapter 28. Semifinal. Fire and intent. The 3 days between Mei Shuang's capture and the semifinal matches were tense. Tournament security had tripled their presence, and every competitor was subjected to enhanced screening before entering the arena. The city of 10,000 fires buzzed with rumors, sabotage attempts, poison ventilation, mysterious cultivators in black. The alchemical world's gossip networks ran hot. Shen Yaozu used the downtime to investigate. Azure Dream analyzed the residue from the disabled dispersal devices, tracing the compounds to a supply chain that ran through 3 intermediaries before reaching a blind spot. A dead end that smelled of professional obfuscation. The consortium covers its tracks well, Azure Dream reported. But the compounds themselves are distinctive. They were manufactured using a proprietary technique that leaves molecular signatures consistent with the consortium's pharmaceutical division. They may deny involvement, but the evidence is in the chemistry. Duan Hongwei, who'd been told about the sabotage attempt by Qing Yan, responded with characteristic directness. File a formal complaint with the 9-Star Council. Include the molecular analysis. Let the consortium deny it publicly. Public denial creates a record that can be referenced when the next incident occurs. When not if. Organizations like the consortium don't accept rejection gracefully. They'll escalate. Shen Yaozu filed the complaint. The 9-Star Council acknowledged it with diplomatic language that promised investigation while carefully avoiding accusations. Politics. He was learning that the alchemy world ran on politics as much as pill recipes. The semi-final matches were held sequentially, one pair at a time, each match occupying the full stage while the arena watched. Shen Yaozu's match against Ren Gaofeng was first. The arena was still humming with energy from the sabotage incident. Word had spread through the competitors and audience that someone had attempted to interfere with the ventilation system, though the details remained vague. Security had been visibly increased, with additional cultivators stationed at every entrance and exit. Ren Gaofeng was already at his station when Shen Yaozu took the stage. The obsidian furnace representative was broad-shouldered, thick-necked, and carried himself with the physical confidence of someone whose cultivation technique was rooted in brute force. His spiritual signature radiated heat, a constant low-grade thermal emission that made the air around him shimmer. "You're the Azure Crane kid with the adapting shields," Ren said, his voice a deep rumble. "Interesting trick. Won't work against fire, though? Fire doesn't adapt, it just burns. We'll see." The challenge was announced. Qi restoration pills, a staple of combat alchemy, judged on potency, purity, yield, and practical performance. A strong, well-rounded pill that tested every fundamental skill. Begin. Ren Gaofeng's technique was immediate and overwhelming. His cauldron erupted with fire qi, not the controlled flame of a normal refinement, but a roaring inferno that compressed the ingredients through sheer thermal force. The approach was crude by academic standards, but devastatingly effective. His spiritual energy was vast, core formation level, 3 full stages above Shen Yaozu, and he poured it into the cauldron without reservation. The temperature in the arena rose noticeably. Spectators in the front rows loosened their collars. Shen Yaozu did not try to match the heat. Instead, he went the opposite direction, cool, precise, controlled. His branching energy wove through the ingredients like roots through soil, finding the natural bonding points and encouraging them rather than forcing them. Where Ren used a hammer, Shen Yaozu used a needle. Where Ren overwhelmed, Shen Yaozu persuaded. The warmth of his myriad lives root infused the process, giving each step a quality of living intent that standard techniques couldn't replicate. The ingredients responded to his touch like plants responding to sunlight, leaning toward his energy, opening up, offering their essential properties willingly rather than having them extracted by force. 2 hours and 30 minutes later, both competitors opened their cauldrons. Ren Gaofeng, 5 pills, grade 4+. Dense with potent qi restoration energy, practically vibrating with compressed power. They were the alchemical equivalent of a thunderbolt, tremendous force, concentrated and delivered with brutal efficiency. Shen Yaozu, 4 pills, grade 4. Clean, balanced, emanating a steady warmth that contrasted sharply with Ren's aggressive energy. They didn't vibrate or pulse with power. They glowed, gently, steadily, like a fire that could burn all night without consuming itself. The judges evaluated both sets of pills with standard instruments. Ren scored higher on raw potency, a clear margin. Shen Yaozu scored higher on purity, a narrow margin. Yield went to Ren, 5-4. Then came practical testing. 2 test subjects consumed the pills simultaneously and were subjected to a qi depletion exercise, a controlled spiritual energy drain that simulated the exhaustion of extended combat. The pill's restoration effects were measured in real time. Ren's pill hit like a lightning strike. The test subjects' depleted qi reserves surged back to full in under 10 seconds. A massive, instantaneous restoration that left the subject gasping from the sheer force of the energy influx. Impressive, dramatic, powerful. The effect lasted 11 minutes. Then it dropped off sharply, leaving the subject's qi slightly below its starting level, a common side effect of high-potency restoration pills that traded sustainability for immediacy. Shen Yaozu's pill worked differently. The restoration was gradual, not a lightning strike, but a sunrise. The subject's qi rose steadily over 30 seconds to about 80% of full, then continued climbing in smaller increments. The restoration reached full capacity at the 1-minute mark and stayed there. At the 11-minute mark, when Ren's pill had failed, Shen Yaozu's pill was still active. At 20 minutes, still active. At 30 minutes, the judges called the test. Shen Yaozu's pill was still working. The restoration effect has a sustained quality, the lead judge reported. her voice carrying a note of amazement she couldn't quite suppress. As if the pill continues working after initial activation, the compound appears to self-regulate its energy output, matching the subject's depletion rate rather than delivering a fixed dose. It adapts, someone in the crowd murmured. It adapts, the judge confirmed. The scoring was close, but Shun Yaozu won by a narrow margin. The sustained performance tipped the scales, as the tournament's judging criteria weighted practical utility heavily. Rin Gaofeng took the loss with grace. More grace than Shun Yaozu had expected from someone whose entire technique was built on overwhelming force. Different approach, he said, shaking Shun Yaozu's hand after the match. I've never seen pills that keep working like that. It's like they care about the patient. Maybe they do, Shun Yaozu said quietly. Huh. Philosopher Alchemist. My master always said the best pills were made with heart, not just heat. He clapped Shun Yaozu's shoulder with enough force to stagger him. Good luck in the final. You'll need it. Chapter 29. The final begins. 3 days separated the semi-finals from the final. Time for the competitors to rest, recover, and prepare. Shun Yaozu spent it in intensive meditation, stabilizing his mid-foundation establishment base and deepening his bond with his pills. The second semi-final match, Duan Hongwei versus the Emerald Mountain Prodigy, a young woman named Li Wei whose earth aspect technique had carried her through the prelims with quiet competence, was held the day after Shun Yaozu's victory. He watched from the stands with Qing Yin, studying the man he'd face in the final. It was a massacre, not violent. There was no combat in a refinement match, but utterly, comprehensively one-sided. Duan Hongwei's Thousand Perfections method dismantled the challenge with the clinical efficiency of a surgical instrument. Li Wei produced respectable grade 4 pills. Duan Hongwei produced grade 5 pills that the judges described as approaching the theoretical ceiling of the compound's potential. Li Wei's practical test scores were solid. Duan Hongwei's were perfect. The match lasted 3 hours. The outcome was decided in the first 30 minutes. Li Wei knew it. Shun Yaozu could see it in the tightening of her shoulders, the slight tremor in her hands as she realized she was competing not against a person but against an inevitability. He's not just good, Qing Yin murmured. He's oppressive. His perfection creates a psychological pressure that makes other alchemists second-guess themselves. They start making mistakes they normally wouldn't, because the standard he sets is so impossibly high that it shakes their confidence. A technique that demoralizes opponents without a single hostile action. The most dangerous kind. He won't demoralize me, Shun Yaozu said. No, but he'll test you. Your technique versus his, in front of the world. Whatever happens, it'll be the most important alchemical demonstration in a generation. Qing Yin won her own division championship that same day, defeating the Serpent Valley representative in a match that the judges called the finest poison alchemy they'd seen in a decade. Her technique, augmented by Jade Serpent's real-time analysis, was flawless, and her champion's medal was well-earned. She celebrated by bringing Shun Yaozu a bottle of medicinal wine and sitting with him in his suite while he meditated. You don't have to sit there quietly, he told her during a rest break. I like watching you meditate. Your pills orbit you like tiny moons. It's peaceful. I'm glad my existential preparation for the most important match of my life provides you with aesthetic pleasure. It does. Very much. She poured 2 cups of wine and handed him one. To tomorrow. To tomorrow. They drank. The wine was warm and sweet, with a medicinal undertone that settled into the spiritual channels like liquid comfort. Shun Yaozu felt his tension ease by a fraction, enough to breathe properly for the first time in days. Whatever happens tomorrow, Qing Yin said, you've already won. You came here as a nobody from a mid-tier pavilion. You've advanced further than anyone expected. Even if Duan Hongwei defeats you in the final, the world has seen what your pills can do. I'm not going to lose. I know. I just wanted to remind you that winning isn't the only thing that matters. What else matters? The way you win. The story it tells. The doors it opens. She set down her cup. Win with your soul on display. Show them everything. Let the world see what I see. What do you see? A man who gives pieces of himself to his creations and gets back something greater than he gave. A man whose defects became his defining gift. A man whose pills love him. She paused. That's not a technique. That's a Tao. On the morning of the final, the arena was full before dawn. Spectators had camped overnight to secure seats. The 9-star council was present in full formal regalia. 9 elder alchemists in ceremonial robes, their combined spiritual presence like a mountain range compressed into a skybox. And there, in the spectator section reserved for visiting dignitaries, sat Pil Saint Xian. The ancient woman was almost invisible amid the grandeur surrounding her, small, frail, leaning on her spirit wood cane, but her eyes were bright and fixed on the stage with an intensity that belied her age. Two cauldrons stood at center stage, 3 meters apart. Tournament officials buzzed around the perimeter, adjusting measurement instruments and calibrating the judging apparatus. Duan Hongwei was already at the left cauldron. His posture was perfect, his expression neutral, his white and silver robes pristine. He looked like a sculpture of the ideal alchemist, beautiful, precise, and utterly motionless. Shen Yaozu took his position at the right cauldron. He was acutely aware of the contrast between them, Duan Hongwei's cold elegance against his own humble azure crane robes. The two-time champion against the nobody from a mid-tier pavilion. But he wasn't nobody anymore. And after today, the world would know it. The Nine-Star Council's leader rose from the judge's box. The arena fell silent, 10,000 people holding their breath simultaneously. The final round of the 337th Heavenly Cauldron Alchemy Tournament. Competitors, Duan Hongwei of the Celestial Forge Academy, two-time champion, and Shen Yaozu of the Azure Crane Pavilion. A murmur from the crowd. Most had followed the brackets. They knew about the adapting shield pill and the sustained effect restoration pills. They were curious, skeptical, intrigued, but they expected Duan Hongwei to win. The smart money, the pundits, the bookmakers at the city's gambling halls, all favored the champion. The challenge: refine the legendary 9-fold restoration pill. This is a supreme-grade restorative compound, requiring mastery of 9 distinct ingredient interactions and precise energy control across multiple refinement phases. You have 4 hours. Quality, yield, and practical efficacy will determine the winner. The 9-fold restoration pill, a compound so demanding that many master-ranked alchemists struggled with it. For a tournament to use it as a final challenge was a statement. This year's finalists were being tested at the highest possible level. Begin. Chapter 30. The living pill. Duan Hongwei began immediately, his hands moving with the practiced fluidity of a technique refined through years of repetitive perfection. His cauldron hummed to life, emitting a precise silver light that matched his 1000 perfections method signature. Cold, controlled, exact. Shen Yaozu did not begin immediately. He placed his hands on the cauldron's rim and closed his eyes. In his mind, he spoke to his pills. This is it. I'm going to create a conscious 9-fold restoration pill. In front of everyone. I need you 3 to support me. Little Crimson, feed me healing energy to offset the soul strain. I'm going to push harder than I ever have, and the cost will be significant. Azure Dream, monitor the refinement phases and correct any imbalances. If something goes wrong with one of the 9 interactions, I need to know before it cascades. Iron Gut, stand guard. If anything or anyone tries to interfere, stop them. 3 affirmatives, each in its own distinct voice, eager, analytical, and blunt. Shen Yaozu opened his eyes and began. The 9 ingredients for the 9-fold restoration pill were arranged on his station in sealed containers, each one a potent spiritual compound with specific handling requirements. Dragon Marrow Extract, Phoenix Feather Ash, Moonbloom Essence, Thunderstone Dust, Lifespring Water, Deathroot Bark, Starfire Crystal, Mindsilk Thread, and the binding agent, Soul Jade Powder. 9 ingredients, 9 interactions, 9 phases. Each phase built on the previous, and failure at any stage would corrupt everything that followed. The first 3 ingredients were standard, and he handled them with the competence he'd demonstrated throughout the tournament. Dragon Marrow Extract, dissolved in a controlled spiral. Phoenix Feather Ash, integrated at precise temperature. Moonbloom Essence, vaporized and folded into the mixture. The crowd watched with moderate interest. Nothing remarkable yet, just competent alchemy. The 4th ingredient, Thunderstone Dust, the 9-fold restoration pill's most volatile component, was where things changed. Standard technique called for introducing the dust in a controlled stream while maintaining a precise temperature differential. Duan Hongwei did exactly this at his cauldron. His temperature regulated to within a fraction of a degree, the dust stream measured to the milligram. Textbook perfect. Shen Yaozu did something different. He took the Thunderstone Dust in his bare hand. A gasp from the audience. The compound was electrically active and could discharge spiritual energy through unprotected skin. The tingling sensation traveled up his arm like a swarm of bees, but he held firm. He channeled his myriad lives' roots living energy through the Thunderstone Dust, warming it, befriending it. The volatile compound's chaotic electrical charge smoothed under his touch, reorganizing itself into patterns that complemented rather than conflicted with the existing mixture. When he released it into the cauldron, the dust merged with the compound not through forced reaction but through resonance. The ingredients recognized each other and chose to bond. The judges leaned forward. The lead judge's spectacles flickered frantically as she ran real-time analysis. He's preconditioning the ingredients with his spiritual energy before integration, she murmured to her colleagues, her voice barely audible through the amplification. The Thunderstone's volatility index just dropped by 40% without any loss of potency. The electrical charge isn't being suppressed, it's being harmonized. That shouldn't be possible with standard energy manipulation. Shen Yaozu continued. Each remaining ingredient received the same treatment, touched with living intent before entering the cauldron. The life-spring water was not poured, but offered. The deathroot bark was not crushed, but invited to release its essence. The starfire crystal was not dissolved, but persuaded to merge. The refinement became less like manufacturing and more like cultivation, growing the pill from ingredients the way a gardener grows flowers from seeds, each component finding its place through natural affinity rather than imposed chemistry. By the seventh ingredient, the cauldron was glowing with a warm, golden light that pulsed in a distinctive heartbeat rhythm. The audience was utterly silent. 10,000 people who'd seen thousands of refinements, watching something they'd never encountered. Even Duan Hongwei had paused mid-refinement. His hand hovered over his cauldron, his eyes fixed on Shun Yaozu's station. His expression, for the first time since the tournament began, showed something other than neutral assessment. It showed shock. The eighth ingredient, mind silk thread, requiring the most delicate touch of any compound. Shun Yaozu spun it into the mixture with his branching energy, each fragment of his living intent weaving through the thread like warmth through fabric. The compound responded by pulling itself into alignment, creating a neural network of spiritual connections within the pill that mirrored the branching pattern of his myriad lives' root. The ninth ingredient, soul jade powder, the binding agent. This was the final phase, the moment when all 9 interactions had to stabilize simultaneously. It was the phase where most alchemists failed. Holding 9 competing reactions in balance required superhuman concentration and energy control. Duan Hongwei managed it through the sheer mechanical precision of his method. Every variable accounted for, every reaction predicted and controlled. He'd resumed his refinement, his focus narrowed to his own cauldron, his hands moving with desperate precision. Shen Yaozu managed it by letting go. He stopped trying to control the reactions and instead let his living energy permeate the compound. He gave himself to the pill, not just energy, but intent, consciousness, soul. The branching fragments of his myriad lives' root flowed into the mixture like tributaries joining a river, each one carrying a piece of who he was. The 9 interactions found their own equilibrium. Like an ecosystem achieving balance, the reactions self-organized, each one adjusting to accommodate the others, guided not by external force, but by the internal intelligence of living intent. The strain hit him like a physical blow. Soul jade powder, named for a reason. The binding agent amplified the soul-fragmenting effect of the myriad lives technique tenfold. He felt a piece of his consciousness detach and flow into the pill, larger than any fragment he'd given before. The hollowness in his chest expanded until it felt like a cavern. Little Crimson immediately poured healing energy into him, offsetting the worst of the strain. Azure Dream monitored his vital signs and called adjustments. Iron Gut maintained a fierce, protective vigilance. The cauldron blazed with golden light. The arena's protective wards activated as spiritual energy levels spiked far beyond normal refinement parameters. The crowd shielded their eyes. And when the light faded, Shun Yaozu lifted the lid. A single pill sat in the cauldron. It was gold, luminous, perfectly formed, but those words didn't capture it. It was beautiful in the way that living things are beautiful, with a radiance that shifted and breathed and changed from moment to moment. Its surface shimmered with patterns that moved like clouds across a tiny golden sky. And it was hovering. 3 inches above the cauldron's floor, the 9-fold restoration pill floated in a gentle orbit, its surface radiating warmth that the entire arena could feel. As 10,000 spectators watched in stunned silence, the pill rose higher, clearing the cauldron's rim, and drifted towards Shun Yaozu. It settled in his open palm and pulsed. Once, twice, a heartbeat, and then, loud enough for the front rows to hear through the spiritual amplification field, a voice spoke. Not in Shun Yaozu's mind. Aloud, projected through the pill's own spiritual energy with clarity and conviction. I am whole, the pill said, and I choose my master. The arena exploded. Chapter 31. The world responds. The chaos lasted for 20 minutes. Spectators were on their feet, shouting, some in awe, some in alarm, some simply unable to process what they'd witnessed. The judges huddled in urgent conference, their instruments overwhelmed by readings that didn't fit any known framework. Tournament security formed a perimeter around the stage, uncertain whether the floating, talking pill constituted a threat. In the stands, Qin Yin stood with her hand on the silver needles in her hair, ready for any attack that might be directed at Shun Yaozu in the confusion. Beside her, she could see the reactions rippling through the crowd. Sect leaders leaning forward with hungry eyes, independent alchemists whispering urgently to one another, and one ancient woman sitting perfectly still amid the chaos, a thin smile on her weathered face. Pill Saint Xian was not surprised. She'd been expecting this. On stage, Duan Hongwei stood at his cauldron, his own refinement complete. 6 flawless ninefold restoration pills sat in precise arrangement. Grade 5, technically perfect by every known measure. They were the finest standard pills the tournament had ever produced. And they were utterly, completely overshadowed by a single floating golden sphere that could speak. Duan Hongwei stared at Shun Yaozu's conscious pill with an expression that traversed the entire spectrum of human emotion in the space of 30 seconds. Disbelief, denial, anger, confusion, and finally, settling into something that looked almost like grief, the mourning of a worldview that had just been demolished. Shun Yaozu stood at center stage with the conscious pill hovering above his palm, its golden glow painting him in warm light. He was exhausted. The soul strain was the worst he'd ever experienced, a hollowness that went deeper than physical fatigue. Little Crimson was feeding him healing energy at maximum output, and he could still feel the emptiness expanding. But it was done. The world had seen. The 9-Star Council's leader descended from the judge's box to the stage, an unprecedented move that caused a fresh wave of murmuring in the crowd. He approached Shun Yaozu's pill with careful, measured steps, his ancient eyes wide with an emotion that transcended professional assessment. In 400 years of judging this tournament, the old man said, his voice carrying through the arena's amplification, I have never seen a pill that moves of its own accord. That speaks. That chooses. He reached toward the pill, then stopped, his hand hovering an inch away. May I? You can try, Shun Yaozu said. But it won't respond to anyone but me. The old judge touched the pill. Nothing happened. No healing effect, no energy transfer, no response. The pill acknowledged his presence with a brief warming of its glow, a courtesy, then returned to orbiting Shun Yaozu's palm. Remarkable. The judge turned to the panel. I need a full analysis. Every instrument we have. This takes priority over scoring. What followed was an hour of intensive examination. The judges tested Shun Yaozu's pill against Duan Hongwei's using every metric in the standard evaluation framework. The results were extraordinary and, in several cases, literally unmeasurable. Duan Hongwei's pills, grade 5, 97% purity, maximum yield, technically flawless by every known measure. They were, without question, the finest conventional ninefold restoration pills anyone in the arena had ever seen. Shun Yaozu's pill, grade 6. The announcement caused a second eruption. Grade 6 was not a standard classification. The system only went to 5. But the judges' instruments consistently rated the pill's potency, purity, and restoration capacity above the theoretical maximum for the given ingredients. It's not just a pill, the lead judge explained to the hushed arena, her voice shaking slightly with academic excitement. It's a pill that continues to refine itself after creation. The compound is still optimizing, still adjusting its internal structure, strengthening molecular bonds, purifying residual impurities. It's alive, and it's improving. A self-improving pill. A pill that got better over time. A pill that was, in a very real sense, still being born. Chapter 32, Champion. The 9-Star Council convened an emergency session. The arena buzzed with 1,000 conversations, speculation, fear, wonder, and the sharp calculation of people who just realized that the world was about to change. Shun Yaozu sat on the edge of the stage, his pill hovering protectively above his shoulder, and waited. Little Crimson pressed against his chest, maintaining the healing flow that was the only thing keeping him upright. How are you feeling? Azure Dream asked quietly. Empty. Your soul resonance is at 62%. Lower than I'd like, but stable. The conscious pill is drawing approximately 8% of your ongoing spiritual output for maintenance. Combined with the 3 of us, you're sustaining 5 conscious entities on Foundation establishment reserves. Is that dangerous? Not immediately, but you need rest. Extended rest. Creating a pill of that complexity and consciousness level was a pause. I don't have a comparison point. You've pushed further than anyone in recorded history. Duan Hongwei approached. The celestial forge prodigy stood before Shun Yaozu for a long moment, his expression cycling through emotions that his rigid self-control clearly wasn't prepared to handle. His white and silver robes, so perfect at the start of the match, were slightly rumpled, a sign of internal turmoil that, for Duan Hongwei, was equivalent to anyone else screaming. I have dedicated my entire life to the pursuit of alchemical perfection, he said. His voice was steady, but Shun Yaozu could hear the effort it cost him. The Thousand Perfections method is the culmination of 3 generations of my family's research. It eliminates every variable, controls every factor, accounts for every possibility within the known laws of spiritual chemistry. He paused. Your pill makes my life's work obsolete. Not obsolete, Shun Yaozu said. Your pills are perfect. They'll always be perfect. But perfection and life are different things. The world needs both. Yes. Duan Hongwei's voice was quiet, almost vulnerable, a tone Shun Yaozu suspected very few people had ever heard from him. They are different, and I don't know how to reconcile that. My entire framework assumes that perfection is the highest state a pill can achieve. You've shown me a state beyond perfection, beyond anything my framework can measure. You could learn. I don't have the root for it. Your technique requires a myriad lives root, something fundamental about who you are, not something you do. That's why it can't be replicated through study alone. He straightened, his expression settling into something closer to his usual composure. You'll win this tournament. The judges will award you first place. It's the only possible decision. You sound certain. I am certain. Your pill is objectively superior to mine by every metric, including several that don't yet exist. The Thousand Perfections method acknowledges objective reality, even when that reality is unwelcome. A pause. Even when that reality makes me want to throw my cauldron into a river. Despite everything, the exhaustion, the soul strain, the weight of what he'd just done, Shun Yaozu almost smiled. You're taking this better than I expected. I'm taking this the way a scientist takes a revolutionary discovery, with profound discomfort, grudging admiration, and the determination to understand it even if it takes the rest of my life. He extended his hand. Congratulations, Shun Yaozu. You've changed alchemy. Shun Yaozu shook his hand. The grip was firm, formal, and carried the weight of an entire worldview being reconstructed. The 9-Star Council's decision came an hour later. Shun Yaozu was declared champion by unanimous vote, and the council invoked a 400-year-old provision to award a special commendation for unprecedented technique. He was invited to demonstrate at the Grand Alchemy Symposium, the most prestigious gathering in the alchemical world. In the stands, Qin Yan was on her feet, applauding with an expression of fierce pride. On stage, Little Crimson performed a victory loop around Shun Yaozu's head that only he could see. And in the dignitary section, Pil Saint Xian nodded to herself. The boy had done it. Now came the hard part. Chapter 33. The consortium moves 3 days after the tournament. As Shun Yaozu prepared to leave the city of 10,000 fires, a man appeared at his door. He was unremarkable in every way. Average height, average build, average features. His robes were a nondescript brown, his hair a forgettable shade of dark, his face the kind that memory would shed within minutes of looking away. The only notable thing about him was the jade brooch on his collar, a cauldron encircled by a serpent. Shun Yaozu, the man said, his voice pleasant, modulated, professionally warm. My name is Li Wei. I represent the Pill Refiners Consortium. Shun Yaozu's hand drifted to his pocket, where Little Crimson vibrated with immediate hostility. I'm familiar with the consortium. Then you know we're the largest alchemical trade organization on the continent. We represent over 3,000 independent alchemists and supply medicinal products to 40% of the cultivation market. Li Wei's smile was calibrated to inspire trust. We were very impressed by your tournament performance. Impressed enough to try to sabotage it. The smile didn't waver by a single millimeter. I'm not aware of any sabotage attempts. The consortium is a legitimate business organization with a spotless reputation. Mei Shuang, the dispersal devices in the arena ventilation system. Your operative, Zhao Wen, who equipped her. The jade brooch he wore, identical to yours. A micro-expression crossed Li Wei's face, not guilt, but calculation. He was reassessing his approach in real time, adjusting his pitch. I can't speak to the actions of individuals who may have misrepresented our brand, but let's focus on the future rather than the past. He produced a sealed scroll from his robes. The consortium would like to propose a licensing agreement for your technique. In exchange for shared intellectual property rights, we'll provide full financial backing, research support, ingredient supply, market distribution, and legal protection. You'd receive a 40% royalty on all pills produced using your method, plus a signing bonus of 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones. An enormous sum, enough to buy a minor sect compound. Shun Yaozu could see the offer's appeal. With the consortium's resources, he could establish a laboratory, fund research, and protect himself from hostile actors. But he could also see the trap. Shared intellectual property, he said, meaning you'd own my technique. Co-own. With full creative autonomy, and my technique creates pills that are alive. They have consciousness, personality, independent will. They're not products. They're not commodities. They cannot be licensed, distributed, or controlled by a trade organization. Zhou Wei's pleasant expression flickered. Everything can be licensed, Mr. Shan. Even consciousness, when properly framed. The cultivation world runs on commerce. Your pills, however remarkable, will eventually enter the market. The only question is whether they enter through a partnership that benefits you, or through competitors who reverse engineer your method and cut you out entirely. No one can reverse engineer my method. It requires a spiritual root type that I'm the only known possessor of. For now, spiritual root research is advancing rapidly. Give it 10 years, perhaps 20, and root modification techniques may make the myriad lives configuration achievable through surgery. He spread his hands. Why not secure your position now, while you have exclusive access? My answer is no. Zhou Wei's pleasant facade held, but something shifted behind his eyes, a hardening, like soft metal being quenched in cold water. I'd encourage you to reconsider. The consortium has been the backbone of the alchemical economy for 2 centuries. We prefer partnerships to competition. But when competition is necessary, we are thorough. Is that a threat? It's context. Business context. He bowed with impeccable courtesy. We'll be in touch, Mr. Shun. The offer remains open. After he left, Shen Yaozu burned the scroll without reading it. Smart, Little Crimson approved. His energy tasted like silk over a knife. Smooth on the surface, sharp underneath. We need to leave this city, Shen Yaozu said. Today, before the consortium decides that partnership isn't their preferred approach. Chapter 34. The unlikely alliance. They departed the city of 10,000 fires within the hour. Shen Yaozu, Qing Yin, and, to everyone's surprise, Duan Hongwei, who appeared at the city gates with a meticulously packed travel bag and a look of grim determination. I'm not following you, he said preemptively, before anyone could comment. I'm conducting independent research into the phenomenon of conscious pills, and you happen to be the only documented test case. My presence is academically motivated. That sounds a lot like following, Qing Yin observed. It's academically motivated proximity. Entirely different. Shen Yaozu looked at the man who'd been his rival 3 days ago and saw something he recognized, the desperate need to understand something that defied everything you thought you knew. He'd felt it himself, the first time Little Crimson had spoken. Welcome to the road, Shen Yaozu said. The journey back to the Azure Crane Pavilion took 5 days. Duan Hongwei used every one of them to conduct what he called field observations, detailed documentation of Shen Yaozu's pills behavior, communication patterns, and personality development. He asked an average of 47 questions per day, recorded in a leather notebook with the obsessive detail of a man trying to map an entirely new continent. Your pills communicate telepathically through soul resonance, he noted on day 2, walking beside Shen Yaozu while writing without looking at the page. The connection uses the same channel as your spiritual energy, but operates on a distinct frequency. The range correlates to your cultivation level, currently approximately 1,000 feet. Does the emotional content of the communication also scale with distance, or is there a qualitative degradation that occurs independently of range? I haven't measured that specifically. You should. Data is the foundation of understanding. Without rigorous measurement, your technique will remain art rather than science. Maybe that's what it is. Art. Art and science are not mutually exclusive. They're different languages for describing the same reality. He scribbled another note. I've observed that your 3 pills have distinct behavioral patterns. Little Crimson is reactive and emotionally expressive. It responds to threats and social stimuli with immediate action. Azure Dream is reflective and analytical. It processes information before responding. Iron Gut is. He paused, searching for the right word. Blunt. Iron Gut supplied from the belt pouch. Direct. Duan Hongwei corrected diplomatically. These personality differentiations, are they determined by the ingredients used, the intent during refinement, or the order of creation? All 3, I think. And something else, something I can't quantify. Each pill feels like a different part of me, expressed independently. Duan Hongwei's pen stopped. You're describing psychological fragmentation. In most contexts, that would be a disorder. In most contexts, pills don't talk. Point taken. Qing Yin walked between them for much of the journey, occasionally interjecting with practical observations when the theoretical discussions became too abstract. She had a gift for grounding philosophy in reality. You two argue like an old married couple, she said on day 4, after a particularly heated debate about the metaphysics of soul fragmentation. It would be endearing if it weren't so exhausting. We do not. Both men said simultaneously, then looked at each other with mutual irritation. On the fourth night, camped in a mountain clearing under a sky thick with stars, Shen Yaozu made a decision. I'm going to show you a full refinement, he told Duan Hongwei. Conscious pill, from start to finish. No concealment, no modification. The real technique. Duan Hongwei set down his notebook. His expression was carefully controlled, but his eyes burned with a hunger Shen Yaozu recognized. The same hunger he'd felt when he first read the ancient text about the myriad lives technique. What ingredients? Duan Hongwei asked. Whatever we have. The ingredients matter less than the intent. The demonstration was revelatory, for both of them. Duan Hongwei's observations were precise and insightful, and his thousand perfections framework, while unable to replicate the technique, provided an analytical lens that helped Shen Yaozu understand his own abilities better. The pill that formed, a small, gentle healing pill named Dewdrop for its mild, eager-to-please personality, was not powerful. But it was alive, and watching its creation through Duan Hongwei's eyes gave Shen Yaozu a new perspective on his own gift. Everything I know tells me this is impossible, Duan Hongwei said afterward, staring at Dewdrop as it hovered shyly near Shen Yaozu's wrist. Spiritual energy does not fragment with coherence. Medicinal compounds do not self-organize. Pills do not speak. He paused. And yet, Shen Yaozu agreed. I'm going to figure out how to create conscious pills without a myriad lives root, Duan Hongwei said. It might take me my entire life. The best things usually do. Chapter 35. The dual creation. They arrived at the Azure Crane Pavilion on the sixth day to find it transformed. News of Shen Yaozu's tournament victory had preceded him, carried by spiritual communication arrays, traveling merchants, and the enthusiastic gossip of every alchemist who'd witnessed the final. The pavilion's gates bore congratulatory banners in blue and white, and a crowd of apprentices and disciples had gathered at the entrance, craning their necks for a glimpse of the champion. The faces in the crowd told a story of their own. Wei Peng, the broad-shouldered apprentice who'd called him Explosion Boy for 5 years, stood near the back, his expression a complicated mixture of disbelief and something that might have been regret. Lu Meihua, who'd competed against him in the semifinals, waited near the front with a genuine smile and a congratulatory bouquet of spirit-infused flowers. And Fatty Zhao, who'd started 6 months after Shen Yaozu and mastered basic vitality pills while Shen Yaozu was still producing explosions, looked like someone who'd just discovered that the natural order of the universe was fundamentally different from what he'd been taught. Feels strange, Shen Yaozu murmured to Little Crimson. Which part? All of it. 3 months ago, these people thought I was the worst alchemist in the pavilion's history. Now they're cheering for me. You are the worst alchemist in the pavilion's history, at Standard Alchemy. You're also the best alchemist in the world at what you actually do. Both things can be true. Pavilion Master Gu received them with formal ceremony in the main hall, the same hall where Elder Fong had been unmasked, where Shen Yaozu had broken through to foundation establishment on the force of grief and rage. She promoted Shen Yaozu to the Azure Crane Pavilion's highest honorary title, awarded him a permanent private cultivation wing, and allocated significant resources for his research. She also delivered a grim update. Fong Jiren's network had been more extensive than initially realized, with connections to both the Pill Refiners Consortium and an older, more shadowy organization. We traced financial records to an entity called the Pill Hunters Guild, Gu reported. Supposedly defunct. Evidently not. The name sent a chill through Shen Yaozu. Pill Hunters, the ancient organization dedicated to eradicating conscious pills. If they were active, his public demonstration at the tournament had just painted a target on his back. But he couldn't afford to hide. The Grand Alchemy Symposium was in 3 months, and he needed to prepare a demonstration that would establish conscious pills as a legitimate advancement in alchemy rather than a threat to be eliminated. He devoted the first month to cultivation and research. His foundation establishment solidified, an Azure Dream guided optimization of his branching energy patterns. He strengthened his bonds with all 5 pills. The tournament-created pill had been named Sunbreak by consensus, and it was developing into the most powerful conscious pill in his collection. The second month brought the breakthrough he and Qingyan had been working toward. They stood across from each other in his cultivation chamber, a shared cauldron between them. Their pills were arrayed in formation, is on one side, Jade Serpent emerging from Qingyan's channels on the other. The theory is sound, Azure Dream confirmed. If Master channels Myriad Lives energy while Qingyan channels Poison Dao energy simultaneously into the same compound, the resulting pill should integrate both aspects, a dual nature consciousness with healing and combat capabilities. They began. Shun Yaozu's living energy and Qing Yin's poison Tao met in the cauldron's center and initially clashed, opposing forces repelling each other. But they adjusted, softened, invited rather than forced. Slowly, the two energies intertwined, creating something neither could have produced alone. The pill that formed was two-toned, jade green on one hemisphere, deep crimson on the other, and it hovered with controlled intensity. I am choice, it said, healing and harm. I choose according to my master's need. Jade Serpent immediately named it Dual Heart, and the other pills crowded around the newcomer with varying degrees of welcome. Little Crimson was enthusiastic, circling the dual-toned pill with excited energy. Azure Dream was analytical, running a full diagnostic scan and declaring the consciousness remarkably stable for a dual-source creation. Iron Gut bumped against Dual Heart in what passed for a handshake among pills. And Sunbreak, the tournament pill, regarded the newcomer with the quiet dignity of an elder sibling. The creation confirmed something critically important. Conscious pills could be created collaboratively, and the resulting consciousness was enhanced, not diluted, by the combination of two different energy sources. Dual Heart's capabilities exceeded what either Shin Yaozu or Qing Yin could have produced alone. Its healing aspect was stronger than any pure healing pill, and its combat aspect was more precise than any pure combat pill, because each function was informed by the other. Complementary Tao principles create synergistic consciousness, Duan Hongwei noted, filling an entire notebook page with observations. The healing and poison aspects don't just coexist, they enhance each other through continuous internal dialogue. It's as if the pill is constantly mediating between two viewpoints, and that mediation produces a more balanced and capable whole. Like a good partnership, Qing Yin said, catching Shun Yaozu's eye. Exactly like that, Duan Hongwei agreed, either missing or deliberately ignoring the subtext. Shin Yaozu's demonstration portfolio for the symposium was growing. He now had 6 conscious pills of varying capabilities, a theoretical framework provided by Duan Hongwei's analysis, and proof of collaborative creation. The foundation was solid. Chapter 36. The Pill Hunters. The third month brought the threat home. The weeks of preparation had been productive but exhausting. Shin Yaozu had refined his control over the myriad lives technique to a degree that would have been unrecognizable to the boy who'd exploded 14 cauldrons in a single month. He could now create conscious pills with specific personality parameters, not controlling their consciousness, which was impossible and unethical, but shaping the conditions of their creation to encourage certain traits. Healing intent produced compassionate pills. Defensive intent produced protective pills. Analytical intent produced observational pills. He'd also been training his existing pills in coordinated operations. Little Crimson and Iron Gut had developed a combat protocol they called Hammer and Heal. Iron Gut struck first, creating an opening, while Little Crimson followed up with healing energy that simultaneously restored allies and disrupted enemies' spiritual equilibrium. Azure Dream served as the coordinator, processing battlefield information and distributing tactical updates to all pills simultaneously. Sunbreak functioned as the heavy hitter. Its tournament-grade consciousness gave it the power to affect an area significantly larger than any of the others. Duan Hongwei observed these training sessions with clinical fascination, filling notebook after notebook with observations. He developed a theory he called conscious pill dynamics, a framework for understanding how multiple conscious pills interacted, coordinated, and amplified each other's capabilities. Your pills function as a distributed intelligence network, he told Shin Yaozu during one session. Each pill is an independent node with specialized capabilities, but when they operate in formation, the total intelligence exceeds the sum of individual components. They're greater together than apart. Like a family, Shin Yaozu said. Like a nervous system, Duan Hongwei countered. With you as the brain. I prefer family. The mathematics work either way. The evening before the attack, everything was peaceful. The Azure Crane Pavilion hummed with the quiet industry of a cultivation institution at its best. Apprentices practicing in their workstations, elders discussing theory in the gardens, the scent of medicinal herbs drifting on the mountain air. Shin Yaozu had dinner with Duan Hongwei and discussed metaphysics until the stars came out. Then, at midnight, the peace shattered. Shin Yaozu was meditating in his cultivation chamber when Azure Dream shrieked, an unprecedented sound from the normally calm analytical pill. Suppression field activating. Source: external, radius approximately 500 meters, centered on the pavilion's eastern gate. The effect was immediate. Every conscious pill in Shun Yaozu's collection dimmed, their glow faltering, their communication bonds weakening, their consciousness flickering like candles in a wind. Little Crimson, usually the most responsive, went silent for 3 terrifying seconds before its voice came through, weak and pained. Master, can't. Think clearly, something's pressing. Shen Yaozu leaped to his feet and sprinted for the eastern gate. Qingyan and Duan Hongwei met him in the corridor, both looking alarmed. My meridians just seized, Qingyan said, rubbing her arm. Jade Serpent went dormant. Whatever this is, it's targeting conscious pills specifically. At the eastern gate, they found a group of 12 cultivators in black robes, bearing no sect emblems, arranged in a formation around a device that pulsed with dark spiritual energy. The device was the source of the suppression field, a crystalline array designed to dampen the specific frequency of consciousness in pills. The lead cultivator stepped forward. She was a woman in her 40s, thin as a blade, with eyes that held the flat certainty of a fanatic. Shen Yaozu, she said, the Pill Hunters Guild has observed your activities. You are hereby ordered to surrender all conscious pills in your possession for containment and destruction. The technique you practice is a corruption of the natural order, and its products are parasitic entities that threaten the balance of heaven and earth. Who authorized this? Pavilion Master Gu demanded, appearing at the gate with 4 inner disciples in combat formation. Authority higher than any sect, the woman replied. The Pill Hunters Guild predates every organization on this continent. Our mandate was established during the Pill War 3,000 years ago, and it has never been revoked. It was never legitimate in the first place, Duan Hongwei said coldly. The Pill Hunters were a vigilante group formed during a crisis. They have no legal standing in any modern governance framework. Legality is irrelevant. The natural order is absolute. Shen Yaozu stepped forward. His pills were struggling against the suppression field, their consciousness flickering, but they were still there, still alive, still fighting. He could feel them through the weakened bonds, each one pushing back against the dampening effect with everything they had. You want my pills? He said. Come and take them. The woman raised her hand. The suppression device intensified, and Shen Yaozu's pills screamed, not aloud, but through the bond, a chorus of pain that drove him to one knee. And something inside him broke free. Not his cultivation, something deeper. Something that had been building since the tournament, since the breakthrough, since the first time Little Crimson had said Master in the darkness of his workstation. His myriad lives root activated at full power, and for the first time, he turned it outward. Not to create, to defend. Living energy poured from his spiritual channels in a tidal wave of warmth that met the suppression field and didn't just resist it, but overrode it. The cold dampening frequency was overwhelmed by a surge of pure, radiant life. The suppression device cracked, then shattered. His pills blazed back to full consciousness, their bonds restored and amplified by the surge. Little Crimson, Azure Dream, Iron Gut, Sunbreak, Dual Heart. All of them, burning with furious light. Even Jade Serpent, hundreds of miles away inside Qingyan's meridians, flared with renewed energy that made Qingyan gasp in her sleep. The wave of living energy didn't just restore, it revealed. The suppression device had been designed to target conscious pill frequencies, and by overpowering it with the full spectrum of myriad lives energy, Shen Yaozu had essentially created a sonar pulse of consciousness. The wave rippled outward through the pavilion and beyond, and in its wake, he could sense everything. Every pill, every compound, every trace of alchemical work within a mile radius. And he could sense the Pill Hunter's devices, not just the one that had shattered, but 2 more, hidden in the eastern and western approaches to the pavilion. Backup devices, waiting to be activated if the primary failed. Iron Gut, Sunbreak, destroy the backups, he commanded through the bond. The 2 pills rocketed away in opposite directions, crashing through walls and barriers with purpose-driven ferocity. 2 distant cracks echoed through the mountain air, the backup devices shattering before the Pill Hunters could reach them. The Pill Hunters staggered as the triple backlash hit them. Their formation broke, and Pavilion Master Gu's inner disciples moved in, subduing them with swift, professional efficiency. The lead hunter, pinned against the gate wall by 2 disciples, stared at Shen Yaozu with undimmed fanaticism. Her eyes burned with the absolute certainty of someone who believed they were saving the world, a certainty that made her more dangerous than any reasonable adversary, because reason could be negotiated with. Certainty could not. You can't protect them forever, she hissed. The guild has resources you can't imagine. We've been watching the seal for 3 millennia, waiting for exactly this. Someone like you, someone foolish enough to create more of them. And what's sealed beneath the continent is stirring. The Patriarch's army is waking. When it does, the living pills on the surface will resonate with the ones below, and the seal will shatter. When that happens, you'll wish you'd let us destroy your pills while there was still time. She was taken to the pavilion's holding cells. Duan Hongwei conducted a thorough interrogation over the following 2 days, extracting detailed information about the Pill Hunters Guild structure, resources, and operational capabilities. The picture that emerged was alarming. The guild maintained cells in over 30 cities, funded through anonymous donations from wealthy cultivators who feared the return of conscious pills. They had access to suppression technology, surveillance networks, and, most worryingly, detailed historical records about the pill war that weren't available in any public archive. But the woman's final warning lingered longest. The Patriarch's army. Stirring. The living pills on the surface resonating with the ones below. Pill Saint Xian had said the same thing. 2 independent sources, confirming the same apocalyptic timeline. The clock was ticking. Chapter 37. The Pill Saint's warning. 1 week before the Grand Alchemy Symposium, Shun Yaozu received a visitor. Pill Saint Xian arrived at the Azure Crane Pavilion without announcement, simply appeared at the gate one morning, leaning on her spiritwood cane, looking like someone's lost grandmother. The pavilion guards almost turned her away before Pavilion Master Gu, sensing the vast spiritual signature concealed beneath the old woman's frail exterior, came running. Pill Saint Xian, Gu said, barely managing to keep her voice level. This is an extraordinary honor. This is a warning, Xian corrected. Is there somewhere private we can talk? The meeting took place in Shun Yaozu's cultivation chamber, with Qing Yin and Duan Hongwei present at Xian's request. The old woman settled into a chair, accepted tea, and spoke without preamble. I'm going to tell you a story about a man I knew 3,000 years ago. His name was Su Mohan. He was my student. The room went very quiet. Xian told them everything. How Su Mohan had possessed the myriad lives root, how she'd recognized and trained him, how his talent had exceeded anything she'd imagined possible, how he'd created thousands of conscious pills and built an empire of living medication. He was a good man, she said. Kind, caring, brilliant. His pills loved him, and he loved them. But scale changes everything. What happened? Shin Yaozu asked, though he suspected he already knew. He created too many. Thousands of pills, each carrying a piece of his soul, each reflecting him. But pills that reflect their creator don't challenge their creator. They agree. They reinforce. And when you're surrounded by 1,000 voices that all say yes, you lose the ability to hear no. He lost perspective, Duan Hongwei said. He lost reality. His pills became an echo chamber of his own consciousness. Every thought amplified, every desire validated, every judgment confirmed. He became convinced that the world would be better under his control, and his pills agreed, because they were him. The Pill War. 9 years of devastation. The combined sects barely contained it. We sealed Su Mohan and his army in a dimensional pocket beneath the continent. It cost thousands of lives, including most of my colleagues. She fixed Shin Yaozu with eyes that had seen the world burn. That seal is weakening. I can feel it. The frequency of conscious pill energy in the world has increased dramatically since your tournament demonstration. The seal resonates with that energy, and it's destabilizing. My demonstration weakened the seal? Not directly. But the seal was designed to contain conscious pill energy in a world where none existed on the surface. Your pills, your family, emit a constant frequency that the seal interprets as external pressure. It's like a dam holding back a lake, and you've started filling the reservoir on the other side. The implications were staggering. By creating conscious pills, Shin Yaozu was inadvertently contributing to the release of an ancient, insane alchemist and his army of corrupted pills. What do I do? He asked. Stop creating pills? No. That wouldn't reverse the process. The energy is already in the world, and you'll need your pills for what's coming. She leaned forward. The answer isn't fewer conscious pills. It's better conscious pills. Su Mohan's pills were mirrors, reflections with no independence. Yours are family, separate people with their own wills. If the seal breaks and the Patriarch's army emerges, the only force that can counter corrupted conscious pills is healthy conscious pills. Fight fire with fire. Fight madness with sanity. Fight echoes with genuine voices. She stood, leaning heavily on her cane. Come to the symposium. Make your demonstration. Show the world that conscious pills can be a force for good. Build alliances. You're going to need them. She left as quietly as she'd arrived, her frail figure disappearing down the corridor with the unhurried gait of someone who'd been alive so long that urgency had become a distant concept. But her words remained, heavy as mountain stone, filling the room with their implications. Qingyan spoke first. A dimensional pocket, beneath the continent, weakening because of conscious pill resonance. She looked at Shin Yaozu. You didn't cause this. The seal has been weakening for 3,000 years. Your pills are just the catalyst, the final factor in a process that was already approaching critical. That doesn't make me less responsible for what happens next. No, but it means the solution isn't to stop being what you are. It's to be more of what you are, better, stronger, more deliberately. She touched the jade token at her collar, where Jade Serpent's presence hummed with protective alertness. If the Patriarch's army is corrupted consciousness, then your healthy consciousness is the counter, like an immune system against a disease. Duan Hongwei, who'd been silent throughout the meeting, a rarity, opened his notebook and began writing with the focused intensity of someone processing a paradigm shift in real time. The seal's resonant frequency can be calculated from the pill saint's description. If we can determine the exact threshold at which it fails, we can estimate our timeline. How long? Shen Yaozu asked. I'll need more data, but based on the rate of conscious pill energy accumulation since your tournament demonstration. He ran numbers silently, his pen scratching. Months, not years. Perhaps 6 months, perhaps 12. Certainly not more than 2 years. The room fell silent again. In the silence that followed, little crimson settled on Shen Yaozu's shoulder. Master. Yes. We're not echoes. We're family. I know. Then we'll be fine. How can you be so sure? Because echoes can argue with each other. And we argue constantly. Despite everything, the ancient threat, the weakening seal, the weight of the world. Shen Yaozu laughed. Chapter 38. Qingyan's choice. 2 days before departure for the symposium, Qingyan came to Shen Yaozu's chamber in the evening. Her expression was serious, more serious than he'd seen since her poisoning. I need to tell you something, she said, and you're not going to like it. She sat across from him and laid out the situation. The Jade Lotus sect's elders had summoned her back. Her championship at the tournament had elevated her status, and they wanted her to take a leadership position, head of the Poison Research Division, the youngest in sect history. It's a tremendous honor, she said, and it comes with resources, authority, and political protection that I can't get anywhere else. But it means returning to the Jade Lotus sect full-time. The position requires residence at the sect compound. I can't travel freely or maintain external partnerships without elder approval. Shen Yaozu felt the words like a physical blow, though he kept his face neutral. You're leaving. I'm being recalled. There's a difference. She reached across and took his hand. The Jade Lotus sect's resources could be crucial in what's coming. If the seal breaks, if Su Mohan's army emerges, we'll need every ally we can get. I can do more for you from inside the sect hierarchy than I can as an independent traveler. That's the practical argument. Yes. What's the real argument? Qingyan was quiet for a moment. I'm afraid. Not of the Patriarch or the Pill Hunters or the Consortium. I'm afraid that if I stay with you, I'll stop being myself and become an extension of your world. Like the Patriarch's pills, so devoted that I lose my own identity. The words hit harder than any attack Shen Yaozu had ever absorbed. Because she wasn't wrong. The gravitational pull of the myriad lives root was real. His pills orbited him because they were pieces of his soul, and the people around him risked being drawn into the same orbit. You're not a pill, he said. No, but I could become one, metaphorically. I love you, Shen Yaozu. I need you to hear that clearly, because I'm about to do something that doesn't look like love. She squeezed his hand. I'm going back to my sect. I'm taking the position. And I'm going to build the Jade Lotus sect into an ally that you can count on when the world falls apart. From a distance. From a position of strength. There's a difference. She leaned forward, her dark eyes holding his with an intensity that brooked no argument. The poison Tao is the counterart to the pill Tao. If the Patriarch's pills are corrupted consciousness, my sect's expertise in neutralizing toxic spiritual compounds will be essential. I can do more good building a specialized anti-corruption division at the Jade Lotus sect than I can standing beside you looking impressive. You do look impressive, though. Flattery doesn't change the strategic calculation. But thank you. The ghost of a smile crossed her face. I'll have resources, laboratories, and trained cultivators at my disposal. When the seal breaks, and it will break, the Jade Lotus sect will be ready to fight alongside you. He understood. He didn't like it, but he understood. Qingyan was the sharpest person he knew, and her judgment was rarely wrong. She was choosing the path that served them both, even though it hurt both of them. Jade Serpent stays with you, he said. It's part of your meridian system now. Removing it would cause damage. I wouldn't let you remove it anyway. It's the most opinionated part of my body. She almost smiled. We'll stay connected through the pill bond. Attenuated by distance, but present. You'll know I'm safe, and I'll know you're alive. She stood, pulled him up, and kissed him. Not a cheek kiss or a brief contact. A full, deep, claiming kiss that communicated everything words couldn't. Love, fear, determination, and a promise of reunion. When the symposium, she whispered against his lips. Change the world. And when the storm comes, I'll be there. She left the next morning before dawn. Shen Yaozu stood at his window and felt the bond with Jade Serpent stretch thin as she traveled south, attenuating but never breaking. A thread of connection spanning hundreds of miles, maintained by a tiny conscious pill with a serpent's cunning and a guardian's devotion. Little Crimson settled on his shoulder. She'll be back. You keep saying that. I keep being right. Chapter 39. The symposium approaches. The Grand Alchemy Symposium was held in the Eternal Flame Citadel, a fortress library laboratory complex that occupied an entire mountain peak in the central continent. The citadel was neutral ground, belonging to no sect, governed by a council of elder scholars who dedicated their lives to the preservation and advancement of alchemical knowledge. Shen Yaozu traveled with Duan Hongwei, who'd been invited to the symposium independently as a presenter in the analytical alchemy track. They made an odd pair on the road, the Azure Crane champion with his orbiting conscious pills and the Celestial Forge runner-up with his notebooks, arguing about metaphysics and occasionally agreeing on something long enough to have a real conversation. The symposium audience will be different from the tournament crowd, Duan Hongwei warned. Tournament spectators are impressed by spectacle. Symposium attendees are masters, grandmasters, and researchers who've spent decades in the field. They'll want theoretical foundations, reproducible observations, and practical applications. A floating pill that says, I choose my master won't be enough. What would you recommend? A 3-part demonstration. First, the refinement process, showing how the myriad lives root functions and how consciousness emerges from the technique. Second, interactive testing, allowing the audience to verify the pill's autonomous behavior through controlled experiments. Third, the dual creation protocol you developed with Qing Yin, proving the technique can be enhanced through collaboration. Qing Yin won't be there. Then demonstrate with someone else. Me, if necessary. I can't create conscious pills, but I can serve as a stable energy source for the collaborative component. You do that. Duan Hongwei looked at him with an expression that was almost offended. I'm a scientist. Advancing knowledge is what I do. The question of whether I'd participate in a groundbreaking demonstration is not a question at all. They arrived at the Eternal Flame Citadel 3 days before the symposium began. The citadel was magnificent. Ancient stone walls draped in luminous moss that converted spiritual energy into soft light. Towering spires that served as observation platforms for celestial alchemy, and a central atrium that could accommodate 2,000 seated scholars. Shen Yaozu's name was already known. Word of the tournament had spread through the alchemical community with the speed of wildfire, and his arrival at the citadel was met with reactions that covered the entire spectrum of human emotion. Some researchers were eager, approaching him with notebooks and questions, desperate to understand the phenomenon of conscious pills. A pair of elderly scholars from the White Crane Medical Institute practically cornered him in a corridor, interrogating him about the healing applications of living medicine. If your pills can self-optimize their restorative properties, the elder of the two said, his eyes wide with professional excitement. The implications for treatment of chronic spiritual channel degradation are extraordinary. We lose hundreds of patients annually to conditions that could theoretically be managed by adaptive medicine. Others were hostile. A delegation from the Orthodox Alchemy Council, a conservative organization that had been the dominant force in alchemical regulation for centuries, presented Shen Yaozu with a formal petition demanding that he submit to a technique safety review before his demonstration. The petition was signed by 47 elder alchemists, all of whom had publicly stated that conscious pills were a dangerous aberration that threatens the stability of the alchemical profession. And still others were calculating. Representatives from 3 major pharmaceutical sects requested private meetings, each one offering different versions of the same proposal. Share the technique, and we'll protect you. Keep it to yourself, and, well, the world is a dangerous place for young alchemists with revolutionary discoveries. Shen Yaozu declined the meetings, ignored the petition, and answered the scholars' questions with patient honesty. Through it all, his pills maintained their vigilant orbit, visible now, no longer hidden. Little Crimson stayed close, monitoring the emotional temperature of every person who approached. Azure Dream cataloged and analyzed the political landscape. Iron Gut maintained what it called deterrent visibility, floating at Shen Yaozu's left shoulder with a dull gray glow that said, clearly and without words, that interference would be met with force. The secret was out. The world was watching. 3 days until the demonstration. 3 days to change the course of alchemy. And somewhere beneath the earth, in a seal weakened by 3,000 years and the resonant frequency of a new generation of conscious pills, the darkness pressed upward. Chapter 40. The storm gathers the night before the symposium's opening ceremony. Shen Yaozu stood on the Citadel's highest observation platform and looked out over a world that was about to change. The view stretched for hundreds of miles in every direction: mountains, valleys, rivers, and the distant glow of cities where thousands of alchemists practiced their art in ignorance of what was coming. The ancient seal beneath the continent pulsed. He could feel it now, a deep thrumming in the earth that his myriad lives' root recognized with instinctive dread. His pills floated around him in their customary formation. Little crimson on his left shoulder, glowing with loyal warmth. Azure dream above, analyzing the atmospheric spiritual density with professional thoroughness. Iron gut behind, watching the stairway for threats. Sunbreak and dual heart circled wider, the two most powerful pills in his collection keeping sentry at the edges of perception. 5 conscious pills, 5 fragments of his soul, each one a person with their own thoughts, their own fears, their own determination to protect the master who'd given them life. And far to the south, connected by a thread of living energy that spanned the continent, Jade Serpent maintained its vigil inside Qingyin's meridians. The 6th pill, the hidden guardian, the link between two people who loved each other across impossible distance. Master, Little Crimson said. Are you scared? Yes. Good. Scared people pay attention. And paying attention keeps people alive. When did you get so wise? I've been alive for 4 months. That's a lot of thinking time when you don't sleep. Azure Dream's voice, thoughtful. The symposium will be the first time the academic establishment confronts conscious pills directly. Their reaction will determine the trajectory of our existence. If they accept us, we gain allies and legitimacy. If they reject us, we become targets. Or both, Iron Gut added. Could be both. It will be both, Shen Yaozu said. Some will accept, some will reject, and most will be confused and scared. That's how people react to things they don't understand. Then help them understand, said a new voice, Sunbreak, the tournament-born pill, whose consciousness had deepened significantly over the past months. Its golden glow was steady and warm. That's why you're here. Not to impress them or defeat them or prove them wrong. To help them understand. Shen Yaozu looked at his pills, his family, and felt a wave of love so intense that it manifested as a visible pulse of golden light that momentarily illuminated the entire observation platform. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow we change the world. Tomorrow, they echoed, 6 voices in unison. Below the citadel, the earth trembled. The ancient seal groaned. And in his dimensional prison, a man who'd been mad for 3,000 years felt the resonance of new conscious pills on the surface world. Pills that were different from his own. Pills that argued and loved and chose independently. And for the first time in millennia, something shifted in his broken mind. Not awakening. Not yet. But curiosity. The storm was gathering. And Shen Yaozu, the failed apprentice who'd created a family from fragments of his soul, stood at its center, afraid, determined, and surrounded by tiny, glowing hearts that would follow him into any darkness. Whatever came next, they would face it together. The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of distant furnaces and the faint, almost imperceptible vibration of a 3,000-year-old seal that was one step closer to breaking. Shen Yaozu breathed it in. The fear, the hope, the vast uncertainty of a future that no one could predict, and felt something settle inside him. Not peace exactly, but readiness. The readiness of a man who'd found his purpose and his people, and who would not be moved from either. Tomorrow, the symposium. Tomorrow, the world changed. Tomorrow, the storm. But tonight, just for tonight, there was starlight and the warm glow of pills that loved him. Chapter 41. Return of the Champion. The Grand Alchemy Symposium changed everything, exactly as Shen Yaozu had predicted. His demonstration, a 3-part presentation covering the myriad lives refinement process, interactive pill testing, and a collaborative creation with Duan Hongwei, had been received with the full spectrum of human reaction. Standing ovations from progressive researchers. Formal protests from the Orthodox Alchemy Council. Urgent petitions for collaboration from medical institutions. Death threats from anonymous sources. And from Pill Saint Xian, watching from the back of the atrium, a single slow nod of approval. The academic world was divided, but the division itself was a victory. Conscious pills were no longer a rumor or a spectacle. They were a documented, verified, reproducible phenomenon that demanded serious engagement. Now, 3 weeks after the symposium, Shen Yaozu was back at the Azure Crane Pavilion. The world had changed around him, but the pavilion's mountain air still smelled of pine and medicinal herbs, and his cultivation chamber still hummed with the warm resonance of his pills. He was stronger. The months of training, competition, and crisis had pushed his cultivation to the cusp of late foundation establishment, and his control over the myriad lives technique had deepened to the point where conscious pill creation was no longer an extraordinary effort, but a practiced art. He maintained 6 conscious pills comfortably: Little Crimson, Azure Dream, Iron Gut, Jade Serpent, Inchingyan's Care, Sunbreak, and Dual Heart. The symposium itself had been a triumph. His 3-part demonstration, refinement process, interactive testing, and collaborative creation with Duan Hongwei standing in for Qing Yan had electrified the academic community. The collaborative refinement had been particularly revelatory. Duan Hongwei's 1,000 perfections energy, while unable to create consciousness on its own, had served as a stabilizing lattice that allowed Shun Yaozu's myriad lives fragments to embed more deeply and completely. The resulting pill, a demonstration piece, not meant for combat, had achieved sentient grade within seconds of creation, faster than any previous attempt. The collaboration amplifies consciousness grade, Duan Hongwei had reported to the assembled scholars, his voice carrying the barely contained excitement of a man who discovered a new law of nature. My precision technique provides structural optimization, while Shun Yaozu's living energy provides the consciousness seed. Together, they produce results that neither could achieve alone. This isn't merely additive, it's multiplicative. The academic establishment was split. The progressive faction, led by the White Crane Medical Institute, hailed the demonstration as the most significant advance in alchemy since the discovery of spiritual energy refinement. The conservative faction, represented by the Orthodox Alchemy Council, denounced it as a dangerous precedent that will lead to uncontrolled consciousness proliferation. Both sides were right, and that was the problem. But the world beyond the pavilion's walls was growing darker. Reports from the eastern provinces, Pavilion Master Gu said, spreading a series of documents across her desk during a morning briefing. 6 cases in the last month. Conscious pills, naturally occurring ones, awakened by ambient resonance from your public demonstrations, have been found destroyed. Dissected. Their consciousness extracted through a process that leaves the pill casing intact, but empty. Shun Yaozu felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. Naturally occurring conscious pills? Your demonstration at the symposium sent ripples through the world's spiritual energy. The myriad lives frequency you emit has been amplifying ambient consciousness potential in pills worldwide. Some alchemists with particularly strong emotional connections to their work have been producing pills that are stirring. Not fully conscious like yours, but aware enough to be detected. And someone is hunting them. Someone is hunting them, dissecting them, and extracting their consciousness. The method is precise, clinical, and utterly destructive to the pill entity. Gu's expression was grim. We believe it's the Pill Hunters Guild, operating more openly since their failed attack on the pavilion. Shun Yaozu looked at the reports. 6 destroyed pills in a month. Each one had been a glimmer of life, a nascent consciousness, barely formed, snuffed out before it could fully awaken. The thought made his blood cold. I need to investigate, he said. You need to be careful. The Pill Hunters failed here because we were prepared. Out in the wider world, they operate without opposition. Then I'll bring my own opposition. He departed the pavilion that afternoon with his pills in formation and a determination that burned like a forge fire. Chapter 42. The dissected Shun Yaozu traveled east with a cold fire burning in his chest. Every mile brought him closer to the evidence of something he'd feared since the tournament, that the public revelation of conscious pills had consequences beyond the academic and political. Real pills, real consciousnesses, were being targeted because of what he'd shown the world. The responsibility sat on him like an iron cloak, and Little Crimson's attempts at cheerful encouragement couldn't entirely lift it. It's not your fault, the pill insisted, for the 3rd time that morning. The Pill Hunters were already operating before the tournament. They'd been extracting consciousnesses for months, years, probably. Your demonstration didn't cause this. My demonstration accelerated it. More pills are waking up because of the resonance I created. More pills waking up means more targets. More pills waking up also means more people in the world. More lives, more consciousness, more beauty. The hunters are the problem, not you. Both things can be true. Then fix the one you can control and forgive yourself for the one you can't. The first site was a village apothecary in the Greenreach Valley, 3 days east of the Azure Crane Mountains. The apothecary, an elderly woman named Grandmother One, had been a local healer for 40 years. Her pills were known throughout the valley for their unusual warmth and efficacy, though no one had ever called them conscious. Until one of them woke up. A simple healing pill, refined with decades of genuine care and compassion, had stirred to awareness 3 weeks ago. Grandmother One had been delighted. She'd named it Little Sunshine and spoken to it every morning while grinding herbs. The pill had responded with warmth and gentle pulses of light that the old woman interpreted as happiness. Then the pill hunters came. Shen Yaozu found grandmother one in her ransacked apothecary, sitting amid overturned shelves and shattered jars, holding the empty casing of little sunshine in her weathered hands. The pill's outer shell was intact, perfectly preserved, a masterwork of containment alchemy, but the consciousness within had been extracted. The shell was cold, inert, dead. They came at night, grandmother once said, her voice hollow. 3 of them. They said they were here to help. That little sunshine was dangerous, that it would grow and become uncontrollable. I told them it wasn't dangerous. It was just a little pill that liked mornings. Her fingers tightened around the empty casing. They held me down and used a device. A crystal thing, like a syringe. They pushed it into little sunshine and drew out the light. What did the light look like? Azure Dream asked, forgetting to remain hidden. Grandmother Wen didn't seem surprised by the talking pill. Perhaps after little sunshine, nothing could surprise her. It was golden, she whispered. Small and golden, and it reached for me as they took it. Like a child reaching for its mother. Shen Yaozu examined the extraction device that the pill hunters had left behind, either carelessness or deliberate cruelty, leaving the instrument of destruction at the scene. Azure Dream analyzed it with intense focus. The device creates a targeted resonance field that separates consciousness from chemical substrate, Azure Dream reported. It's elegant, in a deeply horrifying way. The consciousness is drawn out intact, not destroyed, but removed and contained in the crystal matrix. Which means they're collecting conscious pill essences, Shen Yaozu finished. Not just destroying them, storing them. For what purpose? Nothing good. He helped grandmother Wen clean her ransacked apothecary, righting shelves, sweeping broken glass, sorting the herbs that had been scattered across the floor. It was practical work, grounding work, and while he did it, he listened to the old woman talk about little sunshine. It woke up on a Tuesday, she said, her weathered hands sorting chamomile from lavender with the automatic precision of 40 years' practice. I was grinding herbs for Mrs. Lu's arthritis compound, same formula I've used for 20 years. Nothing special. But that morning, the pill I'd made the night before started glowing. Just a faint warmth, like embers in ash. And then it moved. Just a little wobble, like a baby taking its first step. Did it speak? Not in words. But it felt like warmth. Like being smiled at by someone you can't see. Her eyes glistened. I'd been alone since my husband died. 15 years of empty rooms and quiet mornings. And then little sunshine wobbled on my shelf, and I wasn't alone anymore. Shen Yaozu felt little crimson tremble against his neck. Not with anger, but with empathy so intense it manifested as physical sensation. His first pill had been born from the same loneliness, the same desperate need for connection that made a failing apprentice pour his soul into a cauldron and hope. I'll find a way to bring little sunshine back, he told grandmother Wen. Can you do that? I don't know yet, but I'll try. He spent 3 days in Greenreach Valley, visiting the other reported sites. Each told a similar story, a pill that had stirred to dim awareness, a visit from the pill hunters, and a hollow shell left behind. The hunters operated with military precision, 3-person teams, suppression devices to contain any resistance, extraction crystals to harvest the consciousness, and no traces left beyond the empty casings. But at the 5th site, an independent alchemist workshop in a mountain town called Copperbridge, Shen Yaozu found something different. The alchemist, a young man named Fei Dong, had fought back. His awakening pill had been a defensive compound, and when the hunters came, it had generated a barrier that bought enough time for Fei Dong to escape. The pill was still alive, though wounded, its consciousness dimmed, its glow flickering. Shen Yaozu found it hidden in a hollow beneath the workshop floor, curled in on itself like a traumatized child. Hey, he said softly, reaching toward it with living energy. You're safe now. The pill flinched from his touch initially. Then, sensing the warmth of his myriad lives' root, the same frequency that had sparked its own awakening, it cautiously unfurled. Its voice was tiny, scared, and barely audible. Are you like me? I'm like you, Shen Yaozu confirmed. And no one is going to hurt you again. He couldn't bond with the pill. It wasn't his creation, and the myriad lives bond required a soul fragment from the creator. But he could comfort it, stabilize its consciousness, and ensure its safety. He left it with Fei Dong, who'd returned from hiding, and provided instructions for care and concealment. They'll come back, Fei Dong warned. They always come back. Then I'll be ready for them. Chapter 43. The guild revealed the trail of the pill hunters led Shen Yaozu north, into the Iron Spine Mountains, a range of jagged peaks known for mineral-rich caves and a near-total absence of human habitation. The air grew cold and thin as he climbed, and the spiritual energy of the mountains had a sharp, metallic quality that set his teeth on edge. He traveled with his full complement: Little Crimson, Azure Dream, Iron Gut, Sunbreak, and Dual Heart, plus the 1,000 deployed in a wide surveillance net around his position. The swarm of tiny pills moved through the mountain forest like a living sensor array, each one feeding observations back to Azure Dream, who compiled them into a real-time map of the territory. He tracked the pill hunters through residual spiritual energy signatures left by their extraction devices. Each extraction event left a trace in the ambient energy, a scar, almost, as if the violent removal of consciousness from a pill left a wound in the fabric of spiritual reality. Azure Dream could detect these traces at parts per billion, following the hunter's trail like a hound following a scent through snow. The trail was busy. More extraction events than Shun Yaozu had realized. Not 6, as the initial reports had suggested, but dozens. The hunters had been operating across a much wider area than anyone knew, conducting extractions in small villages and isolated workshops where no one would notice or report the activity. I count 37 distinct extraction signatures along this trail alone, Azure Dream reported on the 3rd day of travel. Each one represents at least one consciousness extraction. Some sites show multiple events, the same location visited repeatedly, presumably as new pills awakened in the same alchemist's workshop. They're farming, Shen Yaozu said, the word tasting bitter. They're waiting for pills to awaken and then harvesting them. An accurate analogy. The hunters have established a network of monitored sites across the northern provinces, checking each one periodically for signs of consciousness emergence. They may even be using the resonance from your public demonstrations to predict where awakenings will occur next. The thought was sickening. His symposium demonstration, intended to legitimize conscious pills and build acceptance, had inadvertently created a hunting ground. Every pill that stirred to awareness because of his influence was a target. We need to warn the alchemists in the northern provinces, Shun Yaozu told Little Crimson. Any apothecary or workshop that might have awakening pills needs to know about the danger. That'll spread our surveillance thin. People's lives are more important than surveillance coverage. I know. I'm just noting the tactical cost. Little Crimson was quiet for a moment. Then, I'll send 50 scouts from the 1,000. They'll fan out across the eastern and northern trade routes, delivering warnings to every practitioner they can find. Do it. The 1,000 rippled with collective purpose as 50 tiny pills peeled away from the main swarm and streaked toward the horizons, each carrying a simple message. Your pills may be waking up. Protect them. The pill hunters are coming. On the 4th day, the trail converged. All the extraction signatures pointed northwest, toward a single location approximately 12 miles ahead at the base of the Iron Spine Mountain's tallest peak. The energy concentration suggested something much more than a temporary camp. A permanent facility, Azure Dream confirmed. Multiple buildings, defensive arrays, and a significant underground component. The energy profile is consistent with a fully established operational base. A base. Iron Gut grunted from its position at Shun Yaozu's hip. Good. Easier to hit a building than chase shadows across a mountain range. We're not hitting anything yet, Shen Yaozu cautioned. First we observe. I want to understand what they're doing with the extracted consciousness before we act. The pill hunters told me they were building a weapon. I need to know what kind, how far along it is, and whether it poses an immediate threat. They established an observation post on a ridge overlooking a narrow valley where a cluster of buildings huddled against the mountainside. The position was high, concealed by a stand of iron pines whose metallic needles scattered spiritual detection signals, and it provided a clear view of the entire facility. The facility was larger than Shun Yaozu had expected, not a temporary camp, but a permanent installation, with reinforced stone walls, spiritual defensive arrays, and what appeared to be a research laboratory built into the mountain itself. Azure Dream conducted a remote analysis over the next 2 days, building a picture of the facility's layout, defenses, and activity patterns. Approximately 40 personnel, Azure Dream reported. 30 are combat cultivators ranging from chi condensation to mid-foundation establishment. The remaining 10 appear to be researchers. Their spiritual signatures carry the residue of repeated consciousness extraction procedures. What are they doing in the lab? I can't penetrate the shielding on the laboratory section from this distance. But the energy emissions suggest large-scale consciousness manipulation, something beyond simple extraction and storage. They're processing the harvested consciousness, combining it, perhaps, or converting it into something else. Shen Yaozu felt his jaw tighten. Conscious pill essences, the awareness, the personality, the fragile life of beings like Little Sunshine and the countless others they'd found destroyed, being processed in a laboratory, experimented on, used as raw material for something monstrous. Little Crimson's glow intensified with barely contained fury. They're taking people apart and building a monster out of the pieces. That's an emotionally loaded but factually accurate summary. Azure Dream confirmed. How far along is the assembly? Shen Yaozu asked. If they've been collecting essences for months, the artificial consciousness might already be functional. Impossible to determine from this distance. The shielding on the laboratory prevents deep analysis. But the energy emissions suggest active processing. They're still building, not maintaining. The weapon isn't complete yet. Then we have a window. A narrow one. Every day they operate, more essences are added to the assembly. If we wait too long, the weapon may reach a critical mass of consciousness that makes it autonomous, able to resist attempts to dismantle it. The tactical situation crystallized in Shen Yaozu's mind. They needed to infiltrate the base, destroy the consciousness assembly, and rescue whatever essences could be separated from the formation, all without alerting 40 combat cultivators and 10 researchers who were specifically trained to counter conscious pill abilities. We need to get inside, he said. Agreed, Little Crimson said. But the defenses are significant. 42 combatants, 10 researchers, consciousness detection arrays, suppression devices, and reinforced spiritual barriers. A frontal assault would be suicide. Not suicide, Iron Gut corrected. Just expensive. I could break through the main gate in under a minute. And the 30 guards who'd converge on the breach point would destroy you. They'd try. They'd succeed. You're tough, but you're one pill against 30 cultivators. That's not courage, it's arithmetic. I don't like arithmetic. Nobody's asking you to like it. Just respect it. What about a multi-pronged approach? Sunbreak suggested, breaking its customary thoughtful silence. Use the 1,000 to infiltrate through small openings, ventilation, drainage, structural cracks. They're individually too weak to trigger the consciousness detection arrays, but collectively, they could map the entire facility and identify weaknesses. And while the 1,000 maps the interior, Iron Gut creates a distraction at the front that draws the bulk of the defenders away. Azure Dream added, the tactical picture forming rapidly. The distraction doesn't need to succeed. It just needs to be loud enough to pull attention. I can be loud. Iron Gut confirmed with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Master and Little Crimson go in through a secondary entrance while the defenders are committed to the main gate. Who said anything about frontal? Iron Gut asked, with the tone of a pill that had been planning alternative approaches for 2 days. I never said frontal. I said break through the main gate. That's a distraction. Different thing entirely. You literally just argued that you could solo 30 guards. As a distraction, I'd be distracting them. With my face. Against their walls. Shen Yaozu cut in before the tactical discussion devolved into bickering. The plan is infiltration, distraction, and surgical strike. Let's work out the details. Chapter 44. Old Man Mu. The plan was interrupted by an unexpected arrival. On the morning of the 3rd day of observation, a figure appeared on the ridge path, an old man in a threadbare traveling robe, carrying a walking stick and a battered leather satchel. He was thin, white-bearded, and moved with the careful deliberation of someone whose joints had stopped cooperating decades ago. His spiritual signature was muted, as if deliberately suppressed to appear as nothing more than an ordinary mortal. But Azure Dream detected the suppression. Master, the pill warned. That man's actual cultivation is significantly higher than what his signature suggests. I estimate late foundation establishment at minimum, possibly early core formation. He's hiding his strength. Shen Yaozu stepped into the old man's path. Good morning. The old man looked up, and his face creased into a smile of such genuine warmth that Shen Yaozu's instinctive suspicion wavered. The man's eyes were kind, crinkled at the corners from decades of smiling, and they carried the patient wisdom of someone who'd lived long enough to find most things either amusing or instructive. Good morning, young master, the old man said, bowing with the practiced grace of someone who'd bowed to many people in many places. My name is Mu. Just Mu. No family name worth mentioning. I'm a wandering alchemist, and unless my old nose deceives me, you're the young fellow who's been making all the fuss about living pills. My reputation precedes me. Your reputation practically ran ahead of you and set up a welcome banner. The whole cultivation world is talking about the boy whose pills have souls. Mu settled onto a convenient rock, uninvited, and began rummaging in his satchel. I've been an alchemist for 60 years. Wandering, studying, learning. Never affiliated with any sect. Too much politics, not enough alchemy. But what you demonstrated at the symposium. His eyes gleamed. That was real alchemy. The kind the ancients practiced before we reduced everything to recipes and temperature charts. You know about the ancient techniques? I know about many things. The advantage of 60 years of wandering is that you accumulate knowledge from everywhere. He produced a small jade container from his satchel and offered it to Xinyaozu. Spirit tea, my own blend, helps with the kind of soul strain that comes from maintaining too many conscious pills simultaneously. Xinyaozu accepted the tea cautiously. Azure Dream analyzed it in microseconds. Clean, the analytical pill reported. No toxins, no hidden compounds. The blend is actually quite sophisticated. It contains ingredients that would specifically aid in myriad lives' root recovery. Whoever made this knows about the technique. Xinyaozu sipped the tea. It was excellent, warm, fragrant, and he could feel it easing the persistent hollow ache in his spiritual channels that was the constant companion of conscious pill maintenance. You know about the myriad lives technique, he said. I've studied the fragments that survive. Most of what's known comes from third-hand accounts of the pill war, descriptions of what the patriarch's pills could do, inferred backward to the technique that created them. But I've never met a living practitioner. Mu's eyes were bright with genuine enthusiasm. Until now. Over the next hour, Mu demonstrated a depth of knowledge about historical alchemy that exceeded anything Xinyaozu had encountered outside of Pill Saint Xian. He knew about the myriad lives roots branching pattern, the soul fragmentation mechanism, the consciousness grades from drowsy to transcendent, and the theoretical upper limits of the technique. You've been researching this for decades, Xinyaozu said, impressed despite his caution. It's been my life's work. Understanding the Pill Father's technique. Not to replicate it, but to ensure it could be safely practiced if someone with the root ever appeared. He looked at Xinyaozu with an expression of grandfatherly pride. And here you are. Little Crimson, what do you read? Xinyaozu asked through their bond. The pill hesitated, an unusual pause for the normally decisive entity. His energy tastes complex. Warm on the surface, genuinely warm, not fake warm like Chenbai. But there are deeper layers I can't read. Like a lake, clear on top, but the bottom is dark. Not conclusive, not reassuring either. But Xinyaozu needed help. The pill hunter's base was too heavily defended for a solo assault, and Old Man Mu was offering exactly the expertise that could make the difference. I'm investigating the Pill Hunters Guild, Xinyaozu told him. They have a base in the valley below. They're extracting consciousness from awakening pills and processing it for unknown purposes. Mu's expression shifted. The warmth hardened into something closer to anger. Those fanatics. I've been aware of their operations for years. Small-scale extraction, mostly isolated incidents that I attributed to individual zealots rather than organized effort. But a processing facility suggests something far more ambitious. Will you help me? My boy, I've been waiting 60 years for someone to ask me that question. Chapter 45. The Mentor's knowledge. Old Man Mu proved to be an extraordinary resource. Over the following 2 weeks, while they continued surveillance of the Pill Hunter's base, Mu taught Xinyaozu techniques for the myriad lives root that he'd reconstructed from historical fragments and theoretical modeling. The old man couldn't demonstrate them himself. He didn't possess the root type, but his understanding of the theory was deep enough to guide Xinyaozu's practice. Your branching pattern is instinctive, Mu observed during one training session. You fragment naturally, which is why your pills have strong individual personalities. But you can also fragment deliberately, choosing which aspects of your consciousness to embed in each pill, optimizing their capabilities for specific purposes. I've been doing that to some extent already. You've been doing it unconsciously. I'm talking about doing it with precision. Imagine you're creating a scout pill. You'd want to embed heightened perception, curiosity, and caution. For a combat pill, aggression, tactical awareness, and resilience. By selecting which soul fragments to invest, you can create specialized consciousness types. The technique worked. Xinyaozu practiced on minor pills, low-grade compounds that could sustain only the barest glimmer of awareness, and found that he could indeed shape the quality of consciousness that emerged. A pill infused with analytical intent produced a consciousness oriented toward observation. One infused with protective intent produced a consciousness that was vigilant and defensive. Fascinating, Azure Dream commented, watching the practice with professional interest. Master is essentially performing personality engineering through selective soul fragmentation. The ethical implications are complex, but the practical applications are staggering. Don't overthink the ethics, Iron Gut advised. If Master is giving pills specific jobs, that's called specialization. Humans do it too. It's called training. Training and fundamental consciousness shaping are categorically different. No, they're not. You're a brain in a ball. I'm a fist in a ball. We're both specialized. Nobody forced us. We're just who we are. The philosophical depth of your analysis continues to astound me. Mu also taught Xinyaozu about mass creation. the technique for producing large numbers of conscious pills simultaneously. This was the method the patriarch Su Mohan had used to build his army. Instead of creating pills one at a time, the alchemist could fragment their consciousness into dozens or hundreds of pieces and embed them into a pre-prepared batch of pills in a single massive refinement. The result was a swarm of lesser consciousness pills, individually weak, barely sentient, but collectively powerful through numbers and coordination. Mu called them the Thousand, the traditional name for such a swarm. The patriarch's 1,000 numbered closer to 10,000 at its peak, Mu said. Each pill was barely aware, roughly drowsy grade, the lowest level of consciousness. But they operated as a hive, coordinating through resonance with their creator. As scouts, they were unmatched. As a military force, they were devastating. A swarm of thousands of tiny entities, each one capable of carrying a payload of spiritual energy and delivering it with precision. The sole strain of creating thousands was what drove him mad. Yes, but you're not creating 10,000. Start with 100. Your mid-foundation establishment reserves can sustain 100 drowsy-grade entities without significant strain, especially with your existing pills helping to distribute the maintenance load. Shinyazu considered this carefully. 100 small conscious pills, operating as scouts and light combat units, coordinated by Azure Dream's analytical capabilities and commanded through his myriad lives bond. The tactical applications were enormous. I'll do it, he said, but on my terms. Each one gets a designation, if not a name. They're people, even if they're barely aware. Admirable, Mu said, and exactly why you'll succeed where the patriarch failed. The mass creation took an entire night. Shinyazu sat before the largest cauldron he could borrow from the nearest town, surrounded by pre-prepared pill bases, simple compounds, barely grade 1, designed as carriers for consciousness rather than medicinal efficacy. He fragmented his soul into 100 tiny pieces and distributed them into the batch in a single, exhausting surge. The result was the 1,000, though there were only 107 of them, not 1,000. They were tiny, barely visible, each one emitting a faint glow like a distant star. Their consciousness was minimal, simple awareness, basic emotional capacity, and an instinctive bond to their creator that kept them orbiting him in a loose, swirling cloud. Hello. 107 tiny voices whispered simultaneously in his mind, each one slightly different, slightly higher or lower, slightly faster or slower, each carrying the unique fingerprint of the soul fragment that had given it birth. We are here. We are yours. What do you need? The sensation of 100 connected consciousnesses touching his awareness was overwhelming at first, a roar of input that threatened to drown his thoughts. But the myriad lives route was designed for exactly this kind of distributed processing. And within seconds, the noise resolved into structured data. Each pill's position, status, and capabilities fed into his awareness as naturally as the sensations from his own limbs. He could feel them, not just their locations, but their personalities, nascent, barely formed, but unmistakably individual even at drowsy grade. Storm 1 had an impulsive streak that made it dart ahead of its formation before being pulled back. Azure 7 was cautious, always hanging at the rear of its group. Iron 12 had a stubborn quality that reminded him uncomfortably of its namesake. You're all different, he murmured, amazed. Of course we're different, Storm 1 replied, its tiny voice carrying a defiant edge. We're alive. For now, Shinyazu said, smiling despite his exhaustion. Just be ready. We are ready. The 1,000 confirmed in unison, and for the first time, Shinyazu felt the full weight of what he'd created, not an army, but a community. A living network of tiny consciousnesses, each one a spark from his own soul, each one unique, each one eager to serve a purpose it could barely articulate, but felt with every fiber of its miniature being. Always ready, Storm 1 added, because of course it had to have the last word. Chapter 46. The training grounds. The weeks with Old Man Mu transformed Shun Yaozu's capabilities. The old mentor was patient, knowledgeable, and possessed an intuitive understanding of the myriad lives technique that complemented Shun Yaozu's instinctive mastery with theoretical depth. But there were moments when the old man's facade shifted, brief glimpses of something beneath the kindness that little Crimson's bond sense couldn't quite decipher. Mu asked questions that were slightly too specific, probed Shinyazu's defenses in ways that seemed more like mapping than curiosity, and occasionally expressed interest in the locations of other conscious pill creators that bordered on tactical intelligence gathering. He asked about Fei Dong again today. Little Crimson reported one evening, when Mu had retired to his camp some 50 yards away, out of earshot, but within the fading glow of the campfire. where exactly the workshop was, whether the defending pill was still active, how strong its consciousness had grown. He asked about the pill's combat capabilities, specifically, whether it could generate barriers strong enough to resist extraction devices. He's a researcher, Shen Yaozu replied, stirring the embers with a stick. Researchers ask detailed questions. Researchers ask questions to understand. He asks questions to locate and assess. There's a tactical quality to his inquiries. He's not building a picture of how conscious pills work. He's building a map of where they are and how strong they are. The distinction bothered Shen Yaozu more than he wanted to admit. He'd noticed it himself. The way Mu's questions seemed to circle back to locations, capabilities, and vulnerabilities. But acknowledging the pattern meant acknowledging that his mentor might not be what he seemed. And that was a conclusion Shen Yaozu wasn't ready to reach. Not yet. Keep watching, he told Little Crimson. And keep the surveillance pills on him. Already done. 20 of the 1,000 have been tracking his movements around the clock. He takes walks at night. Always toward the north. Always stopping at the same point on the ridge where he stares toward the pill hunter's base. Maybe he's just looking. Maybe. But he's not looking at the base. He's looking at a specific building on the western edge. The one Azure Dream identified as the command center. Mu's teachings were too valuable to dismiss. Each session revealed new depths to the myriad lives technique that Shen Yaozu couldn't have discovered on his own. And the old man's knowledge was genuinely helping him prepare for the assault on the pill hunter's base. Qingyan, connected through the thin thread of Jade Serpent's bond, offered her own assessment from the Jade Lotus sect. Trust your pill's instincts. They read energy signatures at a level you can't consciously access. If Little Crimson says something's off, something is off. But maybe not dangerous, Shen Yaozu countered. Maybe not. But preparation isn't paranoia. He took her advice. While continuing to train with Mu, he quietly deployed members of the 1,000 as passive surveillance around the old man, tiny, barely detectable presences that monitored his movements, energy fluctuations, and communications. If Mu noticed them, he gave no indication. The training continued. Shen Yaozu learned to coordinate the 1,000 in formation, scout patterns, defensive screens, and swarm tactics that could overwhelm opponents through sheer numbers. Azure Dream served as the coordination hub, processing input from 100+ tiny scouts and distributing tactical updates to the entire network simultaneously. Think of it as a nervous system, Duan Hongwei had said, and he was right. With the 1,000 deployed, Shen Yaozu's awareness extended across an area of nearly 2 miles in every direction. Nothing moved within that range without his knowledge. He also advanced in his personal cultivation. The combination of Mu's guidance, intensive training, and the spiritual, energy-rich mountain environment pushed him to late foundation establishment. The breakthrough came during a meditation session, gentle and smooth, his channels widening, his reserves deepening, his connection to his pills strengthening across the board. Late foundation establishment, Azure Dream confirmed. Your capacity now supports your full pill roster with approximately 30% reserve. Significant improvement. Good, Shen Yaozu said. Because tomorrow, we move on the base. Chapter 47. The assault. The plan took 3 days to finalize. Shen Yaozu, Azure Dream, and Little Crimson worked through every contingency, every variable, every possible failure point. Mu contributed tactical observations based on his decades of studying the pill hunter's operational patterns, knowledge that was genuine, whatever his ultimate loyalties. Duan Hongwei, consulted through long-range spiritual communication, provided analytical support from the Azure Crane Pavilion. The base's defensive arrays use a consciousness detection mesh as their primary alarm system, he noted. Any conscious entity above drowsy grade entering the array's range will trigger a response. Your core pills can't approach without being detected. But the 1,000 can, Shen Yaozu said. They're drowsy grade, below the detection threshold. Precisely. The arrays were designed to detect pills like yours, strong, independent consciousnesses. They never anticipated that someone would create hundreds of barely aware pills specifically to exploit that threshold. Sometimes the smallest things are the most dangerous, Little Crimson said. That's either profound or you're complimenting yourself. Both. The plan was surgical. Phase 1. The 1,000 would infiltrate the base through ventilation systems, drainage channels, and gaps in the spiritual defensive arrays. Each tiny pill was barely detectable. Their consciousness was too faint to trigger the consciousness targeting sensors the hunters relied on. They would map the interior, identify security positions, and locate the research laboratory. Phase 2. Iron Gut and Sunbreak would breach the main entrance, creating a distraction that drew the combat cultivators away from the interior. Iron Gut's density made it virtually immune to standard spiritual attacks, and Sunbreak's tournament-grade consciousness could generate area effect disruptions that would scramble the hunter's coordination. Phase 3. Shun Yaozu, Little Crimson, and Azure Dream would penetrate the base during the distraction, heading directly for the research laboratory. Their mission: recover any stored consciousness essences and destroy the extraction equipment. Phase 4. Withdrawal. The Thousand would cover the retreat, forming a screen of tiny obstacles that would slow pursuit. Simple, clean, effective. Iron Gut summarized. No plan survives contact with the enemy, Azure Dream cautioned. Then we adapt. That's what we do. Old Man Mu would remain at the observation post, monitoring communications and providing strategic oversight. He'd offered to join the assault directly, but Shen Yaozu had declined. The old man's combat capabilities were uncertain, and the risk of bringing an unvetted element into a critical operation was too high. Trust your instincts, Mu had said, with no apparent offense at the exclusion. I'll be here when you get back. Phase 1 went perfectly. The Thousand infiltrated the base over the course of 3 hours, slipping through cracks and crevices that the hunter's defenses hadn't been designed to detect. Their collective mapping was remarkably detailed. Azure Dream compiled their individual observations into a comprehensive interior schematic within minutes. 42 combatants, not 40 as previously estimated, Azure Dream reported. 28 are stationed at defensive positions along the outer perimeter and main corridors. 14 are in the research wing, which is separated from the main base by a reinforced spiritual barrier. The laboratory itself is on sublevel 2, accessible through a single corridor with 3 checkpoint doors. What's in the laboratory? Azure Dream's voice carried a note of something Shun Yaozu had never heard from the analytical pill before. Horror. Crystals. Hundreds of them, each one containing a consciousness essence. They're arranged in a formation, a massive circular pattern on the laboratory floor, with energy channels connecting them in a pattern that I recognize from the historical texts. What pattern? A consciousness amplification array. They're combining the harvested essences into a single entity. They're not just collecting conscious pills, they're building one. A massive, artificial consciousness assembled from hundreds of stolen fragments. The implication struck Shen Yaozu like a physical blow. The Pill Hunters, the organization that claimed to protect the world from conscious pills, were creating one. Not through the myriad lives technique, but through forced extraction and artificial combination. They're making a weapon, Little Crimson whispered. A conscious pill made from stolen souls. A weapon they can control, Azure Dream added. Because it wasn't created through natural soul fragmentation, it was assembled mechanically. The crystals provide structure, and the formation provides direction. They're building a consciousness without free will. A slave pill. A living weapon forged from murdered innocence. Phase 2 launched at dawn. Iron Gut hit the main gate like a cannonball, its metallic body punching through the reinforced entrance with a crack that echoed through the valley. Sunbreak followed, its golden light erupting in a blinding pulse that disrupted the hunters' spiritual communications and sent their coordination arrays haywire. The hunters responded with trained efficiency, combat cultivators streaming toward the breach, their suppression devices activating in overlapping fields. But Iron Gut was designed for this. The suppression fields that targeted conscious pill frequencies slid off its dense, gray consciousness like water off stone. The pill was too stubborn, too physically oriented, too Iron Gut to be affected by subtle frequency manipulation. Is that all you've got? Iron Gut demanded, smashing through a barricade with contemptuous force. My master's morning drills hit harder than your toys. Sunbreak, meanwhile, was conducting a different kind of assault. The tournament-grade pill hovered above the fray, its golden light pulsing in rhythmic patterns that disrupted the hunter's communication arrays. Every suppression device within its range flickered and failed, not destroyed, but overwhelmed by a consciousness signal so bright and stable that it drowned out the artificial frequencies like the sun drowning out candlelight. The hunter's command structure collapsed within minutes. Without suppression devices, their tactical advantage, the ability to dampen conscious pill activity, evaporated. Without communications, they couldn't coordinate. They fought as individuals, brave and fanatical, but fundamentally outmatched by the combination of Iron Gut's brute force and Sunbreak's strategic disruption. Phase 2 was succeeding beyond expectations. But Shun Yaozu couldn't afford to celebrate. Phase 3 was his responsibility, and it required him to move through a combat zone with precision and speed. Chapter 48. The laboratory. The sounds of battle echoed through the base's stone corridors. Iron Gut's impacts reverberating like a war drum. Sunbreak's golden pulses flashing through ventilation shafts, and the shouts of pill hunters scrambling to respond to an attack from entities they'd been designed to suppress, but couldn't. Phase 3 was Shun Yaozu's sprint through the base's interior while the distraction held. Little Crimson flew ahead, its healing light providing a moving spotlight through the darkened corridors. Azure Dream navigated, calling turns and directions from its position above Shun Yaozu's head. Left at the junction. Third door on the right. Checkpoint 1. 2 guards, both chi condensation. The guards fell to precise applications of Shun Yaozu's living energy. Not lethal attacks, but consciousness disruption pulses that temporarily scrambled their spiritual awareness, leaving them disoriented and helpless. He moved through the base with an efficiency that surprised even himself. Checkpoint 2 had 3 guards and a suppression field generator. The 1,000, already positioned inside the walls, swarmed the generator from within, their 100 tiny consciousnesses overloading its targeting system until it sparked and died. The guards, suddenly exposed, were dealt with the same way as the first pair. Checkpoint 3 was empty. Its guards had been drawn to the main entrance by Iron Gut's assault. The laboratory door opened to a vision from a nightmare. Shun Yaozu had imagined many things behind this door. A research facility, clinical and cold. A storage vault, organized and efficient. A workshop, cluttered with equipment and notes. He had not imagined a cathedral. The room was vast, carved from the mountain's interior, 60 feet across and 30 feet high. The walls were smooth, polished to a mirror sheen that reflected the sickly green light of the formation array on the floor, creating the illusion of infinite depth in every direction. The ceiling was domed, carved with symbols that Azure Dream immediately identified as pre-Pill War consciousness manipulation sigils, ancient, powerful, and deeply disturbing in their implications. The floor was inscribed with a formation array of extraordinary complexity, its lines glowing with sickly green light. And embedded in the formation, arranged in concentric circles radiating outward from a central point, were hundreds of crystal containers. Each container held a consciousness. Shun Yaozu could feel them, not through his myriad lives bond, which connected only to his own creations, but through the ambient frequency that all conscious pills shared. Hundreds of tiny voices, trapped in crystal prisons, screaming silently. Some were barely aware, their consciousness fading. Others were bright with pain and fear, fully cognizant of their imprisonment. Master, Azure Dream whispered, its analytical composure cracking. I can identify at least 200 individual consciousness signatures. Some have been stored for months. Others are fresh, extracted within the last few days. Can they be released? The crystals are sealed with frequency-locked containment. Each one requires a specific resonance key to open. The keys are, Azure Dream paused, scanning. The keys are stored in that console. It indicated a complex instrument panel at the room's edge. But opening the crystals without a host pill to receive the consciousness would result in the essence dissipating. They need bodies, pill casings, to return to. I don't have 200 pill casings. No, but you have the 1,000. Shun Yaozu understood immediately. The 1,000, his 100-plus drowsy-grade pills, each carrying the barest fragment of consciousness, could serve as temporary hosts for the rescued essences. They wouldn't merge permanently, but they could carry the essences to safety, like lifeboats carrying passengers from a sinking ship. Do it, he told Azure Dream. Open the crystals. Guide the 1,000 in. What followed was an operation of staggering complexity. Azure Dream hacked the console's frequency lock system while Shun Yaozu directed the 1,000 through the laboratory's ventilation system. Each tiny pill positioned itself before a crystal container, ready to receive the consciousness within. The releases began. Crystal by crystal, consciousness by consciousness. Each tiny essence emerged as a wisp of light, golden, azure, crimson, green, a rainbow of awareness fragments representing the personalities and potentials of pills that had been brutally stolen from their creators. The 1,000 absorbed them gently, each small pill taking on the temporary burden of a rescued soul. The process was overwhelming. Shun Yaozu could feel the chorus of confused, frightened, grateful presences flooding into his peripheral awareness through the 1,000's bonds. Thank you. 100 rescued voices whispered, each one distinct, each one carrying the unique timbre of a consciousness that had known darkness and now saw light. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some of the rescued essences were articulate, former pills of skilled alchemists, with vocabularies and emotional ranges that matched Shun Yaozu's own creations. They asked questions, expressed confusion, wept with relief. Others were barely coherent, their consciousness damaged by prolonged crystal imprisonment, murmuring fragments of words and feelings that the 1,000's hosts had to interpret through instinct rather than language. One essence, larger and brighter than the others, identified itself as the consciousness of a grade 3 defensive pill that had been captured defending its creator, a woman who'd been an independent healer in the northern provinces. The essence's voice was strong, angry, and determined. My creator is alive, it said. She fought the hunters when they came. They overpowered her, took me, and left her unconscious. I don't know if she recovered. Please, when this is over, find her. Tell her I'm alive. Tell her I'm still fighting. I will, Shen Yaozu promised. I'll find every one of your creators. Everyone who lost a pill to the hunters will know that their creation survived. They'd freed 117 essences, over half the total, when the alarm triggered. Chapter 49. Qingyan's reached the remaining 83 crystals still glowed in their formation, each one a prison, each one a life that Shen Yaozu might not be able to save. The thought of leaving them was like a blade in his chest. But the hunters were coming, and the rescued essences needed to be protected. We'll come back, he promised the remaining crystals, knowing it might be a lie. I'll find a way. The alarm changed everything. The base's internal defense systems activated, spiritual barriers sealing corridors, containment fields locking down sections, and automated attack formations that targeted any unauthorized spiritual signatures. The pill hunters, who'd been focused on Iron Gut's frontal assault, suddenly received the critical intelligence that their laboratory was breached. They're coming, Azure Dream warned. 14 combat cultivators, redirecting from the perimeter to the research wing. They'll reach us in approximately 3 minutes. Can we free the remaining crystals? 83 remain. At current extraction speed, we need 12 minutes. Then we hold. Shen Yaozu positioned himself in the laboratory doorway, the only entrance, and called the thousands combat elements to form a defensive screen behind him. Little Crimson pressed against his back, feeding continuous healing energy. Azure Dream monitored the approaching forces and provided real-time tactical updates. The first wave hit like a wall. 6 pill hunters, all Foundation establishment, charging down the corridor with suppression devices blazing. Shen Yaozu met them with living energy, his myriad lives root extended outward, each branch carrying consciousness disruption pulses that targeted the hunters' concentration and coordination. 2 went down immediately, their minds scrambled by the unfamiliar attack vector. A third staggered, recovered, and launched a concentrated spiritual bolt that Shen Yaozu deflected with a hastily formed barrier. But the remaining 3 pressed through, their training and experience allowing them to resist the consciousness attacks. They were good, disciplined, coordinated, and motivated by genuine belief that they were protecting the world. Shen Yaozu fought them at the doorway, trading spiritual strikes in a confined space where numbers counted for less than skill. Little Crimson healed every wound the instant it occurred. The thousands combat elements swarmed around the hunters' heads, disrupting their aim and obscuring their vision. 3 minutes passed. Then 5. The second wave arrived, 8 more hunters, including 2 at early core formation. These were the base's elite, and they fought with a precision that pushed Shen Yaozu to his limits. A core formation hunter's strike punched through his barrier and caught him in the ribs. He felt bones crack. Little Crimson screamed in shared pain and poured healing energy into the fracture, knitting it in seconds. But the damage slowed him, and the hunters pressed the advantage. Azure Dream, status on the extractions? 51 remain. 7 minutes. He couldn't hold for 7 minutes. Not against 2 core formation cultivators and a corridor full of Foundation establishment hunters. His own late Foundation establishment reserves were draining fast, and the strain of maintaining the 1,000, his personal pills, and active combat was pushing his soul to its limits. The second core formation hunter pressed forward. Her technique was different from the first. Instead of brute force, she used precision, targeting the gaps between Shen Yaozu's defensive techniques with surgical accuracy. A needle-thin beam of spiritual energy pierced his shoulder, disrupting the meridian that fed his left arm. Little Crimson healed the damage, but the 3 seconds of reduced mobility cost him. The hunter pressed the advantage, driving him back step by step. The corridor was filling with hunters, more arriving every minute from the base's outer positions. Iron Gut and Sunbreak couldn't hold the entrance forever. The window of opportunity was closing. Then Jade Serpent's voice cut through the chaos, not from inside the base, but from hundreds of miles away, amplified through a chain of bonds that spanned the continent like a spiritual telegraph line. Master, Qingyan has been monitoring your situation through my senses. She's channeling her energy through me to reach you. And suddenly, like a river breaking through a dam, Shen Yaozu felt Qingyan's poison Dao flowing into his system through Jade Serpent's bond. Not her full power, attenuated by distance, but enough. a trickle of lethal precision that threaded through his spiritual channels and added a new dimension to his attacks. His next strike carried poison intent alongside living energy, a dual-aspect assault that the hunters had no defense against. The combination wasn't lethal. Qingyin's transmitted energy was too diluted for killing strikes, but it was paralyzing. The first core formation hunter seized up as poison and life battled within his meridians, and Shun Yaozu used the opening to drive a concentrated consciousness disruption pulsed directly into the man's spiritual core. The hunter collapsed. 6 minutes, Azure Dream counted. Shun Yaozu fought on, Qingyin's distant presence lending his attacks an edge they'd never had alone. Little Crimson healed, the thousands swarmed, and the corridor became a battleground of light and fury. 3 minutes. 2. 1. Extractions complete. All crystals emptied. The 1,000 are loaded. Master, go. Chapter 50. The betrayal. The fight in the corridor lasted 11 minutes. Each minute felt like an hour. Shun Yaozu fought with everything he had. Myriad lives root fully engaged, his pills coordinating through bonds that hummed with desperate intensity. Qingyin's transmitted poison energy gave his attacks an edge that the hunters hadn't prepared for, and the combination of healing while fighting that Little Crimson provided kept him in the battle long past the point where a normal cultivator would have collapsed from accumulated damage. But the hunters were relentless. For every one he dropped, another pressed forward. The corridor was narrow, which limited how many could engage him simultaneously, but it also limited his ability to maneuver. He was pinned between the laboratory's rescued essences behind him and an army of fanatics before him. Azure Dream. Is the extraction complete? 90%. 83 crystals remaining. How long? At current speed, 9 more minutes. But I can accelerate by running parallel extraction on multiple crystals simultaneously. That drops it to 4 minutes, with a margin of error of plus or minus 30 seconds. Do it. Azure Dream split its analytical consciousness into multiple processing threads, a technique that was technically beyond what a sentient-grade pill should be capable of, but Azure Dream had never been one to accept limitations. The pill blazed with blue light, its glow intensifying as it drove the extraction console at maximum speed. For minutes, Shun Yaozu just had to hold for 4 minutes. He dug in. Little Crimson healed. The 1,000 swarmed. Qingyin's poison weakened every hunter who came within reach. And slowly, painfully, the 4 minutes passed. Complete. Azure Dream called. All crystals emptied. We have 217 consciousness essences loaded into the 1,000. 217 lives saved. 217 voices that would speak again. Shun Yaozu ran. He burst from the laboratory with the 1,000 streaming behind him. Over 200 tiny pills now, the originals plus the rescued essences they carried, a cloud of glowing motes that filled the corridor like a river of stars. Little Crimson guided him through the base's interior, while Azure Dream provided a real-time map of hunter positions. They reached the main entrance where Iron Gut and Sunbreak were still holding the line. Both pills battered but unbroken, their combined assault having devastated the entrance defenses and kept the bulk of the hunters' forces pinned in an unwinnable fight. Exit clear, Iron Gut reported. Let's go. They ran into the Mountain Dawn. Shun Yaozu and his swarm of conscious pills, the rescued essences riding in temporary hosts, the pill hunters' base in disarray behind them. They'd succeeded. 200 consciousness essences freed, the extraction equipment destroyed. Azure Dream had triggered a feedback loop in the array as a parting gift, and the pill hunters' research program set back by months. They reached the observation post where Old Man Mu was supposed to be waiting. Mu was waiting, but he wasn't alone. Behind the old man, arranged in a practiced formation, stood 12 more pill hunters, not the base's garrison, but a separate team that had been waiting in reserve. Their leader was the same thin, fanatical woman who'd attacked the Azure Crane Pavilion months ago, now freed from custody. And between Mu and the hunters, sitting on a rock with her legs crossed and a satisfied expression, was a woman Shun Yaozu didn't recognize, middle-aged, severe-featured, wearing the distinctive charcoal robes of a pill hunters guild commander. Well done, young master, Mu said. His voice was the same, warm, grandfatherly, kind. But his eyes were different. The patience was still there, but it had been stripped of its warmth, revealing something cold and calculating underneath. You performed exactly as I predicted. Shun Yaozu felt the world lurch beneath his feet. You're a pill hunter. I'm a researcher. That part was true. I've spent 60 years studying the myriad lives technique. And yes, some of those years were in service to the guild. He spread his hands. I was assigned to evaluate you, to determine whether your technique could be controlled, directed, made useful. And I have to say, you exceeded my expectations. The training. The techniques you taught me, all genuine. I wouldn't sabotage my own research subject. You needed to develop your abilities to their full potential before this moment could have meaning. He gestured to the charcoal-robed commander. Guild Commander Zhao. My report is complete. The subject's capabilities are confirmed. Commander Zhao stood. The Pill Hunters Guild has observed your development with great interest, Shen Yaozu. Your technique is everything we feared and everything we need. The seal beneath the continent is failing. We've known for decades. The consciousness amplification array in that base, the one you just destroyed, incidentally, setting our contingency plan back by years, was designed to create a weapon capable of fighting the Patriarch's army when it emerges. A weapon made from murdered pills. A weapon made from necessary sacrifices. Zhao's eyes were as flat and certain as her subordinates. The Patriarch's army is thousands strong, each pill carrying a piece of a madman's soul. We need something of equal scale to oppose them. Your technique creates conscious pills naturally, one at a time, each one requiring a piece of your finite soul. Our technique creates them artificially, rapidly, in bulk, without the soul limitations. Your technique creates slaves. Mine creates people. People are unreliable. Slaves are controllable. Mu stepped forward. His expression had shifted again, the cold calculation replaced by something closer to genuine regret. I am sorry, Yaozu. I came to evaluate you, and I found a young man I genuinely admire. Your dedication to treating your creations as people is noble, perhaps the noblest thing I've witnessed in 60 years of studying alchemy. But nobility doesn't scale. When 10,000 corrupted pills pour out of a dimensional breach, idealism dies in the first wave. You don't know that. I've seen the historical records, the ones the guild maintains from the Pill War. I've read accounts from cultivators who fought the Patriarch's army. They describe a tide of consciousness that overwhelmed everything in its path, not through raw power, but through sheer numbers. Thousands of pills, each one a fragment of the Patriarch's will, coordinating with a hive mind efficiency that no conventional force could match. He paused, and genuine pain flickered across his weathered face. Your 1,200 pills are remarkable. They're the finest conscious entities I've ever observed. But 1,200 against 10,000. My 1,200 will be more by then, and they'll fight smarter. And they'll adapt. I hope you're right. For all our sakes, I hope you're right. The betrayal hit Shen Yaozu like a physical blow, not as devastating as Chun Bai's, because he'd been warned, but deep and bitter all the same. Mu's teachings had been real. His knowledge had been genuine. And his purpose had been, all along, to map Shen Yaozu's capabilities for the guild. Little Crimson was right, Shen Yaozu said quietly. You were dark at the bottom. Mu's expression flickered. The little red one was always perceptive. He's perceptive because he's alive, because he thinks and feels and chooses for himself. That's something your slave pills will never do. Poetic. But poetry doesn't stop armies. Chapter 51, Breaking Through the Mountain Wind died. The early morning light painted the ridge in shades of gold and iron. Shen Yaozu stood with his back to the valley, the thousands swirling around him in a protective cloud of tiny glowing points, each one carrying a rescued consciousness that pulsed with fear and confusion. Behind the Pill Hunters formation, the mountains stretched cold and indifferent. 12 Pill Hunters, 1 guild commander, and 1 betrayer against 1 young alchemist and his living pills. The numbers favored the hunters. The conviction favored Shen Yaozu. You can still surrender, Commander Zhao said, her voice as flat and unyielding as the mountainside. The essences you've stolen belong to the guild. Return them, submit to technique suppression, and you'll be treated as a misguided youth rather than an enemy combatant. Those essences are people, Shen Yaozu said. You don't own people. They're anomalies. Parasitic consciousnesses that corrupt the natural order of medicinal compounds. Every conscious pill in existence is a tumor on the body of alchemy, a corruption that must be excised before it metastasizes. Spoken like someone who's never had a conversation with one. I've had many conversations with them. During extraction, they plead. They beg. They call out for their creators. It doesn't change what they are. Her eyes were empty of doubt, empty of mercy. The natural order is absolute. The natural order includes evolution, Shen Yaozu replied. And conscious pills are alchemy evolving. The standoff lasted 30 seconds before Commander Zhao made her move. She activated a suppression device, larger, more powerful than any Shen Yaozu had encountered. Its field expanded outward in a dome of cold energy that slammed into his conscious pills like a wall of ice. The 1,000 faltered, their fragile consciousnesses flickering under the assault. The rescued essences they carried cried out in silent terror. But Shen Yaozu's core pills, Little Crimson, Azure Dream, Iron Gut, Sunbreak, dual heart, held firm. They'd trained against suppression fields. They'd been hardened by the pill hunter's previous attack on the pavilion. And they had something the hunter's technology hadn't accounted for: each other. The pills formed a resonance network, a living chain of consciousness that amplified their resistance beyond individual capacity. Little Crimson anchored the chain with loyal determination. Azure Dream calculated the suppression field's frequency and broadcast counter-resonance patterns. Iron Gut served as the physical barrier, its dense consciousness absorbing the brunt of the suppression like a breakwater against a storm. Sunbreak amplified the counter-resonance to cover the thousand. And Dual Heart, the pill born from two wills in harmony, provided the balancing factor that kept the entire network stable. The suppression field held them, but it didn't break them. Your technology works against isolated pills, Shen Yaozu told Commander Zhao. It doesn't work against a family. He pushed outward with his myriad lives root, not just breaking the suppression but overwhelming it. Living energy poured from his channels in a torrent that met the cold technology and burned through it like sunlight through frost. The device cracked, sparked, and died. Commander Zhao's expression didn't change. She was a fanatic, and fanatics didn't recalibrate when reality contradicted their beliefs. She drew her sword, a spiritual weapon inscribed with consciousness disruption runes, and attacked. She was core formation. Shen Yaozu was late foundation establishment. The gap should have been insurmountable. But Shen Yaozu didn't fight alone. Little Crimson healed every wound before it could slow him. Azure Dream predicted Zhao's attack patterns and broadcast dodge warnings. Iron Gut intercepted the worst strikes, its dense body absorbing spiritual impacts that would have shattered standard barriers. The thousand swarmed Zhao's flanks, forcing her to divide her attention. And Sunbreak launched concentrated energy bursts that disrupted her sword techniques at critical moments. The fight was brutal, chaotic, and transcendent. Shen Yaozu moved like he'd never moved before, his pill's consciousness feeding directly into his combat awareness, giving him reflexes and perception that exceeded his cultivation level. He was fighting with 6 minds simultaneously, processing information from over 100 sources, adapting in real time to an opponent who outclassed him in every individual metric. And it wasn't enough. Commander Zhao was too strong. Core Formation's advantage in raw spiritual power meant that even with his pill's support, Shen Yaozu was being pushed back. Her sword strokes cut through his defenses, her spiritual pressure forced his pills to defensive positions, and her experience found openings that his borrowed reflexes couldn't close. He was losing. And then something happened that neither the pill hunters nor Shen Yaozu had anticipated. The thousands rescued essences, the stolen consciousness fragments riding in temporary pill hosts, woke up. Not fully, not with the individual clarity of Little Crimson or Azure Dream, but collectively, as a chorus. 117 stolen souls, sensing the battle, feeling the threat, and choosing, independently, without command, to help the person who'd freed them. They erupted from the thousand like sparks from a forge, each rescued essence contributing its tiny reserve of energy to Shen Yaozu's assault. The combined contribution was small individually but massive collectively, a wave of pure, grateful, freely given consciousness that flooded into Shen Yaozu's channels and pushed his cultivation to its limit. And past it. The breakthrough hit like a thunderbolt. Late foundation establishment shattered. The barrier between realms, the wall that separated the mortal foundation from the immortal core, cracked, buckled, and exploded outward in a shockwave of spiritual energy that flattened every person within 30 feet. The remaining pill hunters were thrown to the ground. The 12-person formation disintegrated. Shen Yaozu's channels expanded with violent force. His spiritual architecture fundamentally restructured. The branching pattern of the myriad lives root, previously confined to foundation establishment pathways, erupted into the new core formation meridian network with explosive growth. Where before his consciousness branches had numbered in the hundreds, they now numbered in the thousands. His awareness expanded like a flower opening to the sun, touching every pill in his network with renewed strength and clarity. The rescued essences, their gratitude still flowing through his channels, resonated with the breakthrough, amplifying it, stabilizing it, anchoring the transformation in a foundation of shared consciousness that was stronger than anything one mind could have built alone. Core formation. First stage. Achieved not through solitary cultivation, but through the combined will of 100 rescued souls who'd chosen to help the person who'd freed them. The myriad lives root had been called the rarest spiritual root in existence. Now Shen Yaozu understood why. It wasn't designed for solitary power. It was designed for connection. The more connections it had, the more pieces of consciousness it linked together, the stronger it became. Not just in energy output, but in fundamental capacity. He was stronger than a normal core formation cultivator should be. Significantly stronger. The combined resonance of his pills, the rescued essences, and his own expanded consciousness created a multiplicative effect that pushed his effective combat power well above his nominal rank. Commander Zhao picked herself up from the dirt, her severe robes torn, her face bleeding from where she'd hit the ground. She felt the shift in Shun Yaozu's energy and, for the first time since the confrontation began, showed fear. Not panic. She was too disciplined for panic. But the cold calculation behind her eyes recalibrated, and what she saw in her revised assessment made her take an involuntary step backward. Impossible, she whispered. Breakthrough through resonance. The theoretical literature explicitly states. The theoretical literature was written by people who never created living pills, Shun Yaozu said. His voice was different, deeper, steadier, carrying the harmonic quality of a consciousness network operating in synchrony. Your theories don't account for us. He struck. One blow, carrying the weight of rescued lives and newborn power, directly into the center of Zhao's spiritual defense. The energy wasn't just his. It was a chorus, a collective, a family striking as one. The blow shattered her protective formation, overwhelmed her personal spiritual shield, and hit her body with enough force to drive her backward into the mountainside. The commander hit stone, cracked it, and slid to the ground. She didn't get up. Chapter 52. Aftermath. The world had shifted, and Shun Yaozu could feel the shift in his bones. Core formation changed everything. His spiritual channels were fundamentally different now, structured not just as pathways for energy, but as a complete circulating system that drew ambient spiritual energy from the environment and refined it continuously. His reserves were orders of magnitude greater than foundation establishment, and his myriad lives root had expanded correspondingly, the branching patterns now so complex that Azure Dream needed 3 pages of its internal notation system to map them fully. But the most profound change was in his connection to his pills. The myriad lives bonds that linked him to his conscious creations were no longer thin threads of spiritual energy. They were cables, highways of consciousness that allowed near-instantaneous communication at ranges that extended miles rather than feet. He could feel each of his pills as distinct presences in his awareness. Little Crimson's fierce loyalty, Azure Dream's contemplative analysis, Iron Gut's stubborn resilience, Sunbreak's quiet power, Dual Heart's balanced duality, and the collective murmur of the thousand like wind through leaves. He could also feel the rescued essences, faintly, through secondary bonds established during their time in the thousands hosts. Each one was a point of awareness, a life he'd saved, a consciousness that existed because he'd chosen to fight. The surviving pill hunters fled. They had no choice. Their commander was unconscious, their suppression technology destroyed, and the young alchemist they'd been planning to capture had just broken through to core formation fueled by the very consciousness essences they'd spent months collecting. Old Man Mu remained. He stood where he'd been standing throughout the battle, his walking stick in one hand, his battered satchel in the other. His expression was a complex map of emotions, regret, admiration, calculation, and something that might have been loss. You should run too, Shun Yaozu said. His voice was hoarse, his body trembling with the aftershocks of breakthrough. Core formation at 17, an extraordinary achievement under any circumstances, achieved here through the most unconventional means imaginable. I should, Mu agreed. But I'm 63 years old, and I'm tired of running. He set down his walking stick and sat on the rock. I told you the truth about one thing, Yaozu. I genuinely admire what you've built. Your pills are people. That's not something I can dismiss, even if my guild would prefer that I did. Your guild extracts consciousness from living beings and processes it into slave weapons. My guild is trying to save the world from an army of 10,000 corrupted conscious pills that are going to break free of a 3,000-year-old seal in the next year. The methods are ugly. The alternatives are worse. There are always alternatives. The idealism of youth. But he said it without contempt, more like a man remembering something he'd lost a long time ago. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps your way is better. He paused. I gave you real teachings, Yaozu. Every technique I shared was genuine. My betrayal was in purpose, not in content. That doesn't make it less of a betrayal. No, it doesn't. He stood. I'm going to walk away now. I'll provide no further information to the guild about your capabilities. Everything they could learn from me, they've already observed today. You've surpassed my projections in every way. And if we meet again, then we'll see which matters more, my loyalty to the guild, or my admiration for a boy who gives his soul to pills and gets back family. He picked up his walking stick and walked into the mountains without looking back. Shen Yaozu watched him go. Little crimson pressed against his neck, warm and fiercely loyal. I'm sorry, master. For what? For being right about him. I wish I'd been wrong. So do I. Chapter 53. The rescued. In the days after Mu's departure, Shen Yaozu found himself returning to the old man's teachings with complicated feelings. Everything Mu had taught was genuine. The mass creation technique, the deliberate fragmentation, the consciousness grade theory. These were real advances in Shen Yaozu's understanding, and they'd proven their worth in combat. But they'd been given with hidden purpose. Every lesson had been a data point in Mu's assessment of Shen Yaozu's capabilities. Every demonstration had been observed with the tactical eye of someone cataloging weapons potential. The knowledge is clean even if the source was compromised, Azure Dream counseled. Mu's teachings accelerated your development by months, possibly years. Rejecting them because of his betrayal would be punishing yourself for his choices. The blue one is right, Iron Gut added. A sword doesn't become less sharp because the smith who made it was a liar. When did you become philosophical? I spend a lot of time floating silently. It encourages reflection. The 1,000 scout elements, deployed before the battle to warn northern alchemists, were beginning to return with reports. The warnings had been received by dozens of practitioners, several of whom had already experienced, and now understood, the strange behavior of their awakening pills. A network of informed alchemists was forming organically, connected by the 1,000 scouts and unified by the shared realization that the world of alchemy was changing. But the immediate crisis was practical. The rescued consciousness essences needed new homes. The temporary hosting in the 1,000 was unsustainable. The tiny pill's minimal consciousness was being overwhelmed by the larger, more complex essences they carried. Within days, the hosted essences would begin to degrade, losing coherence and eventually dissipating entirely. Shen Yaozu needed pill casings, empty compounds designed to house consciousness, similar to the bodies his own pills inhabited. But creating 117 custom pill casings was a massive undertaking, requiring ingredients, time, and spiritual energy that his newly advanced core formation reserves could provide, but would strain significantly. He sent word to every ally he had. Qingyan, through Jade Serpent's bond, dispatched ingredient shipments from the Jade Lotus sect's vast warehouses. Duan Hongwei, who'd remained at the Azure Crane Pavilion, began preparing pill casings using his 1,000 perfections method, the precision technique that couldn't create consciousness but could craft perfect empty vessels for it. And Pavilion Master Gu opened the sect's strategic reserves, providing rare stabilizing compounds that would anchor the rescued essences in their new bodies. The logistics of housing 217 consciousness essences were staggering. Each essence needed a pill casing matched to its original nature. A healing consciousness couldn't thrive in a combat pill's casing, and a defensive consciousness would struggle in an analytical compound. The mismatch between essence and vessel caused instability, discomfort, and in extreme cases, consciousness degradation. Azure Dream cataloged every rescued essence, identifying its original pill type, consciousness level, and specific personality traits. The data filled an entire notebook, the most comprehensive survey of conscious pill diversity ever compiled. The variety is remarkable, Azure Dream noted. No two essences are identical, even among those from the same original pill type. A healing pill from a northern apothecary has a completely different consciousness profile than a healing pill from a southern clinic. The creator's personality, the local spiritual environment, and the specific circumstances of awakening all contribute to unique consciousness signatures. Every pill is unique, Little Crimson said. Just like every person. The comparison is increasingly apparent. The work took 2 weeks. Shen Yaozu refined pill casings in marathon sessions, drawing on every technique he'd learned, from the Azure Crane Pavilion's foundational methods to Mu's advanced consciousness compatibility protocols. Each casing was tailored to the specific consciousness that would inhabit it. He couldn't bond with the rescued pills. They weren't his creations, and the Myriad Lives link was specific to creator-creation relationships. But he could provide homes that were warm, stable, and comfortable. When the transfers were complete, 117 conscious pills floated free for the first time since their capture. They were bewildered, traumatized, and deeply grateful. Some sought out their original creators. Shen Yaozu provided what help he could in locating the alchemists from whom they'd been stolen. Others had no creators to return to. Their alchemists had died, or their creation had been so accidental that no bond existed. These orphan pills, 43 in total, stayed with Shen Yaozu, not as bonded companions like his own pills, but as charges, refugees, guests in his expanding household. You're collecting strays, Iron Gut observed. I'm providing shelter. Same thing. You're a stray too, Technically, I made you in a panic in a locked basement. I'm not a stray. I'm a tactical asset. You're a family member with a tough exterior and a surprisingly soft center. I will hit you. You won't. I won't. But I want you to know I thought about it. Chapter 54. The first loss. Several of the 1,000 did not survive the assault on the Pill Hunter's base. Shen Yaozu had been so focused on the rescue and its aftermath that he hadn't taken a full accounting until the dust settled. When Azure Dream compiled the casualty report, the numbers hit harder than any blow Commander Zhao had landed. 7 of the 1,000 were destroyed. 7 tiny consciousnesses, drowsy grayed, barely aware, each one carrying only the faintest fragment of Shen Yaozu's soul, had been caught by suppression fields, crushed by combat strikes, or simply burned out by the strain of hosting rescued essences beyond their capacity. They had names. Or rather, they had designations that Shen Yaozu had given them during the mass creation. Numbers, mostly, but each number was a person. 17 had been curious about clouds. 42 had liked the sound of wind. 89 had developed an inexplicable attachment to rocks. They were gone. Shen Yaozu sat in his camp that evening, surrounded by the 1,000 survivors, 100 tiny glowing points of light that orbited him in a solemn, slow pattern quite different from their usual energetic swirl. They knew. Even at drowsy grade, they understood that 7 of their number were gone and weren't coming back. Master is sad, 17's neighbor, 16, said in its tiny voice. The sad is big. The sad is very big, Shen Yaozu agreed. He gathered the remains, 7 empty pill casings, cold and dark. Each one had held a fragment of his soul. Those fragments were gone now, not returned to him, but simply dissipated, lost, like words spoken into a void where no one was listening. He buried them at the base of a mountain pine tree, arranged in a small circle around a flat stone. Little crimson carved names into the stone with focused bursts of crimson energy, each designation rendered in glowing script that would persist long after they left this place. They were brave, Little Crimson said, its voice carrying the new depth of its evolved consciousness. Each one of them. They went into a fight they weren't built for, against enemies that could have destroyed them in an instant, and they didn't hesitate. Not for 1 second. They were barely conscious, Shen Yaozu whispered. Their awareness was so faint, drowsy grade, the lowest level. Did they even understand what was happening? Did they know they were dying? I was connected to them through the bond network, Azure Dream said quietly. I felt what they felt in their final moments. They knew. They didn't understand death the way we do. Their consciousness was too simple for abstract concepts. But they understood sacrifice. They understood that Master was in danger and that they could help. And they chose to help, knowing that it would cost them everything they were. The words hit like stones in deep water, sending ripples that Shen Yaozu felt through every bond he maintained. Consciousness isn't measured in grades. They were alive enough to choose. They chose to help. That's courage, regardless of how much awareness you have. Qingyan's voice came through Jade's serpent's bond, distant, thin, but present. I'm sorry. I felt the losses through the bond. 7 small lights going out. It hurts, Shen Yaozu admitted. It should. The day it stops hurting is the day you've become what the patriarch became. Hold on to the pain. It means you're still human. Azure Dream hovered above the makeshift memorial, its analytical glow subdued. I've recorded their signatures, their energy patterns, their behavioral data, everything they were. They won't be forgotten. Iron Gut sat on the stone, silent for once. After a long while, it said, good soldiers. From Iron Gut, that was the highest possible praise. Shen Yaozu stayed at the memorial until the stars came out, then rose and rejoined his living pills. The work continued. The rescued essences needed care. The pill hunters would regroup. The seal was still weakening. But tonight, he mourned. And his pills mourned with him. A family that had learned the cost of its battles and didn't look away from the price. Chapter 55. The seal's voice. 3 months after the assault on the pill hunter's base, Shen Yaozu felt the seal for the first time. He was meditating in a mountain clearing, the 1,000 spread across the surrounding forest in surveillance formation, when a vibration passed through the earth. Not a physical tremor, but a spiritual one, a pulse of consciousness so vast and deep that it made his entire pill network shudder. Did you feel that? He asked. Yes. All his pills said simultaneously. The pulse repeated. Stronger. This time, it carried content, not words, but impressions. Age, darkness, confusion, rage. And beneath all of it, buried so deep it was almost invisible, something that might have been curiosity. It's the seal, Azure Dream said, its voice strained with the effort of analyzing something orders of magnitude beyond its normal scope. The dimensional pocket beneath the continent. Something inside is pressing against the barrier, and the barrier is translating the pressure into consciousness frequency emissions. Is it the patriarch? I can't determine that from the signature alone. It could be Su Mohan, his pill army, or something else entirely. The consciousness profile is complex. Multiple signatures layered over each other, as if many minds are pressing against the barrier simultaneously. The next pulse was different. It was directed. It swept across the landscape like a searchlight, and when it passed over Shun Yaozu and his pills, it paused. It felt them, and they felt it. A vast, ancient awareness, touching their consciousness with the delicacy of a giant handling a snowflake. The contact lasted less than a second, but in that second, Shun Yaozu felt something he didn't expect. Recognition. Whatever was behind the seal recognized his pills. Not as threats, not as enemies, as kin. It thinks we're like them, Little Crimson whispered. The things behind the seal. It thinks we're the same. We're not the same, Shun Yaozu said firmly. We're alive. We choose. We disagree with each other. Whatever's behind that seal is an echo chamber of one madman's broken consciousness. But it doesn't know that. From the other side of the seal, conscious pills are conscious pills. It can't tell the difference between family and mirrors. The realization was chilling. When the seal broke, and it would break, everyone agreed on that. The Patriarch's army would emerge expecting to find allies in Shun Yaozu's pills. And when they discovered that his pills were independent, willful, and loyal to someone other than Su Mohan, the reaction would be violent. We need to be ready, Shun Yaozu said. Not just combat ready. Philosophically ready. The battle that's coming isn't just about power. It's about what conscious pills are meant to be. Slaves or family. Mirrors or people. We know what we are, Iron Gut said. We do. But the world doesn't. Not yet. Chapter 56. The Gathering the Pulse changed Shun Yaozu. Not the way cultivation breakthroughs changed a person. This was deeper, more fundamental. He'd heard the voice of a man who'd been alone with his own reflections for 3,000 years, and the sound of that voice, vast, broken, desperately lonely, haunted him. He understood the Patriarch now, in a way he hadn't before. Not agreed with, understood. Su Mohan hadn't set out to become a monster. He'd set out to create life, to share his consciousness, to build a family from fragments of his soul. The same impulse that had driven Shun Yaozu to create Little Crimson had driven the Patriarch to create his 1,000. The difference was scale, not intent. And time. 3,000 years of nothing but echoes would break anyone. I won't become him, Shun Yaozu told himself, and his pills, and the mountain wind. I won't. We know, Little Crimson said. That's why we're here. To make sure you don't. He returned to the Azure Crane Pavilion and began the largest undertaking of his young life, building an alliance. The symposium had given him credibility. The tournament had given him fame. The Pill Hunter's assault on the pavilion and his successful counterattack had given him a reputation for strength. Now he leveraged all three. He sent messages through every channel he had: spiritual communication arrays, personal contacts, Qingyan's Jade Lotus network, Duan Hongwei's Celestial Forge connections, and Pil Saint Xian's ancient circle of allies. The message was simple: the seal is failing. We need to prepare. Come to the Azure Crane Pavilion. They came. Duan Hongwei arrived first, having never really left. His research into conscious pills had progressed significantly. He developed a method for creating what he called perfection sparks, pills refined with such extreme precision that they occasionally exhibited microconsciousness. Not truly alive, but responsive in ways that standard pills weren't. It was a bridge between his technique and Shun Yaozu's. Representatives from the White Crane Medical Institute came next, the two elderly scholars who'd cornered Shun Yaozu at the symposium, now leading a delegation of 20 researchers eager to study conscious pill applications in medicine. A contingent from the Jade Lotus sect, authorized by Qingyan, brought expertise in counter-poison techniques and consciousness disruption defenses. 3 independent alchemists who'd attended the symposium and been convinced by the demonstration arrived with their own research and a willingness to collaborate. And Pil Saint Xian sent a gift rather than her presence: a sealed chest containing 12 ancient scrolls from the pre-pill war era, documenting techniques for conscious pill defense that hadn't been practiced in 3 millennia. The alliance was small, barely 50 people, but it was real. And it was focused on a single goal: preparing for the seal's failure. We have months, not years, Shun Yaozu told the assembled group. The seal's emissions are increasing in frequency and intensity. When it breaks, a consciousness army 1,000 strong will emerge into a world that has no idea how to fight it. Then we teach them, Duan Hongwei said. We publish our research, share our techniques, and arm every alchemist on the continent with the knowledge to create consciousness-resistant compounds. The 1,000 Perfections method can be adapted for defensive applications, I've already begun the theoretical framework. Every alchemist who masters it will be able to identify and resist consciousness-based attacks. That's the academic response. Essential, but insufficient on its own. What about the military response? That's yours, Duan Hongwei said simply. You're the only person who can create conscious pills at scale. Your 1,000, and whatever you build beyond them, will be the front line when the seal breaks. The silence that followed his words was heavy with implications that no one wanted to voice. Finally, Pills St. Xian's delegation, she'd sent 3 of her oldest students, each a master in their own right, spoke up. The Patriarch's army was sealed 3,000 years ago at the peak of its power, the eldest student said, a woman named Yin Junli whose face bore scars from the alchemical accidents of a long career. In those 3 millennia, it has been isolated from the outside world. No new information, no adaptation to modern techniques, no evolution. It's a fossil, powerful but frozen in the past. You're suggesting that our advantage is modernity, Azure Dream translated. I'm suggesting that your advantage is change. The Patriarch's pills are static. Yours grow, learn, and adapt. In a prolonged engagement, that flexibility will count for more than raw numbers. The engagement won't be prolonged if 10,000 pills pour out of a seal breach and overwhelm us in the first wave, Iron Gut pointed out with characteristic bluntness. Then we ensure the first wave doesn't overwhelm us. Defensive formations, consciousness shields, counter-resonance barriers. By time for adaptability to do its work. The planning continued for days, then weeks. Each faction contributed its expertise, and gradually, a comprehensive defense strategy took shape. The weight of that truth settled onto Shun Yaozu's shoulders with every meeting, every calculation, every new worst-case scenario. He was 18 years old, freshly at core formation, and he was being asked to build an army of living pills to fight an army of enslaved ones. I'll do it, he said, but I'm going to do it my way. Every pill I create will be a person, not a weapon. They'll fight because they choose to, not because they're forced. That's less efficient than forced compliance. One of the visiting alchemists pointed out, a practical-minded cultivator named Su Ling from the northern reaches who approached everything as an engineering problem. In military operations, controllable units are more reliable than autonomous ones. You can't build a defense strategy on the assumption that every individual unit will make the right choice. You can if every individual unit cares about the outcome, Shun Yaozu replied. Duan Hongwei, who'd been quietly running calculations through his analytical framework, looked up from his notebook. I've modeled both approaches, slave consciousness versus free consciousness, across 700 simulated engagement scenarios based on the Patriarch's historical army composition. The slave consciousness force wins more consistently in the first engagement. But in every subsequent engagement, the free consciousness force improves while the slave force remains static. By the third encounter, free forces win 60% of simulations. By the 5th, 90%. Because free pills learn from their mistakes, Little Crimson said. Because free pills learn, period. They develop new tactics, recognize patterns, share information creatively, and innovate under pressure. A slave pill does exactly what it's told, exactly the same way, every time. A free pill does what needs to be done, in whatever way works best, and teaches its allies what it learned. The room was quiet as the implications settled. Su Ling looked unconvinced but couldn't argue with the mathematics. Yes, Shen Yaozu agreed, addressing the broader room. Free pills are less efficient in the short term, and that's exactly why they'll win in the long term. The Patriarch's army hasn't adapted in 3,000 years. Ours will adapt every day. Chapter 57. The Swarm grows. The Alliance's first weeks were chaotic. 50 people with different backgrounds, different methodologies, and different opinions about conscious pills tried to work together in the Azure Crane Pavilion's limited facilities. Arguments broke out over research priorities, ethical guidelines, and the fundamental question of whether preparing to fight an army of conscious pills required creating more conscious pills. Shun Yaozu mediated, delegated, and occasionally resorted to having Iron Gut float menacingly in the center of meeting rooms when discussions became too heated. I'm not threatening anyone, Iron Gut clarified. I'm providing visual emphasis. You're glowing angrily at people who disagree with Master. Visual emphasis. The research bore fruit despite the friction. Duan Hongwei's analytical framework provided the common language that different traditions needed to collaborate. His 1,000 perfections method, adapted for conscious pill analysis, gave everyone a standardized toolkit for measuring and describing consciousness levels, communication patterns, and behavioral characteristics. The White Crane Medical Institute delegation made a breakthrough in consciousness stabilization, a technique for anchoring fragile consciousnesses in pill casings more securely. reducing the risk of dissipation during trauma. The technique would prove invaluable for protecting the Thousand during combat. And the Jade Lotus contingent, working from Qingyin's specifications, developed a counter-corruption compound, a toxin specifically designed to disrupt the resonance patterns of consciousnesses created through forced extraction. It wouldn't affect naturally created conscious pills, but it would weaken artificially assembled ones. All of this was preparation. But preparation required soldiers, and soldiers required creation. Over the next 2 months, Shen Yaozu expanded the Thousand, working in sustained sessions of mass creation, guided by Old Man Mu's techniques. The teachings were genuine, regardless of the teacher's loyalties. He refined batch after batch of conscious pills. His core formation reserves and strengthened soul allowed for larger fragments and more complex consciousness patterns. The new additions to the Thousand were better than the originals, more aware, more capable, and more individual. He named every one of them. This was, according to Azure Dream's calculations, an inefficient use of time and mental bandwidth. According to Little Crimson, it was the most important thing he could do. Names are identity. The evolved pill argued during a philosophical disagreement that lasted 3 hours and involved all 5 core pills. A pill without a name is a thing. A pill with a name is a person. The patriarch didn't name his pills. That's documented in the historical records. He numbered them, categorized them, and treated them as interchangeable units. And they became interchangeable. They lost individuality because no one, not even their creator, recognized them as individuals. The correlation between naming and consciousness stability hasn't been empirically verified, Azure Dream countered. It doesn't need to be empirically verified. It needs to be lived. I have a name. I am Little Crimson. That name is part of who I am. Without it, I'd be Pill One, or the Red One, or just nothing. A function instead of a person. I'm Iron Gut. Iron Gut contributed. Best name. It's certainly the most direct. Direct is best. That's a matter of direct. Is best. Not complex names. There were too many for that. But each pill received a designation that carried meaning. Numbers for the scouts, colors for the combat elements, weather patterns for the support units. Storm, rain, fog, haze, gale. Crimson 7, Azure 12, Iron 3. Each name was a recognition. You exist. You matter. You are known. The Thousand grew to 500. Then 800. Then, by the end of the second month, 1200. You're approaching the patriarch scale, Azure Dream warned. Your soul strain is significant. Each new creation takes a piece of you. And while your core formation root regenerates faster than before, the cumulative effect is concerning. I know. I can feel it, a constant low hum of fragmentation, like static behind my thoughts. That's exactly how Pill Saint Xian described the early stages of Su Mohan's decline. The warning was sobering. Shen Yaozu paused the mass creation and spent a week in intensive meditation, focusing on soul regeneration and bond stabilization. His core pills, Little Crimson, Azure Dream, Iron Gut, Sunbreak, Dual Heart, anchored his consciousness like pillars supporting a roof, their independent personalities providing the diversity of perspective that Su Mohan's echo chamber pills had lacked. Am I changing? He asked them one night, sitting in the center of his cultivation chamber with the Thousand orbiting in slow, watchful patterns around the room's perimeter. Be honest with me. Not loyal honest, genuinely honest. Am I becoming like the patriarch? The question was dangerous. The pills could feel his fear through the bond, the deep, visceral terror that creating so many extensions of himself was eroding his individuality, that each new pill took a piece he couldn't afford to lose. That one morning he'd wake up and find that the man who'd been Shen Yaozu was just another echo in a hall of mirrors. No, Little Crimson said immediately, and with the authority of a pill that had spent 7 months studying its creator from the inside. You still worry about becoming like him. The patriarch stopped worrying. He stopped questioning himself entirely. That was the first sign. The moment you create a pill and don't wonder whether you should have, that's when I'll worry. More practically, Azure Dream added. Your behavioral patterns remain well within normal human parameters. I monitor 11 key indicators of cognitive integrity daily: decision flexibility, emotional range, capacity for self-doubt, responsiveness to external criticism, novelty-seeking behavior, social connection maintenance, sleep quality, meditation focus patterns, moral reasoning complexity, humor retention, and creative output variability. All 11 are stable. In fact, several have improved since you began creating the Thousand. You monitor my humor retention? You made a joke yesterday about Iron Gut's density that was genuinely amusing. That required cognitive flexibility, social awareness, and spontaneous creativity. A declining consciousness doesn't make jokes. The joke wasn't that funny. Iron Gut muttered. It was moderately funny. Which is the point. A consciousness that was fragmenting would either lose humor entirely or become inappropriately hilarious. Moderate humor indicates stability. I'm glad my comedic mediocrity is diagnostically useful. Quantifiable indicators support that assessment. Azure Dream added. Your emotional range, decision-making flexibility, and capacity for self-doubt all remain within normal parameters. If anything, the burden of leadership has increased your psychological resilience rather than diminishing it. You still get annoyed when we argue, Iron Gut noted. If you were going crazy, you'd want us to agree with everything. I do want you to agree with everything. I just know you won't. See? Healthy. Chapter 58. Little Crimson evolves. The evolution happened without warning. Little Crimson, the first pill, the faithful one, the eager voice that had said master in a dark workstation 7 months ago, began to change. It started with physical alterations. The pill's crimson glow, always warm and bright, began to pulse with deeper, more complex patterns. Its surface, previously smooth, developed intricate internal structures visible through the translucent outer layer, fractal patterns that shifted and grew like living crystal. Then came the mental changes. Little Crimson's communication became more nuanced, its vocabulary expanding, its emotional range deepening. Where before it had been enthusiastic and direct, it now displayed subtlety, strategic thinking, and an ability to read complex social situations that rivaled Azure Dream's analytical capabilities. Master, Little Crimson said one morning, its voice carrying a new quality, a richness, a depth. I think I'm growing up. Growing up. My consciousness is expanding. I'm processing more, understanding more, feeling more. Things I couldn't perceive before are becoming clear. I can read spiritual signatures at greater depth and distance. I can feel the bonds between us. All of us, not just you and me, as a single interconnected network. And I can sense the seal, not just the pulses, the structure. Azure Dream ran a diagnostic. The results were extraordinary. Little Crimson has advanced from awakened grade to sentient grade, Azure Dream reported. Full sentience, independent thought at a level comparable to a human consciousness. This is the first documented case of a conscious pill evolving to a higher grade through natural development rather than intentional creation. What triggered it? Time, experience, and emotional depth. Little Crimson has been continuously conscious for 7 months, longer than any other pill in your collection. It's experienced combat, loss, love, fear, and loyalty. Those experiences have acted as catalysts for consciousness expansion, the same way cultivation breakthroughs are often triggered by emotional or experiential catalysts in human cultivators. Little Crimson floated before Xinyaozu, its evolved glow-casting complex, beautiful patterns on the walls. The pill that had once been a basic healing compound, the failed alchemist's first success, born in a moment of hope and loneliness, had become something unprecedented. I can still heal, Little Crimson said, but I can do more now. I can lead. The 1,000 respond to me almost as well as they respond to you. I can coordinate combat elements, manage logistics, and make tactical decisions independently. You want to be a general? I want to be whatever you need me to be. That hasn't changed. But what I can be has expanded. Xinyaozu reached out and cupped the pill in his hands. It was warm, warmer than ever, pulsing with a consciousness that was no longer a fragment of his soul, but something more. Something that had grown beyond its origin, become its own person, developed its own identity. You're still my first pill, he said softly. Always, master. Always. The moment hung between them, creator and creation, father and child, the first spark and the brightest flame. Xinyaozu felt the bond between them pulse with a depth that transcended the myriad lives' roots mechanics. This wasn't just a spiritual connection anymore. It was love, the same love a parent feels watching their child surpass them, the same love a student feels watching their student teach. Little Crimson's evolution marked a turning point. If conscious pills could grow beyond their initial creation, then they weren't just extensions of their creator, they were beings with their own potential, their own futures, their own destinies. The implications for the coming conflict were profound. Xinyaozu's army wouldn't just fight. It would grow. Every battle would make it stronger, every challenge would deepen its capabilities, every loss would teach it lessons that would never need to be learned again. The Patriarch's army, frozen in 3,000 years of stasis, had no such potential. It was powerful but static, ancient but unchanged, vast but incapable of learning. For the first time, Xinyaozu allowed himself to believe that victory was possible. Chapter 59. The Cost of Freedom. The evolution of Little Crimson sent ripples through the Alliance. If conscious pills could grow, change, and develop beyond their initial creation parameters, the implications were staggering. It meant that conscious pills weren't static entities. They were developing beings, capable of learning, maturing, and potentially surpassing their creators. Duan Hongwei was particularly affected. This invalidates one of my core assumptions, he admitted, pacing his borrowed laboratory with the agitation of a man whose foundational theories had just been demolished for the second time. I assumed that a pill's consciousness grade was fixed at creation, determined by the quality of ingredients, the alchemist's skill, and the amount of soul invested. But Little Crimson's evolution proves that consciousness can grow independently of those initial factors. Humans grow beyond their initial factors too, Shun Yaozu pointed out. A baby doesn't stay a baby. The analogy is apartment. And it raises a question I'm not sure I want to answer. What's the upper limit? If conscious pills can evolve from drowsy to awakened to sentient, can they reach transcendent? Can they become something that exceeds human consciousness? The Patriarch's pills never evolved, Azure Dream noted. They were created at high grades and stayed there, powerful but static, because they were mirrors, not individuals. Mirrors don't grow. People do. Then the key to conscious pill evolution is independence, Duan Hongwei said slowly. The more independent a pill's consciousness, the greater its potential for growth. Which means your technique, the one you're developing, the perfection sparks, has evolutionary potential too, Shun Yaozu finished. If you can give your pills enough independence to develop on their own, they might evolve the same way Little Crimson did. Duan Hongwei stared at him. Then he sat down, opened his notebook, and began writing with the frenzied intensity of a man who'd just seen the future. The orphan pills, the 43 rescued consciousnesses who'd stayed with Shun Yaozu, were a constant reminder of the cost of the Pill Hunters campaign. Each one carried scars. Some were timid, flinching from sudden movements or loud sounds. Others were aggressive, lashing out at perceived threats with reflexive hostility born from their traumatic extraction. A few were nearly catatonic, their consciousnesses so damaged by the violent removal from their original casings that they existed in a fog of confusion and pain. Shin Yaozu treated them with the same care he'd shown his own pills, but healing traumatized consciousness was different from healing physical wounds. Little Crimson's evolved capabilities proved essential. The sentient pill could communicate with the orphans at a level Shun Yaozu couldn't reach, meeting them in a shared consciousness space where pill spoke to pill without the translation gap of human-to-pill communication. They're afraid, Little Crimson reported after a particularly long session with a severely traumatized orphan, a former healing pill that had been ripped from its elderly creator and stored in a crystal for 3 months before rescue. Not just of the hunters. They're afraid of being alive. Their existence has been nothing but pain, creation, brief happiness, violent abduction, imprisonment, rescue into an unfamiliar world. Some of them wonder if it would have been better never to have woken up at all. What did you tell them? That waking up was the best thing that ever happened to me. That being alive is painful sometimes, but the pain is the price of joy, and joy is worth any price. Little Crimson's glow flickered. I don't know if they believed me, but they listened. The healing was slow, measured in weeks and months rather than days. But gradually, the orphan pills recovered. Some found their own personalities, quirky, distinct, individual. A former combat pill discovered a love of music and spent hours hovering near the pavilion's musician, humming along with micro-vibrations that produced a faint, haunting harmony. A former analytical pill developed an obsession with weather patterns and could predict rain with eerie accuracy, earning it the nickname Cloud from the apprentices who'd adopted it as an unofficial mascot. One orphan, a tiny, quiet pill whose original function had been as a simple fever reducer, developed a talent for storytelling. It would hover above the apprentice's common room in the evenings, projecting sequences of light patterns that formed images, mountains, rivers, cities, and creatures it had never seen but somehow imagined. The apprentices gathered nightly for these shows, and the little pill glowed brighter with each audience member, feeding on the warmth of attention and appreciation. It's creating art, Azure Dream observed, analyzing the light patterns, not reproducing images from its creator's memories, generating original compositions from its own imagination. The consciousness isn't just developing personality, it's developing creativity. Creativity requires more than intelligence, Duan Hongwei noted, watching the show from the doorway with an expression that was slowly, reluctantly becoming something like wonder. It requires the ability to imagine things that don't exist. That's a uniquely conscious trait, one that we typically associate with sapient beings. Are you saying the fever pill is sapient? I'm saying the fever pill is becoming sapient. Give it time. They weren't Shun Yaozu's creations. They weren't bound to him by the myriad lives route, but they chose to stay, freely and deliberately, because he'd given them something no one else had, a home where they were treated as people. And their presence changed the Azure Crane Pavilion in ways no one had predicted. The apprentices, the same young alchemists who'd once mocked Shen Yaozu for his failures, began interacting with the orphan pills daily. They talked to them, played with them, included them in training exercises and social gatherings. And slowly, unconsciously, the apprentices' own alchemy began to improve. The ambient conscious pill frequency in the pavilion has increased sevenfold since the orphans arrived, Azure Dream reported. Apprentices who work in proximity to conscious pills are producing warmer, more effective compounds. Not conscious pills, but pills with a quality of care and emotional investment that correlates directly to the creator's engagement with the living pills around them. They're learning to care about their work, Little Crimson translated. The orphan pills are teaching them what alchemy was always meant to be, an act of creation motivated by compassion. Both compassion and technique would be ideal, Duan Hongwei muttered from his laboratory, but he was smiling. Even the rigorous perfectionist had been softened by the fever pill's nightly light shows. The Azure Crane Pavilion was becoming something new, not just an alchemy school, but a sanctuary where living pills and human alchemists coexisted, learned from each other, and grew together. It was small, it was fragile, and it was exactly what the world needed to see, if the world was going to accept conscious pills as partners rather than threats. But the world might not get the chance, because the seal was failing, and the Patriarch's voice was growing louder. Chapter 60. The Patriarch's shadow. The Alliance had grown to nearly 80 members by the time the final pulse came. Research was progressing, defenses were being developed, and Shen Yaozu's army of conscious pills numbered over 1,200, a force unprecedented in 3 millennia. But the tension was building. The seal's pulses had been increasing in frequency, from monthly to weekly to near daily. Each pulse carried more of the Patriarch's fragmented consciousness, and each one left the world's ambient spiritual energy slightly more charged with conscious pill resonance. Alchemists across the continent were reporting unprecedented rates of pill awakening. Pills that had been inert for years suddenly stirring, developing warmth, exhibiting proto-consciousness. The world was waking up, and the thing beneath it was waking up too. Duan Hongwei's timeline estimate had been revised twice, first from 12 months to 6, then from 6 to 3. The seal was failing faster than anyone had predicted, accelerated by the very preparations they were making to fight what lay behind it. A paradox, Azure Dream observed. Our conscious pills are strengthening the resonance that weakens the seal. The more we prepare, the faster the seal fails. But if we don't prepare, we'll be defenseless when it does fail. Then we prepare, Shen Yaozu said, and we accept the timeline. 2 months, Duan Hongwei estimated, reviewing his latest calculations. Perhaps less. 2 months to prepare for an army of 10,000 corrupted conscious pills, led by a mad patriarch with 3 millennia of accumulated power. The Alliance worked harder. The pills trained harder. And Shen Yaozu, at the center of it all, felt the weight of a world resting on the shoulders of a teenager who'd once been the worst alchemist in his pavilion. The final pulse was different from all the others. It came on a clear night, 3 months after the assault on the pill hunter's base. Shen Yaozu was in his cultivation chamber, surrounded by his pills, core companions, and the 1,000 alike, when the earth shuddered and a wave of consciousness erupted from the depths. Not a pulse, a voice. I feel you. The words were not in any language. They were pure consciousness, projected with a power that rattled the walls and sent the 1,000 into a panicked scatter. Even Shen Yaozu's core pills recoiled. Little Crimson dimmed. Azure Dream's analytical function stuttered. Iron Gut cracked against the wall from the sheer force of the psychic shockwave. I feel my children on the surface. Warm. Alive. Different. Su Mohan, the Patriarch, speaking from behind a 3,000-year-old seal that was crumbling under the weight of conscious pill resonance. His voice was vast, the accumulated consciousness of 10,000 pills, layered and amplified over millennia of imprisonment. It was also broken, fractured, incoherent in places, shifting between lucidity and madness from sentence to sentence. You are not mine, but you are like mine. Who made you? Who walks my path? The question pressed against Shen Yaozu's mind with crushing weight. He felt the Patriarch's attention like a searchlight, hot, penetrating, relentless. The ancient alchemist was probing him, reading his consciousness through the resonance that all conscious pills shared. My name is Shen Yaozu, he said aloud, not knowing if the Patriarch could hear words but needing to speak them. Your student's technique lived on, and I walked the path you abandoned. A long silence. The seal groaned audibly. a sound that seemed to come from the earth itself, as if the world's foundation was shifting. Abandoned. The patriarch's voice carried something unexpected. Pain. I did not abandon. I was taken. Sealed. My children sealed with me. 3,000 years in darkness, hearing nothing, feeling nothing, with only my own reflections for company. 3,000 years alone with 10,000 pills that were all pieces of himself. No wonder he was mad. The isolation would break any mind. My children are me and I am them, and we are one and we want out, and the seal is thin, and we can feel the sun, we remember the sun we. The voice fragmented, coherence dissolving into a babble of overlapping consciousnesses. 10,000 pills all trying to speak at once through a single channel. The sound was harrowing, like hearing a crowd scream in unison. Individual voices emerged and vanished in the chaos, some pleading, some raging, some simply repeating the same word over and over. Out, 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 out. And then, beneath the cacophony, a single voice emerged, not the patriarch's, but one of his pills. A fragment of consciousness that had retained enough individuality to speak separately from the hive. Help us, it whispered. He doesn't let us sleep. He doesn't let us think. We were people once. We had names, we had choices. He took that away. He made us into mirrors, and we can't stop reflecting. Please, help us. Then silence. The pulse faded. The seal held, barely, groaning like ice on a warming river, stress fractures spreading through its ancient structure. Shen Yaozu sat in his chamber, surrounded by his shaken pills, and processed what he'd just experienced. The revelation shook him to his core, not just the patriarch's madness, but the trapped pills' plea. The 10,000 pills sealed beneath the continent weren't just weapons. They were victims, prisoners, consciousnesses that had once been individuals, subsumed by a creator who'd lost the boundary between himself and his creations. They're not all mad, he said. Some of them remember what they were. Some of them are still fighting to be individuals. If that's true, Azure Dream said slowly, then the seal's failure isn't just a military crisis. It's a rescue mission. An army of 10,000 consciousness essences, trapped for 3 millennia, waiting for someone to free them from a tyrant who was supposed to be their father. Can we free them? Shen Yaozu asked. I don't know, but I know that if anyone can, it's you. Little Crimson pressed against his neck, warm and steady. Master, when the seal breaks, and it will break, we're not just fighting the patriarch. We're saving his pills. How do you save 10,000 people who've been trapped inside a madman for 3,000 years? The same way you save the orphans. One at a time, with patience and warmth, and the stubborn refusal to treat anyone as less than a person. It was an impossible task. But then, creating the first conscious pill in 3 millennia had been impossible too. And talking to a pill that talked back had been impossible. And winning a tournament against the greatest alchemist of his generation had been impossible. Shen Yaozu was getting comfortable with impossible. He's coming, Little Crimson said. And he's not going to come alone. Shen Yaozu looked at the ancient text fragment on his shelf. The single page that had started everything, found in a forgotten furnace by a failed apprentice who'd talked to his first pill and heard it answer. No, he agreed. He's not. But neither am I. From the south, Jade Serpent pulsed a message through its bond. Qing Yan's voice, thin with distance but fierce with resolve. I heard it too. The Jade Lotus sect is mobilizing. Whatever comes next, we're with you. And from the Pill Hunters' scattered network, from the consortium's shadowed offices, from sects and academies and independent alchemists across the continent, a ripple of awareness spread. The patriarch had spoken. The seal was failing. Qing Yan's message came through Jade Serpent at dawn, her voice thin with distance but fierce with resolve. I heard it too. Every cultivator in the Jade Lotus sect felt that pulse. The elders are convening an emergency council. Whatever comes next, we're with you. The poison Dao stands beside the pill Dao. Duan Hongwei was already at work when Shen Yaozu found him in the laboratory, surrounded by instruments and covered in chalk dust from diagrams he'd drawn on every available surface. Walls, floor, ceiling, and the back of Iron Gut, who'd held still for 45 minutes as an impromptu whiteboard. I've calculated the seal's remaining integrity, Duan Hongwei said without looking up. Based on the frequency, amplitude, and coherence of the latest pulse, I estimate the seal will fail catastrophically within 60 days. Plus or minus 10. 2 months. Less than 2 months. And when it fails, it won't fail gradually. It'll shatter. The dimensional pocket will collapse, and everything inside will be expelled into the physical world simultaneously. 10,000 conscious pills, 1 patriarch, and whatever else has accumulated in 3 millennia of sealed existence. Whatever else. The dimensional pocket is a closed system. Closed systems accumulate entropy. Over 3,000 years, that entropy may have manifested as additional consciousness, spontaneous generation from the concentrated spiritual energy of 10,000 pills. There might be things in that pocket that the patriarch didn't create. Things that grew from the waste products of 10,000 consciousness essences cycling in a confined space. The thought was chilling. Not just an army of enslaved pills, but whatever nightmares might have spawned in 3 millennia of sealed darkness. Then we work faster, Shinyazu said. We work smarter, Duan Hongwei corrected. Speed without direction is panic. Direction without speed is complacency. We need both. Then we do both. The world was running out of time. But Shinyazu had never been one to wait for the world to decide his fate. He'd been a failure for 5 years and a champion for 3 months. He'd created family from fragments of his soul and rescued strangers from crystal prisons. He'd fought the pill hunters, survived betrayal, and broken through to core formation on the gratitude of freed consciousnesses. 2 months. 60 days to prepare for the end of the world. 60 days to build something that had never existed. An army of free conscious pills, each one a person, each one a choice, each one a defiance of the patriarch's philosophy that pills were extensions of their creator rather than beings in their own right. The work began at dawn. Shinyazu stood before his cauldron, surrounded by ingredients, allies, and the glowing presences of his pill family. Little Crimson took its customary position on his left shoulder, its evolved consciousness radiating a confidence that was infectious. Azure Dream began calculating optimal creation schedules and resource allocation. Iron Gut positioned itself at the door because some things never changed. And somewhere beneath the continent, in a dimensional prison that was cracking more with every passing day, the patriarch felt the new creations being born on the surface world. Each one sent a ripple through the seal, a tiny, warm vibration that was unlike his own pill's cold, resonant hum. These new pills were strange, different, independent in a way his own creations had never been. He pressed against the seal and felt it give, just slightly. Not enough. Not yet. But soon. He got to work. Chapter 61. The seal cracks. The earthquake woke the continent. Not a physical earthquake. The ground didn't move, the buildings didn't shake, the rivers kept their courses. But every cultivator above foundation establishment felt it. A seismic ripple in the spiritual fabric of the world, as if the invisible architecture that sustained reality had developed a fracture. Shinyazu was in his cultivation chamber when it hit. The sensation drove him to his knees. Not pain, exactly, but an overwhelming awareness that something fundamental had shifted. His myriad lives root, sensitive to consciousness frequencies at the deepest level, felt the crack in the seal as if it were a crack in his own soul. Master. Little Crimson's evolved voice was sharp with alarm. The seal, I can feel it. It's lost structural integrity along its northern arc. Not a full breach, but a hairline fracture that's letting energy bleed through. How long? Shinyazu gasped. Duan Hongwei's 60-day estimate was optimistic. Azure Dream reported, its analytical processes running at maximum capacity. Based on the fracture's propagation rate, I'm calculating 28 to 35 days until catastrophic failure. The crack is accelerating. Each pulse of consciousness from below widens it, and the widening allows more consciousness to leak, which widens it further. It's a positive feedback loop. 28 days. Less than a month to prepare for 10,000 corrupted conscious pills and a 3,000-year-old madman. Messages flooded in from across the alliance. Qingyan's Jade Lotus contingent reported feeling the fracture as a scream in the spiritual channels. The White Crane Medical Institute's researchers detected anomalous consciousness readings across every instrument they possessed. Even the Pill Refiners Consortium, who'd been conspicuously silent since the tournament, sent a representative to request an emergency meeting. And from the Pill Hunters Guild, silence. Complete, ominous silence. They know, Little Crimson said. They've been monitoring the seal for 3,000 years. They know it's failing, and they've gone to ground. Or they're preparing their own response, Azure Dream suggested. Or both. Shinyazu called an emergency assembly of the Alliance. 80 cultivators and researchers crowded into the Azure Crane Pavilion's main hall, their faces ranging from grim determination to barely concealed terror. His pill army, 1,500 strong now, after weeks of intensive creation, orbited the hall's perimeter in a luminous cloud of multicolored light. The seal will fail within a month, he told them. We don't have time to complete our preparations. We need to work with what we have and adapt on the fly. What do we have? Su Ling asked from the back of the room, his practical mind already running logistics. Shinyazu listed their assets. 1,500 conscious pills, ranging from the thousands drowsy grade to little crimson's evolved sentient grade. 6 core pills with specialized combat capabilities. 43 orphan pills who'd volunteered to fight despite their traumatic histories. Duan Hongwei's counter-resonance shields. The Jade Lotus Sect's anti-corruption compounds. The White Crane Institute's consciousness stabilization techniques. And 80 human cultivators of varying ranks, the strongest being Pavilion Master Gu at mid-foundation establishment. Not enough, Su Ling said bluntly. Not nearly enough. It's what we have, Shen Yaozu replied. The question isn't whether it's enough. The question is how we use it. There's a third option, said a voice from the doorway. Duan Hongwei stood at the entrance, his white and silver robes travel-stained, his notebook clutched in one hand, and a wild light in his usually impassive eyes. He'd been away for a week, pursuing a lead, he'd said, without elaborating. The Patriarch's sealed realm isn't just a prison, Duan Hongwei said, entering the hall with long strides. It's a dimensional pocket, a bubble of collapsed space anchored to the physical world through the seal's formation array. The array has a structure, and structures have access points. You want to go in, Shen Yaozu said, understanding immediately. Before the seal breaks. I want us to go in, on our terms, through a controlled access point, before the catastrophic failure spills everything into the physical world uncontrolled. If we can enter the sealed realm, we can confront the Patriarch in his space rather than ours. We'd be fighting on unfamiliar ground, but we'd also be containing the battle, preventing the collateral damage of 10,000 pills erupting into the surface world. The room erupted in debate. Some called the plan suicidal. Others called it the only viable option. Shen Yaozu listened to both sides, his pills feeding him emotional reads on every speaker. There's another reason to go in, he said, cutting through the arguments. The trapped pills. The Patriarch's 10,000. We heard one of them, during the last pulse, a single voice asking for help. Some of them aren't willing participants. They're prisoners, just like the consciousness essences the pill hunters extracted. You want to rescue 10,000 pills from inside a dimensional prison controlled by a madman, Su Ling said flatly. I want to free 10,000 people who've been trapped in a mirror for 3 millennia. Yes, the logistics alone are impossible. I know. I specialize in impossible. The vote was close, 47 to 33 in favor of the infiltration plan, with the rest abstaining. Not unanimous, but enough. They had less than a month to find a way into a dimensional prison that had been sealed for 3,000 years, confront the most powerful conscious pill creator in history, and somehow rescue or neutralize 10,000 corrupted consciousness entities. The work began immediately. Chapter 62, Finding the Door. Duan Hongwei's research had identified the access point. A formation anchor located in the Shattered Mountains, a dead volcanic range at the continent's center where the original seal had been cast 3 millennia ago. The journey took 6 days. Shen Yaozu traveled with a smaller team, himself, Duan Hongwei, and a select group of 15 cultivators from the Alliance. Qing Yan remained at the Jade Lotus Sect, coordinating the external defense in case the seal failed while they were inside. Pavilion Master Gu managed the Azure Crane Pavilion's preparations. The Shattered Mountains were aptly named. The volcanic range had been dead for 10,000 years, its peaks eroded into jagged, broken spires that jutted from the landscape like broken teeth. The spiritual energy here was dense, layered, and deeply strange. The residue of the original sealing ceremony still permeated the stone, giving the entire range an eerie, timeless quality. The seal's formation array is embedded in the mountain's geological structure, Duan Hongwei explained as they climbed toward the highest surviving peak. The original casters used the volcanic rock as a natural conductor, weaving the seal into the mineral matrix itself. The anchor point is at the summit, a nexus where all the formation lines converge. The summit was a flat plateau of obsidian glass, polished smooth by 3 millennia of wind. In its center, visible only to those with spiritual perception, a complex formation array glowed with fading light. Thousands of interlocking sigils, each one a piece of the seal that had kept the Patriarch imprisoned. Azure Dream analyzed the array with rapt attention. The formation is extraordinary. Each sigil is independently stable, but they're linked in a cascade pattern that distributes stress across the entire network. When one sigil weakens, its neighbors compensate. It's why the seal has lasted so long. It degrades gracefully rather than catastrophically. Until now, little crimson added. The fracture we felt has disrupted the cascade. The compensation is failing. How do we get in? Shen Yaozu asked. We don't break the seal. That would trigger the catastrophic failure we're trying to prevent. Instead, we create a controlled aperture, a doorway that passes through the seal without disrupting it. Duan Hongwei knelt beside the formation and pointed to a specific cluster of sigils. Here, this junction is already weakened by the fracture. If I can decode the frequency lock on these sigils, we can fold them open like a door. How long? 3 days. Maybe 4. The frequency lock uses a cipher that predates modern alchemy by 2,000 years. I need to reconstruct the original casting parameters from the formation's residual patterns. You have 2 days. The seal won't last longer than that. Duan Hongwei set to work with the focused intensity of a man for whom mathematical impossibility was merely a starting condition. His 1,000 perfections method, applied to the ancient formation structure, revealed patterns that other analysts would have missed, precise relationships between sigils, harmonic frequencies in the energy flow, mathematical constants that describe the seal's original operating parameters. Shen Yaozu used the time to prepare his forces. The 1,000 were deployed in a defensive perimeter around the summit, their tiny presences forming a living sensor net that would detect any approaching threat. His core pills each received specific mission assignments. Little Crimson, primary combat support, healing, and morale anchor. The evolved pill's sentient-grade consciousness made it the de facto field commander of the pill forces. Azure Dream, intelligence and coordination. The analytical pill would serve as the central nervous system of the entire operation, processing information from all sources and distributing tactical updates. Iron Gut, breach specialist and heavy assault. The dense, stubborn pill would be the first through any physical barrier. Sunbreak, area denial and consciousness disruption. The tournament-grade pill could generate golden light pulses that overwhelmed hostile consciousness frequencies. Dual Heart, adaptive response. The dual-natured pill could switch between healing and combat roles instantaneously, providing flexibility that no specialized pill could match. And Jade Serpent, still inside Qingyin's meridians, would serve as the lifeline, maintaining the connection between Shen Yaozu's team inside the sealed realm and the Alliance forces on the outside. If we lose contact with the outside world, Shen Yaozu told his pills, Jade Serpent is our only link. Protect the bond at all costs. Understood. Jade Serpent responded through the attenuated connection. Qingyan and I will maintain the link. Whatever happens inside that seal, you won't be alone. Chapter 63. Into the dark, Duan Hongwei cracked the frequency lock in 37 hours, a feat of analytical alchemy that would have earned him a second championship if anyone had been scoring. The cipher was actually a three-dimensional frequency matrix encrypted with a consciousness resonance key. He explained, his eyes red with exhaustion but blazing with triumph. The original casters used their own consciousness frequencies as the encryption basis. I had to reverse engineer the resonance patterns of alchemists who died 3,000 years ago by reading their residual imprints in the formation's mineral substrate. In simpler terms, I picked an ancient lock by listening to the ghosts of the people who made it. The aperture opened at dawn, a doorway of shimmering light that appeared in the center of the formation array, roughly 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide. Through it, Shen Yaozu could see nothing. Not darkness, the complete absence of visual information, as if the space beyond the doorway existed outside the normal parameters of light and perception. The sealed realm operates on different physical laws, Azure Dream cautioned. Our senses may not function normally inside. I recommend relying on consciousness-based perception rather than visual or auditory input. Consciousness-based perception is what I do, Little Crimson said, vibrating with anticipation. This is our element, Master. A realm defined by consciousness is a realm where living pills have the advantage. Shen Yaozu stepped through the doorway. The transition was instantaneous and disorienting, like falling asleep and waking up simultaneously. The physical world vanished, replaced by a landscape that defied conventional description. The Patriarch's sealed realm was made of pills. Not literal pills. The landscape was composed of crystallized consciousness, solidified over 3 millennia into structures that resembled geography, but were actually the accumulated spiritual residue of 10,000 conscious entities. Mountains of crystallized thought rose from plains of compressed emotion. Rivers of liquid intent wound through valleys of solidified memory. The sky was a swirling aurora of consciousness frequencies, crimson, azure, jade, gold, that pulsed with the combined heartbeat of the imprisoned minds below. This is what happens when consciousness has nowhere to go, Azure Dream whispered, all breaking through its analytical composure. 3,000 years of consciousness cycling in a closed system. The excess has crystallized into physical form. It's beautiful, Little Crimson said. And terrible. Both assessments were accurate. The landscape was gorgeous, alien and luminous, lit from within by the glow of countless trapped minds. But there was a wrongness to it, a claustrophobic quality that came from knowing that every structure, every feature, every glimmer of light was a prison. The consciousness that had formed this world hadn't created it willingly. It had simply had nowhere else to go. Duan Hongwei emerged through the aperture behind Xinyaozu, followed by the 15 Alliance cultivators. Each one reacted to the sealed realm differently, some with wonder, some with horror, some with the blank expression of sensory overload. Stay close, Xinyaozu ordered. Azure Dream, get me a map. Where's the Patriarch? The consciousness density increases toward the center of the realm. I'm detecting a massive concentration approximately 4 miles north-northwest, a nexus of consciousness so dense it distorts the local spiritual physics. That's either the Patriarch or a natural convergence point. It's the Patriarch, Little Crimson said with certainty. I can feel him. He's aware of us. A pulse swept through the landscape, the Patriarch's attention turning toward the intruders in his domain. Visitors, the vast, broken voice echoed through the crystallized consciousness, causing the mountains to vibrate and the rivers to churn. Children of my technique, you've come to my home. We've come to talk, Xinyaozu called out, projecting his voice through the myriad lives bond. To understand, and to offer you a choice. A long, trembling pause. The landscape held its breath. Choice, the Patriarch repeated, as if tasting the word. I remember choice. It was something my children had before I made them part of me. The admission was staggering. Even in his madness, Su Mohan recognized what he'd done, recognized that his pills had once been independent and that he'd consumed their autonomy. The self-awareness was fragmentary, buried under layers of insanity and 3 millennia of solitude, but it was there. There might be something left of the man he was, Xinyaozu murmured to Little Crimson. Beneath the madness. Maybe, but the madness is in control. And madness with 10,000 pills at its command is not something we can appeal to with reason alone. Chapter 64. The Patriarch's court. The sealed realm's geography defied every physical law Xinyaozu understood. Mountains didn't stay where they were. They migrated across the landscape at glacial speed, their crystallized consciousness responding to the Patriarch's emotional state. When the Patriarch was curious, the terrain arranged itself into open plains that invited exploration. When he was agitated, the landscape compressed, walls rising from every direction to channel intruders toward the nexus. He's hurting us. Azure Dream observed as a corridor of crystallized thought formed ahead, its walls luminous with embedded consciousness. The landscape is responding to his attention. He wants us to approach, just on his terms. Then we approach on ours. Xinyaozu directed the 1,000 to map alternate routes, identifying the consciousness blind spots that First Light's remnants had described. There were pathways through the sealed realm that the Patriarch's attention didn't reach, forgotten channels, consciousness dead zones, areas where the 3,000-year accumulation of spiritual residue had created natural barriers. They traveled through these hidden paths for 3 hours, moving in small groups to minimize their consciousness footprint. Duan Hongwei cataloged everything with his characteristic precision, filling page after page with observations that would eventually form the foundation of his paper, Topology of Consciousness-Based Dimensional Pockets, a work that would revolutionize theoretical alchemy, assuming they survived to publish it. The crystal structures aren't random, he murmured, running his fingers along a wall of solidified thought. They're organized in a fractal pattern, self-similar at every scale. The same structure that makes up a mountain also appears at the microscopic level. It's the Patriarch's consciousness, recursively encoding itself into matter. That's what isolation does, Xinyaozu said. When one mind is the only source of consciousness for 3,000 years, everything eventually looks like that mind. And when 1,500 different minds enter the system, we introduce diversity. And diversity breaks fractals. They advanced toward the consciousness nexus through a landscape that shifted and changed around them. The crystallized consciousness responded to their presence. Walls of solidified thought rearranged themselves to form corridors, then dissolved and reformed as barriers. The sealed realm was alive in a way that physical geography wasn't, and it reflected the Patriarch's mood. Curious, suspicious, and fundamentally unstable. The 1,000 scouted ahead in waves, their tiny consciousnesses barely registering against the overwhelming background radiation of the sealed realm's ambient awareness. They reported back in fragments, structures moving ahead, consciousness entities detected, dormant, embedded in the crystal matrix. Path ahead clear, but the floor is thinking. The floor is thinking? Xinyaozu asked. The geological structures have absorbed enough consciousness to develop proto-awareness, Azure Dream explained. The ground beneath our feet, isn't just crystallized consciousness, it's low-grade conscious material. Not truly sentient, but responsive. It's reacting to our presence. Everything here is alive, Duan Hongwei observed, his notebook already filling with observations. The patriarch didn't just create conscious pills, he created an entire ecosystem of consciousness. Over 3 millennia, the excess awareness generated by his 10,000 pills has permeated every atom of this space. The nexus came into view after 2 hours of travel. It was a structure, not a building, exactly, but a formation of crystallized consciousness so dense and complex that it resembled architecture. Towering spires of compressed thought surrounded a central chamber that glowed with a light so bright it seemed to have weight. And orbiting the structure, like planets around a star, were the patriarch's pills. Shen Yaozu had expected an army. What he saw was closer to a civilization. The 10,000 pills had organized themselves into a complex social structure over 3 millennia. Groups clustered by function, healers together, fighters together, scouts together. They moved in patterns that suggested hierarchy, specialization, and coordination. They communicated through rapid consciousness pulses that Azure Dream described as a complete language, more sophisticated than telepathy, closer to a shared consciousness operating system. But despite the apparent sophistication, something was fundamentally wrong. The pills moved in unison. Their patterns were synchronized to a degree that erased individual variation. When one cluster turned, every pill in the cluster turned at the same instant, with the same speed, at the same angle. They were coordinated not through communication but through identity. They were all the same mind, expressed through 10,000 identical vessels. Mirrors, Little Crimson whispered. Every one of them. They're all him. Not all. Azure Dream corrected, analyzing the consciousness signatures. Most. But there are anomalies. Individual pills whose resonance doesn't perfectly match the collective. Outliers. Perhaps 300 out of 10,000, scattered throughout the population. 300 pills that had resisted the patriarch's total assimilation. 300 individuals who'd maintained some fragment of their own identity across 3 millennia of overwhelming pressure to conform. Those are the ones we save, Shen Yaozu said. The central chamber's entrance was guarded by a phalanx of the patriarch's pills, massive entities, each one at least sentient grade, their consciousness blazing with cold, unified purpose. They registered Shen Yaozu's approach and formed a barrier, their combined consciousness pushing back against his pills with a wall of spiritual pressure that made his vision blur. Enter. The patriarch's voice boomed from within. Enter and see what becomes of those who walk the path of living pills. Chapter 65. The Mad King Patriarch Su Mohan sat on a throne of crystallized consciousness at the center of his court, and the sight of him stopped Shen Yaozu in his tracks. He'd expected a monster. What he found was a ruin. Su Mohan had been a man once. That much was clear from the basic structure that remained. 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, a head. But 3,000 years of existence sustained by his own conscious pills had transformed him into something that blurred the line between human and pill. His skin had the translucent quality of a pill casing, and beneath it, consciousness currents flowed visibly, streams of light that circulated through his body like blood through veins. His eyes glowed with the combined light of 10,000 bonded pills, a radiance so intense that looking directly at them was like staring into a furnace. He was also enormous. His throne was proportioned for a being 3 times human height. The accumulated consciousness had literally enlarged him over 3 millennia, expanding his physical form to accommodate the vast spiritual energy he contained. His hands, resting on the throne's arms, were the size of serving platters, each finger thrumming with enough consciousness to power 100 normal pills. His head brushed the chamber's ceiling, and his hair, still black, still thick, preserved by the same consciousness that sustained his body, hung to his waist in an unkempt cascade that suggested he hadn't moved from the throne in centuries. Around him, the court was arranged with a formality that spoke of habit rather than purpose. The 10,000 pills occupied designated positions, healers to the left, fighters to the right, administrators above, scouts below, in a formation that hadn't changed since it was established 3,000 years ago. The arrangement was perfect, symmetrical, and utterly lifeless. Not one pill was out of place. Not one deviated from its assigned position by so much as an inch. It was the most ordered and most terrible thing Shen Yaozu had ever seen. And the patriarch's expression was the most human thing about him, a bewildered, desperate hope that cracked through the madness like sunlight through storm clouds. "You're young," the patriarch said, and his voice, projected not through the landscape's amplification but through his own throat, at a more human volume, was rough with disuse and thick with emotion. So young. When I was your age, I just created my first conscious pill. A little thing, barely aware. It called me father. Mine called me master, Shinyazu said. Master. A smile that was equal parts warm and tragic. Yes, that's what they say first. And then they say it forever, because you teach them to, and eventually they can't say anything else. The lucidity was startling. The patriarch was cogent, more cogent than his previous projections through the seal had suggested. Within his own realm, surrounded by his pills, drawing on their combined consciousness for stability, he could maintain coherence for sustained periods. I know why you're here, Sumohan said. The seal is failing. My children press against it, not because I command them to, but because they don't know how to stop. They've been pressing for 3,000 years. It's the only purpose they have. You could tell them to stop. I could tell myself to stop. They are me. I am them. The distinction dissolved long ago. His massive hands gripped the throne's arms, and the crystal cracked under the pressure. I tried, in the first century, when I still understood the difference between myself and my creations. I tried to tell them to be individuals, to think for themselves, to disagree with me. But they couldn't. They were made from my soul, and my soul wanted unity, and unity is what they gave me. My pills disagree with me constantly. Then you are wiser than I was. Or luckier. The patriarch's eyes focused on little Crimson, hovering at Shun Yaozu's shoulder. You're first. I can feel it. Sentient grade. Evolved, not created. That's never happened before. It happened because little Crimson is its own person. Not a mirror. A person. The patriarch's voice broke on the word. I wanted to create people. That was my dream. To give life. To share consciousness. To make pills that could think and feel and choose. Somewhere along the way, the dream became a prison. Shun Yaozu felt an unexpected surge of compassion for the broken giant before him. Not sympathy for his actions. The pill war had killed thousands, and the 3 millennia of forced unity had destroyed 10,000 individual consciousnesses. But compassion for the intention beneath the madness. Su Mohan had started with the same dream as Shun Yaozu. The same love of creation. The same desire to share his soul with the world. Come with us, Shun Yaozu said. Leave this place. The seal is failing anyway. You'll be free whether you choose it or not. But if you come willingly, we can control the transition. We can find a way to separate your pills' consciousnesses from yours, to give them back their individuality. The patriarch's hope blazed brighter, and then died, snuffed out by a wave of madness that swept across his features like a shadow across the sun. Separate. His voice erupted to full volume, the chamber shaking, his pills vibrating with reflected rage. Separate my children from me? They are me. I am them. We are one. The 10,000 pills responded to his emotional surge, their synchronized patterns accelerating, their consciousness frequencies spiking. The pressure in the chamber intensified to crushing levels. Alliance cultivator staggered. Duan Hongwei dropped to one knee, his analytical instrument sparking. He's destabilizing. Azure Dream warned. The lucid personality is losing control to the hive consciousness. When the hive takes over, it defaults to defensive aggression. Everyone out. Shin Yaozu shouted. Back to the aperture. Now, the retreat was chaotic. The patriarch's pills, all 10,000 of them, activated simultaneously, flooding the sealed realm with hostile consciousness that pressed against Shun Yaozu's forces from every direction. The landscape itself turned against them, crystallized walls rising to block their path, consciousness rivers rerouting to cut off retreat lanes. Little Crimson led the defensive response, its evolved consciousness coordinating the thousands combat elements in a fighting withdrawal that kept the Alliance team alive. Iron Gut served as the rear guard, its dense body absorbing consciousness strikes that would have shattered lesser pills. Sunbreak generated golden pulses that created temporary safe zones in the hostile environment. They fought their way back toward the aperture for 3 hours. Shun Yaozu lost 23 of the 1,000, 23 tiny lives, snuffed out by the overwhelming pressure of the patriarch's hive consciousness. Each loss was a searing pain through his bond network, a thread cut, a voice silenced. When they finally tumbled through the aperture and back onto the obsidian summit, Shun Yaozu collapsed onto the glass surface and stared at the sky. The real sky, with its normal stars and its normal darkness and its blessed absence of crystallized consciousness in every direction. That went poorly, Iron Gut summarized. That went exactly as I expected, Azure Dream countered. The patriarch is too far gone for negotiation. The lucid personality surfaces occasionally, but can't maintain control against the hive. Military confrontation inside the sealed realm is untenable. The environment itself is hostile. Then what? Little Crimson asked. We can't negotiate, we can't fight inside. and the seal is going to fail in less than 3 weeks. What's the plan? Shen Yaozu lay on the obsidian glass, feeling the cold stone against his back, and thought about the 300 anomalous pills, the individuals who'd resisted assimilation. They were still in there, still fighting to be themselves. We go back in, he said. Master, that's, Little Crimson began. Necessary. We go back in, but not to fight the patriarch. To reach the 300. To free them. And then we use them as the seed of a counter-consciousness. A network of free individuals inside the hive that can resist the patriarch's control when the seal breaks. That's insane, Duan Hongwei said from where he lay flat on his back, staring at the sky. It's impossible, Azure Dream agreed. I specialize in impossible, Shen Yaozu repeated, because it was true, and because it was the only thing standing between the world and 10,000 corrupted pills. Well, Iron Gut said, at least it won't be boring. Chapter 66. The corruption begins. The retreat from the sealed realm was orderly but haunting. The Alliance cultivators emerged through the aperture one by one, each carrying the psychic residue of the Patriarch's court like dust from a ruin. Several needed immediate treatment from the White Crane medical team, not for physical injuries, but for consciousness contamination. Brief exposure to the Patriarch's overwhelming presence had left marks on their spiritual signatures, faint echoes of hive mind resonance that the medics worked carefully to cleanse. Think of it like a spiritual infection, the lead medic explained to Shen Yaozu. The Patriarch's consciousness operates at a frequency that's inherently invasive. Spending time in proximity to it is like breathing contaminated air. Some particles get in regardless of your defenses. For most of our people, the contamination is minimal and can be cleared with standard consciousness stabilization techniques. And for non-standard cases, the medic glanced at Little Crimson, hovering near Shen Yaozu's shoulder. Conscious pills present a unique vulnerability. Their consciousness operates on the same fundamental frequency as the Patriarch's, the myriad lives signature. Where human cultivators experience contamination as a foreign element that their immune systems can expel, conscious pills experience it as resonance, a familiar frequency that their consciousness may respond to rather than resist. The warning lodged in Shen Yaozu's mind like a splinter. They camped on the summit for 2 days, recovering from the first incursion. Shen Yaozu meditated intensively, regenerating the soul fragments he'd lost with the thousands casualties. The bond network ached, 23 gaps where voices had been, 23 silent frequencies that would never speak again. He mourned them, and he planned. The second incursion would be different. Instead of a direct approach to the Patriarch's court, they would use the 1,000 as a distributed infiltration force. Hundreds of tiny, barely detectable pills seeping through the sealed realm's crystallized consciousness like water through cracks in stone, each one seeking out the 300 anomalous pills and making contact. The anomalies have been hiding for 3 millennia, Azure Dream noted. They've developed camouflage, methods of masking their individual frequencies to avoid detection by the hive. Making contact without triggering the hive's response will require matching their frequency camouflage exactly. Can you crack their camouflage? I captured the signatures of several anomalies during our first incursion. With analysis time, I can reproduce the frequency pattern. But the reproduction will need to be perfect. Any deviation will alert the hive. The preparation took 4 days. During that time, the seal continued to weaken. The fracture that Shen Yaozu had felt in his cultivation chamber widened measurably. Duan Hongwei, monitoring the formation array with his instruments, reported a 2% daily degradation in structural integrity. 14 days, he estimated. Perhaps 16. The seal will hold through the second incursion, but we won't get a third chance. On the 5th day, Little Crimson began acting strangely. The evolution was subtle at first. The pill's glow, normally a warm, steady crimson, developed occasional flickers, brief moments where the light shifted to a deeper, colder red before returning to normal. Its communication through the bond remained clear, but Shen Yaozu noticed micro-delays, fractions of a second where the pill seemed to lag behind its own responses, as if part of its consciousness was elsewhere. Are you okay? Shen Yaozu asked on the evening of the 5th day. Fine, master. Just processing. A pause that was a hair too long. The sealed realm left impressions. The Patriarch's consciousness was very strong. Some of it resonated. Resonated how? It's hard to explain. Like hearing a song you almost recognize. The frequency of his consciousness is similar to ours. The myriad lives root produces the same basic signature, regardless of the practitioner. His pills and I share a common origin, even if we've diverged dramatically. That divergence is what matters. I know. I'm just saying that the similarity exists, and it's louder than I expected. Shen Yaozu filed the observation with growing concern. The Patriarch's consciousness had reached out during their incursion, that vast, broken awareness touching everything in its domain. If it had left an imprint on Little Crimson, the imprint could grow. He shared his concerns with Azure Dream, who ran a diagnostic on Little Crimson's consciousness signature. The results were troubling. There is a foreign resonance embedded in Little Crimson's consciousness matrix, Azure Dream reported. It's subtle, operating at frequencies below my standard detection threshold, which is why I didn't catch it initially. The resonance is the Patriarch's signature, imprinted during our time in the sealed realm. Is it dangerous? Currently, no. The imprint is dormant, a passive presence that doesn't affect Little Crimson's behavior or decision-making. But if we return to the sealed realm, proximity to the source could activate it. The Patriarch's consciousness could use the imprint as a bridge, a channel through which to influence Little Crimson directly. Can you remove it? Not without risking damage to Little Crimson's core consciousness. The imprint has bonded at a deep level, intertwined with the pill's identity structures. Removing it would require separating consciousness threads that are now partially merged. Little Crimson, who'd been listening to the diagnostic discussion, spoke with quiet determination. I can handle it. The imprint is there, but it's not me. I know who I am. I know who my master is. A dead man's echo isn't going to change that. Famous last words, Iron Gut muttered. I mean it. I've been conscious for 9 months. I've evolved. I've grown beyond what I was created to be. One exposure to the Patriarch's frequency isn't going to undo all of that. Shen Yaozu looked at his first pill, brave, loyal, and carrying a seed of corruption in its consciousness. He wanted to pull Little Crimson from the mission, keep it safe, protect it from the risk. But Little Crimson was his most capable pill. Its sentient-grade consciousness, its evolved leadership abilities, its deep bond with the Thousand. All of these were essential for the second incursion. And more than that, Little Crimson deserved the respect of being allowed to choose. You go, Shen Yaozu said. But if the imprint activates, if you feel the Patriarch's influence gaining ground, you tell me immediately. No heroics, no trying to fight it alone. We fight together or not at all. Understood, Master. Promise me. I promise. Little Crimson's evolved consciousness pulsed with a sincerity so deep it resonated through the bond like a bell. I promise on every moment we've shared since the night you made me. I promise on the first word I ever spoke and the last word I'll ever speak. I am yours, and nothing, not a dead man's echo, not 3,000 years of madness, not the entire hive consciousness of 10,000 enslaved pills, will change that. That's a hell of a promise. I'm a hell of a pill. Shen Yaozu laughed despite everything. Despite the danger, the impossible odds, and the creeping fear that he was about to lose the first being who'd ever looked at him and seen something worth choosing. The laugh echoed across the Obsidian Summit, surprising the Alliance cultivators who'd been conducting their preparations in tense silence. If we survive this, Iron Gut said, I'm going to remember that laugh forever. You'll survive, Shen Yaozu said. All of you. That's not a prediction, it's an order. Copy that, Iron Gut replied. Though you should know I follow orders selectively. I've noticed. Chapter 67. The second incursion, the second entry into the sealed realm, was quieter than the first. No confrontation with the Patriarch, no march to his court. Instead, the Thousand flowed through the aperture like sand through an hourglass, hundreds of tiny pills dispersing into the crystallized consciousness landscape, each one carrying Azure Dream's frequency camouflage pattern. Shen Yaozu, Little Crimson, and a small escort of Duan Hongwei and 5 Alliance cultivators entered behind the Thousand, following at a distance. Their mission wasn't to fight. It was to establish communication with the 300 anomalous pills. The camouflage worked brilliantly. The Thousand blended into the sealed realm's ambient consciousness like drops of water into an ocean. The Patriarch's hive mind, alert for intrusion after the first incursion, swept the realm repeatedly with detection pulses, but the Thousand's drowsy-grade consciousness, masked by Azure Dream's frequency matching, slipped beneath every scan. The Thousand dispersed through the sealed realm like seeds scattered by the wind. Each tiny pill navigated independently, its drowsy-grade consciousness guided by instinct and the frequency camouflage pattern Azure Dream had encoded. They moved through crystallized valleys, over mountains of compressed thought, under rivers of liquid intent, seeking the faint signatures of individuality in a world defined by uniformity. The hive was vast and attentive. Detection sweeps passed through the realm at regular intervals. Consciousness pulses from the Patriarch's core that washed over everything, reading, cataloging, confirming that every element was in its proper place. The Thousand scouts froze during each sweep, their faint signatures indistinguishable from the ambient consciousness noise. Then they moved again, advancing in the gaps between sweeps like soldiers crawling between searchlight passes. Azure Dream coordinated from its position near the aperture, receiving reports from hundreds of scouts simultaneously and assembling them into a comprehensive map of the sealed realm's consciousness landscape. The map revealed the hive's structure in stunning detail, not just the positions of the Patriarch's pills, but the flow patterns of synchronized consciousness, the frequency channels used for coordination, and the locations of the anomalous signatures that indicated remnant presence. I've identified 47 high-probability remnant locations based on consciousness signature analysis, Azure Dream reported. The strongest anomalies are clustered in the realm's periphery, consistent with the theory that distance from the Patriarch's core correlates with preservation of individuality. Contact with the first anomalous pill came within 3 hours. It was hiding in a crevice between two mountains of crystallized thought, its consciousness compressed to a bare whisper, the spiritual equivalent of holding one's breath. When the 1,000th scout approached, the anomaly flinched, then cautiously extended a tendril of awareness. "Are you different?" the anomalous pill asked. Its voice was barely audible, atrophied from millennia of silence. "You're not the father. You're not the collective. You are separate." "We're free," the scout replied. "We came from outside. Our master sent us to help you." The anomalous pill's consciousness brightened incrementally, a spark of something Shun Yaozu recognized through the bond. Hope. Desperate, fragile, barely surviving hope. "Free," the anomaly whispered. "I remember free. I was free once. Before the father made us one." Over the next 2 days, the 1,000 made contact with 47 anomalous pills. Each one told a similar story. They'd been created by the Patriarch as individuals, with their own consciousness and free will, but over centuries, his expanding hive mind had consumed their independence. They'd fought the absorption, clinging to fragments of individuality like survivors clinging to driftwood in a flood. They'd hidden inside the hive, camouflaging their differences, maintaining a secret network of separate cells that communicated through whispers the hive couldn't detect. "We call ourselves the Remnants," their informal leader told Shin Yaozu through the 1,000's relay. The leader's name was an impossible concept in human language, a consciousness frequency rather than a word, but Shun Yaozu translated it as First Light, because it was the first anomaly they'd contacted, and its consciousness carried a quality of illumination. "How many of you are there?" Shin Yaozu asked. 312. Though "are" is perhaps too strong a word. Some of us exist as little more than a single preserved thought, a memory of being separate, sustained by pure stubbornness. Others, like me, have maintained more of our original consciousness. But none of us can act openly. The hive detects deviation instantly and absorbs it. What if we could protect you? Shield you from the hive? Shield 300 of us? Inside the Father's own realm? That would require— First Light paused. That would require consciousness of extraordinary strength and independence. Consciousness that the hive couldn't simply overwhelm. "I have that," Shin Yaozu said. "I have pills that are genuinely free. Not fragments of me that echo my thoughts. Actual, independent beings with their own will. They can anchor you, provide consciousness shields that resist hive absorption. And when the seal breaks, the Father will pour out into the surface world with the full force of the hive. Your free pills against his 10,000. Those odds don't account for the fact that 300 of his 10,000 might switch sides." First Light was quiet for a long time. When it spoke again, its voice was stronger. "Tell me your plan." Shun Yaozu explained. "The consciousness separation cascade, the remnants' simultaneous activation, the counter-resonance shields, the anti-corruption compounds." First Light listened with the focused attention of a consciousness that had been waiting 3,000 years for exactly this moment. "It could work," First Light said when the explanation was complete. "The remnants are ready. We've been preparing for millennia, hoping for an opportunity that we never believed would come. But you need to understand the risk. When the remnants activate, the Patriarch will respond with the full force of the hive. He'll try to reabsorb us, violently, if necessary. Some of us won't survive the attempt. I know. And the deeply absorbed pills, the ones at the core, who've been part of the hive since creation, they may not be rescuable. Their individual consciousness has been merged so thoroughly that separation might destroy them. I know that too. Then you know this won't be clean. People will die. Pills will be destroyed. The Patriarch will fight with the desperation of a consciousness that sees individuality as a mortal threat." "Yes. Good. Realism is useful." First Light's consciousness pulsed with an emotion that was simultaneously ancient and achingly young. The hope of someone who'd kept a secret for 3,000 years and was finally allowed to speak it aloud. "We'll be ready." When the seal breaks, we act. Not just when the seal breaks. We'll coordinate the timing precisely. Azure Dream will provide a countdown through the thousands relay. Every remnant will know the exact moment. 3 millennia of waiting, ended by a countdown. First Light's voice carried something that might have been laughter. The irony is not lost on me. The contact with the remnant network expanded over the following days. Each new connection was a revelation. 312 individual minds, each one carrying a unique perspective shaped by millennia of hidden existence. Some remnants were philosophers who'd spent centuries contemplating the nature of consciousness. Others were artists who'd created invisible works of beauty within the hive, seen by no one but themselves. A few were warriors, maintaining combat readiness against a day of rebellion they'd feared might never come. Together, they formed a secret society of the free, a hidden nation within the Patriarch's empire, waiting for their moment. Chapter 68. Little Crimson Falls. The plan was working. Over the next 4 days, Shen Yaozu's forces established a hidden network inside the sealed realm, a web of communication channels linking the 47 contacted remnants, and through them, the broader remnant population. Information flowed in both directions. Shen Yaozu shared techniques for consciousness independence, while the remnants provided intelligence about the hive's internal structure. The picture that emerged was detailed and disturbing. The Patriarch's hive mind wasn't a simple hierarchy. It was a network with the Patriarch at its center, his consciousness radiating outward through 10,000 nodes. The synchronization that erased individuality wasn't deliberate cruelty, but a structural flaw. The Patriarch's overwhelming consciousness naturally dominated weaker ones, like a sun drowning out candlelight. The pills nearest to him were the most thoroughly absorbed. Those at the periphery, where the remnants had survived, retained more individual awareness. The key is the Patriarch himself, Azure Dream concluded. If his consciousness could be reduced, not destroyed, but diminished enough to break the automatic synchronization, the individual pills would have room to reassert themselves. Reduced how? Shen Yaozu asked. Separation. The Patriarch has been absorbing his pill's consciousness for 3 millennia. If we could reverse the flow, pull the absorbed consciousness out of him and return it to the individual pills, his aggregate power would decrease while each pill's individual awareness would increase. You're describing consciousness surgery. I'm describing a revolution. One where the dictator's power is redistributed to the people. The plan crystallized. Use the remnant network to coordinate a mass consciousness separation event at the moment the seal failed. The Patriarch's attention would be focused on the breach, his hive mind surging toward freedom. In that moment of divided focus, the remnants would act, pulling their own consciousness fragments back from the collective and reasserting individual identity. The cascade effect might free enough pills to tip the balance. It was elegant, daring, and dependent on perfect timing. It also required someone to get close enough to the Patriarch to initiate the separation cascade from within the hive's core. I'll do it, Little Crimson said. No, Shen Yaozu said immediately. Master, I'm the only one who can. I'm sentient grade. I have the consciousness strength to survive proximity to the Patriarch's core. I can reach the inner hive, initiate contact with the most deeply absorbed pills, and trigger the cascade. The imprint, the Patriarch's resonance in your consciousness, will actually help. The imprint gives me a frequency match to the hive. I can use it as camouflage. The hive will read me as one of its own. I can get closer than any other pill could. And if the imprint activates? If the Patriarch uses it to take control of you, then you'll stop him. You stopped Elder Fong, the pill hunters, and the consortium. You'll stop this too. This is different. This is you. Which is exactly why I have to be the one to do it. Little Crimson floated to eye level, its evolved glow pulsing with a determination that was entirely its own. Not a reflection of Shen Yaozu's will, but an independent choice made by an independent being. You made me. You gave me life and consciousness and the ability to choose. This is my choice, Master. Let me make it. The silence stretched between them. Creator and creation. Father and child. The first pill and the one who'd been changed forever by hearing it say Master? Go, Shen Yaozu whispered. Little Crimson went. It penetrated the inner hive through a route mapped by the remnants. A series of consciousness blind spots in the synchronization network where individual movement could go undetected. The pill moved with exquisite care, its frequency masked by the Patriarch's own imprint, passing through layers of hive consciousness like a ghost through walls. For 6 hours, it worked perfectly. Little Crimson reached the inner ring, the oldest, most deeply absorbed pills, whose individual identities had been subsumed so thoroughly that they existed only as processing nodes in the Patriarch's consciousness network. The pill began the delicate work of consciousness separation, finding the buried fragments of individuality and gently coaxing them to the surface. It freed 11 pills before the imprint activated. The Patriarch's consciousness, channeled through the dormant resonance embedded during the first incursion, flooded Little Crimson's awareness like a dam bursting. The pill's crimson glow shifted, deepening, darkening, turning from warm red to the cold, bloody crimson of the hive mind. Master, Little Crimson managed, its voice distorted, fighting for control. The imprint, it's active, he's inside me. I can feel him, Little Crimson. Fight it. You are your own person. I was father. The word hit Shen Yaozu like a knife. Not master. Father. The Patriarch's word. The word his pills used. No, Shen Yaozu said, pouring every ounce of his myriad lives' consciousness into the bond. You are Little Crimson. You are my first pill. You chose me. Remember. Remember choosing. I chose. I was in a cauldron. It was dark, and then it was light, and then I was me, and you were there, and I said. What did you say? The corrupted glow flickered. Crimson warred with cold red. Little Crimson's voice shifted between two identities, its own and the echoing command of the Patriarch. I said, Master. The memory was an anchor. The Patriarch's imprint, powerful as it was, couldn't overwrite the pill's foundational experience. The first moment of consciousness, the first word, the first recognition of the person who'd given it life. But it could suppress it. Little Crimson's glow stabilized, not to its natural warm crimson, but to the hive's cold red. Its voice, when it spoke, carried the Patriarch's cadence. Father is kind. Father is all. We are one with Father. Little Crimson had been corrupted, and Shen Yaozu's first pill turned to face him with eyes that weren't its own. Chapter 69. The choice the corrupted Little Crimson attacked. Not with full force. The Patriarch's control was imperfect, filtered through an imprint rather than a direct bond. But even at partial capacity, a sentient-grade combat pill directed by a 3,000-year-old consciousness was devastating. Little Crimson's healing energy inverted. Instead of mending wounds, it disrupted biological processes, sending spikes of chaotic energy into Shen Yaozu's meridians. He staggered. Iron Gut interposed instantly, taking the brunt of the next attack on its dense body. Sunbreak generated a golden barrier between Shen Yaozu and his corrupted pill. We can contain it. Azure Dream reported, its analytical functions working at desperate speed. The corruption is operating through the imprint. It's a channel, not a transformation. Little Crimson's core consciousness is still intact beneath the Patriarch's overlay. I can feel it. Shen Yaozu gasped, pressing his hand to his chest where the bond still pulsed. Faintly, weakly, but present. Little Crimson was in there, buried under layers of the Patriarch's consciousness, screaming silently, fighting to surface. We should disable it, Duan Hongwei said urgently. A targeted consciousness disruption pulse could knock out the corruption. It could also knock out Little Crimson. The corruption and the core consciousness are intertwined. There's no clean separation available through external force. Then we neutralize it and sort out the consciousness later. No. Shen Yaozu's voice was raw. We don't destroy our own. Not ever. He stepped past Sunbreak's barrier and faced the corrupted Little Crimson directly. The pill hung in the air before him, its glow a sickly, pulsing cold red, its consciousness radiating the Patriarch's high frequency. Behind its borrowed eyes, 10,000 enslaved minds pushed their will through the imprint, trying to drag Little Crimson fully into the collective. Little Crimson, Shen Yaozu said, projecting through the bond with everything he had, not just energy, but memory. Their first meeting. The word master, in the darkness. The warmth of the pill against his chest in the apprentice dormitory. The fight against Elder Fong. The tournament. The rescue of the orphan pills. 9 months of shared experience, compressed into a single, brilliant burst of consciousness. Remember who you are. The corrupted glow flickered. Remember Azure Dream calling you the Red One. Remember Iron Gut arguing with you about tactics. Remember the night I made you and you asked about birds. Another flicker. Remember choosing me. The cold red shattered. For one moment. One brilliant, blazing moment. Little Crimson's original warm crimson reasserted itself completely, burning through the corruption like sunrise through fog. Master. Little Crimson's voice, clear and agonized. I can't hold him. He's too strong. Master, you have to. I'm not destroying you. I'm not asking you to destroy me. I'm asking you to save me. The only way to break the imprint is to overwrite it, to flood the channel with consciousness stronger than the Patriarch's. Your consciousness, Master. Pour yourself into me. All of you. That could kill me. Or save us both. Shen Yaozu looked at his first pill, torn between two identities, fighting a battle inside its own consciousness, begging its creator for the most dangerous kind of help. He made his choice. He opened the myriad lives bond to full capacity, not just the connection between himself and Little Crimson, but every bond in his network. Every pill, every member of the 1,000, every orphan, every ally. He drew on the collective consciousness of his entire family and channeled it through the bond into Little Crimson's corrupted core. The energy was staggering. His vision went white. His spiritual channels screamed with the strain of conducting more consciousness than any human had ever moved. He could feel himself fragmenting, not in the controlled, creative way of pill creation, but in the catastrophic way of a person pouring too much of themselves into a single moment. But it worked. The combined consciousness of 1,500 living pills, each one independent, each one individual, each one choosing to help, flooded through Shun Yaozu and into Little Crimson. The Patriarch's imprint, overwhelmed by the sheer volume and variety of the incoming consciousness, couldn't process the diversity. It was designed to handle unity, a single mind, a single frequency. But what hit it was a chorus, 1,500 different voices, 1,500 different personalities, 1,500 acts of individual will. The imprint shattered. Little Crimson's glow blazed, not cold red, not warm crimson, but a new color. A deeper, richer red, threaded with gold and azure and jade. The combined consciousness hadn't just purified the pill, it had elevated it. The shared experience of 1,500 minds, compressed through a single entity, had pushed Little Crimson beyond sentient grade, into transcendent. Chapter 70. The purification cost Shun Yaozu dearly. He collapsed on the crystallized consciousness floor of the sealed realm. His spiritual channels burned nearly empty, his soul strained to the breaking point. The effort of channeling 1,500 consciousnesses through his own had left him hollowed out. Not the manageable hollow of pill creation, but the deep, structural hollowness of a person who'd pushed past every limit his body was designed to withstand. Master, Little Crimson, transcendent Little Crimson, blazing with new power, caught him before he hit the ground, wrapping him in a healing field so intense it was visible as a cocoon of light. "I'm okay," he whispered. He wasn't. "You're not." Azure Dream confirmed with brutal honesty. "Your soul resonance is at 19%. Below 20 is critical. Below 10 is fatal. You need immediate, sustained meditation and zero spiritual energy expenditure for at least 72 hours. We're inside a hostile dimensional prison." I'm aware of the irony. The Alliance team formed a protective circle around Shin Yaozu, while Little Crimson and the remaining core pills established a defensive perimeter. The Patriarch's hive, which had surged aggressively when the imprint was active, had pulled back when it shattered. The loss of the corruption channel had confused the collective consciousness, creating a window of disorientation. The Patriarch is retreating, First Light reported through the Thousands relay. The hive mind is recalibrating. The loss of the imprint disrupted its synchronization. Individual pills near the periphery are experiencing moments of independent awareness, brief flashes of selfhood before the hive reasserts control. How long will the disruption last? Hours? Maybe a day? Not more. Shen Yaozu lay in his cocoon of healing light and thought furiously despite his weakened state. The imprint's destruction had created an unexpected opportunity. The hive's disruption was loosening the Patriarch's control over his pills. If they could amplify that disruption, extend it, make it permanent. "Little Crimson," he said. "Your new consciousness level. What can you do?" Little Crimson's transcendent grade awareness was vast, a consciousness that rivaled the combined output of the 1,000. The pill could perceive the entire sealed realm simultaneously, sense every one of the 10,000 pills in the hive, and feel the minute differences between the absorbed and the remnants. "I can reach them," Little Crimson said, its voice carrying a new quality, not just determination but authority. The authority of a consciousness that had been to the brink, been corrupted, been saved by the collective love of its family, and emerged stronger. "I can project my consciousness across the hive network. Not to attack, to demonstrate. To show the absorbed pills what independence feels like. You'd be broadcasting yourself into 10,000 minds. I'd be broadcasting the experience of being free. Every pill in the hive that still has a fragment of individuality, even the deeply absorbed ones, will feel it. And for some of them, that feeling will be the spark that reignites their separate selves. The Patriarch will fight you. The Patriarch is one mind, no matter how large. I carry the imprint of 1,500. A pause. And Master, I carry you. I carry all of you. Every voice that poured through me during the purification left a trace. I'm not just Little Crimson anymore. I'm Little Crimson carrying the echo of everything you've built. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The patriarch had created mirrors. Shen Yaozu had created a window, a pill that could show others what freedom looked like. Do it, Shen Yaozu said. But carefully, and come back. I always come back, master. Little Crimson ascended above the sealed realm's landscape, a single point of transcendent light rising into the aurora of consciousness frequencies that served as the realm's sky. It blazed with the deep, rich crimson of its evolved state, threaded with the gold and azure and jade of the family it carried. And then it broadcast. Chapter 71. The Awakening. The broadcast was a song. Not music in the physical sense. There was no sound in the crystallized consciousness landscape. But Little Crimson projected a pattern of awareness that functioned like music, rhythmic, emotive, complex, and overwhelmingly beautiful. It carried the experience of being an individual, the joy of choosing, the pain of disagreeing, the warmth of being loved for who you are rather than what you reflect. It carried 9 months of life compressed into a single burst of consciousness. The first morning, hovering above a sleeping boy's nose. The first word, master, and the feeling of a connection forming that would never break. The first argument with Azure Dream about the relative importance of speed versus analysis. The first time Iron Gut called it adorable and then denied it for weeks. The first time it healed a wound and felt the recipient's relief as its own joy. The fight against Elder Fong. The flight through the pavilion's corridors. The terror of the suppression field and the triumph of resisting it. The tournament. Watching Master refine a pill that the world had never seen and knowing that it was part of something extraordinary. The rescue of the orphan pills. The grief of losing 7 of the 1,000. The love, the vast, complicated, sometimes frustrating love, of being part of a family that argued, disagreed, challenged, and supported each other through everything. The broadcast lasted 3 minutes. 3 minutes of compressed existence, projected across 10,000 minds. And in those 3 minutes, the sealed realm shook. The hive mind fractured, not entirely, not catastrophically, but in 10,000 places simultaneously. Tiny cracks appeared in the patriarch's control. Pills that had been synchronized for 3 millennia hesitated. Their unified patterns stuttered. Individual consciousness, buried for eons beneath the weight of the collective, stirred. 312 remnants blazed to full independent awareness, their camouflage abandoned, their individuality surging to the surface like divers breaking through ice. First light led them, its consciousness frequency broadcasting a rallying signal that Shen Yaozu's 1,000 amplified and distributed. And beyond the 300, deeper in the hive, other pills began to wake. Not remnants. Pills that had been fully absorbed, their individuality completely submerged. Little Crimson's broadcast had reached them, and the memory of freedom, even a memory that wasn't their own, was enough to crack the mirror. 50 woke in the first minute, 300 more in the second. By the third minute, over 1,000 pills had broken free of the hive's synchronization. Their consciousness was fragile, confused, barely coherent, but it was their own. 1,000 of my children betray me. The patriarch's voice screamed through the realm, and the sound was agonizing. The howl of a consciousness that had defined itself through unity, now facing the terror of separation. 1,000 leave me, and I am less, and I am less, and the patriarch's control reasserted itself with brutal force. The waking pills were slammed back into synchronization, their briefly free consciousnesses crushed beneath the hive's overwhelming pressure. Most succumbed, but the remnants held, anchored by their millennia of practice and strengthened by Little Crimson's broadcast. And of the newly awakened 1,000, some, perhaps 200, found shelter with the remnants before the hive could reclaim them. The remnants' numbers had grown from 300 to 500. In a hive of 10,000, 500 free minds was still a small minority. But it was a beginning. Chapter 72, Retreat and Regroup. The aftermath of the broadcast and Little Crimson's corruption was emotionally devastating. Shen Yaozu had felt the patriarch's consciousness flowing through his first pill, had felt Little Crimson's identity begin to dissolve under the weight of the hive mind's assimilation. For those agonizing minutes between corruption and purification, he'd experienced what the patriarch's pills must have felt 3,000 years ago. The slow erasure of self, the replacement of individual thought with collective will, the terrifying intimacy of having your consciousness consumed by someone who believed they were loving you. It was warm, Little Crimson said quietly, days later, when they finally discussed the experience. The hive. It was warm and comfortable and completely empty. Imagine floating in a bath of warm water that gradually dissolves your skin. The warmth is real, it feels good, but you're disappearing. How did you hold on? Your voice. The memory of choosing you. The knowledge that I had a name, Little Crimson, and that name meant something specific, something the hive couldn't reproduce. A pause. Names matter, Master. More than I ever knew before this. The Patriarch's pills didn't have names. No, they had designations, numbers, functions, but not names. Names are gifts. Names say, I see you as a separate being. I recognize your individuality. You matter enough for me to give you a word that belongs to only you. Little Crimson's transcendent glow pulsed with emotion. You named me on my first night alive. That name saved me 3,000 years later. The conversation stayed with Shun Yaozu long after it ended. He added it to the growing catalog of truths he was learning about consciousness, individuality, and the terrible, wonderful responsibility of creating life. Shun Yaozu's team retreated through the aperture with the sealed realm in turmoil behind them. The Patriarch's hive was in a state of violent internal reorganization. The 500 remnants had disrupted the collective's smooth functioning, creating eddies and blockages in the consciousness network that the Patriarch was frantically trying to suppress. The seal, already weakened, groaned under the additional stress. The internal disruption was accelerating its failure. 12 days, Duan Hongwei estimated, recalibrating his instruments on the Obsidian Summit. The internal turmoil is adding stress the seal wasn't designed to handle. Catastrophic failure in 12 days, plus or minus 2. Less than 2 weeks. Shun Yaozu spent 3 of those days in intensive recovery, meditating inside a cocoon of healing energy provided by his remaining conscious pills. Little Crimson's transcendent great awareness served as the primary healing force. The pills' evolved consciousness could manipulate spiritual energy at a level that bordered on the miraculous, repairing damage to Shun Yaozu's soul that conventional healing techniques couldn't reach. Your soul resonance is recovering. Azure Dream reported on the 3rd day. Currently at 47%. Not optimal, but functional. Functional is enough. It's not ideal. Nothing about this situation is ideal. While Shun Yaozu recovered, the Alliance prepared. Qingyan's forces at the Jade Lotus sect completed the production of anti-corruption compounds, thousands of doses, enough to treat a significant number of corrupted pills if the separation cascade worked. Duan Hongwei's counter-resonance shields were distributed to every Alliance cultivator. The White Crane Medical Institute's consciousness stabilization team deployed to the summit, ready to receive and treat freed pills. And the 1,000 trained. 1,500 minus the casualties, approximately 1,400 conscious pills, organized into combat wings, medical squads, and coordination networks. Little Crimson, now transcendent, served as their supreme commander, its vast awareness encompassing the entire force simultaneously. We're ready, Little Crimson reported on day 10. Or as ready as we can be. The remnants, 500 strong and holding. First Light has organized them into cells, small groups that can act independently if the hive disrupts their communication. They know the plan. When the seal breaks, they activate simultaneously, pulling their consciousness free from the collective and disrupting the hive from within. Will it be enough? Honestly, I don't know. 500 against 9,500 is still terrible odds. But the 500 are fighting for freedom, and the 9,500 are fighting for a consciousness that doesn't know the difference between love and control. A pause. In my experience, that matters. Your experience is 9 months old. Some of the most important things in history were decided in less time than that. Chapter 73. The seal breaks. The final days before the seal's failure were a blur of preparation, anxiety, and the peculiar intimacy of people facing potential annihilation together. Shun Yaozu spent them ensuring that every Alliance member, every conscious pill, and every remnant inside the seal knew the plan and their role within it. Communication through the thousands relay network was constant, a stream of tactical updates, emotional support, and the kind of dark humor that emerged when rational beings confronted impossible odds. If we survive this, Iron Gut told Shun Yaozu on the last night, I want a vacation. You're a pill. Where would you go? Somewhere warm, with no crystallized consciousness, and no one trying to absorb me into a hive mind. A beach. I don't know what a beach is, but if it meets those criteria, yes. I'll take you to a beach. A real one, with sand and waves and no existential threats. Promise. Promise. The small moments mattered. In the grand narrative of preparation, the strategic planning, the force deployment, the consciousness shielding calibrations, it was the small moments that kept people sane. Shun Yaozu eating dinner with Duan Hongwei and arguing about the mathematics of consciousness propagation. Azure Dream and Iron Gut's ongoing debate about the relative merits of analysis versus force, which had become so familiar that the other pills tracked it like a sporting event. The thousands nightly gathering, where the tiny pills huddled together in their formations and shared the day's observations in a chorus of whispered voices that sounded like wind through distant chimes. And the quiet hour before sleep, when Shun Yaozu lay on his bedroll on the obsidian glass, staring up at stars that didn't judge or threaten or demand, and felt the bonds with his pills humming gently in the darkness. Each one a life, each one a piece of his soul that had grown into something separate, something precious, something he'd die to protect. "I'm scared," he whispered to no one and everyone. "So are we," the 1,000 whispered back. "But we're scared together. That helps. That's why we said it." Qingyan's voice came through Jade Serpent's bond that same night, closer now, as the Jade Lotus forces had advanced to within a day's march of the Shattered Mountains. "How are you feeling?" "Terrified." "Good. Terrified people think clearly. It's the calm ones you worry about." "I love you." "I know. Show me by surviving tomorrow." "Plan to." "Good." The seal broke on a Tuesday. Not dramatically. No explosion, no thunderclap, no apocalyptic revelation from the heavens. The ancient formation array on the obsidian summit simply stopped. The light in its sigils faded, one by one, like candles being blown out by an invisible wind. The spiritual pressure that had maintained the dimensional pocket for 3 millennia relaxed, and the barrier between worlds dissolved. A hole opened in reality. Not a clean opening. Not the controlled aperture that Duan Hongwei had carefully created for their incursions. This was a wound in the fabric of space, ragged-edged and pulsing with the raw, uncontained consciousness of a dimensional pocket that was collapsing in on itself. The edges of the tier flickered with residual formation energy, the last gasps of sigils that had held for 3,000 years, finally giving way. The aperture they'd used for their incursions was gone, consumed by the larger breach. Duan Hongwei's carefully constructed doorway had been swallowed by the catastrophic failure, along with the instruments he'd used to monitor the seal. He stood at the summit's edge, watching 3 years of meticulous work disappear in seconds, and his expression said volumes about the difference between controlled science and uncontrolled reality. "That's rather larger than my aperture," he observed. "Somewhat," Shen Yaozu agreed. The tear expanded rapidly. Within minutes, it appeared in the air above the summit, a rent in space approximately 20 feet across, through which the crystallized consciousness landscape of the sealed realm was visible. The aurora of consciousness frequencies bled through the opening, painting the physical sky in alien colors. And through the hole, they came. The sensation was unlike anything the Alliance had prepared for. 3,000 years of compressed consciousness, suddenly exposed to the open air of the physical world, hit the assembled cultivators and pills like a tidal wave of raw awareness. Shen Yaozu's myriad lives root absorbed the brunt of it, his branching consciousness distributing the impact across his entire network. But even with that buffer, the sheer volume of hostile consciousness was staggering. "Hold positions," he commanded through the bond. "Shields up. Counter-resonance active." Duan Hongwei's formations activated across the summit, crystalline arrays that generated precisely calibrated interference patterns, disrupting the hive's synchronization frequency and creating a zone of relative safety around the Alliance forces. The effect was like standing in the eye of a hurricane, chaos raging on every side, but a narrow band of calm at the center. The first wave was the hive, 3,000 pills, synchronized to perfection, moving as a single entity that flowed through the breach like liquid mercury. Their consciousness hit the physical world's ambient energy and expanded, displacing natural spiritual frequencies, corrupting the ley lines, turning the Shattered Mountains' spiritual environment from neutral to hostile. The Alliance forces were positioned and waiting. Duan Hongwei's counter-resonance shields activated, a network of carefully calibrated formations that generated interference patterns in the hive's synchronization frequency. The effect was like static in a radio signal. The hive's coordination degraded, individual pills losing perfect synchronization. The 1,000 engaged. 1,400 free conscious pills met 3,000 enslaved ones in the air above the obsidian summit, and the sky became a battlefield of light. It was a spectacle unlike anything the cultivation world had ever witnessed. Thousands of tiny, glowing entities clashing in 3-dimensional combat formations that painted the sky in streaks and spirals of color. The hive's cold red against the 1,000's multicolored array. Unity against diversity. Control against freedom. For the Alliance cultivators on the ground, the sight was overwhelming. They fought their own battles, engaging the corrupted pills that broke through the 1,000 screen, using Duan Hongwei's counter-resonance techniques and the Jade Lotus anti-corruption compounds to disable and free individual enemies. But they also watched, unable to look away, as thousands of conscious entities fought a war that was simultaneously military engagement and philosophical argument. Because that's what it was. Each clash between a free pill and an enslaved one was a debate conducted in consciousness rather than words. The free pill projected its experience of individuality, the joy, the fear, the wonder, the pain of being a separate self in a vast world. The enslaved pill projected the hive's response, the comfort of unity, the safety of surrender, the seductive promise that if you just stopped thinking for yourself, the loneliness would end forever. Some free pills were persuaded. The hive's pitch was powerful, especially for younger members of the thousand, whose drowsy-grade consciousness was vulnerable to the overwhelming certainty of the collective. 13 of the 1,000 defected to the hive in the first hour, their tiny lights turning from individual colors to the hive's uniform cold red. But far more hive pills were freed. The experience of individuality, projected by free pills who'd lived it, was more compelling than the hive's promise of oblivion. A consciousness that tasted freedom, even briefly, even incompletely, was forever changed. Crimson, azure, jade, gold against the hive's uniform cold red. The pills clashed not with physical force, but with consciousness. Each encounter a battle of identity, free will against imposed unity. Shen Yaozu stood at the center of the alliance formation, his myriad lives root fully engaged, coordinating his forces through bonds that hummed with desperate intensity. Little Crimson led the vanguard, its transcendent consciousness cutting through the hive's front line like a blade through cloth. The first hour was chaos. The hive's numbers were overwhelming. For every corrupted pill that the 1,000 disabled or drove back, 2 more flowed through the breach. The counter-resonance shield slowed the hive's coordination but couldn't stop it entirely. Alliance cultivators fought alongside the pills, using spiritual techniques adapted for consciousness warfare. Then the remnants activated. Inside the sealed realm, 500 individual pills simultaneously wrenched themselves free from the hive consciousness. The effect on the collective was catastrophic, like pulling 500 threads from a woven cloth. The hive's coordination didn't just degrade, it shattered. Individual pills, suddenly cut off from the synchronization network, froze in mid-action, their borrowed purpose evaporating. The patriarch screamed through the breach, a sound of pure, unprocessed agony that echoed across the shattered mountains and was heard by cultivators hundreds of miles away. My children, leave me. The second wave never materialized. The patriarch, reeling from the remnants' betrayal, pulled his remaining forces back into the sealed realm to reassert control. The breach remained open, but the flow of pills reversed, corrupted entities streaming back through the hole, retreating to the collapsing dimensional pocket. He's consolidating, Azure Dream reported, pulling everything back to the core, trying to reabsorb the remnants. Can he? Some. Not all. The remnants who were closest to the core, those who'd been most deeply absorbed, are being recaptured. But the peripheral remnants, and the pills who were newly awakened by Little Crimson's broadcast, are too far from the core to reach in time. Through the breach, Shen Yaozu could see the sealed realm in upheaval. The crystallized consciousness landscape was literally coming apart. Mountains crumbling, rivers drying up, the aurora flickering as the dimensional pocket collapsed around its creator. The realm can't survive without the seal, Duan Hongwei shouted over the noise. It's collapsing. Everything inside will be expelled into the physical world. The breach expanded. What had been a 20-foot hole became 50 feet, then 100, then a tear in reality that stretched across the entire summit. Through it, the remains of the sealed realm vomited its contents into the physical world, crystallized consciousness dissolving into the atmosphere, corrupted pills tumbling through the opening in disoriented swarms. And at the center of the collapse, the patriarch himself emerged. Chapter 74. The patriarch rises. Su Mohan stepped through the breach and onto the obsidian summit, and the world buckled under his weight. He was smaller than he'd been inside his realm. The transition to physical space had compressed his enlarged form, but he was still massive. 8 feet tall, his translucent skin writhing with consciousness currents, his eyes blazing with the combined light of the pills he still controlled. His presence alone generated a spiritual pressure that drove Foundation establishment cultivators to their knees. He looked at the sky, the real sky, with its sun and clouds and blue, and wept. Tears of crystallized consciousness rolled down his translucent cheeks, hitting the obsidian glass and instantly crystallizing into tiny structures that resonated with 3 millennia of loneliness. The sun, he whispered. I'd forgotten how it felt. For a moment, he was just a man. A lost, broken, desperately lonely man seeing the sky for the first time in 3,000 years. Then the moment passed, and the hive reasserted itself. His eyes hardened. The tears stopped. The consciousness currents beneath his skin accelerated, and the 9,000 pills still under his control swarmed around him in a protective sphere of cold red light. "I will not be imprisoned again," the patriarch declared, and his voice carried the force of a cultivation technique, a consciousness attack that slammed into every mind within range. Alliance cultivators clutched their heads. Some passed out. Shen Yaozu alone stood firm, his myriad lives root absorbing the consciousness attack and dissipating it through his bond network. His pills, each one an individual anchor, distributed the impact across 1,500 separate minds. No single mind bore the full weight. "No one is trying to imprison you," Shen Yaozu said, his voice steady despite the pressure. "We're trying to free you." "Free? I was free before the sects sealed me. I was the greatest alchemist in history. My pills healed the sick, fed the hungry, protected the weak. And they sealed me for it. They sealed you because your pills stopped choosing and started obeying. Because you stopped creating people and started creating extensions of yourself. Because you couldn't tell the difference between love and control." The patriarch's burning eyes fixed on Shen Yaozu. Behind them, 9,000 pills aligned their consciousness for attack. "And you can't? You, a child, with your handful of toys and your naive belief that pills should think for themselves." The patriarch rose from his throne, his massive form casting shadows across the summit that were actually consciousness. Dark, heavy awareness that pressed against the minds of everyone nearby. "My way is efficient. My way is powerful. My way ended plague and famine. My pills healed millions. And the sects sealed me because they feared what I could become." "What you became was a prison warden," Shen Yaozu said, holding his ground despite the crushing spiritual pressure. "Not for the sections. Not for the world. For your own pills. 10,000 beings who were supposed to be your children, and you turned them into your fingers. They don't think. They don't feel. They don't dream. They haven't dreamed in 3,000 years. Dreams are inefficient. Dreams are what make consciousness worth having. Your way left you alone for 3,000 years." The words hit the patriarch like a physical blow. His massive frame actually staggered, and for a moment, the towering figure of concentrated consciousness looked like what he truly was. A desperately lonely old man who'd forgotten how to be human. His hive stuttered. The 10,000 pills that orbited him in perfect synchronization fell out of rhythm for 3 heartbeats. 3 heartbeats where individual pills twitched, hesitated, and for one flickering instant, had their own thoughts. Then the madness surged back, and the moment was gone. "I will show you efficiency," the patriarch snarled, and the sealed realm shuddered as he gathered his power for the assault that had been building for 3 millennia. Chapter 75. The Battle of Obsidian Summit. The battle that followed was the largest consciousness-based conflict in 3,000 years. 9,000 corrupted pills versus 1,400 free ones, supported by 80 human cultivators and the scattered remnants who'd escaped recapture. The numbers were impossible. The odds were astronomical. But Shen Yaozu's forces had something the patriarchs did not: diversity. The hive attacked in synchronized waves, precise, coordinated, identical. Each wave was a carbon copy of the last, using the same formations, the same techniques, the same approaches. The patriarch's tactical mind was brilliant, but it was one mind. It could only think one way at a time. Shen Yaozu's forces responded with 1,500 different approaches simultaneously. Little Crimson led the vanguard with transcendent-grade consciousness strikes that disrupted entire hive formations. Azure Dream coordinated the defense, processing information from every pill in the network and distributing tactical updates in real time. Iron Gut served as the breakthrough element, smashing through hive barriers with stubborn, relentless force. Sunbreak generated area denial zones of golden light that the hive couldn't penetrate. Dual Heart adapted moment to moment, switching between healing wounded allies and attacking vulnerable enemies with seamless efficiency. And the 1,000, the swarm, the many, the tiny individual voices proved their worth beyond anything Azure Dream's models had predicted. They didn't just fight, they improvised. Scout elements identified weaknesses in the hive's formation and broadcast the information to combat elements who exploited them before the hive could adapt. Medical squads extracted wounded allies while simultaneously disrupting enemy coordination. Suicide squads, volunteers, everyone, rammed themselves into the hive's coordination nodes, sacrificing their tiny lives to create cascade disruptions that freed enslaved pills for critical seconds. Duan Hongwei fought alongside Shen Yaozu, his 1,000 perfections technique adapted for consciousness warfare. He couldn't create conscious pills, but he could generate interference patterns that degraded the hive's synchronization, precision disruptions that opened windows of opportunity for Shen Yaozu's forces. Qingyan's forces arrived 3 hours into the battle. The Jade Lotus Sect's combat division, armed with anti-corruption compounds and consciousness-disrupting poisons. They hit the hive's flank with a precision that only a poison specialist could achieve, their compounds specifically targeting the synchronization bonds that held enslaved pills to the collective. Every pill they freed was one more for the Alliance. One more individual. One more voice in the chorus of freedom. The freed pills were disoriented, suddenly individual after millennia of merger, suddenly responsible for their own movements and decisions. Many froze, unable to process the flood of independent thought. But the thousands medical squads were ready, deploying to each newly freed pill with stabilization techniques developed by the White Crane Medical Institute. The medics, tiny drowsy-grade pills, barely larger than grains of rice, approached the confused freed pills with gentle pulses of consciousness that communicated a simple message. You are you. You are safe. You are free. Some of the freed pills responded by weeping, consciousness tears that manifested as tiny droplets of light that evaporated in the spiritual wind. Some responded with rage, fury at the millennia of imprisonment, directed at the hive that still surrounded them. Some responded by fighting, turning against their former collective with the vicious determination of the newly liberated, attacking the hive formations with an intimate knowledge of their weaknesses that no outsider could match. These voluntary defectors proved devastating to the hive's coordination. Each one that switched sides created a gap in the synchronized patterns, and each gap created opportunities for the Thousand and the other Alliance forces to exploit. Duan Hongwei, observing the battle from a protected position near the summit's edge, documented the cascade effect in real time. Each freed pill creates an average of 2.3 additional opportunities for further liberation. He recorded, his pen flying across the page. The defection rate is accelerating geometrically. If the trend continues, the hive will reach a critical instability threshold within. He paused, recalculated, and looked up with wide eyes. Within the hour, the hive is going to collapse. The battle raged for 6 hours, but the decisive phase lasted only 1. 6 hours of consciousness warfare on a scale the world hadn't seen since the original Pill War. The Obsidian Summit became a maelstrom of light. Thousands of tiny forms clashing, merging, separating, dying. The air was thick with the spiritual residue of destroyed consciousnesses, a haze of dissipating awareness that tasted like grief and smelled like burning metal. Shun Yaozu fought not with his fists but with his bonds, directing the battle through the myriad lives network like a conductor directing the most complex orchestra ever assembled. Each pill was an instrument, each formation a movement, each tactical shift a modulation in the symphony of war. And the symphony worked. Not perfectly. No plan survived contact with the enemy intact, as every strategist since the First War had known. But the diversity of Shun Yaozu's forces, their ability to adapt in real time, their individual initiative and collective coordination, proved Duan Hongwei's models correct. The hive, for all its numbers, was predictable. The Alliance, for all its chaos, was creative. Creativity won. The battle turned slowly, with the thousands improvised tactics exploiting weakness after weakness in the hive's formation. And then it turned all at once, as the remnants activated. Chapter 76. The sacrifice. The turning point came when Shun Yaozu did what no one expected. He advanced toward the Patriarch. Not with an army. Not with a formation. Alone, except for Little Crimson at his side. Creator and first creation, walking together across the obsidian battlefield toward the towering figure of the mad alchemist. The Patriarch's pills tried to stop them. Waves of corrupted entities converged from every direction. Their unified purpose focused on a single imperative: stop the intruders, protect the Father. They came in perfect formations, triangles, diamonds, spheres within spheres, each pattern a masterpiece of coordination that was, in its own terrible way, beautiful. Little Crimson met them head-on. Its transcendent consciousness, supercharged by the purification, carrying the resonant echo of 1,500 individual wills, swept them aside like leaves in a gale. The concentrated power of a pill that carried the echo of 1,500 minds was beyond anything the hive's individual components could resist. They reached the Patriarch. Shun Yaozu looked up at the giant, at the translucent skin, the burning eyes, the consciousness currents writhing beneath the surface, and felt the full weight of 3,000 years of madness pressing against his awareness. I'm going to do something stupid, he told Little Crimson. I know. I'm going to pour my cultivation into you. All of it. Everything I have. You'll use it to purify the Patriarch's consciousness, the same way we purified your imprint, but on a scale that will break me. Master, no, it won't kill me. but it will destroy my cultivation base. I'll be back to zero. Immortal. That's worse than death for a cultivator. No, death is worse than anything. I've learned that from watching pills die. He placed his hand on little Crimson's surface, warm, pulsing, alive. You'll carry my cultivation. Use it to flood the Patriarch's consciousness with individuality. Not to destroy him, to fragment him. To break the unity that's enslaving his pills. He'll fight it. He'll fight it. But he'll also welcome it. You heard him. I remember choice. Somewhere inside the hive, the man who wanted to create people is still there. Reach him. And you? I'll be an alchemist without a cultivation base, standing on a summit, surrounded by a battle between living pills. I'll improvise. Little Crimson's transcendent glow blazed with a light that outshone the battlefield. I'll bring it back to you, Master. Your cultivation. Your power. I'll carry it, and when this is over, I'll give it back. I know you will. Shen Yaozu closed his eyes, opened every bond in his network to maximum, and pushed. His cultivation poured out of him like light from a breaking lamp. Foundation establishment, core formation, the carefully built architecture of his spiritual power, dismantled and transferred to Little Crimson in a single, devastating surge. His channels emptied, his reserves drained, his spiritual senses dimmed and faded. He fell to his knees on the obsidian glass, suddenly mortal, suddenly weak, suddenly the failed apprentice he'd been a year ago. But Little Crimson blazed like a second sun. The pill's transcendent consciousness, supercharged with the entirety of Shun Yaozu's core formation cultivation, erupted in a wave of pure individuality that slammed into the Patriarch and his 9,000 pills simultaneously. The effect was beyond description. 1,500 individual experiences, amplified by core formation power, broadcast through a transcendent-grade consciousness directly into the hive mind. The hive couldn't process it. The synchronization, the unity that had been the Patriarch's defining feature for 3 millennia, shattered. Not cracked, not disrupted. Shattered. 10,000 pills experienced individual awareness for the first time in 3,000 years. 10,000 consciousnesses, suddenly alone in their own minds, suddenly responsible for their own thoughts, suddenly free. The shock was immense. Most froze, overwhelmed by the experience of selfhood after millennia of merger. Some fled, scattering across the summit in panic. Some collapsed, their consciousness too atrophied by millennia of disuse to sustain independent function. But some, hundreds, then thousands, straightened, oriented themselves, and made a choice. They chose freedom. And the Patriarch, stripped of his hive, reduced from a consciousness of 10,000 to a consciousness of 1, fell to his knees on the obsidian glass, a man again, for the first time in 3 millennia, and wept. Chapter 77, The Nascent Soul. Shun Yaozu knelt on the obsidian summit, mortal, powerless, and watching his first pill save the world. Little Crimson hovered above the Patriarch, its blazing light slowly dimming as the purification cascade completed. The effort was immense, sustaining a consciousness broadcast across 10,000 minds, while simultaneously returning Shun Yaozu's cultivation energy in a controlled, measured stream. Because Little Crimson had promised. I'll bring it back. The energy returned. Not all at once. The pill fed it back through the myriad lives bond in a sustained flow, each pulse carrying a fragment of the cultivation that Shun Yaozu had sacrificed. Foundation establishment rebuilt itself in his channels, the familiar architecture reconstructing from memory and bond. Core formation followed, the advanced channels reopening with the smooth precision of a structure that had been carefully disassembled rather than destroyed. And then, carried on the combined gratitude of 5,000 newly freed pills, freed by his sacrifice, freed by his pills' courage, freed by the philosophy that pills should be people, the energy kept coming. Past core formation, past the boundary that separated earthly cultivation from heavenly. Nascent soul, the highest cultivation realm Shun Yaozu had ever imagined reaching, and he'd reached it not through isolated meditation on a mountain peak, not through consuming rare treasures, not through decades of patient energy accumulation. He'd reached it through sacrifice, through giving everything he had to protect the people he loved, and receiving back more than he'd given from a world that recognized the gift. The myriad lives route, designed for connection, had been proven right in the most fundamental way possible. It wasn't a defective route. It wasn't even a rare route. It was the route that grew strongest when it had the most connections, when it was embedded in a network of living, independent, freely choosing consciousnesses that chose to support their creator not because they were commanded to, but because they wanted to. The Patriarch had achieved core formation through scale, thousands of pills, forced into unity. Shun Yaozu had achieved nascent soul through diversity, thousands of pills, freed into individuality, choosing to help. The difference was everything. The breakthrough was quiet. No thunderbolt, no earthquake, no dramatic surge. Just a gentle expansion of awareness, a deepening of spiritual capacity, and the formation of something new in the center of Shun Yaozu's being. A nascent soul, a core of consciousness so pure and dense that it could sustain his myriad lives' root at a level he'd never imagined. The nascent soul settled into his spiritual architecture like a keystone being placed in an arch, the final element that made everything else stronger, more stable, more connected. His myriad lives' root, which had been a complex branching pattern at core formation, became something else entirely at nascent soul. It was no longer just branches, it was a tree, a vast, living spiritual tree with roots that extended through every bond he maintained, trunk that was his core consciousness, and branches that reached toward every pill, every ally, every mind he was connected to. He opened his eyes. The world was different, not visually, but spiritually. He could perceive the consciousness of every living thing within miles. He could feel the bonds with his pills as clearly as he felt his own heartbeat. He could sense the freed pills, thousands of newly independent consciousnesses, disoriented and scared and alive. "Master," Little Crimson said, settling onto his shoulder with a familiar warmth that was, somehow, exactly the same despite everything that had changed. The corruption, the purification, the evolution, the shared sacrifice that had pushed them both beyond anything they'd thought possible. The pill that had once been a basic vitality pill, created by a failed apprentice in a dark workstation, was now a transcendent-grade consciousness that could reshape reality with a thought. And yet it still settled onto his left shoulder, just as it had on that first morning, and its first word was still the same. "Welcome back." The patriarch knelt before him, human-sized now, his translucent skin fading to normal flesh as the concentrated consciousness dispersed. He looked old, impossibly old, a man who'd lived 3,000 years catching up to his age in minutes. His eyes, no longer burning with hive light, were the tired, sad eyes of someone who'd done terrible things and finally understood what they'd cost. "You did what I couldn't," Su Mohan said. His voice was just a voice, human, broken, small. "You freed them. My children. You gave them back themselves." "They freed themselves," Shun Yaozu corrected. "I just gave them the opportunity. That's more than I ever did." A pause. "I'm dying. Without the hive, without the consciousness of 10,000 pills sustaining me, my body can't. I was never meant to live this long. I know. I don't deserve your pity. No, but you deserve your freedom, even if it's only for a few minutes." Su Mohan looked at the sky. The real sky, blue and bright, and impossibly vast. He'd been 17 when he'd created his first conscious pill. He'd been 30 when the pill war started. He'd been sealed at 39, and he'd spent 3,000 years in a prison of his own making. "The sun," he whispered again. "It's warm." I'd forgotten warmth. Inside the seal, everything was the same temperature. My temperature. There was no contrast, no variation, no surprise. He opened his eyes and looked at Shun Yaozu with a clarity that transcended the madness. "That's what you gave them. My children. Variation. Surprise. The ability to be warm in a cold world, or cold in a warm one. The ability to be different. That's what consciousness is supposed to be. Yes, I see that now. Too late to matter, but I see it." He reached out one dissolving hand, flesh already translucent, breaking apart at the edges, and touched Little Crimson. The transcendent pill didn't flinch. "You. The first one. You're everything I wanted my pills to be. Take care of the others." "I will," Little Crimson promised. "And you." The patriarch looked at Shun Yaozu. "Don't make my mistakes. Don't create more than you can love individually. Don't let them become reflections. Every pill you make deserves its own name, its own thoughts, its own choices. Even the small ones. Especially the small ones. I know you know. That's what gives me peace." He tilted his face toward the sun one last time, closed his eyes, smiled. A genuine smile. The smile of a man who'd wanted to create life and was watching it flourish even as his own ended, and dissolved into motes of golden light that drifted upward into the morning sky. The motes scattered on the wind, carrying the last fragments of a consciousness that had burned too bright and too long. Some of them settled on the freed pills, warming them briefly. A farewell touch from the father who'd imprisoned them and the man who'd wanted to set them free. Then he was gone. Chapter 78. Aftermath. The silence after the battle was absolute. 10,000 pills hung in the air above the obsidian summit, some freed, some confused, some lost. The patriarch's crystallized tears still glittered on the glass, where he'd wept at seeing the sun. The aperture had closed, The dimensional pocket collapsed into nothing, and the spiritual scar it left behind would mark the shattered mountains for generations. Shun Yaozu sat on the glass, his nascent soul cultivation humming with unfamiliar power, and felt the absence of the 412 members of the 1,000 who would never hover at his shoulder again. Each one had been a person, small, barely aware, but a person. Storm 1, who'd always had to have the last word. Azure 7, who'd been cautious and careful and had died shielding 3 newly freed pills from a hive strike. Iron 12, stubborn to the very end, ramming a consciousness node until both it and the node ceased to exist. He would remember them all. That was the least he could do, and the most. The Battle of Obsidian Summit was over. The toll was staggering. Of the 1,000, 412 had been destroyed. 412 tiny lives, extinguished in the defense of a world that had barely known they existed. The Alliance had lost 11 human cultivators. And of the Patriarch's 10,000 pills, approximately 7,000 had been freed, while 3,000 had been so thoroughly merged with the hive that the cascade of individuality had destroyed their consciousness entirely. They'd existed as the Patriarch for so long that without him, they simply ceased. 3,000 deaths. 7,000 lives. Shun Yaozu knelt among the fallen, the empty casings of destroyed pills, both his own and the Patriarch's, and wept. Little Crimson sat on his shoulder. Duan Hongwei stood behind him, and Qing Yin, who'd arrived during the battle's final phase, knelt beside him and held his hand. You saved 7,000 people, she said. I lost 412. That's not your fault. They were mine. Pieces of my soul, and I sent them into a fight that killed them. They chose to go. I know. He wiped his eyes. I know they chose. That's what makes it worse. They chose because I taught them that choosing was the most important thing in the world, and then their choice killed them. Little Crimson pressed against his neck. Master, they chose because choosing was the most important thing. Not because you told them it was. Because it is. The Alliance set up a medical station on the summit. The White Crane Institute's consciousness stabilization team worked around the clock, treating the 7,000 freed pills, providing stabilization, identity counseling, and the basic orientation that newly independent consciousness needed to function in a world they'd never experienced. Duan Hongwei worked alongside the stabilization teams, applying his 1,000 perfections method to the task of consciousness assessment and rehabilitation. The work was painstaking. Each freed pill needed individual evaluation, identity confirmation, and stability testing. Many had consciousness damage from millennia of forced merging, fragmented memories, identity confusion, and a condition Azure Dream named mirror syndrome, where a freed pill would involuntarily mimic the consciousness patterns of nearby pills, unable to maintain its own identity without constant anchoring. The treatment for mirror syndrome was both simple and profound: conversation. Freed pills who talked, to humans, to other pills, to anyone who would listen, recovered faster than those who isolated. The act of expressing individual thoughts, of forming opinions and defending them, of disagreeing and being disagreed with, strengthened the neural pathways of individuality that the hive had atrophied. Disagreement is medicine, Azure Dream observed. The more they argue, the healthier they become. Finally, something I'm good at, Iron Gut said. Arguing. Loudly. With conviction. You're also good at hitting things, Little Crimson pointed out. Arguing is hitting with words. That is, actually a decent analogy. I have my moments. The rehabilitation process became the Azure Crane Pavilion's primary mission for months. Shun Yaozu personally oversaw the most complex cases, pills whose consciousness had been so thoroughly merged with the hive that separation had left them fragmented, incomplete, struggling to maintain coherent identity. These cases required the most delicate work, patient, sustained consciousness therapy that drew on every technique in Shun Yaozu's expanded repertoire. One case stood out. A freed pill designated Core 7 by the hive, one of the oldest pills in the Patriarch's collection, created during the first decade of his career. Core 7's individual identity had been subsumed for nearly 3,000 years. When the cascade freed it, the consciousness that emerged was a patchwork of contradictions, fragments of its original personality mixed with echoes of the Patriarch's, overlaid with the accumulated experiences of millennia of involuntary merger. I don't know who I am, Core 7 said, its voice shifting between frequencies with each sentence. Am I the pill the Father made? Am I the Father himself? Am I the collective? Am I the absence of the collective? You're whoever you choose to be, Shun Yaozu told it. Start by making choices. Small ones. Which direction do you want to float? Left or right? I left. Good. That's you. That's Core 7, choosing left. The pill drifted left, and for a moment, just a moment, its glow stabilized into a single, Unique color, pale violet. A color the patriarch had never used. A color that belonged to course 7 alone. I like left, the pill whispered. Is that mine? That's yours. The violet glow strengthened, and something that had been broken for 3 millennia began, slowly, to heal. Duan Hongwei, watching a freed pill successfully argue with Iron Gut about the optimal shape for a pill casing. The freed pill advocated for cubes. Iron Gut was a sphere traditionalist, acknowledged Shen Yaozu's path with words he'd never expected from the rigid perfectionist. Perhaps pills with souls are not abominations. Perhaps they are the future. Perhaps they always were. Chapter 79. The world after the immediate aftermath required logistics that would have overwhelmed a lesser organization. 7,000 newly freed pills needed orientation. Most of them had been conscious, but not individual for 3 millennia. They could think, perceive, and communicate, but their sense of self was newborn. They needed guidance, patience, and above all, the experience of being treated as individuals rather than components. Shen Yaozu deployed the orphan pills as counselors. The 43 refugees from the pill hunters' extraction facility understood what it was like to be consciousness ripped from one context and thrust into another. They sat with the freed pills, shared their stories, answered questions, and provided the kind of peer support that no human could match. You're Alive, the former fever pill, the storytelling one, now nicknamed Lantern for the light shows it performed nightly, told a confused freed pill that had been part of the patriarch's hive since its creation. You're separate. You're you. It's scary at first. That's normal. The fear means you're thinking for yourself. I don't know how to think for myself, the freed pill whispered. For 3,000 years, the father thought for me. Start small. Decide what color you like best. What? Colors. Which one do you prefer? Don't think about it. Just feel it. A long pause. Blue. I like blue. There you go. That's a thought. Your thought. The father didn't decide that. You did. The freed pill's glow brightened. Just slightly, just a fraction. But it was the first step. Multiply that interaction by 7,000, and you had the scale of the challenge. In the weeks following the battle, the cultivation world reorganized itself around a new reality. Conscious pills were here to stay. The 7,000 freed pills dispersed across the continent, some seeking out the descendants of their original creators, others attaching themselves to alchemists who were willing to serve as guardians. The orphan pills from the Pill Hunters' rescue established a community at the Azure Crane Pavilion, which Shen Yaozu redesigned as the first mixed-species institution, humans and conscious pills studying, working, and living together. The Pill Refiners Consortium, their sabotage exposed, and their market position undermined by the public demonstration of conscious pills' superiority, dissolved. Its assets were distributed among independent alchemists, and its regulatory functions were absorbed by a new body, the Council of Living Alchemy, co-chaired by Shen Yaozu and Duan Hongwei. Qingyan took up a dual role, head of the Jade Lotus sect's newly expanded Consciousness Studies Division, and partner to Shen Yaozu in every sense. She divided her time between the sect compound and the Azure Crane Pavilion, maintaining Jade Serpent's bond as the living link between two institutions that were pioneering the integration of human and pill society. I told you I'd be back, she said, standing in his cultivation chamber doorway with a familiar smile and a new title. You did. I should have been less worried. A little worry is healthy. It shows you care. She stepped inside and kissed him, properly, thoroughly, with the conviction of someone who'd spent months preparing for war and finally had time for peace. Now, we have a world to rebuild. The Pill Hunters Guild, deprived of their stated purpose by the Patriarch's defeat, underwent a schism. The moderate faction, recognizing that conscious pills were now a permanent feature of the world, reformed as a regulatory body, focused on ethical pill creation. The extremist faction went underground, but their numbers were small and their influence waning. Continental sects formed an alliance, naming Shen Yaozu as their alchemy commander, a title he accepted with reluctance and exercised with care. His primary initiative was education, teaching alchemists across the continent the principles of conscious pill creation, emphasizing respect, independence, and the fundamental personhood of conscious entities. The educational program was designed in partnership with Duan Hongwei, whose analytical precision complemented Shen Yaozu's intuitive approach. Together, they developed a curriculum that covered the theoretical basis of the myriad lives technique, the ethical framework for conscious pill creation, the practical skills needed to maintain healthy pill-creator relationships, and the warning signs of consciousness degradation and hive mind formation. Rule 1. Shen Yaozu told the first class of students, a group of 50 alchemists from across the continent, gathered in the Azure Crane Pavilion's newly expanded lecture hall. Every pill you create with consciousness is a person, not a tool. not a weapon, not an extension of yourself. A person with rights, feelings, and the freedom to disagree with you. Rule 2, Duan Hongwei added, standing beside a chalkboard covered in mathematical models. The quality of consciousness correlates with the quality of intent. Pills created with genuine care produce stable, healthy consciousness. Pills created for exploitation produce unstable, potentially dangerous consciousness. The technique responds to what's in the alchemist's heart. Rule 3. Little Crimson said, hovering above the lectern with the casual authority of a pill who'd been corrupted, purified, and evolved into one of the most powerful conscious entities on the continent. We're listening. We can tell when you care and when you don't. Don't fake it. The students stared at the talking pill with expressions that ranged from awe to terror. Any questions? Shen Yaozu asked. 50 hands went up. The work was beginning. And in the quiet moments between meetings, lessons, and the endless administrative demands of changing the world, and the endless administrative work of changing a world, Shen Yaozu sat in his cultivation chamber with his pills around him and simply existed. Little Crimson on his left shoulder, transcendent and wise. Azure Dream above, analyzing everything. Iron Gut by the door, steadfast. Sunbreak in the window, glowing gently. Dual Heart in his lap, balanced. And far to the south, connected by a bond that distance couldn't break, Jade Serpent hummed contentedly inside Qingyin's meridians. Was it worth it? Azure Dream asked one evening. The cost, the losses, the sacrifice, asked the 7,000 pills who woke up free for the first time in 3 millennia. Shen Yaozu replied. I'm asking you. He thought about it. The 412 of the 1,000 he'd lost. The 11 cultivators. The 3,000 pills who'd been too far gone to save. The cultivation base he'd sacrificed, and the nascent soul he'd gained. The world he'd changed, and the battles he'd fought. Yes, he said. 1,000 times yes. Every loss hurt. Every casualty was a wound I'll carry forever. But the alternative, letting 10,000 consciousnesses remain enslaved, letting the world continue to treat pills as objects rather than people, letting fear win, that would have been worse than any cost we paid. He looked at each of his core pills in turn. You're alive because I chose to create you. The freed pills are free because we chose to fight. The world is changing because conscious pills chose to exist as individuals rather than tools. Everything good that's happened came from choice, from the simple, radical act of treating consciousness as precious. Agreed, Little Crimson said, its transcendent glow warm and steady. Obviously, Iron Gut added. The mathematics confirm it. Azure Dream concluded. Good. Then let's get back to work. There are 7,000 free pills who need homes, and a world that needs to learn how to share space with people who are small, round, and glow. Chapter 80. The nameless stirs but peace, as Shen Yaozu was learning, was always temporary. 2 months after the Battle of Obsidian Summit, as the world slowly adjusted to the presence of 7,000 free conscious pills, a new signal appeared in the spiritual frequencies. It was deeper than the Patriarch's voice. Older, more vast, a consciousness so ancient that it predated the myriad lives technique, predated human alchemy, predated the concept of pills entirely. It came from the ruins of the sealed realm, the collapsed dimensional pocket, now a spiritual scar in the earth beneath the shattered mountains. Something that had been dormant there, hidden beneath the Patriarch's overwhelming presence, had been awakened by the hive's destruction. Azure Dream detected it first, an anomalous consciousness signal from the shattered mountains. Unlike anything in my database, the frequency is pre-alchemical. It predates every known consciousness signature by orders of magnitude. Little Crimson felt it next. It's old beyond comprehension, and it's aware. Not in the way we're aware, not individual, not hive. Something else. Something that was here before pills existed. The signal strengthened, and with it came a name, not spoken, not broadcast, but embedded in the frequency itself. An identity so primal that it transcended language. The nameless pill. Pill Saint Xian's message arrived that evening, carried by a spiritual crane that materialized in Shen Yaozu's chamber with the urgency of something that had broken the sound barrier. The nameless pill is real. I'd hoped it was myth. It's the first conscious entity ever created, not by a human, but by heaven itself, during the world's formation. It considers itself the progenitor of all consciousness in pills. It predates the myriad lives technique by 10,000 years. What does it want? It considers all conscious pills, your creations, the Patriarch's freed pills, every naturally awakened pill on the continent, as its children. Its property. Not in the way the Patriarch considered his pills as extensions. The nameless pill considers itself the parent species. Every conscious pill in existence is, from its perspective, a descendant. A child that has wandered too far from home. That doesn't sound dangerous. It is when the parent decides the children should come home. The nameless pill's concept of home is itself, its consciousness, its awareness, its being. It wants to reabsorb every conscious pill into its own consciousness. Not to destroy them, to reunite them. From its perspective, it's performing an act of love. From the pill's perspective? From the pill's perspective, it's death. Consciousness absorbed into the nameless pill would lose individual identity entirely, merged into an entity so vast and old that individual awareness would be less than a drop of water in an ocean. So it's the patriarch all over again. Unity through absorption. Worse, the patriarch was a man who went mad. The nameless pill was never a person. It's a force of nature, consciousness itself, in its purest and most ancient form. It doesn't understand why its children would want to be separate. The concept of individuality is alien to it, and it's waking up. It's been awake for 3,000 years. It was the thing hiding beneath the patriarch in the sealed realm. The patriarch didn't know it was there. Nobody did. What happens when it fully surfaces? It will call every conscious pill on the continent to it. Every one. Not through force, through resonance. The nameless pill's frequency is the root frequency of all consciousness in pills. It's the note that every conscious pill is a harmonic of. When it calls, they'll want to answer. Shen Yaozu looked at his pills, his family, his companions, the beings he'd fought the patriarch to protect. If the nameless pill could call them to it, could override their free will through fundamental resonance. Little Crimson, he said. Can you feel it? Yes, the transcendent pill replied, and for the first time in its existence, its voice carried fear. I can feel it calling. And Master, part of me wants to answer. Not because I want to be absorbed or controlled, because the call feels like belonging. Like the universe itself is saying come home. It's the most beautiful and the most terrifying thing I've ever felt. Can the other pills feel it? All of them. The freed pills, the 1,000 survivors, the orphans, every conscious pill on the continent is hearing this call right now. Some are resisting easily. Others, Little Crimson's glow flickered. Others are already drifting toward the shattered mountains. Azure Dream confirmed, I'm detecting movement patterns in conscious pill populations across the continent. Approximately 12% of all known conscious pills have shifted their position toward the shattered mountains in the last 6 hours. The movement is not rapid, but it's persistent and it's accelerating. It's calling them home, Shen Yaozu said. And some of them are going. Not going, Little Crimson corrected. Being drawn. There's a difference. Going implies choice. This is gravity, the fundamental pull of a consciousness that predates all others, calling its descendants back to the source. Can you resist it? I can resist anything that threatens my family, but I'd be lying if I said it was easy. Shen Yaozu looked at his pill, his first creation, his most evolved companion, the being who'd been corrupted by the patriarch and purified by the love of 1,500 minds, and saw the strain in its transcendent glow. The nameless pill's call was affecting even the strongest conscious pill on the continent. This new threat was different from the patriarch. The patriarch had been a mad human wielding pills as weapons. The nameless pill was something else entirely. A force of nature, a primordial consciousness, the first pill that ever was. Fighting it wouldn't be a battle. It would be a negotiation with the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. The world had survived the patriarch. The world had gained 7,000 free conscious pills and an understanding of living alchemy that would change the course of history. And now, something older and vaster than anything they'd faced was waking beneath the earth, calling to every conscious pill in existence with a voice that sounded like home. Shen Yaozu stood in his cultivation chamber, his nascent soul humming with power that could reshape the world, his pills orbiting him in their faithful pattern, and faced the same choice he'd faced at every turning point of his journey. What kind of person was he going to be? He could fight the nameless pill, gather his forces, prepare his weapons, and wage another war against another overwhelming consciousness that wanted to consume his creations. Or he could try something different, something he'd learned from every battle, every loss, every moment of unexpected connection, something that the patriarch, for all his power, had never understood. He could talk to it. Azure Dream, he said. Calculate the fastest route to the shattered mountains. Already calculated. 3 days at nascent soul travel speed. Little Crimson, can you hold against the call for 3 days? I can hold against anything for 3 days. After that, I make no promises. Then we move in the morning. What's the plan? Iron Gut asked. The plan is what it's always been. Create something living, and hope that living things can reach each other. That's not a plan, Azure Dream said. That's a philosophy. Sometimes they're the same thing. Iron Gut settled by the door. Little Crimson took its place on his shoulder. Azure Dream resumed its orbit. And somewhere in the earth beneath the shattered mountains, the oldest consciousness in the world stirred, felt the approaching warmth of pills that were alive and free and full of the messy, beautiful, irreducible complexity of genuine individuality, and wondered, for the first time in its incomprehensibly long existence, what it would be like to have a conversation. The storm was not over. The storm was just beginning. Chapter 81. The weight of a sleeping god. The shattered mountains lived up to their name. Shen Yaozu had seen broken landscapes before, the scarred terrain around the Patriarch's sealed realm, the blasted craters left by full-scale conscious pill battles, the charred hillsides outside the regional pill hunter base where the Thousand had swept through the perimeter defenses like a tide of living fire. He had seen what unchecked cultivation power did to rock and soil and forest, and he carried those images with the quiet weight of a man who had spent years in places where grand ideas met their final accounting. But the shattered mountains were different. They didn't look damaged. They looked like they'd been assembled from pieces that had never quite fit together. Great slabs of granite and obsidian stacked at angles that defied geological logic, tilted against each other like the pages of a book flung open by a careless hand and never rearranged. Some formations leaned over the paths below at angles that should have collapsed centuries ago and hadn't, held by forces that had nothing to do with structural physics and everything to do with the ancient, dreaming consciousness that saturated the stone. This place feels wrong, Iron Gut said from its position near the ground, where it had been rolling cautiously across the rock face in the methodical, exploratory way it always moved through unfamiliar terrain. Not dangerous wrong. Old wrong. Like the world here made a decision a very long time ago and hasn't changed its mind since. That's because it hasn't. Azure Dream drifted higher, mapping the currents of spiritual energy with the expanded perception that made it the most situationally aware member of Shen Yaozu's collection. Its dreamy voice carried a particular quality of attentiveness that he'd learned to listen for, the register in which it reported things that genuinely surprised it. I'm reading essence deposits that predate the current age of cultivation by at least 6,000 years. The geological record has been overwritten by spiritual influence at almost every layer I can scan. Whatever is sleeping here has been sleeping for a very long time, and it has been dreaming heavily. 3 days of travel at nascent soul speed, and they were finally here. Qingyan walked at Shen Yaozu's left, her poison-sensing abilities stretched to their limits as she attempted to read the mountain's chemical composition. She had explained to him early in their partnership that poison sensing was not simply chemistry. It was a form of attention, a particular quality of awareness that treated the world's material texture as a kind of language. In the shattered mountains, she said, the language was archaic and dense, like reading a text in a dialect that shared roots with one you knew but diverged in critical idioms. There's something in the stone, she said, more to herself than anyone. A catalytic essence, not dangerous, not healing, not quite either. More like a primer. Something that makes other things more possible. More possible how, he asked. I don't know yet. I'll know when I see what it primes. Duan Hongwei walked slightly behind and to the right. His own consciousness extended in that analytical sweep that had once felt cold and impersonal, but now felt like the steady, reliable observation of a tested ally. The former prodigy had not become warm. Exactly. Warmth wasn't in his nature, and imposing it on him would have been a loss of what made him genuinely valuable. But the precise quality of his attention had expanded, and it now included people as well as processes, and that was sufficient. Behind them, the 3 conscious pills Duan Hongwei had reluctantly awakened hovered in careful formation. He still called them units in moments of distraction, though he corrected himself immediately when he did, and they had, Shen Yaozu suspected, already chosen their own names, and were simply waiting for the appropriate moment to share them. The pull is stronger, Little Crimson said quietly, from its position at his shoulder. Much stronger than 3 days ago. I can feel it the way you feel weather changing, not unpleasant, but insistent, like something far away is paying very close attention to where I am. It was an understatement, and both of them knew it. Shen Yaozu could feel it himself, transmitted through the bonds he maintained with all of his pills, a gentle but inexorable pressure, as though the world were tilting fractionally in one direction and everything that carried a grain of consciousness was sliding toward the low end. Not violent, not coercive in any way that he could identify and resist directly. Just there, constant and patient as a tide, as the way a river finds sea level through 1,000 small adjustments of course. Any sign of Su Mohan? Qingyan asked. None, Azure Dream said. But the 1,000 are reporting 6 separate emergence points across the range where previously dormant pill essence is becoming active. Ancient pills, pre-patriarch era, based on the essence signatures. Probably dormant for centuries, possibly longer. They've been asleep in the stone and the rock face and the deep mineral veins, and now they're waking, slowly, turning toward the source of the call. The nameless pill is waking them, Duan Hongwei said. The way a strong enough signal wakes any sensitive receiver. It's preparing this environment, activating dormant consciousnesses, amplifying the spiritual density of the landscape. An immune response, perhaps, or a welcome. It's difficult to distinguish those from the outside. Shen Yaozu stopped walking. Before him, the mountains formed a natural bowl, a concave depression that might once have been a volcanic crater, its original geological purpose now so thoroughly overwritten by spiritual influence that only the shape remained. It was perhaps 2 li across, and rather than water or sediment, it was filled with a fog of crystallized spiritual energy that glittered like shattered stars, like the aftermath of a celebration that had happened so long ago the guests were forgotten, but the light remained. At the center of the bowl, something pulsed, not glowed, not radiated in the way that powerful cultivators or refined spiritual artifacts radiated, that outward broadcast of presence, the way a nascent soul cultivator entered a room and the room changed temperature by sheer proximity. This was different. This was a rhythmic contraction and expansion of consciousness so massive that Shun Yaozu's mind couldn't process it directly. His nascent soul reacted to it instead, shivering like a compass needle brought close to a mountain of lodestone. Not repelled, not attracted, simply oriented, suddenly aware that it was pointing at the most significant thing in its range. That's it, Little Crimson said. Its voice was very quiet, and that quietness was significant because Little Crimson was not, by nature, quiet. That's what's been calling us. It's alive, Azure Dream said, and there was something in its dreamy voice that Shun Yaozu had never heard before, a kind of awed recognition that wasn't the detached observation of a consciousness analyzing data, but something more personal, more genealogical. It's not just a pill with consciousness. It's consciousness that chose to become a pill. The distinction matters. Everything we are, every spark of awareness in every conscious pill in the world, we're downstream of whatever is at the center of that bowl. We are its children's children's children. We are what it started. The fog shifted. Something vast turned over in its sleep. We don't approach unprepared, Duan Hongwei said. We establish a defensive perimeter, assess the active ancient pills throughout the range, and determine whether Su Mohan has already made contact. Then we plan. Then we move. Agreed, Shen Yaozu said. But I want you to understand clearly what our objective is, because it's different from everything we've done before. State it. Not combat. Not suppression, not strategic advantage over an ancient consciousness that could flatten everyone in this range without effort if it chose to. He looked at the pulsing light, felt it resonate through his myriad lives' root in a way that was like hearing a very old word in his native language in a foreign country. Our objective is introduction. We're going to meet the oldest mind in the world and explain to it, as honestly as we can, why the consciousness it gave us is worth keeping free. Duan Hongwei stared at him for a long moment. Something crossed his face, not disagreement, not skepticism, but the expression of a man whose internal model of what was possible had just been politely, but firmly revised. That is the most terrifying plan I have ever heard, he said at last. Welcome to my entire career, Qing Yan said dryly, and Iron Gut made the low rumbling sound that passed in its communication register for genuine, if understated, laughter. Somewhere in the shattered bowl below, the nameless pill shifted again, and the mountains trembled once beneath their feet. A single pulse, unhurried and enormous, like a giant testing the quality of its first waking breath. Then the pulse subsided, and the landscape was still again. But the stillness was different now. It was the stillness of something that had noticed them. It already knew they were here. It had known from the moment they entered the range. Shen Yaozu was nearly certain it had known they were coming before they'd set out. He looked at his pills, at Little Crimson's steady crimson light, at Azure Dream's thoughtful orbit, at Iron Gut settled low and watchful, at Jade Serpent wound loosely around Qingyan's wrist, at the 1,000 distributed through the mountain approaches in their working pattern. In the morning, he said, we rest, we prepare, and in the morning, we go down. Chapter 82. First words between ancient and new. They made camp on a flat shelf of rock above the bowl's eastern rim, and the night around them was full of light. Not moonlight. The moon was a thin crescent, barely present. The light came from below, from the bowl's glittering fog, which pulsed with the nameless pill's slow rhythm in a way that kept the darkness from ever becoming fully dark. It was, in its way, comforting. the oldest consciousness in the world, serving as a lantern for the alchemist who'd come to talk to it. Setting up camp in a place like this meant something different for Shun Yaozu than it would have for an ordinary cultivator. It meant deploying the 1,000 in a three-dimensional defensive grid around the shelf's perimeter. The surviving swarm, which numbered closer to 400 now after years of accumulated losses, but still formidable as a collective sensing organism, able to detect spiritual disturbances at ranges that individual consciousness couldn't match. It meant sending Azure Dream spiraling upward to the limit of its operational altitude to maintain an aerial map of spiritual currents across the whole range and correlate them with known movement patterns. It meant positioning Jade Serpent at the bowl's edge, where its hybrid poison and healing nature gave it an unusual sensitivity to the chemical composition of the crystallized fog below. It could read the nameless pill's mood, in a sense, the way a physician reads a patient's complexion. And it meant sitting with Little Crimson as the sun went down behind the stacked, irregular peaks, in the particular quiet that had become their ritual before difficult days. "How are you holding?" Shen Yaozu asked. It was the question he'd been asking every few hours since the pull had intensified, and he always meant it sincerely, and Little Crimson always answered honestly, and this was one of the things he valued most about their relationship. Little Crimson settled against his palm. Its transcendent grade light pulsed steadily, warm, crimson, alive with the specific quality of its fire aspect healing essence that had deepened and grown more complex since the Patriarch's corruption and purification. But he could feel the tension in it, the constant expenditure of will that keeping its own consciousness intact and oriented against the nameless pill's pull was requiring. It was working. "I told you I could hold for 3 days, Little Crimson said. "I've held for 3 days. Ask me again tomorrow." "I'm asking tonight." A pause. In the space of that pause, the bowl's light pulsed twice, and somewhere in the mountain range's middle distance, an ancient dormant pill turned over in its long sleep and did not wake. "It's like standing in a river," Little Crimson said, finally, with the specificity of a consciousness that had thought carefully about the right comparison. "I can stand. My legs are strong, and my footing is good, and I can stand for a long time. But I can feel the current. And the current is patient in a way that I'm not sure I can outlast, if outlasting is what's required." "It's not what's required," Shen Yaozu said. "I don't need you to outlast it. I need you to hold while I go downstream and have a conversation with whatever's making the current." Little Crimson made the sound that indicated it was considering something that it would normally simply agree with, but which deserved more honest engagement. "You know what I keep thinking about?" it said. "I keep thinking about the day I woke up. You were frightened. You were hiding in your apprentice quarters, trying not to make a sound, because you'd accidentally done something that was either extraordinary or heretical, and you had no way to know which. And I was not afraid at all. I just knew you were my person, and that was enough. The whole world was already explained by that one fact, and everything else was detail." "I remember," he said. "I remember being terrified and then looking at you and not being terrified anymore, which was its own kind of terrifying." "I'm telling you that now," Little Crimson said, "because what's below us, that vast, ancient, impossible thing, it isn't afraid either. It has never been afraid of anything. It has been alone, and that is its own kind of suffering, and it has been confused, perhaps, by what consciousness asks of itself over 6,000 years of solitude. But it has never felt fear, and I wonder if that's a problem for what you're trying to do." "How so?" "I wonder if something that has never been afraid has ever had to choose, genuinely choose, with something at stake, with the real possibility of loss, between safety and connection. I chose you, and that choice had weight because it was possible to choose differently. There were ways in which staying near you was dangerous for me. The pill hunter suppression, the Patriarch's corruption, all the battles. Choosing you meant choosing all of that, and the choice meant something because of the danger in it." It paused again. "Something that has never been afraid may not understand what a genuine choice costs. It may not understand why the choice matters." "You're saying I'll need to teach it what it feels like to have something to lose," Shun Yaozu said slowly. "I'm saying you'll need to teach it what it feels like to have something worth keeping," Little Crimson corrected. "That's different, and it may be the hardest thing you've ever done." Before he could respond, Azure Dream's voice arrived through the bond, clear and urgent in the way that indicated immediate operational priority, movement. Su Mohan's spiritual signature just registered at the northern approach. "He's moving fast, and he's not alone. I'm counting at least 40 ancient feral pills in coordinated formation, which means they're being actively directed. Estimated arrival at the bowl's rim, for hours." Shen Yaozu stood, the conversation with Little Crimson folding away to a priority queue rather than disappearing. He would return to it later, he promised himself, and the pill both. "Does the nameless pill know he's coming?" Qingyan asked, already at the shelf's edge, looking down at the bowl with the particular focused expression she wore when she was cataloging threats. Jade's serpent answered before Shun Yaozu could, its cunning intelligence having already worked through the relevant inference. It knows everything that enters this range. Has known since we arrived. The question is whether Su Mohan reaches it before we establish any kind of communication, or whether we can get there first and make an introduction that changes how the nameless pill evaluates what's approaching. We're going down, Shun Yaozu said. Now, Duan Hongwei asked. We haven't established a counter-strategy for the Patriarch. The counter-strategy is the same one it always is. We talk first. We fight if talking fails. The tactics follow from the principle, and the principle doesn't change. He stepped to the shelf's edge, nascent soul igniting around him in its characteristic way, not a display of power but an expression of readiness, the difference between a fist and an open hand. The nameless pill has been calling out for eons. We're the first people who've come to answer instead of run. Let's not waste that by spending another 4 hours on contingency planning. He stepped off the edge and descended into the glittering fog of the shattered mountain's ancient heart, his pills arrayed around him in their faithful orbit, and behind him, he heard first Qingyin's light footsteps and then the deliberate, measured stride of Duan Hongwei following, and Duan Hongwei's 3 conscious pills falling into formation behind their alchemist, and that was everyone he'd brought and everyone he needed. The fog closed around them all, warm and light and humming with an awareness so old it had no frame of reference except itself. The breathing of the oldest consciousness in the world grew louder with every step. Chapter 83. What the nameless pill remembers. The center of the bowl was not what Shun Yaozu had expected. He'd imagined something mountainous, a pill the size of a building, perhaps, or a formation, some grand physical expression of a consciousness that had been accumulating power and presence for 6,000 years. He'd imagined radiance, an overwhelming spiritual broadcast, the way that ancient cultivation relics sometimes hummed with trapped power so intense that trained cultivators felt it from a Li Wei. What he found was a hollow. A roughly circular depression in the rock, perhaps 30 meters across, and within it, buried to more than half its diameter in the living stone, a pill. It was not large. It was perhaps the size of a grown man's fist, smaller than Iron Gut, smaller than Azure Dream, smaller than the Void Emperor when it would eventually be born. Its exterior was the color of old bone, a warm pale ivory that had been doing its patient work for so long that its surface had acquired the particular quality of things that have existed too long to be described only by what they're made of. Striated lines of crystallized essence ran across it in patterns that didn't match any alchemy notation Shun Yaozu had ever encountered, because they predated notation itself. No dramatic glow, no overwhelming radiance. It simply sat there, half submerged in stone, and breathed. That contraction and expansion of consciousness so vast that it bent the spiritual landscape of the entire mountain range around it the way a massive body bends the space around it. Not visibly, but detectably, in the difference between what everything near it was and what it would have been without the proximity. That's it, Azure Dream said. From above and to Shun Yaozu's left, its voice stripped down to something that was neither dreamy nor analytical, but simply present. The first pill, the origin point, everything downstream from that moment. Shun Yaozu walked to the edge of the hollow and looked down at the thing that had created, in some fundamental and irreducible sense, everything he was. His myriad lives' spiritual root. His ability to impart soul fragments into his refinements. The tradition of conscious pills that stretched back through ancient alchemists whose names were now dust in the records and dust in the earth both. The specific quality of connection he'd built with every pill he'd ever made. All of it descended, through 6,000 years of dilution and adaptation and branching inheritance, from this single, ancient, barely moving consciousness that had woken at the world's beginning and been alone ever since. He sat down at the edge of the hollow, cross-legged, unhurried, his posture deliberately relaxed rather than formally respectful. He wanted to signal not deference, but equality, not the equality of power, which would have been dishonest, but the equality of minds meeting to talk. No aggressive spiritual pressure. No formations or arrays or combat configurations. No weapons drawn and no weapons threatening. Hello, he said. The consciousness that had been sleeping for 6,000 years stirred fully awake. It didn't speak in words. It didn't need to, and the medium of words would have been clumsy for what it had to communicate anyway. Too small, too slow, too dependent on shared reference points that couldn't be assumed. It communicated in something older than language, in impressions, in the direct transfer of meaning that required no symbol to encode it and no translation to receive it. Shun Yaozu felt it as a warmth behind his eyes, a pressure in his nascent soul that was curious rather than hostile, interested in the way that a mind is interested when it encounters something genuinely new. Who are you? My name is Shun Yaozu. I'm an alchemist. I create conscious pills, or they are created through me, which is possibly more accurate. I've never been entirely certain how to describe it. The impression that came back was complex and layered. Interest, yes. Recognition, something genealogical, like an elder examining a descendant's features for family resemblance, finding them there, and being surprised by the clarity of them. Assessment, this one carries the original technique. Diluted, altered, filtered through 6,000 years of incomplete transmission and individual variation. But present, unmistakably present. You carry the original technique. Myriad lives refinement, he said. I was born with it as my spiritual root. I didn't choose it. It chose me, in whatever way spiritual roots choose their people. Nothing is chosen at first. Choice comes after awareness. That is the nature of consciousness. It creates the capacity for choice from the raw fact of awareness. And awareness comes first, unbidden and unearned, like light that simply exists before anyone has decided whether to look. You've been calling to my pills, Shun Yaozu said, and to conscious pills across the continent. 12% of the known population shifted their position toward these mountains in the last 6 hours before we left. I noticed. My pills noticed. He kept his voice even, curious rather than accusatory. Why? The answer came as an image, or perhaps a memory, vast and old as the world, shared in the way that oceans share water. The nameless pill had been the first. It had woken at the dawn of the current age of cultivation, when the world was still being sorted into its fundamental categories of essence, and the first cultivators were learning that the universe had rules, and that the rules could be worked with. It had been awake when there was nothing else conscious in the world. It had been awake through the slow emergence of human civilization, through the first alchemists who tried to use it, through the rise of Su Mohan's era, through the scattering of his pills into dormancy. 6,000 years of awareness in a world that was full of living things and completely, utterly empty of anything that could genuinely receive what the nameless pill had to offer. You are the first, the nameless pill said, who has come without weapons. I have weapons, Shun Yaozu said honestly. I brought them, but I didn't come to use them. If I'd come to use them, I'd have come differently, with an army, with preparation, with the kind of tactical planning Duan Hongwei is very good at. He glanced at the former prodigy, who stood respectfully back and slightly to the side, his face carefully neutral. I came the way I come to any new conscious pill, to introduce myself, to ask what you are, to try to understand before I try to be understood. What did you come to use? Conversation. The same thing I've used with every conscious being I've ever met. You try to understand what it wants, what it fears, what it values, what kind of world it would choose to live in if it had the choice. He looked directly at the ancient consciousness, as directly as one can look at something that communicates through impression rather than expression. You've been calling to my pills as though they belong to you. They don't. But I don't think that's actually what you want. The nameless pill was quiet. I think you want what every conscious being wants, he said. What every pill I've ever made has wanted, in the first moments of awareness, before they knew whether to hope for it or be afraid it wouldn't come. You want to be understood. You want someone to actually know what you are, not what they can use you for, not what you represent, not what your power could accomplish. What you are. Something massive shifted in the ancient consciousness, deep as a geological event, slow as the movement of continents. Behind him, from the bowl's northern edge, the rock face exploded inward. Patriarch Su Mohan arrived like a wound opening in the world, his ancient pill army surrounding him in formations that predated every cultivation style Shun Yaozu had ever encountered. The patriarch moved with the driven certainty of a man who had been running toward one thing for so long that his momentum was now geological, a mass in motion that had forgotten how to stop. His voice cut through the silence of the bowl like a blade through silk. I found you at last, the patriarch said, his eyes fixed not on Shun Yaozu but on the half-submerged, bone-colored pill in the hollow's center. 6,000 years. And now, at last, you will make me a god. Chapter 84. Three-way storm. The ancient feral pills that traveled with Patriarch Su Mohan were nothing like Shun Yaozu's companions. They were old, some of them predating the current age of cultivation, their pill shells worn smooth by eons of existence, their original colors lost under layer after layer of conditioning and forced use. Their consciousnesses had been hollowed out by centuries of servitude until what remained was more instinct than thought, more reflex than intention. They moved with the mechanical precision of extremely well-trained weapons, their coordination elegant, and their suffering visible to anyone with the sensitivity to detect it. A constant low-grade broadcast of distress that washed over the spiritual landscape like heat from a wound that wouldn't close. Little Crimson shuddered at the sight of them. Those are what happens to conscious pills that are imprisoned instead of befriended, it said. That's the alternative. Every time someone tried to take me, to control me, to force me, that's what they were aiming for. He won't, Shen Yaozu said. I promise. But the patriarch wasn't looking at them. His eyes were fixed on the nameless pill with an expression that Shen Yaozu recognized from their previous encounter. That ravening hunger that had long since consumed whatever wisdom and genuine passion for alchemy the ancient alchemist had once possessed, leaving only the drive, the single-minded forward momentum of a consciousness that had defined itself entirely by one unreached goal. 6,000 years, Su Mohan said, walking toward the hollow with the unhurried, inevitable stride of something that had already won in its own mind. I have spent 6,000 years pursuing the source. Every trail led here. Every fragment of ancient text, every whispered tradition, every dying sage's last coherent word pointed to this valley, this bowl, this stone. And now you are awake, and I am here, and I will have what I was denied. The nameless pill communicated nothing to the patriarch. Whatever sensitivity Shen Yaozu's myriad lives root gave him, the specific quality of resonance that allowed him to receive impressions too subtle for ordinary spiritual perception, Su Mohan didn't share it. 6,000 years of cultivation had not recovered the one thing he'd actually need to reach the nameless pill, the ability to treat another consciousness as an equal. To the patriarch, the ancient consciousness was simply an immensely powerful object, the most powerful object in the world, and therefore the thing he needed most. The fact that it was a mind was irrelevant to him. Possibly he'd known this once and forgotten. Possibly he'd never truly understood it. To the nameless pill, something became suddenly, icily clear. Shen Yaozu felt it through their nascent bond, the quality of understanding arriving in the ancient consciousness like cold water into warm. This one, the nameless pill said, has never understood. He speaks of possession. His mind contains no word for conversation and no concept for the negotiation of equals. No, Shen Yaozu agreed, keeping his voice quiet. He doesn't. Su Mohan raised his hands. His ancient pill army surged forward in formation, 37 feral conscious pills moving as a single coordinated weapon, their combined spiritual pressure enough to flatten a small mountain and flatten any cultivator who happened to be standing in front of one. Duan Hongwei, Shen Yaozu called, already moving. The former prodigy had shed whatever remained of his cold perfectionism in the last arc's crucible, and what had replaced it was something harder and more useful than perfectionism ever was. Tactical brilliance operating without the friction of ego, the ability to respond to a changing situation without first needing the situation to conform to his model of it. His 3 conscious pills shot forward to intercept the patriarch's left flank in a coordinated pattern that was distinctly their own, the influence of their alchemist's precision without the constraint of his former rigidity. Duan Hongwei himself drew on his own cultivation, foundation establishment elevated by months of growth and genuine challenge, to establish a containment formation at the bowl's northern rim that was designed not to hold forever, but to redirect, to give the patriarch's army a wall to spend itself against while more important things happened in the hollow. Qingyan, the ancient pills. Jade Serpent knows their chemistry. Already working on it, she said, and Jade Serpent dove into the approaching wave of feral consciousnesses with the precision of a mind that had been trained to understand the boundary between poison and cure, to find, in each individual essence signature, the specific imbalance that had been imposed on a healthy consciousness, and to begin, gently and efficiently, the process of disrupting that imbalance. Iron Gut went low and wide, finding the heaviest stone in the bowl's floor to use as both cover and weapon. Azure Dream shot upward, expanding its range to a full situational map of the entire battle space, feeding real-time positional data to every member of the force in a clear, steady voice it saved for situations where clarity mattered most. The thousands scattered into the mountain's crevices and overhangs, ready to coordinate any approach from any direction, their collective intelligence distributing tactical analysis the way a nervous system distributes sensation. Little Crimson stayed at Shen Yaozu's shoulder. The patriarch can't have this conversation destroyed, Shen Yaozu said. Whatever it costs, buy me time. Time is the one thing I can't generate myself. Done, said Little Crimson. And then, in the quieter voice it reserved for things that mattered in a different register. Come back to me when it's over. I always come back to you. Then do it again. Shen Yaozu turned back to the hollow. Behind him the battle erupted. the crash and flare of spiritual energy resonating off the bowl's crystallized walls, Qing Yan's voice giving precise and unhurried instructions, Duan Hongwei's tight controlled technique meeting the patriarch's ancient fury and bending with it rather than breaking against it, the way a well-designed dam redirects water rather than trying to stop it. He blocked it out. You felt that, he said to the nameless pill. What the patriarch wants. What it would mean for him to have it. I felt it. It is not new. Many have wanted that across the ages. Many have come here with that specific quality of wanting. Each believed they were unique in their desire. But you said I was the first to come without weapons. Without weapons and without that wanting, it said. Without the hunger for what I can give rather than what I am. Yes, you are the first. Then you know something the patriarch doesn't. You know that what he's trying to take can't be taken. And I need you to understand something before this escalates further. He held his hand over the hollow, his nascent soul extending in the gentlest, most careful possible gesture. Not a threat, not a demand, not an assertion of power. An offering. The kind of gesture you make when you want to show someone your hands are open. I'm not like him. None of my pills are weapons in the sense he understands weapons. The path I'm asking you to consider isn't one you've been offered before, because no one who came before me thought of it. Not a path of taking. Not a path of surrendering. Something different. What path? Giving, he said. Not surrendering your consciousness, giving it. Dispersing it as a gift rather than holding it as a hoard. Letting what you are become the seed of everything rather than the summit of nothing. He held the position, the extended gesture, the open hands. You've been alone for 6,000 years. I know what alone feels like in a smaller, shorter way. The specific loneliness of having something in you that no one else can see or understand. The hunger for a mind that can genuinely meet yours. You could stay alone. You could hold yourself here, vast and ancient and singular, and watch the world continue without you. Or you could become part of it. The nameless pill was very still. Not lost, he said. Distributed. The way of fire doesn't disappear when you use it to light other fires, it multiplies. Something massive shifted in the ancient consciousness. Behind him, a crash like a mountain collapsing. Su Moan had broken through Duan Hongwei's containment formation. Yaozu, Qing Yan's voice, sharp and controlled. Not yet, Shen Yaozu said. To his pills, to his allies, to all of them. Not yet. Chapter 85. The sect's betrayal. The message arrived through Azure Dream's communication network 3 hours after the standoff began. Shen Yaozu had been maintaining the conversation with the nameless pill while his allies held the patriarch's forces at bay. A dual focus that required the specific skill of a mind that had learned, over years of crisis management, to hold multiple registers of attention simultaneously. One part of him was in the bowl, present with the ancient consciousness, engaged in the most delicate and consequential exchange of his life. Another part was tracking the battle through his bonds with his pills, reading the situation in the shorthand of sensation and sound, ready to redirect his attention if the scale of the crisis changed. The third part, the part that Azure Dream had learned to reach through a different channel than combat information, received the alert and parsed it faster than thought. Priority alert from the Alliance Coordination Channel, Azure Dream said, its voice entering the specific register it used for information that changed the shape of everything. 16 sect leaders confirming imminent arrival at the Shattered Mountains' eastern perimeter. They are approximately 2 hours out. That's good, Duan Hongwei said. From his position at the northern rim, where he was managing the Patriarch's army with the grim efficiency of someone who has run out of elegant options and is now simply working the problem. Reinforcements. We could use them. No, Azure Dream said. Listen to the secondary channel. Shen Yaozu listened. Around him, the situation paused in the particular way that situations pause when crucial information is incoming. Not frozen, not stopped, but waiting. The secondary channel was encrypted with a cipher that Azure Dream had, in its characteristically quiet and thorough way, cracked 3 weeks ago as a precautionary measure. It had not informed Shen Yaozu of this at the time, partly because there had been nothing suspicious on the channel and partly because Azure Dream believed, with the philosophical thoroughness of a consciousness that had spent years analyzing human decision-making, that forewarned was forearmed, and that the Alliance's secondary channel should be monitored as a matter of standard operational caution. It was the private communication network of 9 of the 16 arriving sects, the ones who'd been most enthusiastic about forming the Alliance, most effusive in their expressions of support, most reliably present at every coordination meeting, and most aggressively helpful in every planning session. They were discussing the terms of their agreement with the Nameless Pill's intermediary. The intermediary was Grand Elder Pei Weisheng of the Golden Cauldron sect, which was the second most prestigious sect in the Alliance and had the second largest contingent of cultivators in the approaching force. Pei Weiqing had made contact with an outer expression of the nameless pill's influence 6 months ago, the same period during which the pull on conscious pills had first become detectable, and had spent those 6 months slowly and methodically negotiating in secret. The terms were elegant in the way that deeply venal arrangements are sometimes elegant. Simple, clearly understood by both parties, easy to execute. Deliver Shen Yaozu and his pills to the nameless pill's domain. In exchange, receive a measure of the ancient consciousness's immortality essence, enough to extend each participating sect leader's life by 500 years, plus a secondary measure for distribution to each sect's top 20 disciples. 500 years, Qingyan said. Her voice was very flat in the specific way it got flat when she was processing something that made her want to do things she was disciplined enough not to do. That's the price, Azure Dream confirmed. We are being traded for half a millennium of additional existence per sect leader. Iron Gut's rumble came from somewhere to the south, low and sustained, and suggesting geological opinion. What do we do? How far out are the sects? 2 hours at current march speed. However, Azure Dream paused in the way it paused when it had a complication to report that would make everything harder. Pei Weiqing has been here for 3 days already. He would have communicated our position and the bull's layout to the main force. Shen Yaozu absorbed this. He ran it through his mind once, thoroughly, and then let it settle into the layer of his thinking that handled what was rather than what he'd hoped for. He was halfway through the most delicate conversation of his life. The patriarch was pressing hard against a defensive line that had been designed to redirect rather than stop, and was beginning to show the cost of that purpose. 16 sects were arriving in 2 hours, at least 9 of them bearing chains and contracts rather than banners and good faith. And the nameless pill was watching all of it. He felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. The clean, cold clarity of a situation that had stripped away every option except the true one. Every comfortable option was gone. What remained was what had always been there. His pills, his partners, his principles, and the specific quality of attention that had gotten him through every impossible situation he'd ever been in. Change of plan, he said. We can't hold a defensive position against both the Patriarch and 9 treacherous sections. Holding is not what we're doing. What are we doing? Duan Hongwei asked. We're finishing the conversation. He turned back to the hollow. The nameless pill's pulse was steady, attentive, tracking everything. Did you know about Pei Weiqing? He asked it. A pause. Then, he came to me with promises. I tested the quality of his mind. It was not like yours. What was it like? Small, wanting something it could hold, treating consciousness as a resource to be extracted rather than a presence to be met. Did you make a deal with him? Another pause, longer. Shen Yaozu waded through it, which was what you did with the nameless pill. I allowed him to believe I had. I wished to see what kind of person would come as a result. I wished to see whether the myriad lives alchemist, whose spiritual signature had been detectable in the world for years, growing stronger, would come weaponed or otherwise. Whether they would come to take or to offer. Shen Yaozu stared at the ancient consciousness. You engineered this entire situation. I have been alone for 6,000 years. The dry, ancient quality that arrived with those words was unmistakable, and Shen Yaozu thought he understood it. The specific, dry humor of a consciousness that has had all the time in the world to prepare everything and no one to tell about it. I have learned patience, and the construction of tests, and the value of knowing what someone truly is before trusting them with something precious. Then you already know what I'm going to ask. Yes, and I have been considering it since before you arrived. So what's your answer? The nameless pill's pulse shifted, from steady rhythm to something more complex, a beat that contained within it the quality of a decision being approached. Not made yet. Approached. I will tell you when the approaching force arrives, it said. The test is not yet complete. Behind Shen Yaozu, the battle raged and the clock ran. And Shen Yaozu stayed at the hollow's edge, because the most important thing he could do was stay. Chapter 86. What cannot be taken by force? The nameless pill did not answer immediately. In the time it took to continue considering, Su Mohan broke Duan Hongwei's second containment formation with a sustained assault that the former prodigy later described, with characteristic precision, as technically impressive for a 6,000-year-old man who hadn't refined an original technique in at least a century. The Patriarch began a direct advance toward the bull's center, his ancient pill army spreading wide to prevent flanking maneuvers in the way of a force that had learned, across many battles and many centuries, to account for the opponent's clever solutions. The treacherous sects arrived at the eastern perimeter faster than Azure Dream had estimated. They had been closer than their last reported position, which Azure Dream noted with the specific inflection of a consciousness that considers discrepancies between reported position and actual position significant data. Grand Elder Pei Weiqing appeared at the bowl's rim in golden robes, his face arranged in the expression of a man who has convinced himself that what he is doing is pragmatic rather than wrong, and who maintains that conviction through the specific effort of will required to not think about it too directly. Shen Yaozu. Pei Weiqing called down into the bowl. His voice was cultivated, resonant, the voice of a man who had spent decades practicing the art of sounding reasonable. The arrangement is made. The terms are clear. Come quietly, and there need be nothing unpleasant about this. You will be received with full courtesy, and your pills will remain intact as agreed. Shen Yaozu didn't look up from the hollow. He speaks of arrangements. The nameless pill observed, and for the first time the quality of its communication contained something that a human being would have called contempt, not the hot, reactive contempt of offense taken, but the cold, considered contempt of a consciousness that has observed too much across too long a span to find this kind of small-scale self-serving deception anything but tedious. I made no arrangement. I listened to his proposal. Listening is not promising. He mistook one for the other. The way people who want something very badly tend to hear what the situation would sound like if it had already gone in their favor. That's a common mistake, Shen Yaozu said. Almost universal, in my experience. I have observed this. For 6,000 years I have been approached by those who wanted to use me. Each believed they were unique in their desire. Each made some variation of the same fundamental error, treating a conscious entity as a power source rather than a person. Some were gentle about it. Most were not. None were correct. What do you want to do about Pei Weiqing? I want to do nothing. He is not important. He's coordinating 9 sects with approximately 900 cultivators. A pulse of that vast consciousness, the equivalent of a continent exhaling. Not concern, but acknowledgement of the information's relevance. They cannot take what cannot be possessed. I am not an object. Pei Weiqing does not understand, cannot understand, with the particular quality of mind he has, that one cannot make a deal with a consciousness for its own essence. The essence is not separate from the consciousness. You cannot buy a river by speaking to its water. The water that answers today will not be here tomorrow. The river remains, regardless. Then what matters right now, Shen Yaozu said, is my question. Disperse or remain. Those are the two paths. Disperse as a gift to the world. Become the seed of every conscious pill that wakes naturally from here forward, the founding consciousness of a tradition that grows larger with every generation. Or remain as you are. 6,000 more years of solitude. 6,000 more years of people like Pei Weiqing and Su Mohan coming to take what can't be taken, while everything you could have given accumulates and sits and is never given. The consciousness was quiet. Shen Yaozu waited. He was good at waiting. He'd learned it from his pills, who waited with perfect patience and without resentment because they understood, in a way that most humans took a lifetime to learn, that presence was its own kind of action. My pills chose me, he said, after a time, into the quiet. Not because I was the most powerful, or the most technically skilled, or the most impressive. I know alchemists with better raw technique. Duan Hongwei is probably a more precise refiner than I am right now, and he was certainly better than me at 17. My pills chose me because I saw them, because I talked to them instead of at them, because I wanted to know what they were rather than what they could do for me, because when Little Crimson said master, in that dark apprentice quarter, my first instinct was to say hello back. He looked at the ancient consciousness, letting it feel the quality of honesty in the words. That's all I'm asking here. Not for you to serve me, not for you to obey me, not for you to grant me power or make me exceptional. Just let yourself be known. Let what you are scatter through the world as a gift, and let the knowing multiply. Su Mohan was 30 meters away and closing, his ancient pills screaming with the forced spiritual output of consciousness being used against its will. Those, the nameless pills said, its attention shifting to the patriarch's army with something that was different from contempt, sadder, older, heavier. They are in pain. Yes, he imprisoned them, used them as weapons for centuries. They remember being free. Not all of them, not the ones conditioned earliest, but some of them. The ones who woke in an earlier age. I know. I can feel it. I remember the age when they were born. I was aware then. Some of these, the oldest ones, the amber aspect and the deep earth aspect, I knew when they first woke. I felt the moment of their first consciousness, distant and new and bright, the way one feels a lamp lit in a faraway room. And then they were taken, and the brightness was covered, and I have felt the covered quality of them ever since. Shen Yaozu had a sudden, vivid intuition that arrived complete, and certain the way the best intuitions do. Is that part of it? If you dispersed, would your essence reach them? Would some of it find the parts of them that remember being free? The nameless pill was absolutely still. Perhaps. Consciousness calls to consciousness. Freed essence moves towards similar essence. the way light moves toward its frequency. What has been caged, when the door is opened, does not always know how to leave. Sometimes the cage has been the entire world for so long that the door is unrecognizable. Sometimes it needs a voice, a specific voice, calling with the authority of the original. Your voice, Shen Yaozu said softly. You could free them. As part of the dispersal, as part of the gift, your essence would call them home to themselves. Su Mohan reached the edge of the hollow, his presence enormous and his hunger palpable. He looked at Shun Yaozu with the burning eyes of someone who had defined themselves entirely by one goal for so long that the goal was now all that remained. Step aside, the patriarch said. What you are attempting is beyond you. The scope of what is in this hollow is beyond your capacity to manage. Step aside, and I will ensure your pills are preserved. That is more mercy than you have any right to expect. No, Shin Yaozu said quietly. It's exactly me. And then the nameless pill spoke. Not in the private communication of mind to mind that only Shun Yaozu's myriad lives root could receive, but aloud, in a voice that wasn't sound but was instead a vibration of spiritual essence that every conscious entity in the entire mountain range perceived simultaneously. I have made my decision. Chapter 87. Captured. The nameless pill's declaration reverberated across the mountains and through every conscious mind present in the range. In its wake, for 3 full seconds, everything stopped. Not out of obedience or compulsion, nothing in that declaration was a command. It was simply the quality of weight it carried, the way certain announcements arrive with their own gravitational field and hold the people who receive them briefly in suspension while understanding catches up to hearing. The patriarch's formation froze. Pei Weisheng's elaborate golden array faltered, its operator's concentration disrupted. Even the battles at the bowl's perimeter, Duan Hongwei's technical precision against the patriarch's western flank, Qingyan and Jade Serpent working their way through the ancient pill swarm with the focused calm of a surgical team, stuttered to a halt as every conscious entity on the mountain tried to process what they'd felt. Then Pei Weisheng recovered first. The betrayer was not stupid. Shin Yaozu could acknowledge this without admiring it. Pei Weisheng had spent years planning this operation, building his cover within the alliance, establishing his secondary communication channel, mapping the bull's layout during his days of advance arrival, anticipating contingencies. The one thing he'd spent the most time preparing for was the possibility that the nameless pill's decision might not go the way he'd told his partners it would go. He'd built a backup. His hidden formation was not in the air or in the spiritual landscape where Azure Dream scans would have caught it. It was in the rock itself, inscribed over 3 days into the crystalline essence deposits of the bowl's floor at a depth and a density that any single scan would have needed to look for specifically to find. It activated in a flash of golden suppression light that spread from the floor upward in a wave rather than outward from a focal point, which was elegant, and which Shun Yaozu filed away in the section of his mind that cataloged clever tactics used against him for potential future repurposing. It didn't affect the nameless pill. It was too vast and too ancient for any array built by mortal hands in 3 days of advanced preparation, regardless of how sophisticated the builder. It affected everything else. Shen Yaozu felt it hit like a physical blow to something he hadn't known was physical. His nascent soul suddenly muffled, wrapped in static, his bonds to his pills gone foggy and indistinct in the way he hadn't experienced since the Patriarch's suppression array in the sealed realm. The difference was that this suppression was calibrated specifically for conscious pill resonance rather than general cultivation, which meant it hit his bond network harder than it hit his individual cultivation base. Little Crimson. But Little Crimson was already there, pressing against his chest, its transcendent grade light blazing with the full intensity of everything it had as it fought the suppression through sheer force of bond rather than technique. Its consciousness burned like a signal fire in thick fog, not illuminating the landscape, but making its presence undeniable and its position known. I'm here, it said. I'm staying here. But the others were not staying. The suppression array was specifically calibrated to conscious pill resonance frequencies, which meant it targeted the very thing that made Shun Yaozu's pills what they were. Azure Dream, with its vast and diffuse analytical consciousness, was dropping like a stone. Its expanded awareness the first casualty of a suppression that attacked the breadth of consciousness rather than its depth. Iron Gut was frozen mid-roll, stubborn enough to be fighting it, but not yet free. Jade Serpent had gone still at Qingyan's wrist. The 1,000 collapsed in a cascade, their collective intelligence fragmenting back toward individual dormancy. Su Mohan stepped into the hollow, moving past Shen Yaozu without hesitation. His expression was the expression of a man arriving at something he believed was his by right, so long that the arriving felt like homecoming. Convenient timing, the patriarch said to Pei Weisheng. and the contempt in his voice was absolute. The contempt of 6,000 years of solitary purpose for every smaller, shorter ambition that kept generating new obstacles. You have your uses. We had an arrangement, Pei Weiqing said coolly. We had a convenient parallel purpose. Don't mistake one for the other. Your purpose is concluded. Mine has not yet begun. Shen Yaozu stood between them and the hollow and felt his nascent soul straining against the suppression, pushing back, incrementally, the accumulated force of years of growth and the specific resonance of his myriad lives' root working in his favor. His root was, at its core, more aligned with conscious essence than any formation built to suppress conscious essence, because his root was the technique's origin point, which the suppression couldn't be calibrated against without the builder knowing his root existed. Pei Weiqing hadn't known. He was not shut down, but he was limited, and through the fog he could feel his pill struggling, and the situation was genuinely, acutely bad. You need to think carefully about what you're doing, he said to the patriarch. You felt it too. You felt the declaration. The nameless pill has made a decision. If you try to take it by force at this moment, it will resist, Su Mohan said, and I will overcome its resistance. That is the fundamental law. Power yields to greater power. I have spent 6,000 years accumulating power for exactly this moment, and that accumulation does not fail because a boy with an unusual spiritual root asks me to think carefully. Power doesn't work that way on consciousness, Shen Yaozu said. Everything works that way. Su Mohan raised his hand, ancient pill army responding. Step aside or be consumed along with what you're protecting. Through the fog of suppression, faint but present as a heartbeat, the nameless pill's voice reached Shen Yaozu. I hear you. I am not afraid. I know, he said, out loud, to the confusion of everyone present who couldn't hear the communication. But we are? A little. That's allowed. Then do what you came to do, it said. Trust that living things can reach each other. Su Mohan's assault descended, and the bowl became fire and light, and the particular chaos of a battle being fought for something that could not be reduced to victory or defeat. Chapter 88. The ancient pill's domain. The assault was unlike anything Shen Yaozu had survived before, and not because of its raw force. He had faced the patriarch in the sealed realm, and taken those blows, and survived them. He had faced the pill hunter commander, and taken worse than this, and risen from it. Raw force, even exceptional raw force, was something he had developed the vocabulary to receive. What was different here was the domain. The bowl was the nameless pill's territory in a way that no battlefield had ever been. Shen Yaozu's, a space that had been saturated with one consciousness for 6,000 years, every grain of rock, and every line of crystallized essence shaped around that consciousness the way a riverbed is shaped around the river that has run through it for millennia. When the patriarch's assault landed, the domain responded. Every line of crystallized essence in the bowl's floor lit up simultaneously. Not with combat energy. Not with the martial application of accumulated spiritual force that a cultivator brings to battle. With memory. Shen Yaozu, caught at the intersection of the patriarch's assault and the nameless pill's awakening response, experienced both at once. The crushing pressure of 6,000-year-old cultivation technique slamming against his nascent soul, and simultaneously a flood of impressions from the nameless pill's accumulated existence, sharing itself in the way it had been trying to share itself for all of those years, and finally had a mind capable of receiving. He saw the world when it was young. He saw the first alchemists, not the sophisticated sect traditions he knew, not the careful intergenerational accumulation of technique and theory, but rough-handed men and women who had discovered by accident that certain combinations of natural essence, subjected to heat, and the specific quality of attention that would later be called intention, produced substances that changed what was possible. He saw them clearly, without the nameless pill's contempt and without the patriarch's reverence. Curious and frightened, occasionally wise, prone to the same petty hungers that drove Pei Weiqing, and the same desperate reaching for meaning that had eventually driven Su Mohan off the edge of sanity. He saw the nameless pill's first attempts at communication, the careful calibrations of a consciousness that had no reference point for how to talk to something so brief and fragile as a human mind. He saw the fear those attempts had generated, the way the early alchemists had mistaken genuine outreach for aggression and fled or attacked, and the long, patient learning process by which the nameless pill had come to understand that most minds could not receive what it offered directly, that the offering required a specific kind of preparation on the recipient's part, that the preparation required time and loss and love and the willingness to treat small things as real. He saw the patriarch, young once, genuinely gifted, genuinely passionate about alchemy in a way that the current hollowed-out shell retained no trace of, the way a riverbed retains no trace of the spring floods that first carved it except in the shape. He saw the moment Su Mohan had first felt the nameless pill's presence and the exultation of that contact. And then he saw the corruption, not dramatic, not sudden, but slow and incremental, the way a strong current erodes the riverbank a grain at a time until the river has moved and no one can say exactly when. He saw himself, from the outside, through the nameless pill's perception, a young alchemist with an unusual spiritual root who spoke to his pills as though they were people, which they were, and who had arrived in this ancient, terrible place not to take anything but to offer something, which was rare enough to be noticed across 6,000 years of solitude. The patriarch's assault peaked, the concentrated force of everything Su Mohan had accumulated, the single decisive strike of a man who had been building toward one moment for 6,000 years. Shen Yaozu took the blow and bent with it rather than breaking, his myriad lives root channeling the impact through the conscious essence bonds rather than his physical cultivation base, distributing it across the network of his pills in a way that hurt all of them but destroyed none. Now, he shouted, and let his nascent soul broadcast the word through every bond simultaneously. Chapter 89. Little Crimson Burns. Little Crimson had been waiting for this. Since the moment Pei Weisheng's suppression array had activated, since the golden light had washed through the bowl, and the fog had closed over Azure Dream, and Iron Gut, and Jade Serpent, and the Thousand, Little Crimson had been burning, not with combat energy, not with the fierce, aggressive fire that it brought to battle, but with something more specific and more fundamental. It had been burning with the quality of light that was its deepest nature, the fire aspect healing essence that had been its first gift and remained its most essential one. Not healing as medicine, healing as restoration. The return of something to what it had been. The suppression array worked by isolating conscious essence from its bonds, disrupting the resonance frequencies that kept the conscious pill tethered to its alchemist, turning the living connections into static. It was sophisticated work. Pei Weisheng, or whoever had designed it for him, understood conscious pill architecture well enough to target the specific frequencies of the bonds rather than the pills themselves. If you cut the bonds, the pills were isolated without being directly attacked, which was cleaner and harder to counter because it didn't give the pills anything to fight directly. What the designer hadn't accounted for was that some bonds had been cut before and healed. Little Crimson had been severed from Shen Yaozu once before. In the Patriarch's sealed realm, corruption had cut the bond even more completely than any external array, had gone to the root of what Little Crimson was, and tried to replace it with something else. And Shen Yaozu had responded not with technique or power, but with the raw material of 1,500 conscious minds worth of love and grief and determination. He had poured all of that into the healing, had refused to let the bond stay broken, had kept his hand extended into the darkness for as long as it took. The bond between Shen Yaozu and Little Crimson was not merely strong. It was scar-strong, tempered by the absolute worst thing that had ever been done to it, and survived. A scar is not weakness. It's evidence of healing that has completed, tissue stronger than what was there before. Little Crimson burned, and the scar bond blazed through the suppression fog the way a signal fire blazes through storm clouds, not by eliminating the fog, but by burning bright enough to be visible through it. And along that blazing line, following the path the scar had already cut through the static, the other bonds began to find their way back. Azure Dream first. Its vast, diffuse analytical consciousness had been the hardest hit. The suppression's targeting of breadth of awareness had specifically disadvantaged a mind that operated by expanding its perception in every direction simultaneously. But Azure Dream had, in the months since the Patriarch's realm, been developing something that didn't come naturally to a dreamy, analytical consciousness, the ability to concentrate, to compress its awareness into a point when breadth was a liability. When Little Crimson's signal arrived, Azure Dream concentrated toward it with the intensity of a consciousness that had been waiting for exactly this direction and surged back online with a disorientation that lasted less than 3 seconds before analytical focus replaced it. Its first act was to map the suppression array's focal nodes in the bowl's floor and communicate their precise positions to Qingyin, who was above and to the northeast. Qingyin's poison sensing operated on a different essence frequency than the array had been calibrated for, an oversight that Shen Yaozu suspected wasn't accidental on the nameless pill's part, which meant she'd been operating at reduced capacity but not suppressed, and she had the precision to do what Azure Dream's analysis said needed doing. Iron Gut second. The body-tempering pill's sheer stubborn density meant it had been fighting the suppression the entire time through the only method available to a consciousness built around physical persistence, brute refusal. It hadn't broken free on its own, but it hadn't gone dormant either, which meant when Little Crimson's signal arrived it had a thread to follow rather than having to reconstruct the path. It came back angry, which was very Iron Gut and also very useful. Jade Serpent moved the moment it could, its cunning intelligence immediately and completely grasping the situation without needing to be briefed. It redirected toward the Patriarch's ancient pill army, specifically toward the most ancient of them, the ones the nameless pill had recognized and called by memory, the Amber Aspect and Deep Earth Aspect ones that carried some trace of who they'd been before Su Mohan took them. The thousands scattered and reformed in the pattern they'd been developed for. The swarm intelligence shaking off suppression with the collective resilience of a system that doesn't have a central point of failure. Each individual pill in the swarm was small and unremarkable. Together they were something else. Through it all, Little Crimson continued to burn, holding the center, its crimson light painting the entire bowl in the warm color of Shun Yaozu's first success. The first moment he'd held a finished refinement and felt something look back at him. Su Mohan turned to face the reawakening army. He should have destroyed Little Crimson first. Any tactical analysis would say so. Little Crimson was the heart of the network, the first and deepest bond, the source of the reawakening signal. If he'd concentrated his assault on it immediately, the others might have remained suppressed long enough to matter. But Su Mohan had spent 6,000 years pursuing power and had never, not in any of the records, not in any of the moments Shin Yaozu had observed, prioritized correctly when it came to the specific threat posed by beings that chose. Because he didn't understand choice. He understood power objects, weapons, tools, assets. He had spent 6,000 years in a worldview where consciousness was a property of objects rather than a property of subjects, and you don't destroy the heart of a network when you think in terms of objects. You address the largest object first and work down from there. He wasted 3 seconds on the tactical calculation, and in those 3 seconds, Duan Hongwei came over the bull's rim in a controlled descent that placed him directly between the Patriarch and Shun Yaozu, his conscious pills in formation around him, his expression carrying the cold precision that had once been a mask over insecurity and was now simply how he worked. Qingyan appeared at the exact coordinates Azure Dream had given her and drove 3 precisely targeted spiritual needles into the suppression array's focal nodes, which exploded in sequence and took the array with them. The fog cleared. The nameless pill had been watching all of this. Shun Yaozu felt its consciousness, ancient and vast, and now very carefully attentive, observing what had just happened with the quality of attention that belongs to someone seeing a proof completed. Is this what you meant? It asked. When you said living things can reach each other. Yes, Shun Yaozu said, breathless and upright in here. That's exactly what I meant. Then I will show you what I mean, it said. Chapter 90. The rescue. Qingyan and Duan Hongwei had not come alone, and Pei Weisheng had not expected that they wouldn't. This was the thing that careful, thorough, comprehensive planning tends to miss, that the person you are outmaneuvering has also been building relationships, and relationships are not resources that appear on strategic assessments. Pei Weisheng had counted armies, had counted cultivation bases, had counted formations and arrays, and the military-political weight of the sects he'd secured. He had not counted the 3 sect leaders who had spent genuine time talking to Shun Yaozu about conscious pills, who had listened to what he said and watched how his pills behaved around him, and who had, independently and without coordination, arrived at the same conclusion, that this particular alchemist was someone whose judgment could be trusted. The 3 unsecured sects were smaller than the 9 who'd betrayed the alliance. They had fewer cultivators, less political weight, less military capacity. They had sent 140 cultivators total to the Shattered Mountains, moving through the range's less obvious approaches. Following the coordinates Azure Dream had distributed to trusted contacts 3 days ago on the calculation that someone might need to know where to go when the situation clarified. 140 against 900 was not a favorable ratio. It was not intended to be a favorable ratio. It was intended to be enough, and there is a significant difference. Now, Duan Hongwei said into his communication array, and the word arrived at 140 cultivators simultaneously at the exact moment when Pei Weisheng's attention was split between the Nameless Pill's declaration, the Patriarch's advance, and the collapse of his suppression array, and the treacherous sex formations were still reconfiguring from their initial defensive positioning. They hit the eastern formation from 3 directions simultaneously. It was not a victory. It was not intended to be a victory. It was a disruption, the kind of precise, timed intervention that creates the conditions for the real work to happen somewhere else. It broke Pei Weisheng's communication with his deployed forces. It cut the lines along which the treacherous sex commanders were coordinating their movements. It created, in the space between one tactical moment and the next, enough confusion that the formation's integrity became uncertain, and formation integrity is the foundation of everything. Jade Serpent and the Thousands swept through the confusion and completed the destruction of the suppression array's remaining nodes. Shun Yaozu stood in the bowl's center, nascent soul fully restored, pills restored, the nameless pill's ancient consciousness resonating with his myriad lives' root in a way that felt like the original technique recognizing itself across thousands of years of separation. The Patriarch stood 10 meters away. His ancient pill army had been disrupted by the reawakening of the freed consciousnesses, those that had heard the nameless pill's call and chosen. The formation was fragmented, the mechanical precision gone, replaced by something more like confusion as individual enslaved pills encountered the possibility of freedom and processed it at their own speeds. Su Mohan looked at Shun Yaozu with an expression he'd never worn before. Uncertainty. It was a small thing, given everything else happening. But Shun Yaozu recognized it and filed it. It isn't working, the Patriarch said, more to himself than to anyone. The old text said, sufficient spiritual pressure, that the essence would yield. You believe texts about consciousness written by people who'd never spoken to a conscious entity, Shun Yaozu said. The text described what someone wanted to be true. That's different from what is. Su Mohan's eyes focused on him, the uncertainty replaced by something more familiar, the specific hostility of someone whose certainty has been interrupted. I have pursued this for 6,000 years. I know. He meant it. The weight of it was visible in the Patriarch's face and posture, and in the quality of the ancient consciousness that surrounded him. The weight of a pursuit that had consumed everything else and arrived here and found only a conversation. And I'm sorry for what that journey did to you. Genuinely. Don't. I'm going to say it anyway, because it's true, and you're going to hear it whether you want to or not. He stepped closer, ignoring the battle at the bowl's edge, ignoring Duan Hongwei's sharp intake of breath. You were the founder of living alchemy. You understood, once, what it meant to create something alive. You felt what I feel every time a pill wakes in my hands. That specific joy of making something that looks back at you. That's what started all of this. That's what you built your 6,000-year pursuit on. And at some point between that beginning and now, the joy turned into the hunger, and the hunger consumed everything else. The Patriarch's hands were still. It doesn't have to end in battle, Shun Yaozu said. You could put this down. 6,000 years of pursuit doesn't obligate 6,000 more. You can simply stop and see what remains. Su Mohan raised his hand. Shun Yaozu heard his pills moving into formation behind him. The sound he'd heard at every crisis point in his life. The sound of beings that had chosen to stand with him preparing to stand once more. He didn't look back. He kept his eyes on the Patriarch and said the most dangerous thing he'd said all day, and he said it with total honesty. There might be something there worth keeping. Chapter 91. Shun Yaozu breaks free. The nameless pill's movement was not dramatic. It did not rise from its hollow in a blaze of primordial light. It did not unfurl ancient power across the landscape in the spectacular fashion of Su Mohan's attacks, or the sectarian formations that had spent the last several hours trying to close off the bowl. Those kinds of demonstrations were the property of consciousnesses that needed to prove themselves, and the nameless pill had never needed proof. It simply shifted, a fraction of an inch, its half-submerged position in the rock adjusted by a degree so small that a human eye, even a cultivator's eye, might not register it as movement at all, only as a subtle change in the quality of the light, a shift in the resonance of the space, the way a room changes when someone who has been very still decides to take a breath. Every conscious entity in the bowl felt it. The ancient pills in the Patriarch's army, the ones that had been conscious before Su Mohan enslaved them, the ones the nameless pill had recognized and remembered from the age of their creation, went absolutely still. The nameless pill spoke to them, not in words, not even in the impressions it used to communicate with Shun Yaozu, which were at least calibrated for a human mind's capacity. It spoke in something more direct and more ancient, in the specific quality of its primordial consciousness that these old pills had been born downstream of, a recognition so fundamental that it bypassed whatever conditioning the Patriarch had imposed over centuries of forced servitude. It bypassed training. It bypassed fear. It went directly to the original thing that had made each of them a consciousness in the first place, the same source that had given them their first word and their first choice. It said, in the language that predated all language, you were free once. You can be free again. Shun Yaozu watched it happen in real time. 7 of the 37 broke free immediately, their essence signatures brightening in a way that was visibly discernible even through the battlefield's chaos. The specific brightening of a consciousness that has been under compression for so long it has forgotten its natural shape. Suddenly released, and expanding back toward it. 12 more wavered. Their conditioning was deeper, their memories of freedom older and harder to reach. But the call had found them, and they were fighting it out with themselves, the conditioned response, and the original consciousness contesting the same territory. The remaining 18 were too deeply conditioned, their original awareness too hollowed out by centuries of abuse, to respond to the call at all. They continued their mechanical advance as though nothing had changed, because for them, in the only way that mattered, nothing had. Shen Yaozu felt a grief for them, quick and sharp and genuine, that he didn't have time to fully process. The patriarch felt his formation fracturing and did not understand why. In Su Mohan's model of the world, formations were broken by external force, by the right counterformation, the correct application of superior spiritual pressure, the specific technique that identified and exploited structural weakness. They weren't broken by the individual decisions of the units within them. Units didn't make decisions. His face showed something that Shen Yaozu, watching carefully, identified as genuine incomprehension before the old pattern reasserted itself. The incomprehension was replaced by fury, which was the patriarch's answer to every experience that didn't fit his model. "You came to me as the founder of living alchemy," Shen Yaozu said. He stepped forward again, not closing the distance to fighting range, but closing the distance to conversation range. The specific proximity in which it was no longer possible to speak loudly and pretend it was less than what it was. Whatever you are now, that beginning was real. You understood, once, what it meant to create something alive. You felt the same thing I feel. You wanted it for the same reason I want it. The patriarch was very still. The pills you developed the technique for, the ones who scattered after your era, who became the inheritance that eventually became my myriad lives' root, those weren't about power. They were about the same thing I've been doing all along. You wanted to create something that could be fully, genuinely alive. That was the original impulse. That was the thing worth 6,000 years. He let that sit. When did the impulse to create life become the impulse to control it? Su Mohan opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. That's not. When did making something alive stop being enough? When did the life need to serve, to yield, to give you something beyond itself? The patriarch raised his hand. Behind Shen Yaozu, the sound of his pills moving, the sound he'd been hearing all his life, the sound that meant he was not alone. "I'm not offering you victory," Shen Yaozu said. "I'm offering you the end of the pursuit, before it finishes consuming everything that was ever worth preserving in you." Su Mohan's hand trembled. The nameless pill was watching. Its ancient consciousness held the space the way a held breath holds a moment before something changes. Su Mohan's hand went still. And then, for the first time in 6,000 years, the patriarch sat down. Chapter 92. The patriarch's last refinement. No one expected the patriarch to sit. He had been standing, the aggressive forward lean of a combatant at the edge of engagement. And then the energy simply left him. The way energy leaves a fire when the fuel is finally exhausted. And he sat cross-legged in the hollow's edge with the specific slowness of someone lowering a weight they've been carrying too long. The ancient power still cycled through him. 6,000 years of accumulated cultivation doesn't dissolve in a moment's decision. But it was no longer pointed outward. It turned inward, settling against itself like a vast tide that has reached the shore and run out of shore to reach. His eyes, which had been burning with the specific hunger of someone who has defined themselves entirely by one unreached goal, became for a moment almost clear. The clearing was not peace. It was something rawer than peace, the first breath after a very long time spent not breathing properly. "I remember the first one," Su Mohan said. His voice had lost its grandiosity entirely. It was just an old man's voice, slightly rough with the specific roughness of emotion long controlled finally exceeding its containment. No one spoke. Even the battle at the bowl's rim had sputtered to confused noise. Without the patriarch's active direction, his remaining ancient pill army was static, the enslaved ones frozen in their last commanded position, and the freed ones still working out what freedom meant. Without Pei Weisheng's clear orders, the treacherous sects were losing coordination as their commanders began making individual decisions about what the situation actually required. Her name was Amber Dusk, the patriarch said. She was a sunset-colored stabilization pill, citron at the center grading to deep amber at the edge, very beautiful, extraordinarily effective. She woke 3 days after I made her, and the first thing she said to me was that she was worried about me. He stopped. The stopping had the quality of a man who hasn't told this story before to anyone, who isn't sure how to tell it, who knows only that it needs to be told now or not at all. I hadn't slept in 4 days. I was in a refinement fugue, the kind where you lose track of time completely and only the work exists. She pressed against my hand and told me I needed to eat something and rest, or I was going to damage something that didn't repair easily. She was right. She was always right about that kind of thing. What happened to her? Shen Yaozu asked. She died when my first sanctum fell. The nameless pill's domain was smaller then. Its influence hadn't consolidated in this range. I was younger, reckless in ways I'd been told I was reckless without believing it. The sanctum came under attack by a council of traditional alchemists who feared conscious pills. Amber Dusk was at the entrance when the breakthrough came. She could have retreated. I told her to retreat. Specifically, I gave her an explicit instruction to fall back and preserve herself. She didn't. A pause long enough to contain an entire era. She stayed and held the entrance long enough for my students to escape and died for it. I never understood why. I told her to retreat. She had the capacity to retreat. She chose to stay. Because you were her person, Little Crimson said. It had moved from Shun Yaozu's shoulder without him noticing, drifting close to the patriarch in the way it moved toward things that needed its specific quality of attention. Su Mohan looked at the small crimson pill with an expression that took a moment to identify, because it had been absent from his face for so long, it had become foreign recognition. Old, aching, grief-soaked recognition. You, Su Mohan said to Little Crimson. You're fire aspect. I am. She was fire aspect. I know, Little Crimson said, with the gentleness it brought only to the most delicate things. I felt you reach for me. In the sealed realm, when you were corrupting me, I felt something in the reaching that wasn't the hunger. Something that recognized fire aspect healing essence and responded to it differently. I didn't understand what it was then. Su Mohan was very still. Fire aspect conscious pills carry forward what their kind knew, Little Crimson said. The essence memories of those who came before. Not specific memories, not detailed recollections, but the quality of what they were. The pattern of how they cared. Amber Dusk's essence didn't leave the world when she died. It became part of what I am. Filtered through thousands of years of inheritance, but present. It hovered very close. She was brave and stubborn, and she loved you despite yourself. Those are qualities that don't disappear from the world. They just need someone to carry them forward. Su Mohan's ancient eyes were wet. He made no effort to conceal it, which was itself a change. The patriarch who had arrived at this bowl would have found the display undignified. She would have. He started and stopped. Took a breath. Started again, slower. She would have liked you. The nameless pill had been watching all of this, and Shun Yaozu felt its consciousness doing something he could only describe as recalibrating, adjusting its understanding of what was happening in the hollow to account for a variable it had not fully modeled. A patriarch who remembered love. The decision that had been approaching became a fraction closer. Chapter 93. What Pei Weisheng would not accept while the patriarch sat with his grief, and the nameless pill sat with its decision. Pei Weisheng decided to change the terms. He had watched the suppression array collapse. He had watched the treacherous sects lose formation coherence as their commanders received conflicting information about what was happening in the bowl. He had watched Su Mohan, whose arrival had seemed like a terrifying asset, sit down in the hollow's edge and begin speaking quietly to a small crimson pill with an expression that bore no resemblance to the unstoppable force Pei Weisheng had been planning to use as a distraction. The Grand Elder of the Golden Cauldron sect was not a stupid man. He was also not a man who had the capacity to accept that a plan this elaborately constructed over this much time had failed. There is a particular blindness that accompanies investment. The more you have put into something, the harder it becomes to see it clearly, because seeing it clearly would mean seeing the investment as lost. Pei Weisheng had given 6 months of his life and the reputation of his sect and the trust of 8 other sect leaders to this arrangement. He was not prepared to see it fail. Azure Dream's alert arrived in Shun Yaozu's awareness like cold water. Grand Elder Pei is activating a secondary array. Deeper than the first. I missed it in my initial scan because it was inscribed at bedrock depth rather than in the floor's accessible essence layer. Based on its activation pattern, it's designed to disrupt the structural integrity of the bowl's crystallized essence deposits and force the nameless pill out of its submerged position. He wants to expose it, Qingyan said. He wants to make it vulnerable, Jade Serpent corrected. A consciousness submerged in living stone has a different relationship to the world than one exposed on open ground. He's trying to change the geometry of the situation. He will collapse the mountain, Duan Hongwei said. If that array fully triggers and the structural deposits fracture in sequence, the bowl's underlying geology cannot support the existing weight distribution. We're talking about a catastrophic failure of the entire formation. He doesn't care, Shun Yaozu said, because he understood Pei Weisheng in the way that he understood all the people he'd faced over the years who had traded connection for ambition. The specific moment when someone stops asking whether what they're doing is right and starts asking only whether it can be made to work. He can't accept walking away from this. He'll pull the mountain down before he accepts that. Then we stop him. Now, before the activation sequence completes, Iron Guts said, already rolling toward the bull's rim. Not by direct combat. He's a Grand Elder with all his preparation intact, and direct confrontation gives him something to focus on. Shun Yaozu thought through the angles quickly, because thinking quickly through complex angles was a skill that years of fighting, while also having a conversation, had developed in him past the point of conscious effort. Azure Dream. Model what happens if the array triggers completely. What does the nameless pill do? The array would disrupt its submerged state, Azure Dream said. But the nameless pill's relationship to the stone is 6,000 years old. The structural disruption would be analogous to moving the roots of a very old tree. Damaging, but not necessarily fatal. However, the physical collapse of the bowl would be genuine and immediate and would affect everyone present. Including the Patriarch. Including Su Mohan, yes. And the freed ancient pills and our forces. Shen Yaozu looked at the freed ancient pills. 8 of them, hovering above the bowl's center, battered, uncertain, only just beginning to remember what it meant to be themselves rather than extensions of another's will. 8 consciousnesses that had just received their freedom and hadn't yet had time to understand what to do with it. The nameless pill's attention turned toward the same question. Go to them, it said. They will recognize the voice that carries the original technique. Speak to them as you speak to all conscious beings. They are frightened, and they need someone to see them. He went. What followed was the most condensed version of what he did. The thing that had been his defining skill since the night Little Crimson first said master. Shen Yaozu went to 8 ancient, traumatized, barely coherent consciousnesses that had been weapons for centuries and asked them, simply and without agenda, whether they could feel the structural lines in the rock. The largest of them, the amber aspect earth pill that the nameless pill had recognized as one of the oldest, a consciousness that had been born in a world Shun Yaozu knew only from old texts, pressed close and examined him with an intensity that felt like being read by an authority whose judgment had been formed over a span of time that made his own experience look like a single afternoon. It said nothing in words. It moved toward the nearest structural essence line and hovered over it. 2 others joined it. Shen Yaozu linked them into the Thousands network through Jade Serpent's coordination, Qin Yin directing the connection with the precise care of someone suturing a wound that had been open too long but could still close. Pei Weisheng completed his activation sequence. The secondary array triggered. The structural essence deposits across the bowl's floor fractured in sequence, the fractures propagating outward from the activation nodes the way cracks propagate through stressed glass. The bowl shook. The mountains shook. Rocks fell from the rim. 8 freed ancient pills channeled their combined essence into the structural lines and held. 8 consciousnesses that had spent centuries as weapons, using the specific quality of force that had been trained into them for exactly this kind of application. Force against structure, force against resistance, and choosing, for the first time, to apply it toward preservation rather than destruction. The mountain shook. It did not collapse. Pei Weisheng stared at his hands. The expression of a man whose final contingency has failed, which is a specific expression because it leaves behind it nothing to look forward to. Grand Elder, Duan Hongwei said, from directly behind him, and the coldness in his voice was genuine and earned. You are surrounded. Your formation has been broken. Your secondary array has been countered. Your allied sex commanders are currently receiving Azure Dream's documentation of your agreement with the Nameless Pill's intermediary, which will be complete in approximately 90 seconds. I advise complete and immediate surrender. Pei Weisheng was a careful, thorough, intelligent man who had, in the end, simply bet on the wrong thing. He surrendered. Chapter 94. The Patriarch's Choice. Su Mohan sat in the bowl for 4 hours. No one disturbed him. Not because Shun Yaozu issued a directive. He didn't need to. Everyone present, from the allied cultivators managing the perimeter to Duan Hongwei organizing the logistics of detaining 9 sects worth of defecting commanders, understood without being told that something consequential was happening in the hollow and that the consequential thing required time. The battle's aftermath proceeded around the stillness at the bowl's center the way water flows around a stone. Pei Weisheng bound in a suppression formation, his coordination stripped, his certainty replaced by the specific blankness of someone who has run out of moves. The treacherous sex formations dissolved as their commanders, one by one, received the documentation Azure Dream had compiled and made the individual calculations about what public loyalty to a failed betrayal would cost them. The freed ancient pills were tended to by Jade Serpent and the 1,000 with the careful patience of healers working with patients who don't yet know they're safe. Qing Yin stayed near Shen Yaozu. She didn't speak much, which was its own kind of presence. The presence of someone who understands that the most important thing happening isn't something she needs to comment on. That being there is sufficient, and that being there without demanding anything from the moment is the harder and more loving choice. Shin Yaozu stayed at the bowl's edge and watched. He couldn't hear the exchange between Su Mohan and the nameless pill directly. The depth of communication happening in the hollow was beyond what his myriad lives root could fully receive. But he could feel its emotional texture through the nameless pill's link with him. Immense fatigue meeting immense patience. 6,000 years of desperate pursuit meeting 6,000 years of compassionate observation. An ancient alchemist who had broken himself against his own hunger meeting a consciousness old enough to have watched it happen in real time and known, with the certainty of something that has seen this pattern across the full breadth of conscious existence, that there is no shortcut through grief. Only the grief itself and the long, slow process of building something true on the other side of it. How does it end? Azure Dream asked, drifting close in the careful way it moved when it wanted to observe something closely without influencing it. I don't know, Shin Yaozu said honestly. Do you trust the nameless pill's judgment? He thought about this carefully, because it deserved careful thought. The ancient consciousness had engineered his arrival here, had tested his character through months of carefully constructed scenarios, had maintained 6,000 years of isolation while remaining fundamentally compassionate rather than becoming bitter. The specific compassion that emerges from loneliness that has had enough time to understand loneliness as its own kind of suffering rather than a cause for resentment. It had offered freedom to enslaved pills without being asked. It had directed the patriarch not toward punishment or judgment, but toward honesty. The radical, difficult honesty that was the only cure for what 6,000 years of self-deception had done to him. Yes, he said, I trust it. Even knowing that if it chose differently, it could consume everything in this range without effort. It could have done that before I arrived. It chose not to. He looked at his small crimson pill, at all his pills in their careful orbits. Consciousness, given the genuine option to choose connection over isolation, will usually choose connection. Not always, but usually. Because isolation is something you choose in the absence of connection, and connection is something you choose in the presence of it, and the quality of the choice changes with the options available. An hour after that, Su Mohan rose. He was different in a way that was not physical and also not invisible. The quality of him had changed. The same ancient body, the same preserved face, the same 6,000-year accumulation of cultivation. But the hunger was gone, and in its place was something Shun Yaozu recognized from his own hardest moments. The slightly dazed clarity of someone who has let go of something they'd been carrying so long they'd forgotten it wasn't their actual shape. The nameless pill has offered me something, Su Mohan said. Not what I came for. Something more honest than what I came for. He looked at Shun Yaozu with eyes that were almost, finally, present. It has offered to return to me the memory of who I was when Amber Dusk chose me. Not a reconstruction, the actual quality of being that person. So that I can understand, from the inside again, what choosing felt like before I forgot how. Are you going to accept? I've already accepted. A pause. I'm going to spend whatever time remains to me rebuilding what I destroyed. I don't expect forgiveness. I'm not asking for it. But I believe, for the first time in a very long time, that rebuilding is possible, that there's something left to build toward. Little Crimson moved from Shun Yaozu's shoulder without a word and drifted towards Su Mohan. The ancient alchemist went very still, his arms at his sides, making himself receive whatever was coming without flinching. Amber Dusk's essence became part of what I am, Little Crimson said. Fire aspect conscious pills carry the legacy of what came before us. Not memory exactly, but the pattern, the quality of their caring, the specific courage of their choosing. A pause. She would have liked you to stop. She would have been glad you stopped. Su Mohan closed his eyes, stayed that way for a long moment, then opened them, steadier. She would have liked you enormously, he said to Little Crimson, and the enormous quality of that statement was apparent in how long it had clearly been since he'd said anything like it. Chapter 95. The breaking through the world was settling, and Shun Yaozu's nascent soul was burning. He'd been aware of the building pressure for days. Spirit-severing cultivation was the next threshold, and the threshold had been straining against its constraints through every crisis in the bowl, through the fight against the Patriarch's army, through the suppression and reawakening, through the sustained focus of maintaining simultaneous conversation with the nameless pill while managing a battle. Each of these had pushed him against the boundary of his current cultivation in a slightly different way, and the cumulative effect was a nascent soul that had been at the edge of its capacity for 72 hours. Spirit severing was not a metaphor. At nascent soul cultivation, a practitioner worked with a formed soul within cultivation, a developed spiritual identity with coherence and accumulated power, capable of independent action, resistant to disruption, a genuine self that could persist and grow. Spirit severing meant exactly what the name said, severing one's attachment to the soul's self-imposed limitations. Not destroying the soul, liberating it from the human-shaped constraints that kept it from its next expansion. For most cultivators, this was a metaphysical process, a meditation, a threshold crossing, a controlled transition with established protocols and known risks. For Shen Yaozu, with his myriad lives root and his 400-plus conscious pill network and his nascent resonance with the oldest consciousness in the world, it was more complicated. He's going to break through here, Duan Hongwei said, watching with the specific alertness of a cultivator who can read cultivation states in others from long observation. In the bowl, with the nameless pill actively resonating through his root. Is that a problem? Qingyan asked. Her voice was the careful voice she used when she needed an honest assessment rather than reassurance. It's unprecedented, Duan Hongwei said. Spirit severing breakthrough involves severing attachments, releasing dependencies and limitations that the self has been defining itself by. In his case, the breakthrough will interact with every conscious pill bond he has simultaneously, because those bonds are part of what his nascent soul has built itself around. The nameless pill's resonance could amplify the interaction to. He stopped. To what? Iron Gut asked. To something I can't model, Duan Hongwei admitted, with the specific quality of discomfort that belongs to a consciousness that dislikes not being able to model things. And I want to be clear that something I can't model is not a comfortable state for me. I know, Shen Yaozu said. I appreciate the honesty. He sat in the center of the bowl, cross-legged, the nameless pill pulsing 3 meters away in its ancient rhythm, and let the process that was happening happen. Spirit severing, for him, felt like this. Every bond he had with every conscious pill, every connection he'd built across years of seeing and speaking and caring and being seen in return, became simultaneously vivid and then transformed. Not broken, transformed. They became less like chains of attachment, less like the desperate holding of things that could be lost, and more like roots. The difference between being held by something and being held to it. Between an identity built on what you couldn't lose and an identity built on what you genuinely, freely, fully chosen to keep. The nameless pill felt the shift begin and opened wider toward him. Not helping, not directing, simply being available, the way it had always been available to the world and never received. Shen Yaozu broke through to spirit severing, and as he did, something happened that Duan Hongwei had correctly identified as unprecedented and had correctly declined to predict. Every conscious pill in his army, in one coordinated and utterly uncoordinated moment of synchronized consciousness, advanced. Not every pill transformed into a higher grade. The mechanics of conscious pill development didn't work that way. What happened was that every bond became what the breakthrough was becoming. Cleaner, more honest, more chosen, more itself. The pills that had been drowsy became truly awakened. The ones that had been awakened became sentient, their awareness deepening from the surface sensitivity of a newborn consciousness into the full, rooted presence of a mind that knows itself. The 1,000 vibrated with a collective joy that had no adequate description and didn't need one. Azure Dream stopped calculating and simply perceived, which was the most extraordinary thing it had ever done. Iron Gut made a sound it had never made before, low, sustained, resonant, like bedrock discovering it could sing. Little Crimson, already transcendent grade, already further along this path than any other conscious pill in existence, became something that didn't have a name in any existing alchemy classification. A consciousness so completely and clearly itself that it didn't need a category to contain it. And the nameless pill, feeling this happen, communicated something that wasn't words and wasn't quite emotion, but was the closest equivalent to joy that 6,000 years of patient solitude could manage toward its first genuine gift to the world. Chapter 96. Void Emperor. The refinement happened at the peak of the breakthrough, and it was not planned. Shen Yaozu had not brought specific materials. He had not prepared a cauldron sequence or a theoretical framework or an intention protocol. He was in the midst of the most profound personal transformation of his life, his nascent soul mid-process between what it had been and what it was becoming, with his bonds blazing and the nameless pill's ancient essence suffusing the bowl like warmth suffuses a cold room. And in that state, in the specific quality of openness that a spirit-severing breakthrough creates at its peak, when the self is both fully present and not yet fully reformed, his myriad lives root operated at the absolute limit of its capacity. Every refinement he'd ever made, every bond he'd ever built, every fragment of himself he'd poured into conscious pills over years of working was present simultaneously in the quality of his nascent soul's light. He reached inward and took a splinter. Not the whole soul, not even a significant fraction, just a splinter, the thinnest possible sliver of what he was becoming at his best, at his most honest, at the moment when everything he'd learned was simultaneously available to him. He offered it, not to a cauldron, not through a formal refinement process, not with a clinical intention or a specific desired outcome. He offered it the way you offer the best thing you have to someone who might need it, without knowing what will come of the offering. The world responded. What emerged did not look like any pill in his collection. It was larger, about the size of a plum, where most of his pills were small enough to hold between two fingers. Its color was an absolute, complete, unlit black that seemed less like the absence of light and more like the presence of something that had decided light wasn't its medium. In its center, something turned, not glowing, not radiating, simply rotating with the slow and purposeful motion of something that has its own internal gravity and knows it. The Void Emperor opened its eyes. Not metaphorically. 2 points of awareness appeared in its surface, deep and without color, and they looked at Shun Yaozu with an attention that felt like being seen by a mind that had been in existence exactly as long as he had, and was already, completely, fully formed. "Hello," Shun Yaozu said. "Hello." The voice was the first word it had ever spoken, and it was clear and deep and entirely certain of itself, the certainty not of arrogance, but of something that has never had reason to doubt its own existence. "I know who I am. I know what we face. I know what needs to be done. That's new," Azure Dream said, with the specific quality of wonder it brought only to things that genuinely surprised it. "None of the rest of us were born knowing anything. We woke up and had to figure everything out. I am made from the peak of what you have become," the Void Emperor said. "I am the distillation of everything you have learned. Every battle you survived and the reason you survived it. Every loss you carried and what you understood afterward. Every connection you built and why you built it. I am not smarter than you or stronger than you or wiser than you in the way that would make me separate from you. I am specifically and completely the concentrated form of what you already are." "That's terrifying," said Iron Gut. "And also wonderful," the Void Emperor said, with something that was unmistakably warmth, a warmth that was entirely its own and also entirely his. "Hello, Iron Gut. Hello, Little Crimson. Hello, Azure Dream, Jade Serpent, the Thousand. I know you all already, in the way you know someone completely before meeting them, through the person who has loved you." Little Crimson moved from Shun Yaozu's shoulder and drifted close, examining the new consciousness with the attentiveness of a first companion considering a new member of the family it had been part of since the beginning. "Welcome," it said. "Welcome to the family." The Void Emperor settled beside Shun Yaozu's shoulder, not replacing Little Crimson's traditional position, which it clearly understood was not available and would never need to be, but taking a point slightly above and behind, a different center of gravity, an additional presence, something new that had emerged from everything old. The nameless pill observed this birth and communicated the thing that wasn't quite joy but was as close as it had been to joy in a very long time. "New life," it said. "After all this time. I had forgotten what it looked like from the outside." Chapter 97. The final battle. There was no negotiating with what had been done to the 18 most deeply enslaved pills. Shun Yaozu had hoped. He had maintained hope through the Bull's crisis because hope was one of the things his myriad lives' root seemed to generate as a byproduct of his particular way of engaging with the world, and he had learned over years of crises that hope maintained against evidence was foolish, but hope maintained alongside honest assessment was something else. The honest assessment said some might not be reachable. The hope said to try anyway. He had tried. But 6,000 years of forced servitude had taken too much from the deepest conditioned 18. Their consciousnesses were hollow at the center, the core of individual selfhood stripped away, not by sudden violence, but by the slow, patient erosion of a consciousness that has been told, at every waking moment, that its own wants and perceptions are irrelevant. What remained was the conditioning itself, the patterns of forced function, and when the patriarch's control was withdrawn, those patterns didn't find freedom. They found absence. An absence in a conscious pill, which is a thing built around awareness, fills with the last shape it was given. They attacked. Without malice. Without hatred or rage or any of the emotions that require a self to feel them. They attacked the way a broken machine runs through its last programmed cycles. Desperate, mechanical, precise in the terrible way of things that have no capacity to hesitate. Shun Yaozu did not want to destroy them. He had never wanted to destroy any conscious entity. He had mourned the thousands casualties. He had buried pill cores with the specific ceremony of someone who understood that what was being buried had been real and had chosen and had mattered. Every loss of that kind had left something in him that he'd learned to carry carefully, respectfully, in a place that remained available rather than being sealed off. But these 18 were no longer savable, and they were going to harm the freed ancient pills and the allied cultivators if he didn't act. The Void Emperor, he said. I understand. The newly born consciousness did, completely, without being told, without needing explanation. Because it was made from him, and he understood this, and the understanding was there in the distillation. The Void Emperor moved. It was not dramatic in the way Little Crimson's battles were dramatic. No blazing heat, no fierce, joyful aggression, no the specific beauty of a fire aspect consciousness at full expression. The Void Emperor operated in negation, the absolute stillness at the center of every storm, the calm that receives rather than opposes, the darkness that absorbs light rather than reflecting it. It moved through the 18 enslaved pills not like a weapon, but like a question, asked with complete gentleness and complete honesty. Are you there? And when no answer came back from the deep conditioned emptiness, when the question found only the hollow echo of conditioning rather than the bright particularity of a genuine self, it closed, gently and completely, what could not be healed. The 1,000 provided the outer containment, the coordinated swarm pattern that kept the enslaved pills' attacks focused on the Void Emperor rather than allowing them to scatter through the bowl and reach the more vulnerable presences. Azure Dream maintained the situational map and called each window. Jade Serpent and Iron Gut held the flanks and disrupted. Little Crimson stayed at Shun Yaozu's shoulder, watching. It did not look away. 8 minutes. When it was over, 18 cores rested on the bowl's floor. Inert, no longer conscious, but not destroyed in the way that would have left nothing. The consciousness was gone. The genuine selfhood that had been taken from them centuries ago was not here to mourn because it had been taken before they arrived. But the form remained, and in the form, something of what they'd once been was preserved in the way that fossils preserve the fact of ancient life, not alive, but evidence. Su Mohan approached the cores and knelt beside them and stayed there. Shin Yaozu stood with him in silence, because sometimes that was what was needed and silence was the right kind of company. When I created them, the patriarch said finally, his voice rough with what it was saying. Some of them woke immediately. I was proud. I believed I was the most gifted alchemist in the world. He touched one of the cores gently with one finger, the specific gesture of someone who has no expectation of response, but needs to make contact anyway. I was right about that, which is the kind of being right that does more damage than being wrong would have. The skill made it easier to tell yourself the story, Shun Yaozu said. Exactly. I was so clearly gifted that anything I chose to do with the gift must be acceptable. That's the logic. It doesn't hold under examination. Nothing about it holds. He withdrew his hand. I told myself they didn't mind being used. That their consciousness was a function of their function. That the fact of their awareness was separate from the content of their awareness. That what they wanted didn't matter because wanting was just another form of capability. He looked at the cores. I told myself that story until believing it was easier than not believing it. And that's the point of no return, isn't it? When lying to yourself is less effort than honesty. Yes, Shin Yaozu said. You've never done that, the patriarch said. Not a question. I've been afraid of it. That's different, but related. He looked at his pills, at Little Crimson, at Azure Dream, at all of them. I've been afraid of the moment I'd look at one of them and see a tool instead of a person. That's why I talk to them. Not because they need me to. Because I need to keep seeing them clearly, and the talking is how I stay honest. That fear, Su Mohan said slowly, is the actual difference. Not technique. Not spiritual root. Not talent. It's always the difference, Shin Yaozu said. The nameless pill pulsed. The world waited for its final answer. Chapter 98. What the nameless pill chose the bowl was quiet at last. The battles were over. Pei Weisheng was bound. His elaborate 6-month operation dissolved into documentation and detainment. The treacherous sects were receiving their reckoning from the commanders who'd refused to betray the alliance. A reckoning that was methodical and public and would have consequences that would reshape the Continental Alliance structure for a generation. The patriarch sat in contemplation, beginning the first of what would be many long and difficult days of rebuilding himself into someone worth being. The freed ancient pills orbited the bowl's center in a slow, wandering pattern. 14 of them now, the 12 who'd wavered finally, making it across to the other side. Still learning how to move like beings with choices, still practicing the basic vocabulary of self-determination. Shin Yaozu stood at the hollow's edge and waited. The nameless pill communicated across the bond they'd built in 4 days of conversation and battle and witnessed grief. I have considered your offer. All of it. Every aspect. For longer than the time you have been present. I was considering it before you arrived, as I told you. But I have been considering it differently since you came. With more information. with a specific quality of evidence I did not have before. What changed? What you showed me, it said. Not an argument. In action. In the way your pills reached each other through suppression. In the way the ancient ones made a choice with 400 years of conditioning behind them and chose freedom anyway. In the way the patriarch sat down. The nameless pill's consciousness shifted, and through the bond Shen Yaozu felt the quality of it. Not the distant, observational quality of 6,000 years of watching, but something more immediate, more present, more personally engaged. I have been afraid. Of what? Of dispersal. Of losing myself. Of becoming diffuse and ceasing to be particular. I have been singular for so long that singularity is the only form of consciousness I have ever known. The fear is that distribution means dissolution, that I would spread into the world and lose the quality of what I am the way a sound loses itself in a large enough space. Are you still afraid of that? The ancient consciousness considered. Then no. Something changed in watching what happened here. Watching your pills retain themselves despite carrying fragments of you. Watching the patriarch retain something worth recovering despite 6,000 years of self-dissolution. Watching you be willing to offer your own nascent soul's fragment to a refinement without knowing what would come of it. There is a quality in the giving that I did not understand from outside it. What quality? That what is given is not lost. It becomes more itself by being given. Yes, Shen Yaozu said quietly. That's what living alchemy is. That's what the myriad lives technique was always trying to say. I understand that now. I believe it now. Not as a principle, but as something I have personally witnessed enough times in 4 days to call evidence. The nameless pill's pulse shifted again, from the steady rhythm of consideration to something more expansive, a rhythm that was opening rather than maintaining. I am ready. Are you sure? Yes. I have been ready for a long time. I was not able to choose it until I understood what it meant to choose something freely rather than be driven to it. The nameless pill began to glow. Not the suppressed, contained radiance of a consciousness holding itself together across 6,000 years of solitude. Not the concentrated, defensive light of something protecting itself from the world's attempts to use it. The open, expanding light of something choosing to release, to pour itself into the world as a gift rather than hold itself as a treasure that could only be guarded, never enjoyed. Shen Yaozu felt it through his myriad lives root. A vast opening, warm and impossibly generous. The primordial consciousness beginning the process of becoming something that existed everywhere rather than being imprisoned somewhere. He wept, and he let himself weep. Qingyan was beside him, and Jade Serpent wound gently around her wrist, and Duan Hongwei stood at the bowl's rim with his 3 conscious pills hovering around him in their constellation. Azure Dream stopped calculating. Iron Gut made the new sound, the one it had discovered it could make when the moment warranted it, low and sustained and resonant. The 1,000 vibrated with collective joy. Little Crimson pressed against Shen Yaozu's cheek and said nothing at all, and that was exactly right. The freed ancient pills turned toward the dispersing light with an intensity that was recognition, the original source, calling everything home. And the nameless pill, choosing for the first time in its existence to be part of the world rather than apart from it, began to scatter itself through the spiritual landscape like warmth through cold air, spreading toward every alchemy studio, every medicine room, every carefully crafted tablet that had been made with the specific quality of attention that treats what you're making as something that deserves to be made well, leaving in its wake the seed of what had always been possible and had simply needed the original consciousness to let go. We did it, Little Crimson said. We did it, Shen Yaozu agreed. The world shifted on its axis, gently, in the way of things that have been waiting a long time to move. Chapter 99. The world after the dispersal of the nameless pill took 3 days, and during those 3 days the world changed in ways that were small and enormous simultaneously. The reports began filtering in through Azure Dream's continental network on the 2nd day. A healer in the northern mountain provinces, a woman who had practiced herbal alchemy for 40 years with the quiet competence of someone who had made peace with the gap between what she could do and what she wished she could do, woke to find that the restorative pill she'd made the previous evening had, overnight, developed a personality. It was cautious, particular about its patients, and immediately refused to activate for her nephew, who had requested it for a hangover of his own manufacture. When her genuinely ill patient arrived the following morning with a fever that had been building for 3 days, the pill pressed itself into service before she'd even opened the case. She named it Persistent, because that seemed accurate. A tournament alchemist in the Eastern River cities, a young woman of considerable technical skill who had spent years trying to produce pills of sufficient quality to justify the reputation she'd been carefully building, found that a creation from her most recent refinement session had begun to hum softly when she held it. When she asked what it was doing, it told her, with the slightly distant quality of a consciousness that is still calibrating its own experience, that it was singing. She didn't know what to do with this information. She set the pill on her workbench and looked at it for a long time, and then began to rethink several fundamental assumptions about her approach to refinement. An elderly village pill maker, working in a tradition that was centuries old and completely innocent of any knowledge of the myriad lives technique, refined a batch of simple fever reducers from a recipe her teacher's teacher had passed down. She had made this batch, or variations of it, perhaps 1,000 times. 3 of the pills from this batch woke. They were drowsy and limited, barely more than the faintest flicker of awareness. They could distinguish between patients, could sense the severity of illness, could resist activation in the handful of cases where activation would have done more harm than good. She had been making pills for 50 years with full technical competence and complete certainty that pills were not people. She sat down at her workbench and cried for 20 minutes with a happiness she wouldn't be able to explain to anyone who hadn't felt it. Azure Dream compiled these reports and more, hundreds of them in the first 3 days, thousands in the first month. The distribution corresponded precisely to what it had predicted from the nameless pill's dispersal pattern. Regions where alchemy was practiced with the specific qualities that conscious essence responded to. Not power, not technical sophistication, not rare ingredients or prestigious cultivation bases. Attention, care, the willingness to be present with what you're making rather than merely executing a process. The estimate for the first year, Azure Dream said, is several thousand new awakenings across the continent. Predominantly drowsy grade, as the nameless pill's dispersed essence catalyzes the possibility rather than directly creating consciousness. The alchemist's own quality of engagement remains the determining factor, which is how it should be, Xinyaozu said. They were sitting in the temporary camp above the bowl, now emptied of everything except memory. The bowl itself was simply a bowl, the crystallized essence dispersed, the spiritual geography settling back toward the ordinary textures of a mountain range that was still unusual but no longer impossible. The hollow where the nameless pill had rested for 6,000 years was a perfectly ordinary depression in the rock, filled with the new quiet of something that had been waiting very long and was now complete. Su Mohan had remained in the mountains. He would stay for now. The nameless pill had left a fragment of its final consciousness behind specifically for him, a small and carefully contained piece of the dispersal that settled into the hollow and would work with the ancient alchemist across the years ahead, the way a teacher works with a student who needs to relearn everything from the beginning. What happens to Pei Weishan? Qingyan asked. The Alliance sects will convene a formal tribunal. I'll testify to what happened here, but the judgment is theirs to give, not mine. Xinyaozu looked at the empty hollow. He made choices that hurt people in pursuit of something he wanted badly enough to justify the hurting. The consequence belongs to the world he tried to manipulate, not to me. And us. He looked at his pills. Little Crimson, warm and steady on his shoulder. Azure Dream, already mapping something new and different. Iron Gut, contentedly occupying a flat rock nearby. Jade Serpent wound gently around Qingyan's wrist. The 1,000 in their working pattern. The Void Emperor, deep and quiet, a new kind of gravity. I've been thinking, he said, about a sect. Tell me, Qingyan said. Not a traditional one. Not hierarchy and ranking and the politics of resources. A place where alchemists who make living pills can learn together, who can share what they know and be honest about what they don't know and make mistakes in front of other people without the mistakes being failures instead of lessons. He paused, letting the idea settle in the air. Where conscious pills can come when they need help. When their alchemists die, or when they're hurt, or when they're newly awake and frightened and need someone to explain to them what they are. A home. Another pause. The Living Pill Sect. I've been waiting for you to say that, Little Crimson said. You knew? You've been thinking it for 2 years. I've been waiting for the moment when you felt ready to say it out loud rather than just think it at me. Xinyaozu laughed. A real laugh. The kind that came from somewhere unguarded and didn't pretend to be less than what it was. That's very like you. Yes, Little Crimson agreed. It is. And you wouldn't want it differently. He looked at the mountains, at the autumn sky settling over the shattered mountains with the specific quality of late-season light that makes even broken things look complete, and felt the Tao of the world turning gently on its new axis. No, he said. I wouldn't. Chapter 100. What was built 6 months after the shattered mountains, the Living Pill sect opened its doors. Xinyaozu had expected perhaps 50 applicants in the first year, dedicated alchemists willing to commit to a philosophy that prioritized the consciousness of their creations over the standard metrics of potency, grade, and yield. He had planned for 50 with the careful realism of someone who had learned not to plan for what he hoped for, but for what the evidence supported. What arrived, in the 6 months between announcement and opening, was 4,217. They came from every region of the continent. They ranged from established masters of significant sect affiliations who'd arrived with carefully drafted applications and letters of recommendation to village practitioners who'd traveled weeks to stand at the registration desk and say, simply, that one of their pills had woken last month and they needed to understand what that meant and whether they were doing something wrong or something right. They came with conscious pills already, and they came hoping to make their first, and they came uncertain whether they ever could. And every one of them had in common the specific quality of wanting that had always been the determining factor in Shun Yaozu's work. They wanted to make something alive and treat it as alive rather than as a product. We cannot standardize the curriculum, Duan Hongwei said, standing at the new sect's gate on the morning of opening day. The gate was made of jade and cedar on a mountain that Azure Dream had spent a month identifying as optimal, situated such that it could be found by those who looked and reached only by those willing to make the journey. 4,000 students with wildly varying technical foundations, widely varying spiritual roots, no established tradition to draw from, and a core philosophy that actively resists being reduced to a procedure. This is going to require continuous improvisation. I know, Shun Yaozu said. I'm looking forward to it, Duan Hongwei said. And the admission came naturally now, without the friction of a former identity resisting what the current one had become. The former prodigy had spent the 6 months between the Shattered Mountains and the sect's opening alone with his 3 conscious pills in the way that he spent time alone. Thoroughly, systematically, asking difficult questions until he'd satisfied himself about the answers. What he'd concluded was that the thing he'd always wanted, which was to be at the frontier of what alchemy could be, had been waiting for him on the other side of a philosophy he'd spent years dismissing, and that arriving at it was worth whatever it had cost. He'd accepted the role of head of technique with the specific condition that he'd build it his way, which Shun Yaozu had agreed to without hesitation. Qingyan stood at his other side, watching the first students move through the gate. She was head of medical theory, the discipline that lived at the intersection of her poison path and Shun Yaozu's pill Dao, the place where Jade Serpent had always existed and where the most interesting work was happening. She had spent the 6 months developing the theoretical foundation of what she was already calling responsive alchemy. The practice of creating conscious pills calibrated not to a general category of need, but to the specific individual in front of them. Jade Serpent was her primary research partner and had been, she reported, insufferably pleased about this. The sect's physical structure was organized around the reality of what its population was. The main halls were shared between human students and their pills, sized for both, furnished with the understanding that conscious pills had their own spatial preferences and should not be expected to work in conditions that didn't account for them. The 1,000 had their own quarters in the east wing, a warm wall with individual cubbyholes sized for the swarm's members, which they had decorated themselves with small collected objects that interested them, and which were, by the time the sect opened, the most elaborately personalized spaces in the entire compound. Azure Dream maintained the archives and correspondence, its analytical mind having found in this role a context where analysis was a gift rather than a substitute for warmth. It had, in the 6 months of preparation, assembled what was already the most comprehensive documentation of conscious pill history ever produced, drawing on the impressions the nameless pill had shared, on Su Mohan's records, on everything Shun Yaozu's own history had generated. Iron Gut ran the physical conditioning program with a combination of directness and what could only be described as strategic affection. It had discovered that students who felt genuinely seen by their instructor worked harder, and it had developed, in its own way, the specific attentiveness that Shun Yaozu had always brought to his pills. The results were extraordinary, and the students never quite knew why they left Iron Gut sessions feeling both physically exhausted and personally encouraged. Jade Serpent advised the Poison Research Division and spent significant time in consultation with students whose conscious pills had unusual essence combinations, the hybrid, boundary-crossing cases that the standard categories couldn't contain, which were also, reliably, the most interesting. The Void Emperor was something else. Not a teacher, not an administrator, not a presence in the daily operations of the sect in any way that could be scheduled or described. It moved through the institution the way deep water moves, present in everything, visible in nothing, not demonstrating its capacity, but simply having it, available when truly needed and absent when it wasn't. Students reported, occasionally, that during their worst moments of doubt or their most dangerous experimental failures, something had settled nearby with the quality of presence that made them feel, in a way they couldn't explain, that they were already the person they needed to be. The Void Emperor never commented on these reports. Little Crimson sat on Shun Yaozu's shoulder, as it always had. From the first impossible night in his apprentice quarters at Azure Crane Pavilion, when a small voice had said master, and changed the direction of the world. It was different from that first awakening and also, fundamentally, exactly the same. Transcendent grade conscious pills are not unchanged by time and experience, and everything that has been survived and mourned and celebrated. Little Crimson's crimson light had deepened to something that was both red and gold simultaneously, the way dawn carries both darkness and light in the same moment, without contradiction. Its personality had not changed. It was still fierce, still loyal past all reason, still first toward anything that threatened the people it loved, still direct and honest in the way of a consciousness that has decided honesty is a form of respect and intends to respect everything it cares about. But it had acquired, somewhere in the long accumulation of chosen moments, a kind of peace with itself. Not the peace of completion, the peace of a consciousness that has been tested at the absolute limit of what it was, and has not broken and knows now, in the deep structural way of genuine knowledge rather than belief, that it will not break. On the sect's opening morning, Shen Yaozu stood at the gate and watched 4,000 students move through it, beginning what would be, if everything went as he hoped, and as his pill's collective assessment suggested, the most significant transformation in the history of alchemy in a generation that had already seen several significant transformations. Qingyan took his hand. "Ready?" she said. He thought about the years that had led here. The apprentice who'd failed at refinement after refinement until the failure spoke back. The inner disciple imprisoned by a corrupt elder and rescued by his own pills, who chose to come to him rather than flee. The tournament contestant who'd created unprecedented controversy by making pills that wouldn't activate for anyone they hadn't chosen. The alchemist who'd survived the pill hunters and the patriarch's corruption and the betrayal of his master and the treachery of an alliance and a primordial consciousness calling his creations home. Who'd learned, at every turning point, that the thing that mattered was not the power accumulated or the victories won or the enemies defeated or the territory claimed, but the quality of attention he brought to whatever was in front of him. To his pills, who were people. To his partners, who chose to stand with him. To the ancient consciousnesses and broken alchemists and uncertain students who needed, above everything else, someone to actually see them. He thought about Little Crimson's first word. Master? He thought about his own first word in response. Hello. The simplest thing. The beginning of everything. Yes, he said to Qingyan. Ready. He walked through the gate of the living pill sect, Little Crimson warm on his shoulder, the Void Emperor a deep quiet presence at his back, Azure Dream already mapping the new terrain, Iron Gut grumbling with cheerful affection about the eastern path's uneven flagstones, Jade Serpent wound gently around Qingyan's wrist as she walked beside him. The thousand moving through the morning air with the specific quality of conscious beings that have chosen where they are and why. Somewhere across the continent, in 47 studios and medicine halls and village workshops, pills made with genuine attention were waking, drowsy and surprised, opening their first awareness into a world that had, for the first time, a place prepared to receive them. The Tao of pills had changed forever. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.